In recent days, the world has been plagued by a series of bizarre natural disasters, from volcanic eruptions and earthquakes to terrifying storms and floods. In a city in China, a volcano suddenly erupted with ferocious intensity, causing the city's temperature to rise to a suffocating level. Tens of thousands of citizens, realizing the imminent danger, immediately packed their belongings and fled to other cities, searching for safety. Inside a moving bus, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone was nervously discussing the strange phenomena that had been occurring lately. One young man couldn't contain his frustration and cursed, "Damn it!" First the undersea earthquake, then Mount Fuji erupted, killing hundreds of thousands. "I can't believe now it's our turn to evacuate." A curvy woman sitting next to him checked her luggage and spoke with anxiety in her voice. "This is bad. We left in such a hurry I barely brought anything. I guess I'll have to buy supplies in Jiangnan City." The young man by the window, who had been staring at the desolate scenery outside, suddenly turned and asked her, "Hey beautiful, haven't you seen the news? Every single shelf in the Jiangnan City Walmart has been completely stripped clean." Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "What? No way." The value of all those supplies had to be in the billions. The young man sitting opposite them chimed in with a grave warning. "That's old news. Today, the Dongming Lake in Shenzhen completely dried up, and the Daruan Dong warehouses have been emptied out too." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise from the back seat, decisively refuting everything they had said. "It's not just billions. It's trillions worth of supplies that have vanished. These disasters are all clear signs. Open your eyes and see the truth. The apocalypse is upon us." The one who had just spoken was our main character, Chen. Hearing his terrifying words, the woman and the two young men couldn't help but burst out laughing. They thought he was just joking around. "Are you serious? The apocalypse? Is that a joke? If it really is the end of the world, I'd almost look forward to it. Only then will everyone truly be equal." Hearing this, Chen scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself, "Equal? Even in the apocalypse, there's no such thing as equality." Because he was someone who had already lived through it once, memories of his past life slowly flooded his mind, bringing back horrific scenes that no one in the present could possibly imagine. "In my past life, I was just an ordinary food delivery driver when the apocalypse descended. Due to abnormal solar flares, the Earth's core was affected and quickly became unstable. Global temperatures skyrocketed, and the planet's crust began to shift violently. Monsters that had been hiding deep within the Earth clawed their way to the surface. The entire world was transformed, and a new, brutal order was established. In that new world, supplies were unimaginably scarce. Even a single pack of instant noodles or one sausage was a treasure worth risking your life for." Chen continued his story in a low voice. "Ever wondered what makes a sausage taste gritty?" Then he declared, "I am someone who has been reborn from that apocalyptic future. I have returned to a time 1 month before it all begins." The curvy woman beside him, terrified by his words, couldn't hide her panic, and immediately grabbed Chen's arm. "Mister." She then pressed her curvaceous body against him, her voice trembling. "What you said, it really scared me. Could you maybe?" But the Chen of today, a man who had returned from the hell of the future, was no longer the soft-hearted fool he once was. He instantly shoved her hand away, leaving her stunned. "Sorry, I have more important things to do." After getting off the bus at the next stop, Chen quickly made his way to his old workplace, the HEMA warehouse. Standing before the massive warehouse, Chen looked up, his gaze firm, and repeated in a low voice, "The apocalypse is coming. So what's the most important thing?" He answered his own question. Obviously, it's supplies. In his past life, he had wasted too much time just searching for supplies, and in the end, he still died a miserable death. But in this life, he wouldn't let that happen again. Chen walked into the warehouse, the same place he worked every day loading and unloading goods. As he reached the door, the grumpy manager was already waiting, growling, "You're 21 seconds late. I'm docking half a day's pay." He pretended to scratch his head, forcing a smile as he apologized, then quickly headed inside. As he walked, Chen's eyes scanned the vast space filled with supplies, his mind flooded with memories of his previous life. "When the apocalypse hit, my boss was the first one to run. My entire year's salary vanished with him. I'll consider these supplies. Compensation." Chen hurried deeper into the warehouse, checking the inventory while preparing to activate the special ability he had gained after his rebirth. He stood tall, raised his hand forward, and slowly commanded, "Open space." Instantly, a strange spatial portal opened before him. A system notification appeared, detecting rice, cooking oil, and meat, beginning automatic acquisition. This was Chen's personal spatial system. This ability was unbelievably powerful. The moment it activated, it devoured every single supply in the vicinity, leaving nothing behind. Su Chen stepped into his personal dimension, a pocket space stretching a massive 10,000 cubic meters. His eyes scanned the vast area, blazing with light, his face filled with the exhilaration of a man who had just cheated death. "This is my power. Spatial dimension," he whispered to himself. "All I have to do is open it, and everything nearby gets pulled inside." With an ability like this, he could hoard all the resources from a city on the brink of annihilation. In his past life, this power had let him drain entire lakes and empty out supermarkets, wholesale markets, and countless warehouses. In the apocalypse, a single pack of instant noodles was a luxury, and fresh food was practically a myth. But the true miracle was that time inside this dimension was completely frozen, meaning any food stored here would stay perfectly fresh forever. Su Chen was overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face as he realized he would never have to eat dirt to survive again. He dusted off his hands and summoned the system inventory to check his haul. A detailed list materialized before him. Rice, 258 bags. Cooking oil, 152 bottles. Vegetables, 155 kilograms. Mineral water, 220 bottles. Instant food, 375 cases. Spices, 95 boxes. And 186 bottles of liquor. Looking at the list, Su Chen sighed in relief. Incredible. I can finally breathe a little easier. Just then, the sound of a metal door being forced open echoed from outside. The manager stormed in with two movers, shouting as he entered. "All right, you two, let's get these goods moved." But after a single step, all three of them froze, staring wide-eyed at the empty space before them. The warehouse, which had been packed to the ceiling with merchandise just moments ago, was now completely barren. The manager's jaw went slack. Am I hallucinating? Where did all the stock go? His confusion quickly turned to rage as he pointed a finger at Su Chen, his voice a furious roar. "Where is everything? I'm talking to you." Su Chen, however, remained calm and slowly raised his hand. A small spatial rift shimmered into existence behind his back. He smiled and said, "The inventory? Oh, I took it all." His casual reply struck the three men like a lightning bolt, freezing them in place. "What did you say?" Realizing something was terribly wrong, the manager screamed, "He's trying to run! Get him!" The two hulking movers charged forward to restrain Su Chen, but just as they reached him, he opened another spatial gate behind himself, leaping backward and vanishing into the rift. Before the portal closed, he turned back with a smirk and waved. "Oh, and by the way, I won't be late for work anymore." The mover lunged, grasping at empty air as he desperately tried to grab Su Chen, but the spatial gate snapped shut just before his fingers could touch him. The three men just stared into the empty space, their faces masks of utter confusion and disbelief. Where did he go? Did he just vanish? Outside the warehouse, another portal materialized out of thin air. Su Chen flipped out of it, landing with the smooth grace of an action hero. He immediately collapsed the portal behind him. With fierce determination, he thought, "This is my second ability. Spatial leap. It lets me teleport up to 3 meters in any direction, instantly." Su Chen glanced back at the warehouse one last time. In the coming apocalypse, this ability would be his ultimate trump card, allowing him to slip into ruined zones to scavenge for supplies and escape safely, even when cornered by the most dangerous mutated beasts. Su Chen stripped off his work uniform, tossing the shirt into the air and whispering, "And with that, Operation Zero Cost shopping spree is complete." Just as he was about to leave, the phone in his pocket buzzed unexpectedly. It was a government alert. Due to ongoing intense crustal movements, localized natural disasters are expected. However, the situation is fully under control and will not affect the daily lives of citizens. Please remain calm. Su Chen scoffed as he read the message. They're so afraid of causing a panic, trying to placate the masses even though they know the end of the world is here. He was about to put his phone away when an incoming call lit up the screen. The caller's name instantly shattered his calm composure. His expression twisted into one of pure, cold fury. Su Chen stared at the name on the screen. Jiang Xiaoqian. The woman he once poured his entire heart into loving, the one he had protected with his life through the horrors of the apocalypse. Now, her name sent a chilling cold straight to his bones. After a long, heavy moment, he took a deep breath and answered the call. "Hello." On the other end, Jiang Xiaoqian's voice immediately crackled through the speaker, dripping with irritation. "Su Chen, are you seriously ghosting me right now? And you even listed your house with a realtor? You're so unreliable. Do you really think any girl would stay with you after you sell your home? As she spoke, she casually applied her lipstick, her tone full of complaint, as if scolding a pet. She went on, her voice shifting into a pretentious, whiny pout. Look, I don't care if your house is big or small, but I am a woman, you know? If you don't sign the house over to me, how can I possibly feel secure in our relationship? Hearing those words, Su Chen's voice dropped to absolute zero. Is that the only reason you called? Sensing his icy tone, Jiang Xiaoqian's annoyance flared up instantly. A voice demanded from the other end of the line. What is this attitude? This is your last chance. Get back here and move my stuff, or you can forget about marrying me. Before she could say more, Su Chen coldly hung up. He muttered, I'm on my way back to Shangdu City. We'll talk when I get there. After ending the call, Su Chen's expression turned grim, his features twisting into a mask of pure rage. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. A life defined by blood and betrayal. Jiang Xiaoqian, he thought. We survived 5 years together in the apocalypse. I was the one who scoured the wasteland for supplies to feed you. I was the one who got you into the safety zone. Without me, you would have starved to death long ago. Su Chen's grip tightened on his phone, his eyes blazing with hatred as the cruel memory replayed itself once more. Her accomplice, Wang Haoyu, was the one who had strangled Su Chen with his bare hands. In that suffocating moment, he could clearly see the sheer terror on his own face, the look of a man who had been utterly betrayed. A single question got caught in his throat. Why? The second he stopped breathing, Jiang Xiaoqian had sidled up to Wang Haoyu, her eyes full of seduction. Now that Chen is dead, he's useless. It's our turn now. She feigned the look of a weak. She was seducing Wang Haoyu, a man dripping with lust. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Now that he's gone, you'd better perform tonight. No fear, no pity. Only cold, deceitful cruelty. And just like that, the woman who was once his world spread her legs, inviting Wang Haoyu in as if nothing had ever happened. In my past life, I was a complete and utter fool. To think I gave all my trust to those two wretched souls. Su Chen's fists trembled with rage before he forced them open, sighing softly. This time, Jiang Xiaotian, Wang Haoyu, you will pay dearly, not just death, but an agonizing one. The pain I suffered, I'll make you feel it 100 times over. With that vow, he opened his contacts and immediately called Director Liu, the real estate agent handling his house. The moment the call connected, Su Chen spoke with urgency. Hello, Director Liu? I'll sell the house for half price. I just need the cash. I need it right now. After hanging up, Su Chen immediately hailed a cab to Director Liu's office. But as the car pulled up to the curb, he saw them, Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu, already waiting there. The second she saw him, Jiang Xiaotian sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Su Chen stepped out of the car, walking past her without a single glance. He had buried all his old feelings, leaving only a single, cold word. Move. Both Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were stunned by Su Chen's completely different demeanor. Wang Haoyu immediately blocked his path, his face twisted in a scowl. Who said you could sell this house? This is my uncle's property. Let me tell you something. You think I can't make sure you never see tomorrow's sun? Faced with the vicious threat, Su Chen didn't say a word. He simply reached out, grabbed Wang Haoyu by the throat, and lifted him off the ground like a sack of trash. The sudden assault sent Wang Haoyu into a panic. Before he could react, Su Chen slammed him onto the pavement. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his eyes rolled back in agony. Su Chen looked down coldly, spitting out each word. My life? I'll decide what happens to it myself. Horrified by Su Chen's sudden violence, Jiang Xiaotian rushed forward, grabbing his shirt and starting her usual crying act. Let go! What are you doing? Somebody help! He's going to kill him. But unlike the weak persona she always used to manipulate others, this time, Su Chen showed no mercy. He delivered a thunderous slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Stunned, she couldn't comprehend what was happening. She touched her cheek, her eyes wide with confusion and utter disbelief as she stared at him. You hit me? Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu, who had been choked for far too long, was hovering on the edge of life and death. He fought through the pain, weakly gasping, Let go. Su Chen stared down at him with pure contempt. Don't worry, you won't die that quickly. The moment Su Chen released his grip, Wang Haoyu felt like he'd escaped the Reaper's scythe, coughing violently. He scrambled backward, his eyes filled with terror, looking at Su Chen as if he were staring at a real demon. Su Chen ignored the two traitors writhing on the ground and walked straight into the real estate office to continue his plan. Behind him, Jiang Xiaotian rushed to help Wang Haoyu, her voice laced with fake concern. Little you, are you okay? They'd already been tangled up in bed together, yet she still pretends to care. Truly pathetic. But it seemed she still hadn't grasped the situation. She spun around and screamed after Su Chen. "Stop right there. I'm giving you one last chance. Get on your knees and apologize. Otherwise, you can forget about ever marrying me." Su Chen didn't say another word. He just turned around slowly. His gaze, sharp as a blade and full of killing intent, swept over the deceitful pair. They felt the chilling aura pouring off Su Chen, and it hadn't faded. A shiver ran down their spines. Instantly, the two cowards panicked and scrambled away, running for their lives. As he fled, Wang Haoyu shouted back, his voice thick with rage, "Just you wait." Su Chen watched the despicable pair retreat, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "Useless trash." A moment later, inside the office, Director Liu greeted him with a wide smile. He poured Su Chen a glass of water, his mind filled with cunning schemes. With a fake smile, he began to speak. "Mr. Su, I'm willing to buy your house myself. What do you think?" This Director Liu appeared respectful on the surface, but underneath, he was a scheming predator. He secretly calculated that the house was worth over 1 million yuan. If he bought it from this fool for 700,000, he could flip it for a profit of several hundred thousand in an instant. Su Chen took a sip of water and smiled back. "That's fine, but I need the full payment today. Can you manage that?" Su Chen's words were like music to Director Liu's ears. He eagerly confirmed, "Yes, of course. We can sign the contract now and transfer the title next week after payment." Su Chen glanced at the contract and quickly nodded. In his mind, he thought, "By then the house will be all yours, if you even dare to live in it." Moments later, the seemingly reputable Director Liu initiated the bank transfer. Su Chen checked the notification on his phone. "Shangdu Bank, 700,000 yuan has been transferred into your current bank account." With the deal complete, Su Chen politely bid Director Liu farewell. Leaving the office, he walked lost in thought. Even though natural disasters were constant these days, Shangdu City was in the middle of the plains, far from any earthquake zones, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. Besides, the government had denied all the rumors, so life here remained peaceful and orderly. Suddenly, Su Chen passed a utility pole covered in flyers for quick loans. A small smirk touched his lips as he thought, "The one thing I need right now is money. If someone dares to lend it, I dare to take it all. As for how they'll collect later, that's a problem for them." Ha. Spotting the loan flyer, Su Chen paused his steps. "A loan shark, huh?" he thought to himself. In a flash, he realized this was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Su Chen immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number. "Hello, is this a loan company? I have a real estate certificate. Can I use it as collateral?" After the call, Su Chen quickly made his way to the meeting point, at the Hanhai International Building. Inside the office of the Dahai Loan Company, a fat man named Wang Dahai spoke in a slick voice. He explained to Su Chen, "Bro, this house of yours isn't worth much." Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "So how much can I borrow?" He glanced at the fat man, a feeling of disgust rising within him. So, this was Wang Haoyu's older brother. In his past life, this slob Wang Dahai had met a gruesome end in the jaws of a beast. Puffing on a cigarette, Wang Dahai held Su Chen's property deed and replied, "The most you can get is 500,000, but I have to keep the deed." Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him. He stood up, placed his hand on the deed, and decisively pushed for 100,000 more. "I'll close the deal right now." Su Chen then reassured the man, confidently promising that in just 1 week, the money would be fully returned to Wang Haoyu. Hearing this confident declaration, Wang Dahai celebrated internally, figuring the guy was just another gambling addict. Once you're hooked, you'd even sell your own parents to win back your losses. "You fool," he thought. "Let's see how I play you to death today." Wang Dahai took another drag from his cigarette and reminded him that as long as the deed was mortgaged with his company, everything else would be easy. After striking the deal with Wang Dahai, Su Chen immediately received a transfer of 600,000 yuan straight to his account. Elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoqian touched her still bruised cheek where she and Wang Haoyu were standing. "I was just taking back what belongs to me," she muttered bitterly. "How dare he hit me? I'll make him pay for this." Wang Haoyu, stepping out of a taxi and clutching his sore neck, gritted his teeth and swore, "I'll make that bastard pay. I'm gonna have my big brother kill him." Just then, Su Chen appeared, walking right past them. Jiang Xiaoqian froze, confused, then turned to Wang Haoyu. "Hey Haoyu, look, isn't that Su Chen?" Wang Haoyu, still holding his neck, his face a mask of pain and rage, nodded. "It's that damn punk, all right. What is he doing here?" Jiang Xiaoqian's anger flared. She clenched her fists, determined to find out the truth. "Let's follow him and see what he's been up to." The place Su Chen was headed was the Lucheng Hotel. In his memories, many commercial buildings had collapsed under the crushing force of invading seawater and the harsh, freezing cold that followed. But the Lucheng Hotel had stood strong through every single disaster. Su Chen strolled inside, his mind already calculating. He'd heard the presidential suite here was fully equipped, even boasting a swimming pool. As a long-term base, it was nearly perfect. While many warehouses had been emptied before, they lacked hot food and fresh vegetables essentials for a proper shelter. Seeing a guest enter, the receptionist, a pretty and professional young woman named Liu Xiner, immediately greeted him. "Welcome, sir. I'm Liu Xiner, the hotel's food and beverage manager. How may I help you?" Su Chen felt a wave of relief. His request instantly stunned the young woman. "Hello. I want to book 1,000 banquet tables. Is that possible?" Liu Hanyi could barely believe her own ears. Stunned, she asked again, 1,000 tables? After a moment of shock, she quickly regained her professional composure and replied with a smile. "Of course, it's possible. We have packages at 5,000 yuan per table, 10,000 per table, and even higher, up to 30 or even 50,000 per table." While explaining, Liu Hanyi secretly sized up Su Chen, thinking, "Oh my god, this guy with the powerful aura must be a secret billionaire heir." Su Chen simply smiled and calmly made his selection. "Then let's do the 10,000 yuan tables, for a total of 10 million. I'll pay a 500,000 deposit now, and the rest in 1 week." After confirming everything with the hotel, Su Chen thought to himself that the rumors were true. Lucheng Hotel's standards were indeed top class. Liu Hanyi's face beamed with delight as she graciously invited him. "A 500,000 deposit? Of course. Please follow me this way to handle the payment." Su Chen nodded with a smile. The cost of ingredients alone was estimated at 500,000, but to forge connections with the rich, this amount was completely worth it. In business, the most important thing is knowing how to play the game. As Liu Hanyi led Su Chen, she asked curiously, "By the way, how should I address you, sir?" Su Chen replied coldly. Su Chen, still unable to contain her curiosity, Liu Hanyi continued, "Mr. Su, are you booking this banquet for a wedding?" The question seemed to spark an idea for Su Chen. He nodded instantly. "Yes, a wedding. And while you're at it, book me a presidential suite." After completing the payment, Su Chen left the Lucheng Hotel in high spirits, thinking to himself how wonderful this all felt. A 10 million yuan banquet, a 500,000 deposit, all settled. As for the final payment, in the scorching doomsday, a single block of ice would be worth hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, seeing the presidential suite for the first time, Liu Hanyi couldn't hide her excitement and thought, "Oh my god, this is the presidential honeymoon suite. Whoever gets to marry him will be the luckiest person alive. This girl is pretty, but her language could use some work." At that very moment, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu were secretly watching from outside. After witnessing Su Chen's transaction and his chat with the hotel staff, Jiang Xiaoqian walked over and asked Liu Hanyi, "Excuse me, I'd like to know what that man was doing here just now." Liu Hanyi eyed her suspiciously. "The gentleman from before? May I ask who you are?" Jiang Xiaoqian immediately replied, "He's Su Chen, my boyfriend." Hearing that, Liu Hanyi's expression fell slightly, but she answered, "Your boyfriend just booked a 1,000-table banquet at our hotel, with a deposit of 500,000 yuan. You are incredibly fortunate to have a boyfriend like him." Liu Hanyi looked Jiang Xiaoqian over, clicking her tongue. She thought to herself, "This girl is a 7 at best, and her aura is weaker than mine. Is this really the type that rich men prefer?" Hearing the receptionist confirm the story, both Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu were completely floored. They screamed in unison, "No, that's impossible. How could he possibly have the money to book 1,000 tables?" Liu Hanyi pulled up Su Chen's transaction details on her computer, as she explained. Wealthy men often enjoy hiding their status. They worry their girlfriends are after their fortune, so they only reveal everything on their wedding day. As Jiang Xiaoqian heard this, she began to imagine all sorts of grand scenarios in her head. So is that why they might suddenly disappear before the wedding, to create some kind of mental pressure or something? Wang Haoyu asked blankly, "So that bastard Su Chen is actually rich?" Liu Hanyi showed them her phone screen as proof. "Of course he is. Here is the 500,000 that was just transferred." After getting the information they wanted, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu left the hotel. Wang Haoyu, lighting a cigarette, asked, "Sis, 1,000 banquet tables at a 5-star hotel? Who the hell is he planning to invite?" Jiang Xiaoqian's face glowed, her chest puffed with pride as she replied, "You don't understand. It's obviously 2 Introduce me to high society, and announce my status to the world. Wang Haoyu immediately jumped up, a sly look on his face. A cunning expression appeared as he asked, so what's our next move? Jiang Xiaoqian waved him off firmly. I will. Take the initiative. I'll give that bootlicker a chance to reveal himself. In her mind, dazzling scenes of luxury began to play out. She was getting high on her own fantasies. She had never dreamed of such a life, and now she thought it was all possible, thanks to that sycophant, Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was sitting at his desk, seriously calculating his expenses. He sold his house for 700,000 yuan, borrowed 600,000 from loan sharks, and spent 550,000 on the order. But after his previous $0 shopping spree, many essentials were still missing. Even after paying the deposit, the remaining 800,000 yuan wasn't much. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen, his eyes shining as if he'd seen the light of the future. He let out a sinister grin. It would be a real shame not to apply for online loans at a time like this. Su Chen quickly downloaded over 80 different online loan apps at once, each one allowing loans from 30,000 down to 30 yuan. He began posing for selfies, carefully following the instructions on each app to complete the application process. After a long, persistent session of sweet-talking the lending platforms, Su Chen tossed his phone aside and let out a sigh of relief. A notification from his bank chimed. Your demand deposit account has accumulated a total of 9,770,000 yuan today. Su Chen leaned back and stretched, feeling a wave of relief. He'd finally secured the 9.7 million online loan, but he immediately shot back up, his eyes filled with determination. There was no more time to waste. He still had so much to buy. With his newfound funds, Su Chen began scrolling through e-commerce sites, from Shopee to Lazada, and even Tiki, ordering everything he needed. He moved quickly but carefully calculated each purchase. Wall heaters, ice machines, ice cubes, anthracite coal, these things weren't easy to find in the city. But thankfully, he could get them online with fast shipping. Su Chen remembered the two brutal extremes that followed the apocalypse. First, scorching heat, then a bone-chilling freeze. Surviving that period depended entirely on having these supplies ready. Finding the number for a coal supplier, Su Chen called immediately. Hello. What's the current price for anthracite coal? 2,500 a ton. I'll take 2,000 tons. Price is no issue. I'll transfer a 500,000 yuan deposit now. The rest will be paid in full upon delivery. With his next move in mind, Su Chen contacted the ice factory. Hello, is this the ice manufacturing plant? I need to place an order for ice cubes and would like to discuss the details in person. But the moment he stepped out the door, Su Chen unexpectedly ran right into Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na. After hearing Xiaoqian's side of the story, Li Na's opinion of Su Chen was already starting to shift. Seeing him walk by, Li Na called out in a sickeningly sweet voice, Well, if it isn't Su Chen, it's been so long. You know, Xiaoqian has been thinking about you constantly these past few days. Su Chen shot a look at Li Na, thinking to himself, Li Na, the so-called best friend who always bad-mouthed him behind his back. And Jiang Xiaoqian, the very woman who stole his house. Hearing Li Na's words, Su Chen replied with a cold tone, I remember. Remember what? Remember my house? Seeing Su Chen's unusually cold attitude, Li Na stammered, trying to explain, Hey now, Chen, Xiaoqian was just testing you back then. Why are you overreacting like this? Don't you know how heartbroken she's been? Jiang Xiaoqian, putting on a gentle act, blushed and moved closer, trying to win him over. Su Chen, can you walk with me for a bit? I'm not in a good mood. I made you angry yesterday, but please don't stay mad at me. Okay? But Su Chen, knowing Xiaoqian's true nature from the apocalypse, simply walked away coldly. I'm busy today. You can take a walk by yourself. Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na were left stunned, completely baffled by his behavior. They said in unison, What was that all about? That guy is such a good actor. Li Na watched Su Chen's retreating figure and announced, He's driving away. In her mind, she urged Xiaoqian, Hurry, go after him. This must be his way of testing you. A short while later, at the Ronghua ice factory, Boss Wu was already waiting by the gate. The moment he saw Su Chen get out of the car, Boss Wu rushed over with a huge smile, shaking his hand. You must be Boss Su, a man of such talent at such a young age. Su Chen smiled back. Boss Wu, I already explained on the phone earlier. 2,000 tons of edible ice. How long will that take you? Hearing Su Chen's question, Boss Wu puffed out his chest with pride. At our factory, I can't speak for other things, but our efficiency is absolutely number one. 3 days. 2,000 tons of edible ice will only take 3 days. 400 yuan a ton, for a total of 800,000 yuan. It was a deal. Su Chen didn't even haggle, immediately taking out his phone to transfer the money. All right, I'll put down a deposit of 100,000 yuan right now. Deliver it in 3 days, to the address I provide. An overjoyed Boss Wu held up his QR code, laughing loudly. Of course, no problem at all. After Su Chen completed the transfer, Boss Wu's face was beaming, his eyes practically sparkling with dollar signs. Hey, Boss Su, what do you need so much ice for? Is there some kind of massive event happening? We can definitely work together in the future, and I'll even give you a better price. Su Chen stepped toward his car and replied with a smile. I'm preparing to do some charity work for the ANSA Federation. Su Chen's answer left the overjoyed Boss Wu completely frozen in place. After Su Chen left, Boss Wu stared after the car, thinking to himself that this 800,000 yuan deal was settled in record time. Young people really are efficient. Just a moment later, the car carrying Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian pulled up to the factory. Boss Wu turned around, a look of surprise on his face. Another business partner showing up unannounced? Jiang Xiaoqian opened the car door, approaching Boss Wu with a shy expression. Excuse me, sir. Su Chen is my fiancé. What were you two just discussing? Boss Wu looked at Xiaoqian, slightly confused. His fiancé? What kind of game was this? Some sort of corporate espionage? Still, he answered her. Oh, Boss Su just placed an order with us for 800,000 yuan worth of ice. Hearing Boss Wu's confirmation, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian were stunned. A staggering 800,000 yuan. And 4 ice. There was no doubt about it now. Su Chen was a whale, a super whale. Li Na, her face a mask of shock, asked again. Sir, what is Su Chen planning to do? Boss Wu stroked his chin, recalling their conversation. He said he was going to the ANSA Federation to do some charity work. Boss Wu's answer sent the two women reeling from one shock to the next. Su Chen drove to a luxurious restaurant in the city, sitting down to review all of his purchases. Everything was settled. For the time he had left, he could peacefully enjoy the sunlight before the end of the world. In his past life, he was always swamped with business. He never even had time to stop by a coffee shop, let alone a high-end restaurant like this. As Su Chen was lost in thought, a waiter approached him, greeting him warmly and handing him a menu. Su Chen flipped through the menu, thinking to himself, delicious pan-fried foie gras, salt-baked frog, duck tongue and golden sauce. This truly was a top-tier restaurant, with the average bill. Suddenly, Su Chen turned to a page with only a question mark and a price of 17,000 yuan. He asked out of curiosity, what is this? A question mark that costs 17,000 yuan. The waiter smiled and explained, that is a dish personally created by our restaurant's head chef, Ya Lin. The exact dish depends entirely on the chef's creative inspiration for the day. Su Chen found the restaurant quite intriguing. He nodded immediately. That's a unique concept. I'll have that. The waiter instantly replied, right away, sir. After the waiter left, Su Chen took a moment to admire the restaurant's surroundings. He noticed the elegantly arranged bookshelves and walked over to pick out a copy of the Classic of Mountains and Seas to read. As he turned the pages, Su Chen sank deep into his thoughts. In his past life, when the cataclysm struck, a strange power had caused many creatures to mutate into something monstrous. The mythical beasts from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. They were identical to the monsters he'd seen with his own eyes. If you explain these bizarre mutations as evolutionary throwbacks, it's like ancestral traits reawakening after generations. Things like growing tails, or bodies covered in fur. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a beautiful girl approached, her pink hair catching the light as she carried a dish in a dazzling dress. She introduced herself with a graceful smile. Welcome, sir. I'm Ya Lin, the head chef of this restaurant. I've prepared a special dish, inspired by your unique aura. Su Chen looked up, meeting Ya Lin's gaze. Suddenly, a memory struck him like lightning. He stared in disbelief. Wasn't she the infamous Hell's Kitchen demon from his past life? In the apocalypse, Ya Lin earned her title by transforming the rotting flesh of monsters into irresistible, gourmet meals. But anyone who ate her cooking never lived to see another day. Ya Lin noticed Su Chen's stunned expression and thought to herself, what's with that look? Is he afraid a beautiful woman like me would poison his food? She simply smiled, trying to explain her creation. This dish has 5 layers of flavor, like the 2 sides of life. One side is pan-seared in oil. The other is fried to a crispy, 1,000-layer perfection. A single steak with 2 incredible textures. It's a taste that's impossible to resist. Su Chen immediately picked up his fork and took a bite. He smiled, nodding in appreciation. I have to admit, This is absolutely delicious. Worth every bit of 17,000 yuan. As he savored the meal, he thought, if she cooked for me in the apocalypse, heaven knows if she'd slip poison into my food. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoxian were secretly watching. Li Na kept slapping her legs, fighting off swarms of mosquitoes with a grimace. I heard a single dish in there costs over 10,000 yuan. Your man must be some rich second-gen heir. Once you marry into wealth, don't forget about your friends. I'm about to be eaten alive out here. Jiang Xiaoxian's eyes were glued to the scene inside. She nodded confidently. Oh, I'll definitely become a rich man's wife. After finishing his meal at Yaolin's restaurant, Chen continued his journey to the Century Bar. Standing before the entrance, he mused, Century Bar. The most extravagant place to spend money in all of Shangdu. Some rich heirs have blown millions in a single night here. I've never even seen what an abalone looks like. But once the apocalypse hits, all these dens of luxury and vice will vanish into dust. My biggest regret in my last life was never setting foot inside. As Chen held his glass, lost in memories, a group of girls excitedly surrounded him. Their voices were full of excitement. Hey handsome, why aren't you drinking? Let me have a toast with you. Chen was a bit flustered, but replied, all right, sure. While the other girls were partying wildly, one girl next to him remained quiet, with a hint of shyness. Noticing his gaze, her friend leaned in and filled his glass, then introduced her. This is Yun's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we brought her out to blow off some steam. With a tense, sad expression, Yun began to vent. That bastard. I wouldn't sleep with him. So he went and found some old hag. He has absolutely no standards. Are all you men so obsessed with sleeping around? Chen raised his glass, calmly explaining, a man's desire for beauty. It's a flaw etched into our very bones. Chen's words only seemed to make Yun more dejected. She immediately grabbed her glass and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Chen was taken aback and warned her, hey, that's not water you're drinking. After chugging the high-proof liquor, Yun slammed the glass on the table and yelled, hey handsome, are you single? Chen was a little surprised by her forwardness, but confirmed, yeah, I'm single. The moment he admitted it, Yun moved in close. Her face flushed as she whispered, then, do you want to? Her two friends immediately started cheering her on. That's the way to do it. That jerk didn't deserve you. Go for it, Yun. Just then, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoxian walked into the bar, looking around for Chen. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xiaoxian turned and saw him. She stared at the scene and screamed, Chen, what do you think you're doing? What the heck? Li Na's eyes widened in agreement. Was he having an affair? Chen recognized the two women, casually wrapping his arm around Yun. He whispered, come with me. Yun was completely swept away by Chen's powerful aura, thinking to herself, now this is a real man. Chen pulled Yun to her feet and quickly ran for the stairs. We're going upstairs. Down below, Li Na and Jiang Xiaotian gave chase, screaming, Chen, you stop right there. Chen just kept pulling Yun along. He led her into a room on the upper floor and gently bolted the door. He turned and said, sorry about that. I didn't get a chance to explain. Yun blushed deeply, shyly saying, this is my first time. Looking at her innocent expression, Chen thought to himself about this naive girl. He gently flicked her forehead, making her yelp. Ouch. Chen's tone turned serious. Are you drunk? Sober up. For the next few days, don't go outside. Stay home and stockpile as much food as you can. Yun winced, still rubbing her forehead as she stammered. Oh, okay, I will. Chen opened the door to leave, not forgetting to add, one more thing. If you're looking for love, don't search for it here. Soon enough. There won't be a later anymore. He closed the door, thinking, it feels like a waste to just walk away from such a rare opportunity. But the moment he stepped out, Chen was met with a horrifying scene. Li Na was pounding on the door, screaming, Chen, you can't do this to Xiaotian. Beside her, Jiang Xiaotian was kicking the door, threatening, I know you're in there. Looking at the spectacle before him, Chen let out a long sigh. With these two here, tonight was definitely not going to be fun. At the suburban warehouse Chen had chosen, the massive orders he'd placed that morning had begun to arrive. As a large truck screeched to a halt, the driver and delivery crew called out, Boss Su? Where do you want these 2 containers? Boss Su, it's a cold storage warehouse. Aren't you afraid the ice will melt? I've got the charcoal delivery. Chen walked a lap around the warehouse, signaling for the workers to move the heaters and ice machines inside. At the same time, he directed them to block the entrance with massive blocks of ice. He gave clear instructions. Just stack the ice right here. Just then, Wang Haoyu, Li Na, and Jiang Xiaotian also arrived in the suburban district. Wang Haoyu squeezed through the crowd to whisper a report to Xiaotian. Miss Tian, Su Chen rented a huge warehouse out in these suburbs. He's bought a ton of bulky machines, I don't know what they are, and he's moving it all inside. A look of pure curiosity crossed Jiang Xiaotian's face as she mumbled her thoughts aloud. What in the world is Su Chen planning? Li Na noticed a team from the Lucheng Hotel carrying supplies in, and she excitedly grabbed Xiaotian's arm. Xiaotian, look! Isn't that the catering for a grand banquet from the Lucheng Hotel? They're even rolling out a red carpet. Do you think he's planning a surprise proposal? And guests from all over are about to pour in? Li Na's words sent Jiang Xiaotian floating on cloud nine. Her face beamed as she replied with false confidence. Even if he does propose, I might not agree to it. Li Na, come with me. Let's go see just how sincere he is. Jiang Xiaotian strode over to Su Chen and asked in a demanding tone. Su Chen, why did you buy all of this? Su Chen casually shrugged off his jacket, shooting Xiaotian an ice-cold glare as he replied. Are you here to help me move things? After you finish helping, then I'll tell you. Hearing Su Chen tell her she had to work, Xiaotian frowned, thinking to herself, move things? Is he kidding me? I'm about to be a tycoon's wife. Why should I be doing manual labor? Seeing her friend hesitate, Li Na immediately ran over and nudged her with her shoulder, whispering, he's probably testing you. He wants to see if you're worthy of being a rich man's wife. After hearing Li Na's analysis, Xiaotian nodded. It all made sense. Though her face was still scrunched up in a frown, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and ran over to help lift some boxes. All right, fine. It's not like I'm some delicate, pretentious woman. With her flashy clothes and wobbly posture, Jiang Xiaotian used every last bit of her strength to hoist a heavy box onto her shoulder. Her face was twisted in a grimace, and she was panting heavily, but she kept feeding herself a fantasy to keep going. To become the wife of a great tycoon, one must have a noble character and profound wisdom. As long as I can pass this test today, Su Chen will definitely ask me to be his bride. Not to be outdone, Li Na struck a seductive pose beside her, trying her best to capture Su Chen's attention. Brother Su Chen, she cooed, let me help out too. While posing attractively, Li Na thought to herself, what rich heir isn't a total lesh, if I just show him a little enthusiasm. Even if I don't become his wife, I can at least get something out of him. Su Chen watched the two women willingly offer themselves up on a silver platter and couldn't help but smirk to himself. Free labor, he thought. It'd be a waste not to use it. 1,000 banquet tables, 2,000 tons of ice, even with extra crews from the hotel and the factory. This would have taken forever. After all the goods from the various suppliers were finally transported and delivered to the warehouse, the sky had already turned to dusk. Seeing the work finally completed, Su Chen stretched his arms and shouted, finally, we're done. At the warehouse entrance, Jiang Xiaotian, after a long day of what felt like community service, was completely drenched in sweat, soaked from the inside out. She shivered, her face twisted with resentment towards Su Chen. Su Chen, you're just too much. Making us move things from morning until night without even offering us a single meal. When I become his rich wife, I'm taking all of his money. Beside her, Li Na was in a similarly pathetic state, trembling all over. Panting heavily, she managed to complain. That bastard. Making us move such heavy things. That block of ice must have been over 50 kilograms. But even though she was furious, Jiang Xiaotian was still lost in her daydream. The test is finally over, she thought. Su Chen is probably about to announce me as his new bride. The rich guests must be coming soon. Li Na, looking pale from exhaustion, agreed. That's right, the food is getting cold. Don't they care? Rich people are so strange. Elsewhere, Su Chen was generously handing out thick red envelopes to the drivers and delivery staff. Everyone worked hard today, he announced. This is a small bonus for you all. The remaining balance will be paid in full, according to the contract, within 1 week. After receiving the envelopes, the delivery drivers' faces lit up, their eyes wide with disbelief. One man held up the thick envelope and shouted, "This thing is packed. There must be at least 10,000 yuan in here." The whole group erupted in cheers, their faces beaming. The boss is the best. While that was happening, Jiang Xiaoxian, trembling from exhaustion, dragged herself over to Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, is there something important you wanted to tell me? Su Chen walked into the warehouse with an icy expression, replying dismissively over his shoulder. Oh, right. Thanks for your help. But there's no reward for you, so you can go now. Jiang Xiaoxian was completely stunned, turning back, to voice the frantic thoughts in her head. You. You're joking, right? You must have a surprise for me. Call the guests out. Let's get married already. Su Chen turned back with a smirk. Marriage? I'd love to, but I've already sold my house, and I'm drowning in debt. You still want to follow me? Li Na couldn't believe her ears, screaming, Impossible! The $10 million banquet, the $50,000 restaurant. How could you possibly be broke? Su Chen placed his hand on the supply crates, answering calmly. Oh, all this? A powerful tycoon wanted to do some charity. He wanted to help the poor in Alxa, so I pitched in. Jiang Xiaotian gritted her teeth, her face burning with rage as she lunged forward to confront Su Chen, roaring, You bastard! You dare lie to me? Seeing Jiang Xiaotian charge like a madwoman, Su Chen deftly sidestepped. What did I lie to you about? Unable to grab him, Jiang Xiaotian tumbled to the ground, choking back her fury. She cursed endlessly. Su Chen, you scum! You're not a rich heir at all. I don't want to marry you. Su Chen shot her a look of pure contempt. As if I'd want a gold digger like you. His words shattered her pride. Jiang Xiaotian was seething with rage, giving him a look filled with hatred. Afterward, she and Li Na stormed out of the warehouse. Jiang Xiaotian screamed back, You bastard, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. Li Na pointed, a warning finger. You're finished. You are absolutely finished. Su Chen ignored them both, thinking to himself, Fools, let's see how you survive when the apocalypse arrives. He turned back into the warehouse to finish his final preparations. To avoid being discovered, Su Chen carefully locked the warehouse door, approaching the neatly arranged supplies and goods. The supplies are finally ready. Now, I just have to wait for doomsday. Su Chen raised his hand, activating his superpower and opening his dimensional space. Batch after batch of supplies was sucked into his secret dimension. That evening, in a luxurious building in Chengdu, a lavish room, Wang Dehai was cheerfully telling Jiang, Xiaotian, from now on, stick with little you. You'll have the best food and clothes. Here in Chengdu, my name, Wang Dehai, carries some weight. Wang Hao. Yu wrapped his arm tightly around Jiang Xiaotian, whispering, Sister Tian, after how Su Chen treated you, you should have left him ages ago. You belong with me. Jiang Xiaotian replied with a shy expression. Then I'm looking forward to your performance. Wang Hao, Yu said confidently. Don't worry, Sister Tian. My big brother will get revenge for you. Jiang Xiaotian was already scheming in her heart, her eyes revealing her cunning nature. Wang Haoyu wasn't bad, and his brother was wealthy in Chengdu. Being with him was far better than that dog, Su Chen. Just as she was lost in her calculations, a voice suddenly came from the dining table behind her. This woman really isn't picky, is she? Jiang Xiaotian jumped and spun around, stunned to see Su Chen. How was he here? Wang Hao. Yu flew into a rage, veins popping on his face as he pointed at Su Chen and yelled, Big brother, it's that punk. He's the one who attacked me. Before, Wang Dehai's face turned grim as he stared down Su Chen. Punk, I was just about to come looking for you. You have some nerve touching my little brother. Wang Haoyu stood behind him and asked, Big brother, you know him? Wang Dehai replied, This kid borrowed 600,000 yuan from me, using his house as collateral. The payment is due tomorrow. Wang Haoyu's face lit up as he sneered. So that's how it is. Looks like we can settle all our scores at once. Jiang Xiaotian crossed her arms, looking at Su Chen with disdain. He dares to owe Brother Hai money? I bet he can't pay it back in this lifetime. Good thing I cut ties with him. Li Na chimed in. He'll borrow from anyone. He really has a death wish. After finishing his meal, Su Chen wiped his mouth and spoke calmly. Can't a man even finish his dinner in peace? Wang Dehai stepped closer, threatening him. Kid, you better have my money tomorrow. And you still dare to drink in this hotel? Are you looking down on me? Don't tell me you think. You can earn 600,000 yuan overnight. Wang Haoyu and his lackeys behind him grew aggressive. In his dreams, Big brother, don't waste words on him. This loser dared to attack me. Let's just beat him to death. Seeing the tense situation, Liu Xiner quickly stepped forward to mediate. Gentlemen, what are you trying to do? Let's talk this out. Wang Dehai pointed at his brother, smirking. Fine. Tell this kid to get on his knees, kowtow, and apologize to me. And my little brother. Then we'll let this go. Liu Xiner looked worried and turned to Su Chen. Mr. Su, what's going on? Su Chen reassured her. It's nothing. Just a couple of nobodies. Su Chen's words sent Wang Dehai into a fury. He slammed the table and roared, Kid, I'm done being nice. You're finished today. Not even Miss Liu can save you now. Suddenly, from behind them, a man strode in, shouting, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The man had an angry expression, and with his fierce-looking followers, he approached and challenged Wang Dahai again. "Who gave you permission to cause trouble here?" Wang Dahai spun around, startled, his face turning pale. Su Chen looked up, recognizing the newcomer. The moment he saw Gao Qiang approaching, Wang Dahai's arrogance vanished. He forced a cheerful smile and said, "Haha, Brother Qiang, what brings you here today?" Gao Qiang. He didn't even spare Wang Dahai a glance, his voice dripping with ice. "I'm here on important business today. Dare to cause trouble, and I'll make sure you never see another sunrise." Wang Dahai's face crumpled like a kicked dog as he thought to himself, "This Gao Qiang is a famous businessman in Shangdu City. He's incredibly well connected, with countless men under his command. I absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of him." Instantly, Wang Dahai rushed to smooth things over. "Yes, of course, Brother Qiang. You handle your business. I'll come over to offer you a drink later." Su Chen recalled his past life. After the apocalypse descended, Gao Qiang became an immensely powerful force in Shangdu City. He even had a subordinate known by the title of Hell's Kitchen. That's right. I remember hearing that the Lu Cheng Hotel was the very first place the outbreak occurred after the apocalypse began. It seems Gao Qiang was able to become the Skull Crusher thanks to the early ancestral mutation that appeared right here. Well then, you'll have to excuse me. As Gao Qiang turned, he noticed Su Chen's gaze fixed upon him. Su Chen thought to himself, "This opportunity is mine now." Gao Qiang stared intently at Su Chen, recognizing his unyielding aura and a face completely devoid of fear. This piqued his interest. "Heh, you're an interesting kid." A moment later, Gao Qiang and Yalin stepped into a luxurious private room. Standing before the powerful president seated inside, Gao Qiang pushed Yalin forward to seal his deal, presenting her with a flourish. "President Sun, I've brought Duan Ya as you requested." Duan Ya's face was a mask of ice as she asked the man before her, "I wonder why President Sun was looking for me." The man called President Sun picked up a wine glass freshly poured by a server, his voice oozing with mockery. "Ha ha, I've heard that. Miss Duan is a great beauty. Today, I finally get to witness it in person." A predatory smile spread across President Sun's lecherous face as he held the wine glass out to Yalin. "Come now, let's have a drink." The glass President Sun offered filled Yalin with a sense of dread. She thought to herself, "There's definitely something in this drink." She began to desperately search for a way to refuse him gracefully. Down below in Su Chen's room, he held a glass of red wine, swirling it gently before, slowly savoring it, his eyes watching the cityscape outside. "In my past life, Jiang Xiaotian and I hid in the underground basement below to survive the apocalypse and the extreme heat. I never thought that after leaving her, she would come here on her own." Su Chen's gaze shifted down to the swimming pool, where Wang Haoyu and his cronies were gathered. His voice was laced with frost. "Perfect. Old grudges and new hatred. I'll settle them all at once." At that moment, the two Wang Haoyu brothers were splashing around in the pool. Wang Dahai, with his portly frame, felt the sweltering evening heat intensely. He wiped away sweat, grimacing as he turned to his younger brother. "Little bro, don't you think it's even hotter tonight than it was this morning?" Wang Haoyu, wearing a duck-shaped floaty, nodded in agreement. "Totally. That's why I suggested we hit the pool to cool off. Plus, the ladies are changing into their swimsuits." A wicked grin spread across his face as he whispered to his older brother, "Heh, just thinking about it, doesn't that get you excited, big bro?" Hearing this, Wang Dahai's eyes narrowed into slits. He chuckled, slinging his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, affectionately. "Ha ha, you little punk. You really know how to seize an opportunity." Inside, Lina and Xiaotian had just changed into sexy swimsuits that showed off their stunning figures. Lina raised a hand to shield her eyes from the light above, feeling a bit uneasy as she said, "Xiaotian, look, why does the moon look like the sun today?" Xiaotian, also beaded with sweat, nodded in response. "You're right. It's way too bright." The moment the two women stepped out to the pool area, Wang Haoyu suddenly rushed over, grabbing Xiaotian's hand and shouting, loudly, "Xiaotian, do you see? My love for you is as beautiful as tonight's moonlight. This is a testament to our love." Zhang Xiaotian was stunned by Wang Haoyu's overly dramatic display of affection. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable, she snapped, "Ugh, it's boiling out here. Just get me to the pool already." From his room above, Su Chen sipped his wine. He sneered, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Huh. So much for your precious love. It's all about to go up in flames. He raised his glass, tapping it gently against the window before him, as if making a toast. Cheers. To the end of the world. Again. Outside, the moon began to swell, drawing unnervingly, close to the earth. The temperature spiked, the heat becoming more intense with every second. Down by the swimming pool, Wang Dahai's crew stood frozen, completely bewildered by what was happening. As the heat became unbearable, they broke into a panicked sprint for the building, their voices laced with terror. Ah, why is the moonlight suddenly burning hot? Ow, it hurts, my skin is on fire. Wang Haoyu grabbed Xiao Qian, pulling her towards safety while shouting, "There's no time for a swim. Get back to the hotel, now." Meanwhile, the hulking Wang Dahai struggled to keep up, gasping for air and screaming, "Wait for me." Inside, his underlings were gathered around a table, deep in a card game. One of them glanced outside and asked in surprise, "Hey, why'd it get so bright all of a sudden? You think Boss Hai and the others are okay?" Another lackey just laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "He's just chasing skirts. You know how the boss is." The moment he finished speaking, the door was thrown open. Wang Haoyu and the two girls burst in, their desperate escape looking like they were fleeing death itself. All of their skin was a painful, blistering red. The card players stared blankly at the newcomers. "Hey, what's with you guys? Why are you running for your lives? And why is everyone's skin turning red?" Behind them, one guy couldn't care less about the commotion, urging his friend, "Come on, keep playing. It's your turn." Wang Haoyu and the two women collapsed on the floor, rolling around and screaming in agony. "Ugh, it burns. We're burning alive. Help us. The heat is killing us. Water. Get us some water. Now." Wang Haoyu was still, clutching his duck floaty when he spotted the water tank, his face lighting up like a drowning man finding a lifeline. He screamed, "Water. There's water." Without a second's hesitation, Wang Haoyu, Xiao Qian, and Li Na scrambled towards the tank as if their lives depended on it. As the cool water washed over him, Wang Haoyu gasped, "I'm alive." The two girls, however, started shoving each other. "Get out! This water is mine! Move it!" The lackeys stared, completely confused. "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Where's Boss Hai?" As soon as his brother was mentioned, Wang Haoyu's face filled with terror. "That's right, where's my big brother?" Just then, the door swung open again. Wang Dahai staggered inside, his entire body covered in boils and blisters, his skin literally smoking. He struggled to whisper, for help, for someone to save his life. Seeing their boss in this state, Wang Haoyu and the others rushed to his side in horror. "Big bro, are you okay? Get the burn cream. Where's the ointment? Hurry up. Xiao Yu. You left me behind to run? Big bro, I was wrong. I'll never leave you again." Meanwhile, upstairs in Gao Qiang and Ya Lin's room, President Sun noticed Ya Lin was stalling, and finally spoke up. "Well, Miss Duan, aren't you going to drink?" Gao Qiang, sensing the awkward situation, tried to interject. "President Sun, I've prepared a banquet for us, perhaps we should." But President Sun shot him a look, cutting him off. "In all of Chengdu, no one has ever dared to refuse a drink poured by me, Sun Debiao. Little Gao, this doesn't concern you." Called out so directly, Gao Qiang could only turn away and pretend not to see. Ya Lin glanced at Gao Qiang, cursing him internally. Damn it, he's willing to sacrifice me just to get on Sun Debiao's good side. Sun Debiao's power in Chengdu was immense. He had ruined countless women. Ya Lin knew that tonight she was his target. She stared at the glass in front of her, her brow furrowed. There was definitely something wrong with this drink. She absolutely couldn't drink it. But how could she possibly refuse? Suddenly, the light outside flared, becoming so intensely bright that it was impossible to look at. Both Gao Qiang and President Sun cried out in shock. "Ah, what's happening? My eyes," Gao Qiang immediately ordered. "Quick, draw the curtains." A searing heat began to fill the room. Gao Qiang looked on with a tense expression. "President Sunday, something feels very wrong about this." President Sun's face paled as he gestured towards the door. "Let's go. We need to see what's happening downstairs." This sudden turn of events had saved Ya Lin from a perilous situation. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Down in the lobby, Liu Xiner stood, blocking the main exit, signaling for everyone to stop. "You can't go outside. Everyone, please remain calm. We've already contacted the rescue teams. Please wait here patiently." However, the moment she finished, the crowd erupted in protest. Wait for what? I make millions a minute. You think I'm going to waste my time sitting here? Yeah. Gao Qiang descended the stairs and called to his subordinate. Lao Miao, what's the situation? Lao Miao, who was taking off his jacket, quickly explained. A moment ago, the moon suddenly flared up, and the temperature outside skyrocketed. According to initial reports, the temperature may have exceeded 160 degrees Fahrenheit. We have nearly 100 injured. Nearby, President Sun was frantically on his phone. Minister Zhao, we're at the Lu Cheng Hotel. Can you send someone to pick us up? Yes, I understand. Gao Qiang turned to him. How is it? President Sun frowned, his voice laced with worry. Right now, the higher-ups are focusing all their 40 resources on securing the power grid. They can't spare anyone. We don't have the manpower. This is a real problem. Back in the room with Wang Haoyu's crew, the underlings were applying medicine to Wang Dahai's burns, but he wouldn't stop groaning. Ow, it hurts so much. Be more gentle. One of the underlings spoke with worry. Brother Hai, you have to get to a hospital. Wang Haoyu panicked. How can we go out in this heat? How are we supposed to get to a hospital now? Wang Dahai grimaced, trying to calm him. Don't worry, I'll call Xiao Jiao to bring the car around. He immediately signaled for a subordinate to contact Xiao Jiao. Down in the parking garage, Xiao Jiao answered his phone. Brother Hai, I'm in the garage. Hot? Yeah. I think something's wrong. Xiao Jiao hurriedly started the car. Hang on, I'm coming now. After driving just a short distance, he glanced up at the blazing sky, muttering, Why is it so bright? But before he could finish his sentence, a series of loud pops echoed as all 4 tires burst, unable to withstand the heat. The car screeched to a halt. Xiao Jiao jumped out in a rage and kicked the tire. Are you kidding me? It's so hot the tires exploded. What the hell kind of weather is this? Without a second thought, the henchman Xiao Jiao immediately turned and sprinted back toward the hotel, calling Wang Dahai as he ran. Hello? Brother Hai. All 4 tires blew out. I can't make it. I'm heading back. You guys have to figure something else out. But the moment his foot stepped out, into an area lit directly by the moonlight, the thick sole of Xiao Jiao's shoe instantly melted away. He was stuck fast to the ground. Before he could react, the young man stumbled and pitched forward. Face first, Xiao Jiao hit the ground hard. But before a curse could escape his lips, he saw the countless bodies scattered around him. Every single one was charred black, twisted in a horrific state of agony. Gripped by pure terror, Xiao Jiao gasped. What the hell is this? He tried to scramble to his feet and run, but half his face was seared to the blistering ground, forcing a soul-shattering scream from his lungs. His agonizing shrieks echoed all the way to Wang Dahai's hidden shelter, sending a wave of panic through the group. A henchman's hand trembled, dropping his phone to the floor. Xiao Jiao's screams faded into nothing, then silence. The only sound left was a faint static from the phone, and then the call disconnected. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's suite, his careful preparations were paying off. The air conditioner was humming steadily at 16 degrees Celsius. The room's temperature held stable at 25.5 degrees, completely untouched by the hellish heat outside. The cool, quiet space allowed Su Chen to lean back in comfort, slowly closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Fanny's here with a little spoiler for the next chapter. Because Su Chen's room was the perfect oasis from the heat, a crowd soon gathered to knock on his door. Their faces were filled with desperation. Comrade, we need to get in. But their hopes for salvation were about to be shattered. Su Chen coldly drew his gun, aimed it right at them, and said one word, scram. Just then, the government issued an emergency broadcast about the anomaly. The moon was suddenly radiating an immense amount of heat, causing outdoor temperatures to skyrocket to a deadly 75 degrees Celsius. The ground in some areas was even reaching 100 degrees. This catastrophic event had already caused hundreds of casualties. The authorities urged everyone to stay indoors at all costs. Do not go outside. You risk severe skin and respiratory burns. At the city's power center, the ambient temperature soared past safety limits, causing several ultra-high voltage substations to overheat. The grid's wiring couldn't handle the immense load and short-circuited. Moments later, a substation exploded. It triggered a catastrophic chain reaction, plunging huge sections of the city into a complete and devastating blackout. Wang Dahai's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a notification for his call to Xiao Jiao. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is not reachable. Wang Dahai stared at the screen, his face twisting with unease. It seems Xiao Jiao is gone. His right-hand man, who had gone to scout the area, rushed back to report. Boss, every other room in this hotel is packed. This is the last one. We're all going to have to cram in here. Hearing this, the 2 women, Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na, immediately protested. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly share a room with all these men? Exactly. I demand a private room. Suddenly, the lights flickered and died. The entire room was plunged into darkness, and the oppressive heat instantly became more suffocating. It forced a curse from Wang Dahai. Damn it! What the hell is going on in this cursed place? Why'd the power go out now? His underlings couldn't stand the heat either. One by one, they began stripping off their shirts, desperate to escape the scorching feeling. Boss Hai, it's gotta be over 40 degrees in here. If we stay packed like this, we're going to cook to death. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth and turned to his crew. We need a plan. Just then, Jiang Xiaoqian spoke up with a bold idea. I remember. Su Chen's presidential suite. It has a swimming pool. We should just go take it from him. Meanwhile, inside that very suite, Su Chen was calmly swimming, his mind drifting back to his past life. He remembered it all too clearly. The power grid in Chengdu City was riddled with hidden dangers from poor maintenance. Despite reinforcing it, the city's grid eventually collapsed. Everyone who relied on the power company was left in the dark. That's why, in this life, Su Chen had chosen a room with its own pool. He'd prepared a portable air conditioner and a massive battery pack. To guarantee an uninterrupted power supply, he'd even prepared a massive container of ice, ensuring the room's temperature remained perfectly stable. Su Chen savored a glass of exquisite wine, leaning back on the sofa and basking in the cool, relaxing sanctuary he'd created. It seemed a few laps in the pool had burned some serious calories. His stomach suddenly let out a loud growl, making him laugh in surprise. So he was hungry. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen opened his dimensional space. He pulled out a feast of delicacies: fresh greens, creme caramel, crabs, steak, fried chicken, and steamed buns. Su Chen gleefully snapped his chopsticks apart, a satisfied grin on his face. There we go. For the first day of the apocalypse, a simple breakfast like this will do just fine. He ate with a private smirk, thinking to himself, I wonder if anyone else is having a light breakfast quite like this. As Su Chen savored each bite, he wondered, when will Gao Qiang's destined opportunity finally appear? It's true what they say, even gods don't interrupt a meal. But his peace was short-lived. A heavy knock pounded on his door. Su Chen sighed. That's the second time. From the hallway, a familiar voice yelled, Open up! Open the door! Su Chen, I know you're in there. Without hesitation, Su Chen strode over and opened it. A blast of ice-cold air billowed out from his room, stunning the group of people waiting outside. Wang Dahai's eyes went wide as he stammered, Incredible. That's cold air. Su Chen stood in the doorway, his voice like ice. What do you want? The moment Wang Haoyu peeked inside, his eyes landed on the gourmet food, the cool air conditioning, and the pristine swimming pool. He completely lost his composure, screaming out loud, Ice! Big brother, it's real ice. This room doesn't just have a pool. It has electricity, AC, and even top-tier food. Outside, the entire group, including Li Na, Jiang Xiaotian, and Wang Haoyu, began to yell furiously. Su Chen, we're all about to die out here. How can you be in there enjoying yourself all alone? Yeah, you're way too selfish. Get out of this room now. Don't make us force you out. With no more hesitation, Wang Dahai shoved his way inside, his voice a low growl. You little punk. It's time to pay back what you owe me. Hand over the room. We'll call it interest for the past few days. Otherwise, I'll throw you out myself. But the second he stepped inside, Su Chen acted without a shred of hesitation. His face turned to ice as he drew a pistol and fired. A lead bullet slammed directly into Wang Dahai's side. The man looked down, watching the red stain blossom across his hip. His face went pale, his eyes filled with terror. Su Chen kept the gun aimed at the rest of them, his voice a chilling warning. Take one more step, and you die. The sudden gunshot sent a shockwave of fear through the group. They stared, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. He actually has a gun. Wang Dahai clutched his bleeding side, his voice trembling as he spoke. Su Chen, how did you get a gun? All right, you win. I give up. But the moment he tried to take another step, bang, Su Chen fired again, this time putting a bullet straight through Wang Dahai's leg. The roaring gunshot terrified the crowd even more. As for Wang Dahai, he collapsed, screaming in agony. Ah, my leg! Su Chen nonchalantly raised the gun again, his voice dripping with killing intent. Get out while you still can. Enough with the empty threats. Are you looking for death? I'm counting to 3. Get out of my sight. Now. 1, 2. At that exact moment, down in the lobby, Gao Qiang's angry voice echoed. What do you mean? How can your hotel have no food? A young woman named Liu Shinner bowed her head apologetically, explaining on the hotel's behalf. My apologies, sir. 2 days ago, someone booked over 1,000 banquet tables. Nearly all of our food supplies were used. Our next delivery was scheduled for today. A man called Boss Sun, fuming, poured a bottle of water over his head to cool off, then ordered through clenched teeth, "Then bring every last bit of food and water you have left to me." The second he said it, the surrounding crowd erupted in protest. You already took all the bottled water. Now you want the food too? Damn it, you're leaving us with nothing to survive. Think you're so tough just because you're rich? Then why don't you just leave? Food and water should be shared. Why should we give it all to you? Hearing these complaints, Gao Qiang's men grew enraged. Their eyes blazed, veins popping on their foreheads. What was that? Someone has a problem? Maybe I should escort them outside personally. You think a bunch of worthless trash like you deserves to argue with me? Suddenly, the elevator doors slid open. Wang Dahai's group stumbled into the lobby, screaming in a panic. Help! Su Chen is a murderer. Gao Qiang's brow furrowed as he immediately moved in to investigate. The moment he saw the bleeding wound on Wang Dahai's side, his expression darkened. A gunshot wound. Not many people could get their hands on a firearm. It seems the person upstairs is extremely dangerous. A panicked Wang Haoyu rushed to support his leader. Big brother, are you okay? Jiang Xiaotian couldn't hold back either, screaming at the top of her lungs. Everyone! Su Chen's room has power. It has AC and even a swimming pool. Her words sent a shockwave through the crowd, instantly causing an uproar. They swarmed Jiang Xiaotian, bombarding her with questions. Are you telling the truth? Hey girl, you better not be lying to us. Jiang Xiaotian spat out every word with fury. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. There was ice, piles of food, even fried chicken and wine. It was like paradise in there. Hearing this, it was as if a fire had been lit under the crowd. They surged forward as one, stampeding towards Su Chen's room. Why should he get to live in luxury while we suffer? And we're stuck in this oven? Damn it! How did that punk get ice and air conditioning? We can't let him have it all to himself. The crowd outside began to roar with rage. Let's go drag that kid out of there. Hand over the ice and the AC. A kid cried out, Mommy, I want fried chicken. Behind them, Gao Qiang ordered his lackeys. You guys go monitor the situation. I don't have to tell you what to do, right? The henchman nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Boss Qiang. Just as the mob surged forward to bang on the door, it swung open. Su Chen stood there and asked coldly, What is it? A blast of cold air washed over them. The crowd gasped in unison. It's so cool, it feels like. Every pore on my skin can finally breathe. A young man peered inside and spoke up. Su Chen, my friend, we've come to negotiate. Can't you see this is a time of crisis for everyone? In this entire hotel, only your suite has air conditioning. Could you let us in to cool off for a little while? The young should learn to help those in need. And looking at you, I can tell you're a helpful person. Just then, a little kid squeezed through the crowd and poked his head in. Where's the fried chicken? The moment he saw the fried chicken, the boy shrieked with excitement. A huge, hungry grin spread across his face. He shot inside like an arrow. Mom, fried chicken, I want some. But just as expected, the second he stepped into the room, a powerful force sent him flying backward. A swollen, red welt already forming on his stomach. Seeing her son knocked unconscious, the boy's mother screamed in terror. My son. Su Chen stood at the door, his voice cutting through the air like ice. Control your children properly. Otherwise, I don't mind doing it for you. Witnessing Su Chen's decisive action, the crowd outside erupted in anger, their eyes filled with hatred. He's just a child. How could you do that to him? You murderer. You're a killer. A few enraged men charged straight for Su Chen, screaming for justice. Someone like you doesn't belong here. Get the hell out. He's all alone. Let's get him. Without another word, Su Chen raised his gun and fired. The bullet slammed directly into the forehead of a shouting man, who dropped, on the spot, his 2 companions frozen in shock. He collapsed, motionless. The other 2 were so scared they wet themselves, their faces pale as they stared at Su Chen's smoking gun. I may be alone, but each of you only has 1 life to lose. Inside the Lucheng Hotel, when Wang Haoyu saw Wang Dahai's body left outside, he roared in agony. Big brother, why did you people leave my brother out there? His men struggled to hold Wang Haoyu back. Calm down. Brother Hai is gone. His wounds were already septic. In this heat, without medicine, he never would have made it. Wang Haoyu's eyes burned red as he screamed with pure hatred. Su Chen, This is all because of that bastard Su Chen. On the upper floor, outside Su Chen's presidential suite, Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na stood in front of the camera, desperately pleading. Brother Chen, I know you couldn't bring yourself to shoot us. You were just trying to scare Wang Dahai, right? Su Chen, have you forgotten how much I love you? Just let us in, and we'll do anything you want. Big brother, please let us in. It's so hot out here. I promise to keep you company tonight. Su Chen opened the door, a faint smile on his lips. Such a touching display of sisterly affection. Fine, come in. The two women's eyes lit up as if they'd struck gold. Really? I knew it. Su Chen would never abandon me. You really are a good person, big brother. But before their celebration could begin, Wang Haoyu suddenly charged from behind, his face a mask of pure murder. Get the hell out of my way, I'm going to. Kill him. Just as Wang Haoyu's hand was about to reach him, Su Chen calmly closed his eyes, his voice deadly. Anyone who steps through this door will die. With those words, Su Chen raised a baseball bat and swung a fatal blow straight into Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backward. Wang Haoyu tumbled uncontrollably like a bowling ball, knocking over Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na, causing all three to cry out in pain. Su Chen, holding the bat, slammed it hard onto the ground, his eyes radiating a cold, killing aura. All right, ladies, who wants to come in next? The deathly look in his eyes and his murderous stance terrified the two women. Their faces contorted in fear as they did a complete 180-degree turn, screaming in unison. We're not coming in. We're not coming in anymore, okay? Right. It's actually very nice out here. Su Chen turned his icy gaze to the two. Women sprawled on the floor and gave a cold reminder. Then get lost. Without needing to be told a second time, Jiang, Xiaotian and Li Na scrambled away as if a ghost was chasing them, leaving Wang Haoyu to crawl pathetically after them. Sister, Tian, wait for me. Su Chen lifted his head, glancing toward the ceiling where a machine gun turret with facial recognition had been installed. He thought to himself, if they didn't get lost, they really would have died. A while later, a large vehicle appeared at the entrance of the Lucheng Hotel. All its tires had been replaced with Caterpillar tracks to withstand the extreme outdoor temperatures. The people in the hotel saw the rescue team and cheered with joy. Look! Is that a rescue vehicle? Look at its wheels. Its tires were wrapped in chains, the windows heavily insulated. This had to be the rescue team. We're saved. We're finally saved. The massive vehicle ground to a halt. In front of the hotel, soldiers in thermal gear stepped out, weapons at the ready. One of them marched forward, his voice booming with authority. Everyone, stand back and clear a path. We're looking for Academician Liu Zhengguo. Is he here? Instantly, Academician Liu stepped forward from the crowd. I am he confirmed. The young soldier rushed over, presenting a thermal suit to the esteemed scientist and explaining the situation. Academician Liu, we're the emergency rescue squad. Please, put this suit on immediately. You need to come with us, right now. Realizing the team was only there for one man, panic erupted in the crowd. Wait a minute, someone screamed. Aren't you here to rescue all of us? Yeah, another voice shouted. You can't just save him and leave the rest of us here to die. A soldier stepped forward to placate them. Everyone, please remain calm. The government is launching a full-scale rescue operation. The temperature will be at its lowest point at 12 a.m. Tonight, you must make your own way to the nearest relief point at Silicon Valley Square. Hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the survivors. Really? Is there an official rescue tonight? That's incredible. We're going to make it. So the government hadn't completely collapsed. However, Boss Sun shoved his way through the crowd, ready to make his own demands. I'm Sunday Biao of the Sun Corporation. I'll give you 100 million. Now give me that suit. I'm leaving on that vehicle. Right now. But Boss Sun was clearly no match for these highly trained soldiers. An operative immediately neutralized him, pinning him to the ground. Academician Liu Zhengguo is a leading geological expert, he warned. His knowledge is critical to surviving this catastrophe. Do not interfere with our mission. Writhing in pain, Boss Sun shrieked at his bodyguard, Gao Qiang. Gao Qiang, you useless bastard. What the hell do I pay you for? Get up there and get me that suit. But staring down the barrel of a gun makes everyone equal. Gao Qiang and his men froze, completely ignoring their boss's frantic orders. With Academician Liu secured, the squad began to pull out. All personnel, prepare for extraction, the leader yelled. But just as they were leaving, Jiang Xiaoqian ran forward. She grabbed a soldier's arm, her face a mask of terror. Officer, please wait. Upstairs, there's a crazed killer on the top floor. Li Na rushed forward too, shouting, She's right. He's a psychopath, and he's armed. He nearly killed us just a little while ago. You absolutely cannot let a murderer like that get away. One of the soldiers, Xiao Feng, removed his helmet, his face set with determination. I'm staying behind, he declared. I know my limits. You guys take the academician and go. I'll contact you once the situation is handled. His squad mate tried to warn him. Xiao Feng, you're in a delicate condition. Don't be reckless. But he had already shed his thermal suit, heading upstairs with his rifle and muttering to himself. Let's see just what kind of monster you really are. Behind him, a wicked smile spread across Jiang Xiaoqian's face. Once Su Chen is dead, she thought, I'll just wait calmly in my room for the real rescue. Meanwhile, in the hallway leading to the presidential suite, the air was deathly still. Xiao Feng took cover behind a corner, carefully scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a potted plant across the hall. A camera. It was the one Su Chen had hidden there to monitor the corridor, and it had just captured Xiao Feng's every move. All at once, the door to Su Chen's suite creaked open, and an arm emerged from the darkness. It hurled a canister directly at Xiao Feng. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. Son of a... He cursed under his breath. The canister rolled to a stop and detonated. But it wasn't an explosion of shrapnel. It was a tear gas grenade. Thick, acrid smoke instantly billowed around him. He was sent into a violent coughing fit. Grimacing, he realized, damn it, it's tear gas. Coughing, his eyes burned as he squeezed them shut. This is bad, he thought. I have to fall back. But as he stumbled through the disorienting cloud, a shadow emerged behind him. It was Su Chen, wielding a baseball bat. With one swift, brutal swing, everything went dark for Xiao Feng. A short while later, inside Su Chen's suite, Xiao Feng slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to open his stinging eyes. My eyes. They burn. Where am I? And why does it feel so cool in here? Su Chen stood over him, holding his military ID. Xiao Feng, he read aloud. Vice Captain of the Special Operations Unit. Since you're awake, let's have a chat. Xiao Feng felt the cool air on his skin. He looked around the room, bewildered. Is that air conditioning? Just who the hell are you? And where did you get a gun and tactical grenades? Su Chen placed the firearm on a table. I'm just a recent college graduate, he answered calmly. As for the gun and everything else, I picked them up while traveling through the Middle East. Xiao Feng stared at him in disbelief. Are you seriously kidding me right now? Su Chen just shrugged. Believe what you want. He then changed the subject. The government set up a relief point, didn't they? They're planning to have survivors make their own way there at dawn? Xiao Feng's blood ran cold. How? How could you possibly know that? Su Chen recalled his past life. It's happening exactly the same way, he continued. Even though the temperature will drop significantly before dawn, anyone exposed to the moonlight for more than 10 minutes will collapse. Countless people are going to die on their way to that shelter. Xiao Feng lowered his head in shame. There was no other choice, he admitted. We've established safe zones, but retrofitting our rescue vehicles has been almost impossible. Too many people are at their breaking point. Making them travel on their own was the only option we had left. Support will arrive early tomorrow morning. Su Chen walked over and placed a hand on Xiao Feng's shoulder. Actually, thick quilts and padded underwear also work as insulation. They can increase your survival chances. Su Chen's words made. Xiao Feng, jump. Really? Su Chen pressed his gun to Xiao Feng's head and replied, yes. Of course. Su Chen's action terrified Xiao Feng, who quickly tried to negotiate. Wait a minute, brother. Let me tell them about the blankets before you kill me, okay? I'll just use the intercom. Don't worry. I won't call for backup. Contrary to what Xiao Feng expected, Su Chen immediately used a dagger to cut the ropes, freeing the young man. This act left Xiao Feng completely stunned. Huh? Su Chen kept the gun aimed at him, his voice cold. I respect what you're doing, so I'm letting you live this time. But if you dare to provoke me, again, I won't be so forgiving. Xiao Feng, still bewildered, asked, aren't you afraid that after I leave, I'll call for help to take you down? Su Chen glanced over his shoulder and gestured with his head. Lift your head and see what's up there. Xiao Feng looked up at the ceiling. He instantly panicked, shouting, a sentry gun with facial recognition? Where in the world did you get that? Su Chen just smiled. Like I said, he repeated calmly, the Middle East. Once this thing is activated, no one in this room gets out alive, except me. But in this situation, I doubt you'll have time to worry about me. Xiao Feng looked nervous, but nodded. I understand, he confirmed. Before heading downstairs to join the rescue team, Xiao Feng's actions left the crowd below completely baffled. One person muttered, did that soldier Just leave? All he mentioned was the blanket. Nothing about what happened up there. Another person chimed in. Didn't you see? They confiscated his gun. Is that guy really that powerful? It seems he even has a way to handle soldiers. Old Man Sun watched the rescue team leave, powerless to stop them, and gritted his teeth. He was seething. Damn it. He spun around and slapped Gao Qiang hard across the face. What do I even keep you around for? Why didn't you make a move? He roared. You're all a bunch of ungrateful parasites. Get out of my sight. As Old Man Sun raged, Lao Miao turned to Gao Qiang, his jaw tight. Boss, how much longer do we have to put up with him? Gao Qiang suppressed his fury and replied, the government has started rescue operations. Once order is restored, we'll still need his connections. Just then, Chen appeared from a corner. Boss Gao, he said, a world of chaos has already begun. Are you still hoping for order to be restored? Seeing Chen, Lao Miao erupted in a violent fury, lunging at him. Who the hell is this kid? I'll kill you right now. But Gao Qiang calmly stopped him. Wait. Chen, why did you come downstairs? Chen held up a thermos and poured ice cubes onto the floor in front of them. I came to find Boss Gao. To make a deal. The ice cubes tumbled out, radiating a chilling mist. In the scorching heat, Gao Qiang and Lao Miao looked like bloodthirsty demons staring at an oasis. Lao Miao's eyes went wide as he scrambled forward. Ice! It's ice! Boss, his room must be filled with even better things. If we kill him, it'll all be ours. In a flash, Chen pressed the cold barrel of his gun against Lao Miao's throat. The thug froze, slowly raising his hands as he gulped. Gao Qiang quickly put on a friendly smile. Haha, brother Chen, don't mind him. Let's just talk about that deal. After the negotiation, Gao Qiang and Lao Miao got the thermos of ice. They immediately lost themselves in the pure bliss, letting the ice melt in their mouths. Lao Miao's face was one of pure satisfaction. I've been trapped here for 3 days, he mumbled. This is the best I've felt. I can't even imagine what that kid's room is like. Gao Qiang nodded slowly. First, we agree to his demands. Then, we find a chance to kill him. When we do, that room will be ours. But when Old Man Sun saw Gao Qiang hiding the remaining ice, he charged forward in a rage, kicking the pile and scattering it. Well, Gao Qiang, hiding ice from me, are you? He then stomped on Gao Qiang's chest, pinning him down. Next time you find something good and don't offer it up, you're dead. Old Man Sun's actions ignited a firestorm of rage in Gao Qiang's heart. He just laid there, taking it. Old Man Sun savored the ice while glancing over at Ya Lin. Damn, this feels good. We're almost out of instant noodles anyway. Time to move to the rescue point. Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na were also among those preparing to leave this hellhole. For 2 days, all we got were a few snacks. At the rescue point, I'm gonna eat real meat and drink Coke. But suddenly, Lao Miao appeared and ripped the blanket off Jiang Xiaoqian. She screamed in shock. What are you doing? Lao Miao just sneered. What am I doing? Boss Qiang gave you water. You think you can just take it and leave? Not a chance. He savagely tore her dress, sending her into a panic. Lao Miao threatened. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Then start by serving me. Outside the Lucheng Hotel, the group began to move. A young man endured the blistering heat, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Ever since Gao Qiang took over, he hasn't given us a single drop of water or food. Staying at the hotel meant dying of thirst. At least the rescue point offers a chance of survival. But the heat outside was beyond imagination. Even with wooden planks insulating his shoes, the ground still felt like it was burning him alive. An old woman up ahead suddenly tripped on a rock and fell face first, letting out a horrific scream. The moment her body hit the pavement, it began to melt, fusing with the scorching asphalt. Her desperate cries echoed, "Help me! Help!" But no one even looked back. They just kept walking, leaving her to her agonizing fate. One by one, people succumbed to the unbearable heat. They'd collapse, writhing and screaming, until they finally stopped moving, their unfinished lives ending right there on the street. In a world like this, you don't even know if you'll survive the next minute, let alone have the luxury of caring for others, even your own family. In the apocalypse, you save yourself first. Back at the entrance of the Lucheng Hotel, the bodies of Wang Dehai and Sun Dexiao began to change under the terrifying heat of the sun. Their entire bodies glowed red, as if lava was flowing just beneath their skin. Suddenly, they both woke up, their eyes a horrifying, blood red. From his window above, Chen watched the group depart, narrating to himself, "In my past life, I was just like them, struggling to reach the rescue point. No one told us to bring blankets then. It was just 1 short kilometer, but it stole the lives of so many. Down below, Jiang Xiaotian screamed, trying to stall Old Mao. Big brother, wait a second. Please just wait. Old Mao roared back. You bitch, now what? Fear washed over Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na's faces as they scrambled to de-escalate. Big brother, how about we go to a room to play? Not out here. Right. We'll cooperate. We'll do whatever you want. Old Mao stared at the two women and burst out laughing. Ha ha, you two sluts, you still no shame? What's there to be afraid of out here? But suddenly, Wang Dahai and Sun Dexiao, now mutated, smashed through the door. Their bodies were glowing red, their crimson eyes filled with horror. They let out endless growls. Gao Cheng's group froze and screamed. Those are zombies! They're zombies! Upstairs, Su Chen dropped the crystal core into a glass and poured strong liquor over it. He mused to himself. In the apocalypse, these cores sometimes appear in the skulls of zombies and mutated beasts. They're incredibly rare. You might not find one in 100. Su Chen swirled the glass to clean the core, then swallowed it whole. Gao Cheng's destiny has officially been stolen by me. He downed the entire glass of liquor containing the core. Instantly, Su Chen's eyes turned blood red as veins bulged across his skin. His body expanded, tearing his clothes to shreds, as fire and lava erupted. From within, Su Chen screamed in agony before his consciousness faded. He collapsed to the floor, completely naked, and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Downstairs, after Gao Cheng's group dealt with the zombie Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu was also lying unconscious nearby. Gao Cheng was furious that they had wasted so much water to take down one zombie. He kicked Wang Dahai's corpse repeatedly, cursing, "Damn it, move again. I dare you to move again." Old Mao and his men looked at the wasted water with deep regret. That was the last of our supply. It's all gone now. Li Na saw her chance and tried to slip away quietly, but Old Mao grabbed her arm, holding her fast. You bitch, you try to run, and I swear I'll chop off your legs. Li Na grimaced in pain, screaming her explanation. Brother Mao, without water, we'll all die of thirst. I know how to deal with Su Chen. Just let me go to the rescue point. Old Mao shook her violently in a rage. Talk, now. If you're lying, you're dead. Pushed to the brink, Li Na saw this as her only chance to survive. She revealed the secret. Jiang Xiaotian is Su Chen's fiancé. If you humiliate her in front of his door, he'll definitely open it. Then you can ambush him. Hearing Li Na's plan, Old Mao turned to look at Jiang Xiaotian. He let out a sinister chuckle. Heh, so that's how it is. What an excellent idea. Jiang Xiaotian stared in disbelief, betrayed by Li Na, completely speechless. Li Na clutched her rumbling stomach, her eyes glaring at Gao Cheng's group as she reminded them, I can cooperate with you, but I'm hungry. You have to feed me first. I want meat. Old Mao just stared at her blankly. Humph, eat meat? The power is out. All the meat in the fridge has rotted. Hell, I want to eat meat too. Hearing the demand for meat, Gao Cheng approached Jiang Xiaotian, a menacing look on his face. You want to eat meat? He held a knife out in front of her, then glanced at Li Na, his voice cold as ice. Then you can carve it yourself. Jiang Xiaotian's face went pale with terror as she stared at Li Na. You mean, the meat from her body? Faced with a choice between friendship and survival, Jiang Xiaotian chose to live without a moment's hesitation. She spun towards Li Na, her eyes so sharp and cold that Li Na began to tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jiang Xiaotian looked at the knife in Gao Cheng's hand and lunged for it without a second thought. She stalked toward Li Na, who was being held down by two henchmen, her expression utterly ruthless. The cruelty of her best friend made Li Na scream. In a panic. What are you doing? What do you people want? Jiang Xiaotian, we're sisters. You can't do this. Jiang Xiaotian moved closer, her face bloodthirsty, and reminded her coldly, stop lying to yourself. We were never sisters. Besides, you just tried to have them humiliate me. With that, Jiang Xiaotian raised the knife, grabbing Li Na's head with one hand, while her other hand plunged the blade into her friend's stomach over a dozen times. She snarled, so don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Blame yourself. Even Gao Cheng's men, gangsters used to violence, were stunned into silence by the brutal betrayal between sisters. After finishing Li Na, Jiang Xiaotian stared at her friend's body on the ground and began to laugh like a maniac. Ha ha ha. She threw her head back and screamed, Su Chen, just wait. After I've eaten my fill, I'm going to drink your blood. Gao Cheng regained his composure and turned to Old Mao. Go cook up Duanya's meat. The brothers need to eat to get their strength up to deal with Su Chen. Old Mao hesitated, his face etched with worry, but Gao Qiang wasn't looking at him. He continued softly. Without water, we won't last a day. If you don't want to turn into a zombie, you'll do as I say. Though furious, Old Mao gritted his teeth and turned to order his men. Where is Duanya? Find her and bring her here. In the presidential suite, Su Chen awoke from absorbing the crystal core, his body surging with newfound power. His speed had skyrocketed. In a single instant, he flashed across the entire room, a strange and powerful sensation coursing through him. Su Chen stood up, observing himself. Is this a physical enhancement? A type of special ability? I can feel my power has increased. He walked over and shattered a block of ice in the room with a light swing of his arm. His physical strength was on another level. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Model. Su Chen's senses sharpened. Another visitor at his door. Outside, Duanya rang the bell, her posture hesitant. Gao Qiang and his crew. They've lost their minds, she thought. The lower floors are a death trap. This place, it's her last and only hope. But she had an ace up her sleeve. Click. The door swung open. Su Chen stood there, completely bare, his voice like ice. Duanya, what do you want? Duanya lifted her head, meeting his chilling stare. Before her eyes unintentionally dropped lower, a deep blush spread across her face as she shrieked. Ah, you pervert. Startled, Su Chen glanced down, realizing his mistake. My apologies, he stammered. It wasn't intentional. A moment later, things settled down, though the air was thick with awkward tension. After getting dressed, Su Chen sat on the sofa and cleared his throat. Look, my resources are finite. We've only met once. I can't take you in just because you're pretty. Inwardly, Su Chen recalled his past life. Duanya was a formidable woman. She had even worked with Gao Qiang. He'd considered recruiting her. But after that entrance, things were a little awkward. Duanya couldn't meet his gaze, looking away as she explained, I'm more than just a cook. I'm a top graduate from medical university. I'm licensed, with 3 years of experience as a surgeon. Her mind raced. That physique. It's incredible. No, focus. This room is better. It has power. It has ice. I have to prove my worth to stay here. Su Chen's cold mask slipped back into place. So, you're a doctor. An interesting proposal. But in a world where supplies are scarce, who knows if we'll even see tomorrow? Fear of rejection gripped her. As long as you don't send me back down there, I'll do anything. The words hung in the air as Su Chen stroked his chin. A sly grin spread across his face. If the lady insists, then make yourself at home. Duanya's eyes widened in shock. She covered her mouth. Oh no, I was too desperate. I said anything? Su Chen's smile vanished, replaced by an icy warning. But let's be clear. In my presence, you have one option. Obedience. Don't even think about trying anything clever, or else. Duanya stared at the floor, her voice barely a whisper. I understand. I never doubted your ruthlessness, or your resolve. A small smile played on Su Chen's lips. Good. Now, take off your clothes. The words hit Duanya like a physical blow. Her eyes flew open as she stammered. We're starting. Right now? Understanding his command, Duanya immediately headed for the bathroom. Steam filled the air as she stood under the shower's cool spray. Water, electricity, food, and a real bathroom. She wouldn't have to suffer in the punishing heat. She wouldn't have to fear being attacked, or worse, being eaten. Duanya let the water wash over her. Joy and anxiety warred within her. To the survivors outside, this place was paradise, an oasis in a desert of chaos. But deep down, she sensed something unsettling about Su Chen. A darkness that wasn't entirely righteous. He was like a perfect painting with a few sinister, hidden strokes. As she bathed, her mind began to wander. Suddenly, her imagination drifted to a scenario not meant for innocent eyes. She saw herself kneeling at Su Chen's feet, looking up at him. He'd lift her chin, a knowing smirk on his face, and whisper, Next, I'll let you taste something. I'll special. Her face flushed, her breath hitched, her body on display. In her fantasy, she could only stare back, lost in a daze. And then, her mind conjured even more daring visions. She pictured Su Chen secretly filming her, his motives a complete mystery. Duanya shook her head. She tried to calm herself. Forget it. I knew what I was getting into. But her imagination was relentless. Again, she pictured him just outside the door, that wicked smile playing on his lips. I'm not here to watch you, he'd explain. I'm here to stop you from doing anything naughty. After finally finishing her shower and drying off, timidly, Yalin emerged to present herself to Su Chen. The moment she revealed her background in medicine, Su Chen's eyes lit up, producing a nurse's uniform. He claimed his little soldier was feeling unwell and needed special care. Yalin slipped into the form-fitting outfit, which clung to her curves like a flawless sculpture. With a bashful look, she tried to cover the revealing parts of the uniform, whispering shyly, "Su Chen, isn't this a little snug?" Su Chen's gaze devoured her, refusing to look away. He stroked his chin, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Small? Not at all. In fact, it's perfect. Dazed, Yalin turned away, accidentally showcasing her stunning figure. She glanced down, muttering again, "Is that right?" But just as the temperature in the room began to rise, a sudden crisis shattered the moment like a thunderclap. It was Zhang Xiaojie, the uninvited interruption, pounding furiously on the door. "Help me! Save me, Su Chen! Open the door!" The second Su Chen opened the door, Jiang Xiaojie screamed again, "Save me!" Seeing Su Chen hesitate from outside, Gao Qiang grew impatient. He grabbed Jiang Xiaojie by the hair, snarling, "Su Chen, if you don't get out here right now, I'm smashing this door to pieces." Su Chen's face was a mask of annoyance. The fun was just getting started. He clicked his tongue. "Here we go again." He moved to open the door, but a terrified Yalin grabbed him. "Don't open it, we can't. Those people out there, they just killed and ate Li Na." Before she could finish, the grim reality dawned on Su Chen. His voice dropped to an icy tone. "Are you saying they're eating people?" A flash of memory from his past life ignited in his mind. Without a shred of hesitation, he threw the door open and stepped out. He calmly warned Gao Qiang's crew, "Don't even think about breaking that door. If you do, you'll face a much bigger problem." All the while, Jiang Xiaojie, Gao Qiang, Lao Miao, and their cronies were staging a pathetic drama of an innocent girl under attack. Jiang Xiaojie put on a desperate act. "Su Chen, save me!" And just as she hoped, her target finally appeared. Gao Qiang and his goons stood there, their eyes blood red and veins bulging. A feral energy radiated from them as they grinned with predatory glee. "So, you finally crawled out of your hole, huh?" "Heh heh heh." Su Chen stood framed in the doorway, his gaze as cold as ice. Gao Qiang had already positioned an assassin nearby, knife in hand, ready to ambush Su Chen. Everything was going according to plan. The moment Su Chen spoke, the hidden attacker lunged, knife flashing, screaming, "Die!" But they had no idea what they were up against. Su Chen had trained in Vietnam under the legendary Master Huon Tuan Keat, mastering all the profound secrets of his martial arts sect. He was already one step ahead, having monitored the cameras and assessed the entire setup. With lightning-fast reflexes, Su Chen moved. He intercepted the knife hand, and with a few fluid motions, shattered the attacker's wrist. Gao Qiang and his thugs stared in utter disbelief. Keeping up her act, Jiang Xiaojie struggled against Gao Qiang's men, screaming, "Let me go." She then bolted towards Su Chen, crying out, "Su Chen, save me." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. He met her with an iron grip around her throat. She choked, gasping for breath. Staring into her twisting features, Su Chen's voice was chilling. "Once you start eating human flesh, your body begins to change and fangs sprout from your gums. You people are no longer human." Behind them, Gao Qiang's crew snarled, their faces contorting with rage. "So what? The world has already ended. As long as we can survive, who cares if we have to eat people to do it?" Jiang Xiaojie's face twisted into a monstrous mask, fangs erupting and her eyes blazing red. She cackled sinisterly. "Ha, Li Na's flesh was exquisite. After eating, my body surged with power. So, Su Chen, I'm dying to know what your flesh tastes like. Now die." Jiang Xiaojie lunged, claws extended, to attack Su Chen, but reality had other plans. With a single, perfectly aimed kick to her face, Su Chen launched her backward as if she were a cannonball. The force sent her flying clean through a window, but her mutated body reacted instantly, her claws digging into the exterior wall, saving her from a fatal plunge. Grinding her teeth, veins pulsing on her skin, Jiang Xiaojie shrieked, "Su Chen, I swear I'll make your life a living hell." But as the sunlight hit her exposed skin, she recoiled, writhing in agony. "Ah, it burns. It's so hot." Back inside, with Jiang Xiaojie handled, Gao Qiang charged forward, ready for a fight to the death. "Brothers, get him. Don't give him a chance to pull his gun." But Su Chen just scoffed calmly. As if I'd need to waste bullets on trash like you." One of Gao Qiang's men leaped forward, striking like a swooping eagle. "Don't you dare look down on us, kid." But Su Chen's reply was ice cold. "But Didn't I also mention how much I enjoy being wasteful? The words barely left his lips before a gun was in his hand. A single shot echoed, and the eagle dropped. A bullet hole perfectly centered in his forehead. Gao Qiang, Lao Miao, and the others panicked, scattering in every direction. Lao Miao scrambled onto the ceiling, cackling wildly. Haha, it's not just our strength, but our reflexes. And our speed are on a whole new level now. He dove from the ceiling, fist cocked back. Now that we're prepared for you, there's no way you can defeat us. Die. But before his fist could land, Su Chen activated a skill, moving with inhuman speed. In a blur of motion, Su Chen appeared above them, grabbing Lao Miao by the head. His voice was glacial. Did you really think it was over? He slammed Lao Miao's face into the concrete with a sickening crunch. Go to hell, Su Chen roared. Another goon lunged, aiming a knife for his neck. Su Chen caught the wrist, disarmed him, and ended two others with a few precise, deadly slashes. Watching his men fall, rage exploded in Gao Qiang's chest. He charged forward like a wild beast, his fist raised to strike. But before he could even land a blow, Su Chen's hand clamped around his throat. He was slammed against the wall, his vision quickly fading to black. Just then, a horrifying figure re-emerged. It was Jiang Xiaojie, her body now completely twisted by the mutation. Molten lava dripped from her skin. A long tail thrashed behind her as she charged into the room like a true monster. Su Chen's gaze was cold steel. Jiang Xiaojie, so you've finally transformed. It seems your obsession runs deep. A reflection of the lingering image you held of me. With those words, Su Chen snapped Gao Qiang's neck. The body dropped to the floor with a dull thud. A murderous aura poured off him as he turned to face the mutated Jiang Xiaojie. In that case, I'll just have to kill you all over again. Her hair standing on end, Jiang Xiaojie's eyes blazed with crimson hatred as she roared, "That's my dinner." Yalin peeked out from the other room, her eyes wide with shock. Su Chen's power was simply overwhelming. He had single-handedly wiped out Gao Qiang's entire gang, but seeing Jiang Xiaojie's grotesque, monstrous form, a chill ran down her spine. The creature facing Su Chen radiated an aura of absolute danger. Dressed in a provocative nurse's uniform, Yalin hid behind the door, her heart heavy with a mix of anxiety and desire. She desperately wished to stay by Su Chen's side, like a lost bird seeking shelter in a raging storm. Su Chen's appetite has gotten way bigger, hasn't it, fellas? Yalin thought to herself. I really need to figure something out. If I want to stay with Su Chen, I can't afford to be a burden to him. Suddenly, Yalin's eyes lit up. She spotted an interesting item in the room, as if it were calling out to her. After retrieving her weapon and stealing her resolve, Yalin stepped out and called to Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was poised for a deathmatch with the monster Jiang Xiaojie, but her voice made him turn around in surprise. It was Yalin, clad in a skin-tight nurse's uniform that concealed all the right places, and revealed even more, holding the whip Su Chen had prepared earlier. A special tool meant for a night of intense healing. She spoke with a serious tone. Let me give all of you a little reminder. I guarantee more than a few of you watching this scene are struggling to keep your hands to yourselves right now. Her outfit, leaving little to the imagination, whip in hand, Yalin stepped forward resolutely. Let me help you take care of it. Su Chen, fighting to suppress the fire, igniting within him, turned back with a cold expression. Help me? You're not scared enough to run away, so that's something. But right now, you're nothing but a distraction. Yalin was stunned. She looked down at her body, then at the whip in her hand, and asked blankly, Huh? How could that possibly be? But while Yalin was clueless, Su Chen and everyone watching knew exactly why he was distracted. She was a living work of art that was impossible to look away from. Across the room, the monster Jiang Xiaojie, still clinging to a shred of her human memories, saw the intense gaze between Su Chen and Yalin. A wave of pure jealousy sent it into a blind rage. Jiang Xiaojie bared her fangs and hissed, her eyes glowing a hellish red. She unleashed a savage roar. With every shriek, she charged straight for Su Chen, her face twisted into a living nightmare. Su Chen, still captivated by the distracting sight before him, was caught off guard by Jiang Xiaojie's scream. He turned back but couldn't evade in time. A devastating blow from the monster slammed directly into his chest. Peeking from behind the door, Yalin witnessed the attack and screamed in terror, Su Chen. But contrary to her fears, Su Chen's body was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a scratch. Taking the surprise attack, the killing intent inside Su Chen erupted, activating his berserker superpower. Seeing that Su Chen was perfectly fine, the monster Jiang Xiaojie leaped up, circled behind him, and went to sink its drooling fangs into his shoulder. But Su Chen's body was as hard as diamond. The creature's teeth scraped uselessly against his skin, creating a harsh screech like metal on steel. It tried to bite him several more times, but it was all in vain. Su Chen looked down at it, his eyes as sharp as daggers. "Oh, you can't bite through? I have to wonder if all those fangs in your mouth are just for show." Overwhelming power surged through Su Chen's entire body. He declared, "It's time to end this." The words had barely left his lips when he grabbed both of Jiang Xiaojie's arms, his movement so fast it almost looked like he was pulling her into an embrace. He vaulted into the air, landing on the monster's back, wrenching its arms behind it, and seizing complete control. Her body literally burning with rage, Jiang Xiaojie was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Su Chen stood on top of her like a god of war and asked coldly, "Are you ready?" Without giving the monster time to react, Su Chen unleashed his bone-ripping art, tearing both of its arms clean off before kicking it into the ceiling with a final, fatal blow. Blood everywhere. Blood erupted as its body trembled, the monster letting out a piercing shriek of agony. Meanwhile, Su Chen landed gracefully, still gripping its two severed arms. He tossed them toward the beast like a child discarding a toy. His voice was utterly calm. "How dull. I was actually hoping you'd suffer the absolute depths of despair in this apocalypse, gnawing on the slow, agonizing feeling of being tortured to death. But with things as they are, I'll have to end you first." Just when he thought the creature had fallen, Jiang Xiaojie dragged its broken body towards the corpses of the high-level infected. Its tail coiled around them, preparing to devour them and upgrade its body. It tilted its head back, revealing a horrifying set of teeth as it swallowed the body's whole. After a moment of digestion, its two arms grew back instantly. Jiang Xiaojie let out a triumphant scream as its body evolved into an even more ferocious form, veins bulging across its face. It roared, glaring at Su Chen with eyes full of hatred. Su Chen was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "So your severed arms can actually regenerate now?" Yalin witnessed the horrifying spectacle, stammering in fear. "No way. That's impossible." But contrary to her terror, Su Chen just smirked, a look of excitement on his face. "Excellent. The ability to regenerate your body means you won't die so easily." He looked up, his eyes radiating a murderous aura, "which also means I can tear you into 1,000 pieces." While the monster was still reveling in its newfound power, Su Chen moved like a phantom, faster than sound. He placed a hand on its shoulder, completely immobilizing it. Jiang Xiaojie was horrified. Su Chen leaned in close, his voice a gentle whisper. "Let's find out just how many times you can put your body back together, shall we?" He pressed down on the monster's shoulder, his voice turning cold. "Let's start with your left arm." With one violent tug, the left arm was ripped from its socket, causing the monster to howl in pain. Su Chen then casually moved to its right shoulder. And now, for the right one. Without a moment of hesitation, Su Chen tore off the right arm, continuing his gruesome dissection. "Next will be your tail and legs." Limb after limb flew into the air with each casual flick of Su Chen's wrist. He pinned its head to the ground with his foot, looking utterly serene. That was only your first time. Each time the creature's body regenerated, it became visibly more exhausted. When its limbs and tail finally reformed, Jiang Xiaojie was left panting on the ground. Su Chen smiled eagerly. "Are you ready for us to begin round 2? Let's get started." Su Chen continued his dismemberment, a murderous grin on his face that left Yalin completely stunned. After round 2, the creature couldn't take it anymore. It tried to crawl away, its eyes filled with terror. But every time its legs and tail regrew, Su Chen would announce, "Time for round 3. Then came round 4, round 5, round 6, and round 7 and 8. As he tortured it, Su Chen remarked, "So it's not just your limbs, but your eyes, nose, and tongue too. Next up, the 16th time. Oh, your internal organs can regenerate as well. It seems that apart from your head, every other part of you can grow back. So, shouldn't 21 times be enough for you?" Su Chen paused, his cold gaze looking down at Jiang Xiaojie. It had lost all of its ferocity, with only tears streaming down its face. It whimpered, "Brother Chen, I know I was wrong now. Please, spare me." Su Chen replied coldly, "I was actually planning on gouging your eyes out, but I suddenly forgot something. I'm not a demon." Jiang Xiaojie sobbed. "Then why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this?" But Su Chen's mind flashed back to what Jiang Xiaojie and his underling, Wang Haoyu, had done to him in his past life. He raised his foot, aiming right for the monster's face. This, of course, is for revenge. With one powerful stomp, Jiang Xiaojie's face caved in. Yalan stood behind him, her eyes filled with fear. She asked worriedly, Su Chen, are you all right? Su Chen didn't answer, simply turning to face her, his eyes glowing crimson. Are you ready? Yalan flinched, bewildered. Ready for what? Su Chen stepped closer, one hand caressing her cheek, while the other moved down her back in an intimate gesture. I showed great courage just now. Don't you think I deserve some kind of reward? Yalan tried to resist, but her protest was weak, her face blushing bright red as she dreaded what kind of reward he meant. But, out here? The scene shifts to the rescue team's area. A member observed his surroundings, feeling the air grow cooler. He thought to himself, could this be a sign that the apocalypse is finally ending? Lu Xiaofeng appeared behind him, saying hesitantly, Captain, there are a lot of people over there. It looks like they're moving towards our position. The captain, a stunning woman with platinum blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a powerful rifle, narrowed her gaze at the approaching crowd. Realizing something was wrong, she hesitated. Those people. That crowd was a horde of mutated infected, migrating from the Lucheng Hotel to the rescue point, staggering and roaring in a horrifying display. Among them was a dazed creature that looked just like the Jiang Xiaojie that Su Chen had kicked dozens of meters away. The captain broke into a cold sweat, stunned. It's the infected, a horde of vicious infected. They were charging straight for them. She immediately shouted, evacuate all civilians from the rescue point immediately. I will hold off this wave of infected. Myself, Lu Xiaofeng panicked, shouting, but Captain! She opened fire, cutting him off. That's an order. Lu, Xiaofeng said reluctantly. Captain, please don't die. The captain cursed as she continued to fire. Lu Xiaofeng, shut your damn mouth and get the hell out of here for me. Back at the main scene, after Su Chen had taken down the high-level infected and Jiang Xiaojie model. Later, Su Chen and Ya Lin entered the bedroom. His entire body was radiating a faint light as he coolly swept his hair back. His sharp gaze locked on Ya Lin. Next, I want to give you a direct experience of the limitless power of a berserker, he said, his voice low. It was the nickname for warriors who terrified their enemies with a savage, beast-like frenzy. For Ya Lin, Su Chen's dinner, she was about to endure countless advanced positions, like the old sage planting turnips and the old farmer pushing the cart. Ya Lin looked at Su Chen, who now resembled a god of pure, primal lust. She clutched the blanket in terror and screamed, What? Again? How many times has it been now? Su Chen, like a beast overflowing with instinct, pinned Ya Lin down, his eyes burning with desire. His gaze as cold as ice, he warned his prey. Haha, the deadly heatwave is over. So, of course, I will have to go outside. But before I do, I'm going to leave you with some deep, unforgettable memories. Ya Lin was positioned defensively, on high alert like a cornered cat, ready to pounce. But in this situation, her readiness seemed utterly meaningless. Hearing Su Chen's words, she asked hesitantly, Can't you take me with you? What? Su Chen hated when his dinner asked the same question twice, immediately crushing Ya Lin's hopes like a high-speed sewing machine. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes, the look of a true devil, as he coldly declared, Anyone who wants to be with me must meet two conditions. First, they have to be valuable to me. And second, they must obey my commands absolutely. Lost in a daze, Ya Lin pressed her hands firmly against the bed, her eyes squinting with every thrust from Su Chen, panting as she replied, I understand now. A few hours later, around midnight, after the god of strength Su Chen had conquered his prey with his most intense volleys, he took a brief pause. Checking the weather, he noted the air had cooled. It was time. As he raised his hand to open his dimensional space, he muttered, Looks like Ya Lin has completely surrendered to me. He pulled out an all-terrain vehicle, speaking with urgency, I have to use this window of time and get back before the sea floods the Frest, mainland. Su Chen recalled his past life, when powerful ghouls obsessed with reaching a rescue point had created a devastating zombie wave. The incident caused countless civilian and soldier deaths and scattered weapons across the land, giving rise to armed factions of all sizes. Driving through one area, Su Chen witnessed gangs, locked in a fierce firefight. One thug fired his weapon with a wicked grin, thinking his path to the target zone was clear. But suddenly, a few thugs pointed their guns at the front of Su Chen's vehicle, their savage faces screaming for his early grave as they yelled, You in the car ahead, stop right now. Sitting inside, Su Chen's face was as emotionless as stone. He replied coldly, Are you, people insane, trying to rob someone at a time like this? Without another word, he slammed the gas pedal to the floor, sending the vehicle hurtling forward. The gangsters were stunned, their faces pale and slick with sweat. The man in front froze, on the spot, while his two cronies scrambled for their lives. Su Chen's vehicle plowed through, giving them no time to react, ending them instantly. After dealing with the ignorant thugs, Su Chen left them to their eternal sleep and continued his journey. As he neared the subway station, he recalled how in his past life, this entire area had collapsed from ground fissures and the devastating zombie wave. Looking down from above, Su Chen muttered, "The number of dead underground is probably in the tens of thousands." The horde of undead below was drawn to the sound of his engine, gathering in a swarm. Su Chen observed their glowing red eyes, thinking, the engine noise definitely drew them here. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Too bad not. All of these ghouls have crystal cores in their heads. Cracking each one open would be a huge waste of time. Su Chen drove to his old university campus, where the air was as silent as a graveyard. He mumbled, "First, I should probably check the situation here. Now that I think about it, I won. This is the first time I've been back to the technical university since graduation." Pulling up to a building, Su Chen stopped the car, stored it in his dimensional space, and quickly headed inside. Just as he reached the entrance, he faced a ghoul chained by the neck, its red eyes glaring as it let out a deep growl. As he tried to step forward, a voice rang out, "Stop." Behind the ghoul stood a long-haired man with the look of a gangster, flanked by two muscular thugs. The leader sat with his legs crossed, arrogantly warning, "Kid, you better show some respect when you step onto our turf. And the first thing you'll do is hand over that backpack." Su Chen played the part of a weakling, reaching into his backpack with a fake tremble. But in reality, he pulled a fried chicken leg from his dimensional space, stammering, "Can you please help me? Please, just let me go. I have a fried chicken leg here." In this apocalyptic era, where food and water were scarce, the three thugs stared at the chicken leg with wide, astonished eyes. The leader's jaw dropped. "A chicken leg? At a time like this, you seriously still have a chicken leg? Throw it here, now. Throw the chicken leg over here." Realizing these men were in his grasp, the gangsters were salivating like dogs, so Su Chen smirked and tossed a chicken leg on the ground before them. They pounced on it like a pack of wild animals. Forgetting who was boss and who was crew, they descended into a vicious brawl. Elbows flew and chokeholds were locked. "This is mine! Get the hell away!" Just as the long-haired thug was about to snatch the prize, Su Chen yanked a hidden string. The chicken leg flew back, stunning the entire group into silence. Their faces were a perfect picture of humiliated clowns. Su Chen dangled the chicken leg, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "My sincerest apologies, but none of you are worthy of eating this." Utterly insulted, the gangsters roared in fury. "You son of a bitch! How dare you trick us? Let's kill him!" One swung his club like a mad demon, another snarled like a gorilla, and the last charged with an axe as if he were chopping wood. But before they could act, Su Chen pulled a gun from his dimensional space, freezing them in their tracks. They were all equal before the Grim Reaper. 3 shots echoed, sending all 3 to the afterlife. Su Chen walked on, muttering, "I really don't remember there being this many idiots in my past life. Could it be that my warning allowed more people to survive? Did my actions actually cause this?" He left 3 corpses with smoking bullet holes in their foreheads and headed toward the serpent biology lab. Standing before the entrance, Su Chen examined the shattered lock. It seems no one has been here for a while. Stepping inside, the overwhelming stench of decay hit him. He saw countless dead snakes, the air thick with the foul odor. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze landed on a single glass enclosure. A smile crept onto his face. "Found you." Inside was a serpent with 4 horns, currently swallowing another snake, whole. Its sharp, cold eyes locked onto Su Chen. He chuckled. The future leader of the Sea Serpent Legion, the King Jin's serpent, digesting its own kind. Su Chen mused, "Haha, so this is how you managed to survive?" He remembered his past life, when this very creature brought chaos to the entire world. It had devoured thousands, and even came close to swallowing him whole. Su Chen fell silent. When the floods arrive in 1 week, this serpent will begin to transform. I wonder how close to its ancient ancestor it will evolve. If we can't stop it, the entire planet is in serious trouble. He felt a strange premonition. Why do I feel like this serpent has already evolved intellectually? I'll need to be careful with this one. Lost in thought about the King Jin serpent, Su Chen was jolted by the sound of frantic footsteps outside. A group of armed strangers appeared at the door. Spotting Su Chen, they immediately became hostile. Su Chen's eyes narrowed coldly. "And who are you?" The gangsters outside hid behind a wall, shouting threats. "Get the hell out here, we know you're hiding inside." Though their words were aggressive, sweat dripped down their faces, betraying their fear. From inside, Chen gave a cold reply. "This is a critical moment. I can't be disturbed by you." But before he could finish, a figure blurred past the door, startling him. Huh? A silver-haired woman moved with blinding speed, launching herself directly at the gangsters. It turned out their target wasn't Chen, but her. The gangsters shouted in alarm, "Oh crap, that filthy bitch is hiding in here." The leader gave the signal, and they all charged. But the silver-haired woman moved first. With terrifying speed, she snapped one of their necks. She caught another in a powerful leg scissor, spinning through the air to take him down. The last one was caught in a chokehold before he could even raise his gun. He screamed, "You stinking hag!" A sickening crack echoed as his spine shattered, and he crumpled to the floor. After dealing with all three, she suddenly felt the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against her head. Chen's voice was calm. "Nice skills." Before he could say more, she reacted with lightning-fast reflexes, knocking the gun aside and lunging forward to subdue him. But after several attempts to twist his neck, she realized it was like solid steel. A look of pure shock and fear washed over her face. She muttered in disbelief, "Why won't it break?" Chen stood perfectly still, allowing the woman to struggle against him. In her frantic attempt to gain control, they fell into an incredibly awkward position. She cried out in a panic. "Huh? Wait. What do you think you're doing?" Eventually, Chen easily overpowered her, tying her up with a skillfully knotted red rope before aiming his gun at her. "Who are you?" Sweat poured down her face and soaked her clothes, but her expression was still defiant. "I am the captain of the Shanghu Special Forces, Bai Chang. I advise you to act appropriately and release me at once." Hearing the name, Shanghu, Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "Shanghu. Then do you know someone by the name of Liu Xiaofeng?" Bai Chang looked surprised. "You know Liu Xiaofeng?" Chen remembered his previous encounter with the man and replied seriously, "Ah, you could say I saved his life." As Bai Chang explained the situation, Chen casually opened his backpack, taking out ingredients for a black pepper steak. He nodded slowly. "I see." He speared a piece of rare beef with his fork. "So, a group of fugitives took over the school and made it their base. They took the students hostage to threaten you, and then stole all your weapons." Bai Chang continued her story, mentioning Liu Xiaofeng. "That's right. After the zombie wave hit the rescue point, Liu Xiaofeng led everyone away to safety, but he never suspected that prison escapees had hidden themselves among the civilians." Chen popped the steak into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. He glanced at the bound Bai Chang and spoke slowly. Well, I suppose I can't place all the blame on you." Annoyed by the suggestive way she was tied, Bai Chang immediately tried to defend herself. He knew there was nothing to fear. But the sweat beading on her forehead wasn't just from her artistically bound position. It was from watching Chen calmly eat a steak right in front of her. Suppressing her anger, she growled, "How much longer are you going to keep me tied up? Untie me already." Chen glanced at Bai Chang, a cunning smile playing on his lips, the look of a man holding all the cards. He asked suggestively, "Well, then you have to promise not to wrap your legs around my head like you did earlier." Bai Chang swallowed hard as she eyed the fragrant steak and replied, "Fine. But I want some of that steak too." Chen scanned her body, tightly bound by the crimson ropes, his expression unreadable. But with a few swift movements, he cut the restraints, freeing Bai Chang. From his dimensional space, Chen then pulled out a rifle. It was equipped with a scope. He handed it to Bai Chang and reminded her, "I have my own business to attend to, so I can't help you much. The most I can do is provide you with some firepower." Then he turned and walked away, saying coldly, "Get going. Don't bother me." Chen never liked meddling in others' affairs. If they didn't provoke him, he certainly wouldn't make the first move. Model. His main goal was simple: wait 1 week for the Great Flood to hit, and allow the King Golden Snake to evolve. Then he would kill it and claim its essence core. Bai Chang accepted the rifle, thinking to herself, maybe Chen wasn't a bad person after all, and with his help, her plan had a much higher chance of success. She called out to him, "I intend to attack their main hideout. It's the only way we can reclaim the supplies they stole, and help the trapped survivors last in this new world." Watching Chen's back as he walked away, Bai Chang hesitated. Hope blossomed in her chest as she continued, "So, this might be the only time we meet, which means..." Before she could finish, Chen cut in. "Junru?" As if remembering something, he turned back to his small backpack. "Wait a second," he said, walking back. Like a magician, Chen pulled a massive, heavy sniper rifle out of the tiny bag. The sight left Bai Chang utterly speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief. As he checked the rifle, he explained, Lu Xiaofeng is a dear friend to me. I'll be joining you on this mission. The scene shifts to the university's administration building, a place Su Chen knew well from his graduation. A group of escaped convicts had made this their new headquarters. Behind them, male students were tied up tightly, serving as hostages. Their brutal-faced leader sat between two fawning girls, questioning a lackey who had just returned from scouting. What's the situation outside? The subordinate trembled under the boss's powerful aura, stammering out his report. Boss, the men are all in position and waiting outside. We will definitely capture everyone hiding in that dormitory. The leader let out a cold, sharp grin. Excellent. Let the disobedient ones charge ahead as our cannon fodder. If they refuse and wish for death, then simply grant it. But while the fugitives were lost in their own grandiose plans, Su Chen suddenly blasted through the door. The shocking entrance left them all stunned, as if doused with ice-cold water. Stepping inside, Su Chen's voice was chilling. My apologies. Am I interrupting a meeting here? The subordinates were frozen with shock and fear. The man who had just reported saw Su Chen barge in and angrily pointed a finger in his face. He screamed, Who the hell are you? How did you even get in here? There are over 20 men guarding the perimeter. Faced with their stunned expressions, Su Chen slowly walked forward, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. He calmly replied, Are you asking how I got in? He lifted his hand, making the shape of a gun. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. It was thanks to this. The underling opened his mouth to ask another question, when his head suddenly vanished. Blood erupted into the air, horrifying the entire room. The fugitives screamed in terror, their faces pale at the grotesque scene. The leader's eyes bulged as he stammered, What in God's name is happening? He just pointed his finger at his head. Why did his head just disappear? Su Chen pointed forward, issuing a cold warning. Move again, and you're next. You'll be seeing your ancestors real soon. The leader's face flushed with rage, veins popping as he roared. Kid, stop playing your little games. Rewind to moments before. As the lackey fell, Bai Shang had just pulled the trigger from her sniper's nest. She confirmed over her earpiece, target has been eliminated. Before, Su Chen and Bai Shang had devised a thorough plan. Su Chen would lead the charge and infiltrate the enemy zone, while Bai Shang provided cover from the science building with the sniper rifle. She continued to watch through her scope, her voice laced with worry. Su Chen, that room is filled with escaped convicts. You're in an extremely dangerous situation. She stressed that him storming the enemy's den alone was far too reckless. Bai Shang remembered when Su Chen proposed the idea, asking only for her to provide cover from afar. He had said, All you need to do is take this sniper rifle and get to the opposite building to cover me. I'll go over there myself and lure the enemy out. When I signal you towards a target, take them out. Thinking back, Bai Shang was filled with regret. I can't believe I actually agreed to his plan. Like a lioness protecting her partner, she raced down the stairs, shouting into her earpiece, Su Chen, you. Find a way out. I'm coming to rescue you right now. But as Bai Shang raced against time, a voice crackled through her earpiece. It was her leader's command. Kill that brat for me. Bai Shang gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it. It's too late. She broke into a sprint, pushing herself faster. With bloodshot eyes, she screamed in frustration. You bastard! Convinced Su Chen was already dead, she instantly regretted agreeing to this insane plan. The moment she reached the deserters' hideout, Bai Shang raised her weapon. Aiming it into the room, she roared with righteous fury. Su Chen, I'm here to avenge you. But the scene that greeted her, I was nothing like she had imagined. Every single deserter, from the leader to his lackeys, had already been dealt with by Su Chen. They were scattered across the floor, completely unconscious, like fallen dominoes. Su Chen's hand was still clamped around the leader's throat, holding him aloft as he calmly stated, you're late. There aren't any supplies here, either. After purging the administration building, Su Chen hadn't just defeated these thugs, he'd also absorbed every last item into his dimensional space, like a collector storing away his prizes. He then coldly announced, to the conscious few, everything here belongs to me for now. If you're still alive later, and learn to live more honestly, who knows? Maybe I'll be in a good mood and spare you a few crumbs. The captain of the death row convicts was barely clinging to life, his body dangling in the air as Su Chen's fingers tightened on his neck. He gasped, trying to use his last breath to make a threat. Su Chen, you can't kill me. If you do, the one backing me will not let you go. He thought being a death row inmate made him a king, but against Su Chen, he was just a man with a death sentence. Su Chen simply tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the The leader's threat became his final words, sending him off to meet his maker. Su Chen's face was like ice as he declared, "Don't worry, the ones behind you will be joining you very soon." Back in the present, Bai Xiang, who had raced from the opposite building to save him, could only stare at the unbelievable scene. The convicts were all down, and Su Chen was casually finishing off the last one. She stared, dumbfounded, and stammered, Did you kill all of them?" Su Chen quickly came up with an excuse. "I just make sure to keep up with my regular training. Besides, all the supplies in this area are gone." They must have been starving and completely exhausted. Bai Xiang nodded along. In this apocalyptic world where anything was possible, his explanation almost made sense. But with her curious nature and her duty as a member of the Tiger Squad, she had to ask, is it possible someone else was here and stole their supplies first? If everything is gone, what will the other students do? Su Chen didn't answer, thinking to himself, if they prove their worth, I'll share some supplies from my dimensional space, but they have to earn it. This school was his old stomping ground. The layout was etched into his memory, and from dealing with these convicts, he'd managed to squeeze out quite a bit of information. He turned for the door, telling Bai Xiang, "Let's go. We're heading to the girls' dormitory." Bai Xiang was still reeling from everything that had just happened. She asked blankly, "What? Why the girls' dorm? Why are we going there now?" she asked, hurrying to keep up. He glanced back, explaining, "While I was handling things, I did some questioning. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students are all gathered over there." The scene shifts back inside the room where Su Chen dealt with the convicts. Bodies hang from the ceiling, but one female figure suddenly stirs, making a strange noise. The woman's eyes snap open, her gaze haunting, as if she had witnessed everything from start to finish. Outside the building, a new figure appears. A death row inmate with a wild hairstyle and an iron mask covering his jaw. He is Gang Ya, a recent prison escapee, strolling casually with his hands in his pockets. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Looks like that brat ran off to cause trouble again. Entering the building, he wonders coldly, I wonder if he's dead yet. A moment later, one of his men spots the hanging woman and yells out, "Reporting. We found her, boss. The captain is still alive." The woman had flowing hair and an alluring figure, covered in a web of scars. This was their captain. Knowing her twisted hobbies, Gang Ya wasn't worried. He just clicked. His tongue, tisk. What a shame. In contrast to their boss's indifference, the underlings yelled frantically, "Hurry and cut the captain down, now." One of them quickly sliced the rope and carefully lowered her to the ground. As soon as her feet touched down, she steadied herself on a chair and stood up. Her body was weak, but her composure was perfect. She told Gang Ya, it was just a little dance with the Grim Reaper. "Gang Ya, right now, I need you to comfort me." In response, Gang Ya immediately pulled out a barbed whip from behind his back. His eyes narrowed as a sinister smile spread across his face. Is that so? Anyone could guess that their captain, Jina, gets her pleasure from pain. Gang Ya, her trusted comrade, swung the whip, lashing it across Jina's body again and again. Though it had to be painful, she moaned in ecstasy, a twisted symphony. Amused, Gang Ya asked in a low voice, "And now, how do you feel?" A normal person would be screaming in terror, but Jina, with a look of pure bliss, sighed. "Ah, much better." He saw she had finally recovered. Jiang Ya pressed her for answers. "You must have seen what happened, right?" He helped Na into a sitting position, but she was still in a complete daze. He demanded, "Who dared to steal my supplies?" With her tongue lolling out and eyes shut tight, Na mumbled deliriously, "It was someone like a demon." When she finally snapped out of it, her demeanor turned cold as ice. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Bai Xiang headed to the girls' dormitory, where they met up with Lu Xiaofeng and the other survivors. Seeing Lu Xiaofeng wounded, Bai Xiang cried out in alarm, "Xiaofeng, what happened? How did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaofeng forced a reassuring smile. "Captain Bai, I'm all right. Seeing you back in one piece is all that matters." He clutched the wound on his abdomen, his eyes fixed on Su Chen with deep suspicion. "Su Chen, what are you doing here?" Bai Xiang quickly explained. "He told me he was the one who saved you." Su Chen paid her no mind, turning his full attention to Lu Xiaofeng. "Ah, that's a pretty nasty wound you've got there, Xiaofeng. Here, let me take a look at it." Lu Xiaofeng unwrapped the bandages, explaining, "It's just a normal scratch, really." At first, it didn't seem like a big deal, but for some reason, the wound just kept getting worse. Su Chen observed the festering injury, thoughtfully stroking his chin before making his diagnosis. "This is from the ghouls, those flesh-eating creatures. Their claws contain toxic bacteria and a corrosive virus. If this isn't treated immediately, it could be fatal. Lu Xiaofeng remained calm, showing no fear of death. But he hesitated, saying, "But medicine is a priceless resource these days. It's impossible to find. It's just, I can't accept dying like this." While Lu Xiaofeng was still grappling with his fate, Su Chen reached into his dimensional backpack and pulled out several boxes of medicine, shoving them at him. "Take these. This should be enough." Lu Xiaofeng was completely stunned into silence. Witnessing Su Chen's incredible generosity, Bai Shang was just as shocked. "Where in the world did you get all this medicine?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I already told you. I'm the one who saved his life." His mind flashed back to his past life, recalling a figure of unparalleled power, a man who was known as the god of war. His combat strength was compared to a nuclear weapon. Su Chen thought to himself, if Lu Xiaofeng is destined to become that person, this investment will definitely pay off. Knowing Lu Xiaofeng's righteous and honorable character, Su Chen was certain this was a gamble worth taking. After receiving help more precious than diamonds from Su Chen, Lu Xiaofeng felt an immense debt of gratitude, but his mind was still heavy with questions. He asked, "I owe you my life now, but I know you didn't come all this way just to bring me medicine. Tell me, why are you really here?" Su Chen's face was an emotionless mask of ice as he gave a chilling warning. "Listen up, everyone here. A great flood is coming. You need to evacuate, immediately." Like a prophet delivering a grim oracle, he explained, "The extreme heat has caused the polar ice caps to completely melt. This will cause a catastrophic rise in sea level. When it does, this entire school will be swallowed by the Great Flood." Su Chen's words left everyone shell-shocked. They were caught between disbelief and terror, as if listening to an impossible prophecy. Bai Shang's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she asked, "A great flood?" And at that very moment, a new antagonist appeared. Fang Qing, an old classmate, recognized Su Chen. Convinced he was scheming, she put a hand on her chest and shouted, "Absurd! A great flood? From where? It sounds to me like you're just trying to scare us away so you can hoard all the resources in this school for yourself." Su Chen glanced at the speaker, instantly recognizing Fang Qing, a rich girl from his graduating class. She was the school's most infamous radical feminist, always trying to create conflict between men and women. His gaze turned to ice. Fang Qing ignored Su Chen's cold silence, her eyes glued to the backpack he clutched against his chest. Hunger and suspicion made her agitated. She demanded arrogantly, "Humph, you've got food in that bag, don't you?" Without waiting for a response, the entitled rich girl lunged forward to snatch the backpack, screaming, "Let me see what's in there." In his past life, Su Chen might have handed it over, but things were different now. He wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him. Su Chen's response was instant, a thunderous slap across her face. Fang Qing was no exception. The blow made her cheek swell up instantly. Clutching a freshly broken tooth, she trembled and stammered, You dared to hit me?" She clearly expected his actions to cause a massive backlash, but Fang Qing's reputation was absolute garbage. Seeing her get slapped, the students around them actually erupted in cheers. "That was awesome. She had it coming for trying to stir up trouble." Another person added, "She took over an entire dorm room all for herself. I've been wanting to shut her up for ages." Another voice chimed in. "That's right. Just because her family has a little money, she thinks she can do whatever she wants. Kick her out. Get out of here." Su Chen glanced at the crowd, then clicked his tongue at Fang Qing. "Seems like you're not very well liked, are you?" Fang Qing's face went crimson with rage, her swollen cheek twitching as she shrieked, "You pathetic group of men. How dare you treat me this way? Fine. I'm going to find my father. I'll tell him what you did and he'll are going to get yourselves killed." Another woman shrieked in frustration. She stormed off, making the others chuckle. Bai Shang watched Fang Qing run outside, her concern growing. Su Chen, will letting her go like this be a problem? Su Chen, who rarely gave a straight answer, replied evasively. "She wants to find her father. Are you going to be the one to stop her?" As Fang Qing stomped away, she cursed under her breath. "The men in this country are all pathetic cowards, especially that bastard Su Chen. They could never compare to the gentleman from overseas." But she was completely unaware of the massive hand reaching for her from behind. Gang Ya, having heard the name Su Chen, crept up silently. One hand clamped over her mouth, the other wrapped tightly around her. With a twisted look in his eyes, he growled, "Well now, little treasure, tell your big brother where I can find that Su Chen." After speaking with Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shang, Su Chen left to pursue his own plan. Waving a quick goodbye, he stepped out of the dormitory. For now, he decided to leave the evacuation of the survivors to Bai Shang's group. He opened his phone, looking at a picture of the king golden snake. The most important part of his plan now was to wait for the beast to finish its mutation and put it down for good. I wonder if I'll get a water control ability from that one. As he was lost in thought, a desperate whimper from a nearby vehicle snapped Su Chen to attention. He looked up and saw Fang Qing, tied and dangling from a crane, crying out for help. Su Chen, save me. But Su Chen was unmoved, a sarcastic smirk on his face. Oh? So soon. And you've already found yourself a sugar daddy? Gang Ya stood proudly atop the truck, looking like he wanted to devour him whole. Ha ha. The name's Gang Ya, from the evolution base. His eyes narrowed menacingly. So you're Su Chen? I never thought you'd have the guts to steal our resources. I was expecting some kind of three-headed, six-armed monster. Su Chen's gaze turned to ice as he shot back. You're really from the evolution base? Gang Ya slapped the side of the container, confirming. That's right. And since this is our first meeting, I've prepared a special welcome gift for you. He unlatched the container and threw the doors open. Inside, a horde of mutated drought fiends, their eyes blazing crimson, snarled and poured out. Gang Ya stood on the roof, pointing at the swarm, challenging him. So, I have to ask, are you ready to die? The clash between Su Chen and Gang Ya created a massive commotion, startling Bai Chang and Lu Xiaofeng in the women's dorm. Bai Chang realized the sound came from where Su Chen had just left. She was worried about Su Chen, but also about Lu Xiaofeng's injuries. She gave an order. I'm going out there to check. Xiaofeng, you command the others and protect everyone here. But Lu Xiaofeng, indebted to Su Chen, flatly refused. I'm going with you. Back at the battle, Gang Ya roared with laughter from the truck, watching the undead swarm Su Chen. He taunted the helpless Fang Qing dangling from the crane. Su Chen, this little thing is your classmate, right? I'll give you a chance to be the hero and save the damsel. Just get on your knees and beg, and I'll let her go. Su Chen brought a hand to his chin, pretending to think. Actually, saving her isn't entirely out of the question. After just mocking her, his sudden change in tone gave her a sliver of hope. She cried out, Really? Su Chen, I knew you were a good person. Then hurry up and kneel down. Get me down from here. But Su Chen looked up, his voice turning cold as ice. There's just one problem. Fang Qing was stunned. A reason? What kind of problem is there? Didn't you just say you would save me? I heard you clearly. You said you would save me. Realizing Su Chen was toying with her, rage filled her eyes. You just said you'd save me, and now you're going back on your word? Are you even a man? Su Chen recalled her tirade about the men from their country, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, that's not up for debate. I'm definitely a man, but I just don't feel worthy of saving you. How about I contact those foreign gentlemen you admire so much and see if they'll agree to rescue you? Su Chen's words made Fang Qing tremble with pure fury, sweat beading on her skin. So this is the kind of person you are, just because I called you petty and pathetic. You'd take revenge like this? She shrieked. You think I'm going to apologize to you? That I'll beg a coward like you to save me? This just proves it. You are a pathetic, vile, petty, and inferior man. I don't need a lowlife like you to save me. But before she could even look down, Su Chen pointed below her with a chilling smile. Oh, is that so? I hope you remember every single word of that little speech. Fang Qing's attractive figure, dressed by Gang Ya in a wild outfit, had become the perfect target for the zombie horde. They scrambled over each other, sinking their teeth into her flesh. Overwhelming pain shot through her as Fang Qing screamed, Ugh! Save me! Su Chen, help! I was wrong. I was wrong. Please save me. Please! Gang Ya roared with laughter, pointing at Su Chen. Ha ha, you really are the type to watch someone die. But that's fine. In the end, you're going to join her anyway. Right now, I'll let you witness the true power of our evolution. Base! He pulled out a jar of cosmetic-like liquid and began smearing it on his face, boasting, All I need is a little of this. Rub this powder on yourself, and the zombies down there will obey you. Su Chen's voice dripped with ice-cold sarcasm. Oh, are you smearing cremation ashes on your face? How resourceful. I suppose it might make the undead mistake you for one of their own. The jab hit its mark on Jiang Ya's simple mind. A cold sweat broke out as he stared, bewildered, at the powder on his hands. Cremation ashes? He panicked, spitting and hacking violently. Bleh, ack, how disgusting. He looked like a naive kid who'd just fallen for a cruel prank. Jiang Ya exploded with rage, screaming, "You son of a bitch! All of you, get up there and tear him to shreds!" The horde of zombies snarled, charging towards Su Chen, but he remained calm, striking a defensive pose. Arms crossed like Wakanda's Black Panther, he activated his spatial ability. Two razor-sharp blades materialized from his arms. In the blink of an eye, the close-quarters assassin transformed into a swordsman, rivaling Zoro from One Piece. He became a blur, darting through the zombie swarm. His blades sang, severing heads, necks, and limbs. It was a deadly dance, as graceful as a soaring dragon. After the whirlwind display, Su Chen landed softly. Jiang Ya, assuming he'd been torn apart, sneered in contempt. "That damn brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to put on a show for me?" But then, he saw the zombies standing motionless, and Su Chen suddenly appeared right before him. He flinched. "Huh? How did you get up here?" Bai Chang and Lu Xiaofeng raced to the scene, their hearts sinking when they saw Su Chen surrounded by the horde with the vicious Jiang Ya looming over him. Bai Chang cried out, "It's over, Su Chen!" She stared in horror. "He's completely surrounded." Furious at being played, Jiang Ya roared, "Damn you! What are you just standing there for? Get him! Now!" Su Chen casually brushed dust from his shoulder. "Don't bother screaming. It's pointless. My sword strikes are just now taking effect." One by one, the zombies began to crumble, their bodies falling to pieces. Su Chen continued, "You're just wasting your breath." Jiang Ya stared at the spectacle, his mind reeling in horror. What is this? How is this even possible? Wasting no more words, Su Chen warped through space, instantly appearing behind Jiang Ya. His voice was chillingly calm. "I never had any intention of getting involved with your evolution base." He clamped his hand over Jiang Ya's face, holding his head in an iron grip. As Jiang Ya began to panic, Su Chen reminded him, "But you were the one so desperate to come after my life." He began to twist Jiang Ya's head with terrifying force. "So I'm afraid I can't let you keep yours." Pain shot through Jiang Ya, his eyes turning bloodshot. He screamed, "What are you doing? Stop it! Stop!" A horrifying grin spread across Su Chen's face. With one brutal twist, a sickening crack echoed as Jiang Ya's neck snapped, and his skin tore gruesomely. It's a gruesome sight. Viewer discretion is advised. Bai Chang watched Su Chen dispatch the zombies, and then Jiang Ya, completely stunned by what she had just witnessed. He finished that guy in an instant. But, just like before, this isn't just simple skill. It's not something you can achieve through mere physical training. Just what kind of monster is he? Su Chen held Jiang Ya's severed head in one hand, his other hand casually in his pocket. Dealing with small fry like this, he thought coolly, maybe I should learn to hold back a bit. Still, having a powerful ally would make things easier. The scene shifts to the Lucheng Hotel. The air is cool, with a gentle, humid breeze. Inside the presidential suite, Yalin is still trapped in the memory of a restless night spent with Su Chen. Her body arches, her mouth parted in a silent gasp, as if still caught in the dream's torment. Yalin pants heavily, a soft moan escaping her lips. "Don't." She suddenly jerks awake, her cheeks flushed and slick with sweat. Dazed, she whispers his name. Su Chen. She bolts upright, her face burning red as she cries out, "Don't leave me." Her thin nightgown clings to her vibrant figure. She's gasping for air, as if escaping a terrifying nightmare. What kind of nightmare, you ask? I'm sure you can all use your imagination after seeing that. With weary eyes, she catches her breath and murmurs, "I dreamed of him again. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Suddenly, a loud crash from outside shatters the quiet. Startled, Yalin spins around in confusion. She recalls Su Chen's parting words, seared into her memory by their coldness. "If you're useless, what right do you have to stand beside me?" Those words cut through her haze like a knife. Gritting her teeth, she made a vow to herself. "Su Chen, I swear I won't be a burden to you." No longer lost in her dreams, Yalin springs into action. She grips the pistol at her side, her eyes filled with resolve. "I will become your greatest ally." Just then, a rhythmic tapping echoes from the adjacent room. The noise shatters the peaceful silence. Dressed in her alluring nightgown, Yalin looks like the heroine of an action movie, one I'm sure you'd all enjoy. She pushes the door open, her eyes sharp and focused like a predator's. But as she steps inside, she freezes. Nothing seems out of place. Her eyes scan the room as she mutters, "That's strange. I was sure the sound came from in here." Suddenly, another thud erupts from behind her. A knot of fear tightens in her stomach as she whirls around. When did that get behind me? Facing Yalin is a monstrous Hanba, snarling and baring its fangs. Its blood-red eyes paralyze her, rooting her to the spot. A cold sweat breaks out across her skin. She's frozen, trapped in a silent void of terror. How long has it been standing there? She thinks. If anyone else were here, she would have screamed for help. But in this moment, all Yalin can feel is absolute despair. Her heart hammered in her chest, panicked by the zombie that had appeared out of nowhere. Still in her sexy nightgown, Yalin slowly backed away, her eyes locked on the horrifying drought fiend closing in. When did it get behind me? She wondered frantically. Trying to find an escape, she retreated step by step until she backed right into the edge of a table. A quick glance showed the drought fiend blocking one side, a chair on the other, and the table behind her. There was no way out. A cold sweat ran down her back. This is bad. I'm completely trapped. As she desperately searched for a way out, Yalin's eyes lit up when she saw the pistol in her hand. That's right, I have my gun. But despite her stunning looks, she was hopelessly clumsy. As she hastily raised the weapon, she bumped a chair, sending the pistol clattering onto the table. The loud noise instantly triggered the drought fiend. It went berserk, its crimson eyes glowing as it lunged toward the sound, drool dripping from its horrid fangs. Yalin couldn't bear to watch the terrifying scene. She cowered, her body still forming a perfect S-curve. Sensing the monster's attack, she squeezed her eyes shut in despair. This is it. I'm dead for sure. But strangely, the creature didn't pounce on her. It seemed to be blind, completely ignoring the meal right in front of it and sinking its teeth into the chair instead. Realizing its bite wasn't food, the Bajiao monster paused, sniffing the air around Yalin. Yalin's eyes fluttered open. She was alive. As the creature sniffed closer, she pressed back against the desk, but the angle was painfully awkward. She stared into the beast's blood-red eyes, a single thought running through her mind. Why does this thing only use its nose? Is it possible? It can't see? Its eyes definitely had a vacant, lifeless look to them, like a soulless doll from a horror film. It kept pressing closer, inhaling her scent with a chilling intensity. She tried to shrink away, but her own curves made it difficult, trapping her in some kind of twisted, horrifying predicament. Yalin's face contorted in fear. She'd escaped death once, but now it was breathing down her neck. The slightest sound, the smallest movement, and it would tear her to shreds. In a situation like this, what could she possibly do? While the Bajiao growled, still sniffing her scent, Yalin suddenly remembered the gun she had dropped. The gun! That was it. If she could just reach the gun. She twisted, arching her entire body to reach for the weapon on the desk, striking a pose that would make any man's jaw drop. It was just a few inches out of reach. Come on, just a little more, Yalin whispered to herself. But in that alluringly desperate pose, the Bajiao suddenly noticed the sound she made. It went berserk, roaring as its ears twitched toward her. Yalin froze, her eyes meeting its crimson gaze as a chilling thought echoed in her soul. It's over. The monster stood right behind her, letting out a terrifying roar that sent her mind into pure chaos. But in that life-or-death moment, an image of Su Chen and his words flashed through her mind, igniting a spark of defiance. My resources are limited. I can't keep you around just because you're beautiful. Find the crystal core in a monster's head, and you can gain an ability. I will never harbor useless trash. Those words struck a nerve, wounding Yalin's pride. She gritted her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes as she screamed, I am not useless. She whipped her high-heeled shoe in a vicious kick, aiming straight for the Bajiao's eye, sinking the heel deep inside. The creature looked stunned, despite already being blind. Ha! She followed up with another kick to the top of its head, the stiletto heel piercing deep into its brain. With one foot on the monster's head, Yalin sat on the desk, her eyes cold as she hissed, Let's see if you have a crystal core in that head of yours. But as she pulled her foot back, the Bajiao suddenly grabbed her ankle. A scream escaped her lips, but she refused to back down. In a fight for your life, you use everything you've got. She stomped her heel down with all her might into its remaining eye. The Bajiao couldn't take it anymore, finally collapsing at her feet. Yalin sat up on the desk, watching the monster slowly fall. Her eyes darted to an axe on the table. She walked over and picked it up, slinging it over her shoulder with a newfound confidence. Su Chen, she said coolly, it's a shame you aren't here to see this. I'm not some useless piece of trash. Planting her foot on the Bajiao's face, she declared, Now, let's see if you have a crystal core in that head of yours. The scene shifts to the engineering university, where Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng are. Following Su Chen's orders, they're organizing a student evacuation. Bai Shang contacts his older brother, Bai Ming, to bring in military support to protect the students. Meanwhile, in the snake biology lab, Wang Jinsha, the snake that caught Su Chen's attention, begins to mutate. Su Chen enters, his gaze like ice as he stares down the serpent. Let's see just how much you can change, he said, placing a bucket of water in front of Wang Jinsha. I even prepared a nice, large bucket of water for you. The snake, now possessing a strange awareness, slid slowly from the table into the water. Su Chen smirked. Oh? So you already know that you need to be in water to fully mutate? Good. That saves me the trouble. The moment Wang Jinsha hit the water, its body began to transform instantly. Its entire form expanded far beyond its original shape, cracking the plastic bucket as it bulged, ready to explode. Su Chen was stunned. In just a split second, it had grown this large. Wang Jinsha had entered the first stage of its mutation. It froze. Massive wings sprouted from its back. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Chen. He watched it warily. Just the first stage of mutation. And you're already this big? Good thing I only brought a small bucket. If a real flood came rushing through here, it'd be a huge problem. One hand in his pocket, the other brandishing a sword. Su Chen stared down the king cobra serpent with a warning. But if you choose to submit to me now, I might consider keeping you as a pet. The mutated serpent, now possessing a chilling intelligence, recognized Su Chen's power and lunged for the window to escape. Su Chen let out a sudden laugh. Trying to run? Looks like this little guy is starting to develop some brains. With its immense weight, the king cobra serpent shattered the window glass, bursting outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen launched after it, sword plunging down toward its back. Gritting his teeth, he sneered. Is this how a snake runs? Too bad for you. You're not nearly fast enough to get away. But instead of piercing its flesh, the sword snapped in two against scales as hard as tempered steel. Su Chen stared at the broken half of his blade in disbelief. Its scales are this tough? Realizing Su Chen couldn't harm it, the king cobra serpent whipped around to attack. Unfazed, Su Chen leaped up and declared, If a sword won't work, then I'll just have to beat you to death with my bare fists. He unleashed a devastating punch right on top of its head, slamming the serpent's upper body into the ground. But the king cobra serpent refused to go down, using its long body to coil around Su Chen, squeezing with crushing force. Trapped in its grip, Su Chen grimaced. So it managed to restrain me. Guess this thing is smarter than I thought. Su Chen's eyes turned as sharp as ice. He observed the serpent's ruthless expression and asked in a low, cold voice, Was your last attack just a feint? Was your real goal to capture me all along? The king cobra serpent didn't answer Su Chen's question, since it couldn't speak. Instead, it opened its terrifying maw, aiming straight for him. It was preparing to swallow its prey whole. But just then, the scene suddenly cuts away to Bai Shang's group. Su Chen's fate is left hanging in the balance, a mystery to be revealed in a moment. Bai Ming turned his head to look back. He called out to Bai Shang with a teasing tone. What are you still standing there staring at? Without stopping, Bai Ming continued to poke fun at his sister. What's with that look? Are you already missing that handsome guy, Su Chen? Bai Shang turned her head slightly, her voice sharp and clear. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Bai Ming paused for a second, studying his sister with a curious gaze. Do you really like that kid? But if he chose to stay here, isn't he just asking for death? Bai Shang immediately shook her head, her tone resolute. He definitely won't die. Bai Ming looked at his sister, raising an eyebrow. Are you so sure about that? A flash of awe mixed with fear appeared in Bai Shang's eyes as she slowly explained. The first time I met him, I could feel he was more than just strong. His eyes were deep, cold, and filled with mystery. Like a hidden monster. I believe we will definitely meet him again. The scene snaps back to Su Chen and the king cobra serpent. In that instant, the monster bared its fangs, ready to tear Su Chen apart. Suddenly, his powerful arm shot out like lightning, seizing its throat. The serpent's head thrashed wildly, but it couldn't escape the iron-like grip. Su Chen's entire body began to transform, his eyes turning glacial, like the gaze of death itself. He slammed his foot down hard on the monster's back. His voice boomed with absolute power. Did you really think you could capture me? Staring into the king cobra serpent's eyes, now filled with terror, Su Chen continued in his cold, menacing tone. They say a snake's nerves are so advanced that you can still bite even after being decapitated. But what does that matter? With the horrifying strength of a war god, Su Chen used just one hand to flip the king cobra serpent over, delivering a mighty blow. He smashed the monster straight into the ground. The impact echoed like rolling thunder as the beast that had just awakened met its true ruler. Su Chen approached, grabbing its neck with one hand while stepping on its jaw, a gentle yet brutal motion. He then ripped the king cobra serpent in two with his bare hands. After cleanly dispatching the monster, Su Chen scanned the area and finally found the crystal core. He picked it up, his eyes flashing with excitement. Found it. Chen stared intently at the crystal core, feeling the powerful energy radiating from it, making him curious about the new power he was about to obtain. He murmured to himself, "Let's see what kind of ability you can give me." Suddenly, the city's landscape changed dramatically. Just hours before, the scorching heat had made everything shimmer and warp. But now, a torrential downpour began, as if trying to drown the entire world. If the severe heat could suffocate a person's will to survive, this flash flood and thunderstorm was a sharp blade, directly erasing human civilization. A tsunami and floodwaters crashed down, sweeping away everything in the city. Panicked citizens scrambled for their lives. Their faces were masks of horror and despair against the disaster Earth had unleashed upon them. Even mighty inland metropolises like Chengdu couldn't withstand nature's fury. The area around the University of Technology was hit next. With the landscape now mostly submerged, only a few administrative buildings and other high-rises remained above the floodwaters. Chen, the one chosen by destiny. After absorbing the Wang Jinsha's crystal core, he dove into the flood, gliding effortlessly through the current. He could feel his body had become more flexible than ever before. His breathing, his movements, everything felt different. Chen slithered through the water's surface, like a silent but immensely powerful wave. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected. After absorbing the Wang Jinsha's core, my body is adapting to its new power." Upon contact with water, Chen's body underwent its own mutation. Not only did small, tough scales sprout across his skin, but his strength, physical abilities, and speed were all significantly enhanced. His eyes became sharper, easily catching light in the murky depths. A thin membrane now covered his eyes, protecting them while submerged. Chen also realized his breathing had become strange. Bubbles rose around him, yet he felt no sense of suffocation or shortness of breath. It seemed he could now absorb oxygen through his skin, a trait common to aquatic snakes. Is this the advantage of a water snake's power? He wondered. Chen swam a short distance, leaving the administrative building behind. He broke the surface, his mind still on his new power. While he couldn't control water directly, breathing beneath it was a massive advantage. Suddenly, he remembered the Lucheng Hotel district, where Duan Ya was still trapped. If the upstream floodwaters surged, that entire area would be submerged. But the current was a raging torrent, filled with debris and wreckage like hidden blades in the dark. This made swimming upstream a deadly challenge. Chen looked up at the sky. The volcanic eruption seemed to have reached its peak. Since Chengdu was far from the volcano, its sky was still clear. But once the volcanic ash spread, covering everything, the winter apocalypse would not be far behind. Chen's expression suddenly turned grim. He thought to himself, before the end of the world, human civilization is nothing but a fragile joke. To avoid becoming prey in this new world, one can only grow stronger, endlessly. Chen began to recall his past life. After the Great Flood, several powerful factions rose in Chengdu. The low-lying southern region became the territory of the Water Snake Army and the Iron Queen. To the city's south was the Cannibal Tribe, a gathering of brutal fanatics. The west was controlled by the Rat Army, under the rule of the Rat King, and the east was the domain of the mighty Skull Hunter. In his past life, Gao Qiang and Duan Ya had taken over the Lucheng Hotel. Chen had nearly died at their hands countless times. But in this life, he murmured to himself, Duan Ya, Gao Qiang, and their entire crew. I've already planned their demise. To become stronger, I must collect all the essence cores. I have to gather them as quickly as possible. Perched atop a building, Chen slowly formulated his plan. The cannibal tribe had huge numbers and scattered camps, while the Iron Queen's whereabouts were a complete mystery. As for the Rat King, he remembered a clue from his past life, a major plague that broke out at the University of Science and Technology. If that was true, the Rat King was undoubtedly hiding there now. If he moved fast, Chen could seize its essence core. It wouldn't even take that much effort. As Chen was lost in thought, planning his next move, the water below suddenly stirred. He glanced down and saw a horde of water ghouls gathering, their numbers growing by the second. Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "Well, it seems I had too much free time." He watched as the ghouls completely surrounded the area. A challenging smile appeared on his face. "Looks like I've been completely surrounded." The scene shifts to a signal tower in Shui City. The floodwaters from the Great Deluge hadn't completely submerged the massive tower. At its peak, two young men clung on for dear life. Fear was etched onto their faces. Damn it, why did the flood have to hit now? As the younger brother tried to climb higher, he suddenly spotted movement. He turned and signaled to his brother. "Hey, look down there. I think someone's swimming toward us." The older brother was slightly younger than him. He heard his brother but didn't believe it. He snapped, "Stop making noise!" If anyone was in that water, they'd be dead for sure. Despite his harsh words, he still turned to look. When he saw a figure actually swimming toward them, he was so shocked he started to stutter. Huh? Who is that? They both recognized Chen. He was cutting through the water like a legendary beast, parting the waves. They wondered in shock, how is that kid not drowned yet? The older brother's eyes flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth. If the base hadn't ordered us to track him, we wouldn't be stuck in this damned flood. If he dares come here, I'll kick him right in the face and send him back into the water. The younger brother held on tight, looking closer. He stared at Chen and said, but his swimming speed is insane, and I think something is chasing him. The older brother followed his gaze, his face turning pale with horror when he saw the swarm of water ghouls right behind Chen. They both screamed in unison. Ah, what are those demonic things chasing that kid? Watching Chen swim against the ferocious current, they were both terrified. The brothers exclaimed in disbelief, how can he swim against the current that fast? They watched Chen and the horde of ghouls, rushing toward them at an insane speed. The two brothers yelled in panic, He's coming straight for us. The younger brother immediately shouted, Chen, we're from the evolution base. We are warning you, do not come any closer. Hearing the threat, Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. An ordinary person, I might ignore. But you two dare to mention the evolution base? Then you've come to the right person. As Chen surfed the raging floodwaters, he heard the threat from the two brothers. His eyes turned sharp as ice, his voice low and powerful. The evolution base? Have you lackeys been allowed to live for too long? He considered it, a curious glint in his eye. Or, maybe, I should investigate what you're plotting. In an instant, Chen made his decision. With a powerful push from the water, he launched himself into the air, aiming directly for the two men from the evolution base. This sudden move left the two brothers frozen in terror. Normally, a jump with that much power from solid ground was unbelievable, let alone. Chen moved like a phantom across the raging water's surface. The two brothers could only watch, their minds reeling, each shock greater than the last. With pinpoint precision, Chen's foot found a solid point to land on, right on the younger brother's face. The man's features twisted into a demonic mask of pain, yet somehow he still looked confused, like a kid who'd just been mugged. Chen's powerful stomp turned the younger brother into an unwilling stepping stone. Veins bulged from his face down to his neck. He grit his teeth, trying to endure the horrifying force from Chen's foot, but the impact was too much. The younger brother lost his grip on the pillar and began to freefall into the raging flood below. A terrified scream tore through the air. His eyes locked with his older brother's, a look that screamed, Bro, I'm falling. How did I mess this up? The older brother, clinging desperately to the pillar, watched in horror as his sibling plummeted towards the water below. But just in the nick of time, he shot out a hand and snatched his brother's wrist, saving him from certain doom. One hand gripping the pillar, the other holding his dangling brother. The older brother grit his teeth, veins popping all over his body, his muscles straining to the breaking point. He roared, I've got you. Grab onto the pillar, now. But the younger brother, dangling helplessly, couldn't pull himself close enough. He screamed in panic, I can't do it. I can't reach it. The older brother felt the crushing weight of his brother, knowing his own strength was fading fast. Gritting his teeth, he tried to sound calm. Don't worry, I'll pull you up. But the younger brother understood their dire situation and the deep bond they shared. He made a heart-wrenching decision. Bro, I'm too heavy. Let me go. If you don't, we'll both die here. The older brother immediately looked down, his gaze filled with anguish. No, he roared. I'll never let you go. We live or die together. Chen, standing high above, witnessed this dramatic display of brotherly love. He was so moved by their bond, he almost shed a tear. He casually sat down on the edge of the pillar, looking down at the struggling pair. Now, he began, tell me everything you know about the evolution base. Even dangling between life and death, the brothers remained defiant. The older one grit his teeth. Forget it, he snarled. I'll never tell you anything. Even if you kill us, someone will come to avenge us. Chen casually glanced down at the water ghouls breaking the surface, their hideous arms reaching up, eagerly waiting for their next meal. Very good, Chen said coldly. Brave, but foolish. Don't blame me for what happens next. But before Chen could even act, a long-armed water ghoul shot out of the depths and snagged the younger brother's ankle. It started pulling him down with a vicious tug. Despite being ready to sacrifice himself just moments before, terror gripped the younger brother. He screamed, his face a mask of horror, as he was ripped from his brother's grasp. Chen watched from above, calmly explaining to the older brother, "The water ghouls got him. You can't blame me for that." But the older brother wasn't listening. Seeing his brother dragged under, he instantly let go of the pillar and dove into the water, screaming, "No, I'm coming to save you." Such admirable brotherly love. They both sank into the cold, dark depths. When the older brother opened his eyes, he was horrified to find a water ghoul right beside him, its sharp teeth bared, and its eyes glowing red. Before he could even think of saving his brother, he had no idea how to save himself. In that moment of despair, the younger brother could only think one thing: we're so screwed. As the water ghoul raised its claws to strike, the older brother closed his eyes and raised a hand, thinking, well, dying with my brother is better than fighting these things underwater. But in that exact instant, Chen appeared. A single, cold flash of his blade sliced the water ghoul in two. Looking like a demon himself, Chen moved across the water as if it were solid ground, unleashing a storm of lightning-fast strikes. One by one, the water ghouls fell, leaving the two brothers completely stunned. Gasping for breath, he felt like he'd just cheated death itself. The older brother stared at Chen, his eyes wide with disbelief, thinking, is he even human? His power is terrifying. A moment later, Chen pulled them both atop a transmission tower. Overwhelmed with gratitude for saving their lives, the man spoke immediately. "We owe you everything. I will tell you what we know." About the evolution base, still struggling to breathe, he continued his story. "We were dispatched by them. Our mission was to monitor you. The base is actually located at the University of Science and Technology, led by a Mr. Liu, along with the researchers in his laboratory. We're just low-level grunts, doing whatever we're told by our superiors." Hearing the university's name, Chen instantly thought of Wang Shu. He mused to himself, "The Great." Rat plague also started there. It seems Wang Shu is directly connected to this evolution base. Chen pressed further. "Are there any mutant rats being researched in that lab?" The man shook his head, answering honestly, "Only the researchers know about the experiments. We're completely in the dark about that kind of thing." Even with this small piece of intel, Chen made his decision. "No matter what, I have to make a move. I need to scout the situation and prepare before another rat plague can be unleashed." The scene shifts to the Lucheng Hotel. Floodwaters had almost completely submerged the entire district. Duanya stood anxiously, watching the rising tide. She panted softly, her face a perfect, lifelike masterpiece. After absorbing the crystal, core as Chen instructed, Duanya tried to sense any new power within her. But she felt absolutely nothing. Drenched and confused, she wondered, did it even work? The flood had already reached her heels. Suddenly, beneath her feet, writhing tentacles appeared, hinting at the drama to come. She tried to lift her foot, exclaiming, "The water's already this high?" The cataclysmic flood had devoured nearly every building in the city, and the Lucheng Hotel was no exception. Water surged up to the highest floors, with powerful waves crashing, as if to sweep everything away. Inside, Duanya heard not only the roaring waves, but also noticed a strange rustling sound nearby. It sent a shiver down her spine, as if something was lurking in the shadows. Before this, Duanya had taken down an acquaintance, a man who once offered her great opportunities that were now worthless in this new world. Fortunately, she managed to retrieve a crystal core from his brain. Following Chen's advice, Duanya decided to absorb it. She refused to be useless. This was the only way she could stay by Chen's side, but this act threw her body into a bizarre mutation. Duanya's eyes glowed crimson, filled with a surging energy that threatened to explode. Her entire body burned with an unnatural heat, and she let out constant moans of agony, as if she'd been poisoned. Her alluring figure was now racked by strange phenomena. Duanya's eyes rolled back, her tongue lolling out. In an ecstasy of pain, she hugged herself tightly, trying to contain the agony spreading through her. Strangely, her chest began to convulse, as if jolted by a paralyzing electric current. And then, the strange, agonizing transformation finally began to subside, leaving her stunned and full of unanswered questions. Duanya's eyes were wide as she stared up at the ceiling. Her face was exhausted, her breaths heavy but steady, like a vibrant rhythm. Yet, deep within her eyes, a strange light flickered, hinting at an unspoken secret, posed like a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball, powering up. Beads of sweat rolled down her heated body. Duanya wondered to herself, Did it work? The water from the great flood now lapped at the floor where she stood. The ice-cold water touching her heel startled her. The waters reached this floor already? But she was completely unaware that beneath her feet, Strange things had started to emerge, crawling about grotesquely. She looked up, but in that split second, Duanya suddenly felt a bizarre shift deep inside her. She gasped, and at that very moment, a water snake with a head full of sharp teeth lunged at her. Its slimy body coiled tightly around her. Duanya cried out in panic, "What the hell is this thing?" The scene was like something out of a Japanese horror movie, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The water snake tightened its grip. It secreted a sticky slime, covering Duanya's body. Her slender frame could endure it, but the fuller curves of her vibrant figure seemed to struggle, trying to break free from the disgusting slime's hold. Duanya trembled with horror, screaming, "It's so slippery and sticky. This is disgusting." While she was still reeling from the slime covering her, the monster's hideous head suddenly appeared right before her face. Inside its mouth, countless sharp teeth were packed together, a dentist's worst nightmare. The snake swayed back and forth, studying her for a few seconds before lunging to attack. Anyone would think Duanya was done for, but they were wrong. As his right-hand woman, how could she go down so easily? Duanya squeezed her eyes shut, turning her head as her hands shot out, gripping the water serpent's head. But the monster wouldn't let her resist. Its tail coiled around her arms like steel bands, forcing a cry of pain from Duanya's lips. This was the end. Slimy tentacles tightened around her body, trapping her in a deadly embrace, unable to even move. The slick appendages constricted even tighter, pushing Duanya to the brink of despair as her body was completely bound. Just as she struggled for a way out, a horde of serpent demons materialized right before her eyes. They flexed their grotesque, sinewy bodies, a terrifying sight that made Duanya's heart sink. Why are so many appearing all of a sudden? Damn it, I haven't even had time to adapt to my new powers. But in that moment of crisis, Su Chen's words suddenly echoed in her mind. His voice resonated in her ears. Just find the crystal core and consume it, then you'll gain an ability. But these are just normal monsters, so there's no way for us to get an ability core. Duanya, clad in her tattered nurse's outfit, stared nervously at the apple Su Chen had pulled from his dimensional space. She asked blankly, "I don't even know what kind of ability I have, so how am I supposed to use it?" With a stern gaze, Su Chen instilled confidence in her. Try to sense it. Sense yourself, and the world around you. Sense the changes in everything. Then, try to control it with the palm of your hand. Back in the present, Su Chen's lesson sunk in. A faint smile graced Duanya's lips as she realized. She could feel it. Successfully channeling her power, she stared at the hideous monsters, and suddenly, their entire nervous systems became visible to her. Duanya instantly knew what to do. She roared, "So this is your little brain, huh?" The words had barely left her mouth when her eyes flared crimson. With a voice full of power, she screamed, "I command you to stop." At her command, the disgusting tentacles froze instantly, standing motionless as if they had turned to stone. The appendages coiled around her body slowly loosened their grip, no longer daring to constrict her. Duanya looked down at her own slime-covered body and sighed. "This is so disgusting. I'm covered in goo." She reached over, grabbing the nearby axe and slinging it over her shoulder. Covered in slime, Duanya's flawless figure was only accentuated, looking like a warrior goddess straight out of legend. Staring down the horde of monsters, a deadly glint flashed in her eyes. "I'm going to dice you all into pieces. Take this, and this." Duanya became a whirlwind of steel, and within minutes, the room was drenched in fresh blood. The vile swarm of tentacles had been completely annihilated. Finished, Duanya adjusted her skirt and began to walk away, muttering, "I'm absolutely filthy. I need to get back and soak in a hot bath right now." But as she turned, a footstep quietly landed behind her. A wicked voice called out, startling her. "Mind if we bathe together?" Duanya whipped around, axe in hand, ready to threaten the intruder, but standing before her was Su Chen. He was completely naked, emitting a strange, demonic blue light. Seeing how strong she'd become, Su Chen praised her internally. "You're not half bad. You even know how to use a weapon to defend yourself." The sight of Su Chen immediately eased Duanya's fears. Her expression softened as she asked in disbelief, "Is it really you, Su Chen?" Seeing the man who made her tremble like a sewing machine, she couldn't hold back her emotions. She leaped straight into his arms, burying his face in her magnificent chest, causing Su Chen to let out a muffled cry. "It really is you. It's really Su Chen. You finally came back to me. I was so worried I could have died." But Duanya's seductive curves were accidentally creating some very straight lines on Su Chen's body. She blinked, feeling something hard pressing against her. "Huh? What is that hard thing you're poking me with?" Realizing Su Chen was wearing nothing, Duanya's face turned beet red as she flailed her arms. You're despicable. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Su Chen just scratched his head with a wry smile. Hee, the tide came in earlier and it got messy, so I had to take everything off. Come on, let's go get cleaned up. Stepping into the bathroom, the crystal clear water felt incredible as Su Chen began to relax. Ah, this feels amazing. You never appreciate home until you've been away from it. While Su Chen leaned back in the tub, Duanya stood across from him, her face flushed from the excitement of their reunion. Su Chen finally spoke up. Oh, right. What kind of power did you awaken? Duanya walked around behind Su Chen, her eyes sparkling and cheeks blushing. She placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging him. As she worked, she asked, You already figured it out? Su Chen smiled, enjoying the massage. Not yet. I only noticed thanks to the temperature of your lips. His teasing answer made Duanya blush even deeper. The temperature of my lips? What's so special about my lips? Thankfully, a towel was cleverly wrapped around Duanya, concealing all the important parts. Su Chen asked again, So, what is your ability? Duanya didn't hide it, answering directly. It seems to be some kind of mental control. Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. Mental control? Wondering if her skill would work on food, Duanya snapped out of her daze and stood up. I'm not sure, she said. How about I try? This skill on you? Su Chen flinched and looked behind him. Try what on me, exactly? The sight before him made Su Chen's pupils contract. Duanya stood there in a fiery red devil costume, its lace trim teasingly revealing, and accented by a pair of wings on her back. She looked more captivating than ever. Using a sweet, enchanting voice, she purred, Master, what if I try it like this? Under the influence of her mind control ability, Su Chen's entire body went rigid. But, at the same time, his spiritual energy began to flare. Duanya saw the power bursting around him and thought, Is this Su Chen's true spiritual power? If he hadn't allowed it, I probably would have been destroyed the second I tried to control his mind. Su Chen's eyes turned blood red. He let out a deep laugh. Ha ha ha. So, this is what it feels like. This ability isn't half bad. He roared, his voice filled with raw excitement. I'm going to train you until your legs can't walk straight. Hehehe. Meanwhile, outside the Lucheng Hotel, the Great Flood continued to rage. By the time Su Chen finished training Duanya, a new day had already dawned. The floodwaters lapped at the hotel's highest floors. Gunfire cracked from the rooftop, taking down one water serpent after another. Duanya stood ready, still in her long-eared bunny outfit, was getting a lesson from Su Chen. His voice was stern. Focus your mind, then use your willpower to steady the gun, Alt-C, and fire. Duanya turned to him, asking softly, But, aren't you preparing to go to the University of Science and Technology? Why are you still taking the time to teach me how to shoot? Su Chen turned, heading inside as he explained, I'm dedicating half a day to perfecting your marksmanship. You mentioned you studied at a medical university before, right? Duanya looked puzzled. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Su Chen didn't answer, only gesturing. Come with me. It's time we put your other skills to use. A short while later, Su Chen led Duanya from the hotel, boarding a freshly acquired yacht. Duanya felt a little awkward in the bunny girl outfit Su Chen gave her. Su Chen, she began hesitantly. If I go out dressed like this, won't it cause trouble? Su Chen sized her up with a smirk. It's fine. Even if you wore nothing at all, no one would dare touch you. Reclining in his chair, Su Chen sipped a golden liquor, calmly admiring her flawless figure. As Duanya steered the yacht, she glanced back. So, are we heading to the University of Science and Technology now? Su Chen stared thoughtfully into his glass. Yeah. I need to find a sworn brother of mine there. I just don't know if he's still alive. Duanya struck a seductive pose, one hand on the wheel, the other accentuating her curves. Don't worry, she said with a comforting smile. Good people are always protected by the heavens, she added, with a wink. A girl like me must be very blessed, right? Sometime later, their yacht finally reached the University of Science and Technology. Duanya looked at the scene before them and gestured to Su Chen. We're here. This is it. As she spoke, she took in the desolate landscape. A barricade wall blocked the entrance, bizarre watchtowers stood guard, and an aura of death permeated the air. Thanks to his awakened instincts, Su Chen could feel danger lurking from the main gate. Suddenly, his eyes glowed crimson. He whipped his head to the right, on high alert. A figure in the watchtower opened fire on their yacht. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Su Chen lunged forward, using his own body to shield Duanya. The shooter seemed to be an amateur, or was perhaps just firing a warning. The bullets only grazed the yacht's hull, creating a series of sharp, clanging sounds. A grimy, smirking face appeared from the watchtower. His voice was full of suspicion. "Who are you people? What do you want here?" Chen glanced toward the voice, thinking to himself, "This is the place where the mutant rat king rose up in my past life. The University of Science and Technology." He calmly stepped to the bow of the boat. "We've come to join the evolution base," he replied evenly. "Can you open the gate for us?" The filthy man, let's call him Greasy Face, looked Chen up and down, his gaze filled with scorn for the shirtless newcomer. But when his eyes landed on Duan Ya in her seductive bunny outfit, his entire demeanor changed. He licked his lips with raw hunger. Well, look what we have here. A tasty little bunny. Hey girl, you warm my bed tonight, and I'll let you in. As for that punk with you, he can crawl back to whatever hole he came from." Chen and Duan Ya were completely unfazed, as if they had prepared for this very provocation. Chen remained stone-faced, allowing Duan Ya to step forward. She held out a plate of fragrant, glistening braised pork. With a sweet smile, she cooed, "Hey, handsome, how about you let us in, for the sake of this little offering?" In the post-apocalyptic world, a single plate of meat was enough to make Greasy Face's jaw drop. "What? Is that braised pork?" he stammered. It's really braised pork." He pointed down, yelling at his subordinate Lu Tao. "Open the gate! Hurry up and open the gate! I haven't seen real meat in ages." Though confused, Lu Tao scrambled to obey. Muttering his assent, he rushed to comply. The massive gate of the university slowly creaked open, allowing the yacht to pass through. The moment they were inside, Greasy Face climbed down. He barked arrogantly. "Dock the boat here. Now hand over that plate of pork." Lu Tao looked at the plate in Duan Ya's hands, sensing something was wrong. "But that plate of pork seems—" He started nervously, but Greasy Face immediately cut him off with a roar. "Get lost, it's all mine." What the fool didn't know was that Duan Ya had activated her mental control ability. In Greasy Face's eyes, the glistening aromatic pork was actually the severed arm of a water demon. Under Duan Ya's manipulation, his brain had been completely tricked into believing he was holding a delicacy. He was ecstatic. "Oh man, my mouth is watering. For this delicious pork, I'll let you guys in." He pointed at a subordinate. "You, take them to the laboratory area." Lu Tao, ignoring his senior who was lost in a meaty delusion, led Chen and Duan Ya forward. "Let me show you the way," he said. "If we're all going to be living in this base, it's only right that we help each other out. This bottom floor is for the old, the kids, and those with no influence. I'll take you both upstairs. We'll find a cleaner room." Just then, Lu Dao slammed right into a dazed child staggering towards them. Annoyed at being blocked, he snapped, "Hey kid, what's your problem? You got eyes in the back of your head? Watch where you're going." The child stumbled and fell to the ground. Trembling, the little one explained, I'm sorry. I feel really dizzy." Seeing this, Duan Ya's medical instincts and kind heart took over. She rushed forward and gently held the child, her voice laced with concern. "This poor girl, she must be starving. She has no energy left." "Hey sweetie, where are your parents?" The little girl clutched her stomach, trying to fight the hunger pangs. Through gritted teeth, she trembled and replied, They went to find food, but they haven't come back yet." Like an angel in this living hell, Duan Ya pulled a bag of bread from her pack for the little girl. "Here, I have some bread. This will help with the hunger, okay?" But the little girl hesitated, worried that if she accepted, Duan Ya would be the one to go hungry. She said shakily, "But if you give this to me, then Miss Bunny will be hungry." "Miss Bunny?" Duan Ya blushed at the nickname. Seeing the poor child, even Chen couldn't keep up his cold facade. He stepped forward to explain. "Don't you worry," he said gently. "Miss Bunny won't be going hungry." But the little girl, still clutching her stomach and enduring the pain, didn't believe him. "You're lying. There's no one who isn't hungry these days." Chen gave a wry smile. Since she wouldn't believe him, he decided it was time to put on a show. From his dimensional space, he summoned a massive, steaming hot pot of Thai-style sour rib soup. The sight made Lu Dao, who was standing behind them, gasp in shock. A hot pot? Where did that just come from? Even the little girl, trembling from hunger, stared with wide, unbelieving eyes. She was stunned by Chen's magic trick and stammered, "Goo, is that real? Big brother, I want to be your woman." The innocent words coming from a child left Duan Ya completely speechless. Her face darkened instantly. With the aura of a demon, she quickly shoved the bread into the little girl's mouth. "Kids shouldn't talk nonsense like that. Just eat." But as Su Chen and Duan Ya were performing their act of kindness, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind them. A harsh, arrogant voice cut through the air, forcing Su Chen to turn. Well, what the hell is this? You've got to be kidding me. Someone's actually cooking real food in here? Three thugs strutted forward, faces twisted with arrogance, kicking things over as they approached. They screamed at the crowd of filthy survivors, "Get the hell out of the way. Don't you scum know that hoarding supplies for yourselves is against the rules? All supplies must be turned over to the leaders. You use contribution points to get what you need." The leader, a guy with some ridiculous haircut, gritted his teeth. His eyes glared with menace. But funnily enough, I don't remember anyone trading points for food lately. So, which one of you maggots decided to break the rules? Seeing the thugs, the little girl by Duan Ya's side began to tremble, hiding behind her. She whispered fearfully, "Miss Bunny." Duan Ya gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't be scared. I'll get them to speak to us nicely." She then turned to Su Chen. Her gaze was filled with intent. Su Chen understood immediately and gave a slight nod. In that instant, Duan Ya unleashed her psychic ability, creating a powerful illusion. A magnificent feast appeared right before the three thugs. She smiled sweetly. "You must be tired. After all, isn't some delicious food what you really want? We prepared all of this just for you. Please, eat to your heart's content." A crimson glint flashed in Duan Ya's eyes as her mind control ability took hold. Before the thugs, visions of roasted chicken appeared, Kobe beef, savory fish, and perfect pork knuckles. Their eyes went wide as they screamed with excitement. "Whoa, it's meat! Look at all this meat, boys! It smells freaking incredible. This is all mine. Get out of my way. I want some of that amazing food too. Man, this place is paradise." The three of them dove in, stuffing their faces greedily, lost to the world. The leader with the crazy hair looked over at Duan Ya, drool dripping from his mouth. "Heh, you're a pretty sharp one, little lady. Because of that, I'll let you off easy today. No punishment for you." But when his eyes landed on Su Chen, his tone turned vicious. "As for this newbie punk, you broke the rules, and that means you have to be punished." Hearing this, Su Chen simply raised an eyebrow. "Oh, punish me?" he asked calmly. The leader's voice grew low and menacing. "Bring them out. Get them over here, now." At his command, the lackeys dragged forward two figures bound in chains. Veins bulged all over their bodies, dark and twisted, as if they'd been injected with some vile poison. The leader roared, "Your punishment is a fight to the death with these two. Either you kill them, or they'll tear you apart." Su Chen looked closer and realized it was the two brothers who'd been trapped in the flood. He thought to himself, what in the world happened to them? The little girl beside Duan Ya, still chewing her bread, looked blankly at the two chained men. That's my big brother. And second brother. What's wrong?" Seeing her two brothers, bound in chains, the little girl burst into tears and tried to run forward. "You bad people! Let my brothers go!" Duan Ya quickly held her back. "Don't go over there," she warned. "Their condition. Something is very wrong with them." The thugs, still stuffing their faces with imaginary food, mumbled through their chewing. They just failed a mission, and they don't have the contribution points to pay for their failure, so they got a death sentence. But killing them outright would be a waste. I figured I'd keep them around for a little entertainment. The leader's eyes bulged as he chewed and snarled. "I just never expected you all actually knew each other." Well now, this just got interesting. "All right, I've decided. If you lose this fight, I'll throw their little sister, and these two, into the river, as food for the water ghouls." Su Chen's eyes glanced toward the two unfortunate brothers, chained up like wild animals. He couldn't help but think that they seemed to be trapped in some kind of bizarre, frenzied state. Had they been injected with a drug that shattered their minds? Just then, the one-eyed thug, busy gorging himself on Su Chen's stolen food, suddenly barked out an order. He commanded his men to release the two maddened brothers. The moment he spoke, his underlings unfastened the chains. Now completely feral, the two brothers charged straight for Su Chen, their faces twisted with beast-like aggression. A normal person would have been torn to shreds or beaten to death on the spot. But unfortunately for them, Su Chen wasn't a normal person. He was an ability user whose body had been enhanced twice. He calmly raised a single arm, facing the oncoming threat head-on. Seeing this, the thugs thought he had frozen in fear, prompting such a strange, passive move. But in that instant, the impossible happened. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen, used that one arm to deliver a lightning-fast, decisive blow to the older brother's neck, followed by a hard slap across the younger brother's face. In a split second, both brothers crumpled to the ground, unconscious and utterly defeated. At that moment, the little girl, believed to be their sister, witnessed the entire thing. Seeing her brothers struck down, the girl let out a heartbreaking scream, crying for her brothers. She struggled desperately to break free from Duan Ya's grasp. Seeing the girl's utter despair, all Duan Ya could do was hold her tight, gently reassuring her that her brothers would be fine, that they were only knocked out. The one-eyed thug, who had seen it all, had a flicker of shock cross his face, mixed with pure rage. He turned to the two brothers Chen had just defeated and cursed. Useless trash, taken down that easily. But, in the next moment, he redirected his fury towards Chen. With a venomous glint in his eye, he looked at Chen and spoke, "I'm in a good mood today. Hand over all of your supplies quietly, and I'll pretend this never happened." With an ice-cold expression, Chen sneered back at the one-eyed man. "And why should I hand my supplies over to you?" One of the thug's underlings immediately roared out a threat. "Damn you, you're new here, aren't you? At this University of Science and Technology, everyone follows Boss Liu's laws. It's the only way to survive in this chaotic world." The one-eyed thug chimed in, his tone dripping with arrogance. "That's right, we don't feed freeloaders here. If you want to stay, you have to earn contribution points by finding resources or supplies. It's the only way to trade for your survival." Hearing the words contribution points, Chen thought to himself, contribution points? What is that? It was basically a new form of currency, not real money, but clearly a huge benefit for the people who made the rules. After a moment of thought, Chen replied coldly, "The rule doesn't sound too bad, but unfortunately for you, our last bit of food has already been eaten by your men. We have nothing left to give." Just then, a strange voice echoed from behind the group of thugs. "You want contribution points? Why not work for me?" A large, heavy-set man, dressed bizarrely like a tribesman from some remote African village, stepped out from the crowd. Hearing his voice, the one-eyed thug and his men flinched, stammering a greeting. It turned out this fat man was Captain Guo, the true leader of this gang of thugs. The expressions on Chen's and Duan Ya's faces showed clear astonishment. Next to the man was another person, his mouth gagged with a wooden bit tied tightly, leaving only 4 upper teeth and 3 lower ones visible, a clear sign of horrific violence. This man's actions were even stranger. He was hunched over, carrying a makeshift sedan chair pieced together from crude materials. On the chair, the fat man sat enthroned, and beside him was a girl wearing only her underwear. Beneath the chair, several others in the same condition as the gagged man were also bent over, carrying the load. The entire scene was like a twisted throwback to ancient times, with slaves forced into humiliating servitude. Suddenly, one of the chair-bearers tripped and fell forward. The fat man's brow furrowed in annoyance, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. A sharp spear materialized in his hand, seemingly from thin air. In a flash, he hurled it with incredible force. It pierced straight through the chest of the man who had just stumbled. The unlucky man screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back as blood gushed from his mouth. With one final cry, he collapsed, dying a brutal and sudden death. Chen and Duan Ya watched, a cold chill running down their spines. They had only ever killed in self-defense, but these people were different. They were willing to snuff out a life over a tiny mistake. After the kill, the fat man rested his chin on his hand, looking over at Chen's group with a disgusting smirk, as if sizing up his next meal. He spoke, his voice booming. "As you can see, I'm a little short-staffed. That kid over there can take the place of the one who just died. As for the little rabbit," he said, pointing at Duan Ya, "I'll give you a can of fresh meat or a pack of instant noodles every day you serve me. You have to understand, in this apocalypse, all production stopped long ago. For you, I went through a lot of trouble." Suddenly, the captain named Guo grabbed the girl beside him, pulling her head tight against his body with a lecherous grin. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He had grown tired of women like the one in his arms. But Duan Ya, in his eyes, was a true gem. A rare treasure in this chaotic world. Hearing the fat captain speak, the one-eyed thug immediately chimed in, turning to yell at Chen's group. "Our captain has made you a generous offer. I'd advise you not to be stupid and waste this opportunity." Another of the one-eyed man's lackeys added, his voice filled with excitement. "This is gonna be good. When the captain gets his new woman, we get the old one. Things are looking up." But the thugs' celebration was cut short by a cold question from Captain Guo that made them all freeze. Wait, what is that smell? What did you just eat? At his words, it was as if lightning struck the entire group, and they screamed internally. They were done for. Overcome by hunger, they had secretly eaten the meat without reporting to their captain. A crime worthy of death. They all dropped to the ground, bowing their heads repeatedly, begging for their lives. We're sorry, Captain. Captain, we'll never do it again. Please, give us one more chance. From now on, no matter the food, big or small, we swear we will offer it to you first. Hearing their desperate pleas, Captain Guo's expression was unreadable. It was as if he were weighing his options. He had clearly guessed what his men had secretly eaten, but chose not to pursue it for now. Instead, he roared, "Shut your damn mouths. I'm no Mozzie, preaching kindness to a bunch of idiots. What did you just eat that you're trying to hide it? Now get the hell out of my sight." Chen and Duanya couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could this fat man have realized Duanya's mind control ability? But that couldn't be right. He shouldn't be immune to her powers. The one-eyed thugs were completely bewildered, about to explain what they had eaten when suddenly, all their faces changed. Sweat poured from them like rain, as their terrified eyes stared down at their own stomachs. At that moment, they all clutched their bellies, crying out in pain. One of them even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It turned out the flesh from the aquatic monster they ate was causing a violent reaction in their bodies. They all clutched their stomachs, screaming as they ran for the latrines, wondering in a panic why their stomachs were hurting so badly. Watching his pathetic, idiotic subordinates, Captain Guo couldn't hide his fury. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, how did I end up with such a pack of morons? One of these days, I'll have to kill every last one of these parasites to feel satisfied. Chen observed the fat man, a seed of doubt growing in his mind. He couldn't sense any special abilities from him, yet he felt an unusual power radiating from the man's body, far exceeding that of a normal person. However, compared to Chen, who had undergone 2 physical enhancements, this fatty was hardly a worthy opponent. Furthermore, under his influence, the one-eyed thugs seemed to have broken free from Duanya's mental control. Chen wondered just what kind of person this boss Liu behind Captain Guo was. But looking at the fat captain, he was clearly no small fry. Killing these thugs now could complicate his own plans. It was best to find the location of the mutant rats first. Seeing Chen remain silent, Captain Guo spoke up again. "Hey kid, my offer. What do you think?" Chen replied flatly, "Not interested." Surprisingly, despite the blunt rejection, Captain Guo didn't get angry. He just laughed loudly, his tone dripping with hidden meaning. "Don't worry, the day will come when you'll be on your knees, begging me." Then he gave an order to Lu Tao, one of his men. "Drag the corpse of that man I just skewered back to our shelter." Lu Tao quickly obeyed, scrambling to do as he was told. As Captain Guo's group disappeared into the distance, Chen fell into deep thought, a contemplative look in his eyes. With a look of despair, Duanya spoke quietly. "I'm sorry, Chen. My mental power isn't strong enough to handle that Captain Guo. My ability was useless against him." Seeing her consumed by guilt, Chen comforted her. "It's not your fault. These people survived by eating the corpses of water monsters. We need to be extremely careful with every move we make." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out from behind. "You've made an enemy of the captain's guard. They won't let you off easy." Chen, a young man, about his age, appeared, dressed just like the men they had encountered before. The strange thing was, this man knew Chen's name. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "Do I know you? Why are you trying to help us?" The young man pointed to himself in disbelief and answered, "It's me, Yuan. I'm Tian Yue's roommate. We met the last time you visited the campus." The scene then cuts to a dilapidated building not far away. The menacing Captain Guo turned to Lu Dao and ordered, "Lu Dao, you keep an eye on that girl. Don't let them escape." Lu Dao flinched at the order, stammering, "Captain, do you mean you want to?" Before he could finish, Guo's face twisted into a sinister grin as he licked his lips. An image of Duanya in a seductive bunny costume flashed through his mind. A woman this beautiful, he thought, is a true rarity in this apocalypse. Back at the University of Science and Technology, inside a ruined apartment complex that towered over the flooded buildings nearby. The apartment towers were connected by makeshift wooden bridges, so unstable they looked ready to collapse at any moment. Inside one of the building's shabby rooms, someone was being given an IV. As a gentle but worried voice spoke, "Your medical supplies are low, but luckily, it's just enough to keep them stable. Their lives aren't in danger." The person who spoke was none other than Duanya. She was diligently treating the 2 brothers who were drugged, and knocked unconscious by Chen earlier. Although they were still in a coma, their pained expressions had softened. Their condition had improved dramatically, offering a glimmer of hope. The brothers' timid younger sister, standing nearby, saw the improvement and couldn't help but speak. "Thank you, bunny sister. You're truly amazing." Meanwhile, Chen was talking with his uniquely named friend, Yuan. He turned and asked, "I just realized, are all the surviving students gathered here now?" Yuan nodded in reply. "That's right. Anyone still alive, man or woman, eventually seeks refuge here. Brother Tianyue helps everyone out. So this area is pretty much our outer division's territory." "The outer division?" Chen asked with curiosity. Before Yuan could answer, a figure appeared from behind them, speaking in his place. "That's right. Our outer division is powerful. Even when facing the Thao clan, we'll wipe out every single one of them. So, fellow student, are you interested in joining?" Yuan looked towards the speaker and cheered. Brother Tian Yue. The young man who had just appeared was Tian Yue, the very friend Chen was searching for. Tian Yue wore tattered clothes, patched up with various strange accessories, giving him a rugged and cool apocalyptic style. With swim goggles perched on his head and a shotgun over his shoulder, he looked like a true wasteland warrior. Yuan pulled Chen forward, bragging, "Brother Tian Yue, look who I brought back." Tian Yue lifted his goggles, looked closely, and immediately recognized his best friend. He laughed, letting out an excited curse. "Chen, you magnificent bastard. Damn it, I thought you were dead. I can't believe you're alive. This is great, my brother." The two shared a tight, emotional hug. Chen replied warmly, "Brother Tian, it's been too long." Tian Yue continued excitedly. "Let's go. A reunion this special calls for a drink. It's a good thing I just got back from a supply run. We can celebrate for a few days." Suddenly, Tian Yue's gaze froze on something, his expression stunned. As he looked closer, he recognized the girl standing before him. "I've seen you before. You're the school's legendary beauty, the ice goddess Duanya." Recognized while wearing a bunny girl cosplay, Duanya blushed crimson and replied shyly, "That was all in the past. Everything is different now." Still excited, Tian Yue turned to Yuan. "Xiao Miao, why is the legendary goddess here? And why is she wearing a bunny ear outfit?" Blasted by the shout, Yuan covered his ears and slowly asked, "Brother, is she really the Duanya from the medical academy?" Duanya shyly moved closer to Chen and whispered, Chen, I want to change. Wearing this in front of our underclassmen is too embarrassing. Besides, just look at them." Chen wrapped his arm around Duanya's waist, nodding in agreement. "You're right, you should go change. Wearing such a sexy bunny cosplay. Who could possibly handle it?" Seeing this, Yuan and Tian Yue were overwhelmed with jealousy, and they both got a nosebleed. Yuan grumbled enviously. How dare he hug the goddess like that? Tian Yue nodded in agreement. That lucky bastard. Seeing that Duanya wanted to change clothes, Tian Yue quickly offered, "I apologize. Our place is a little messy. Model, please, make yourselves comfortable. Duanya, you can use this room to change." Duanya thanked him and entered the room. Chen saw that Tian Yue had his own room and teased Tian Yue. Not bad. A private room, quite luxurious. Yuan, standing nearby, explained, "I'm jealous too." But he used his contribution points to get it. Tian Yue turned to Chen and asked doubtfully, "But why aren't you guys carrying any bags? Where did you get clothes to change into?" Chen didn't answer directly, instead asking, "Brother Tian, are the missions you guys usually take dangerous?" Tian Yue adjusted his slipping goggles and laughed heartily. "Dangerous? What's that? We're just for show. Our luck is amazing, so we're always clean. Look at me. Do I look like I'm living in an apocalypse? Now that you're here, don't leave. Join my team. I can protect both of you. Besides, Duanya is a skilled doctor. All she needs to do is treat the injured. No need to scavenge for food. But I have to warn you about one thing first." Seeing Tian Yue's serious tone, Chen asked, "What is it?" Tian Yue continued, "From now on, can you stop causing such a commotion and letting a goddess run around out there in a bunny cosplay, no less? We're living in an apocalypse. What's your plan?" Seeing his friend's worried face, Chen just smiled, offering no explanation. "Brother Tian, relax. I'll protect her with my life." The words barely left his mouth when Tian Yue smacked him on the head, asking, "You think it's that easy? Did you forget back in high school? How you got pushed around and wouldn't even dare to fight back? You even stopped me from payback." Getting hit by his friend, Chen felt a bit awkward. With his embarrassing past brought up, All he could do was laugh it off. But Tian Yue continued his warning. Be careful with that guard captain. He's nothing but trouble. The girls he targets never end up well. Duanya is far too beautiful. He's not going to let her go easily. At that moment, in the changing room, a dark shadow appeared silently behind Duanya. The creature's bloodshot eyes stared her down as she undressed. Suddenly, the cold steel of a knife pressed against her neck, threatening her not to move a muscle. Duanya flinched but forced herself to stay calm, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" The attacker was the shaved-head girl from before, one of Captain Guo's lackeys. She leaned in close to Duanya's ear, her whisper like poison. "Captain Guo told me to find you a better place to rest." The shaved-head girl continued, her voice dripping with malice. "You're a woman. How can you sleep in a room full of men?" Duanya's reply was like ice. "I'm perfectly fine here. I don't need your concern." Seeing Duanya's defiance, the girl slid a hand down towards her stomach in a taunting gesture and said, "Oh, that won't do at all. The captain specifically requested your presence." Duanya realized that tangling with this psycho was a terrible idea. She instantly activated her hypnosis ability, using her mental power to overwhelm her opponent, while saying, "I already told you, I'm not interested." In a flash, the shaved-head girl was under her control. Her eyes glazed over, her body went rigid, unable to speak or move. Seeing that her power had taken hold, Duanya asked coldly, "Are you going to let go now?" The shaved-head girl immediately stumbled back, dropping the knife and her threatening posture. Looking at her attacker, Duanya looked exhausted. Using mental power to forcibly control someone was incredibly draining, but handling this girl for a short period was still within her limits. She decided to let Chen handle the rest. With that thought, Duanya turned to the door, intending to leave the room. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. The shaved-head girl, with a crazed glint in her eyes, stabbed the knife directly into her own hand. Fresh blood poured out, but she seemed completely immune to the pain. This desperate act was meant to shock her own nervous system. It was a way to break free from Duanya's mental control. Sensing something was wrong, Duanya spun back around. She was horrified to see the insane woman using excruciating pain to force herself awake. Free from the hypnosis, she ignored her mangled hand, gripped the knife, and lunged toward Duanya like a feral beast unleashed. One hand brandished the knife, while the other slammed Duanya against the door by her throat, using her leg to pin her down. Her eyes blazed with pure killing intent as she snarled, "I almost fell for your trick, you cunning little witch." Outside, the group began to realize that something was terribly wrong. The noise erupting from the room put them all on high alert. Yuan Yuen shouted, "Duanya, what's going on in there? Why is it so loud just to change clothes? Senior, say something." Although the shaved-head girl had muffled Duanya's screams, preventing her from calling out, the prolonged silence only deepened everyone's suspicion. Chen couldn't wait any longer, shouting, "Duanya, I'm coming in." In an instant, he smashed the door off its hinges and burst into the room. Seeing Chen, the shaved-head girl immediately screamed a threat. "Are you looking for death?" Before he could react, she pounced like a hunting leopard, the razor-sharp knife in her hand aimed straight for Chen. Seeing the danger, Tian Yue rushed forward to block the attack. He screamed, "Chen, be careful!" But the moment the shaved-head girl heard the name Chen and saw his face clearly, her pupils shrank to pinpricks, and cold sweat poured down her face. Her expression twisted in absolute panic, as if she were facing her worst nightmare. Chen watched the crazed woman, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. In her mind, the horrifying memories returned like a slow-motion nightmare. Back at the technical university, Chen had been a demon. In her eyes, the images of him slaughtering her comrades flashed vividly before her. These were memories she wanted to bury, forever. Though she was a killer herself, her intuition screamed that confronting Chen meant the most brutal kind of death. In a moment of sheer terror, the bald girl did something that stunned everyone. Instead of attacking, she lunged toward Chen, collapsing to her knees. Lifting her head with an obsessed gaze, she trembled and said, "Master, please punish me." Tian Yue was floored by the scene, muttering, "Master? What in the world is going on?" An aura of death radiated from Chen. His eyes were as cold as ice, as he slowly asked, "Who is your master?" The bald girl, her eyes filled with a captivating allure, replied, "Master, do you feel my sincerity? Is still not enough." Without pausing, she suddenly stripped off all her clothes, exposing her body to Chen without a hint of shame. Tian Yue and Yuan Yu, both still virgins, could only stare wide-eyed at this insane spectacle. Tian Yue couldn't hold back, whispering, "Damn, she really stripped bare?" Chen, Your tastes are something else. But just as Tianyue finished his sentence, the bald girl's eyes suddenly changed. A smoke bomb, pulled from nowhere, was thrown into their midst, creating a thick screen of smoke that blinded everyone. Tianyue instantly realized, this is bad, it's a smoke bomb. She scrambled away like a cornered animal, desperate to escape. But before she could even take a few steps, a powerful hand shot out and grabbed her by the chin. Without any warning, Chen appeared, holding her as easily as if she were a chicken. With ice in his eyes and a low growl in his voice, he said, "Did you really think you could run away that easily?" The shaved-head girl trembled with fear, the memory of Chen slaughtering her comrades flashing in her mind. She screamed, pleading, "Wait a second, you can't kill me. Do you remember the little girl you saved? Her and her 2 brothers have been taken to the beast arena. If you kill me." But Chen cut her off with a look of pure disgust. "So what? Get lost." With that, he threw her from the highest floor of the building into the water below. Even though it was water, only the luckiest would survive a fall from that height. Tianyue heard her threat and asked Yuan Yuan with a confused look, what little girl was she talking about? Yuan Yuan explained, "That was Xiao Mai and her 2 brothers. The guards must have taken them while we were gone. Brother Tian, what do we do? If we don't save them, they'll be eaten alive by the rats down there." At the mention of giant rats, Chen couldn't help but ask, an elder rat. That was his target. He came here specifically for the mutated beast. Without waiting for Tianyue or Yuan to react, Chen led the group straight for the beast arena the girl with the shaved head had mentioned. Seeing how composed Chen was, Tianyue hurried to ask, "Chen, you're unbelievably calm. Aren't you even a little bit rattled by this?" In a domed building not far away, Captain Guo stood with Xiao Mai's 2 brothers. He looked down at Xiao Mai and announced, in a vicious tone, "Your brothers failed their mission. The penalty is death. But, if you step into the beast arena, I might consider giving them another chance." His smile was utterly repulsive, showing no mercy, not even for a child. Her second brother couldn't help but scream, "Xiao Mai, run, don't listen to him." But Guo just scoffed, "It's too late to run now." With a sliver of childish hope, Xiao Mai asked, "I won't go anywhere, but you'll really let my brothers go?" Captain Guo laughed aloud. "Of course, assuming you survive." He pointed behind Xiao Mai, where the gate of a massive cage was being raised. From within, a mutated rat stepped out. Its body was 3 times the size of Xiao Mai, with 2 massive incisors jutting out. Its blood-red eyes stared as if they wanted to devour her whole. Danger washed over Xiao Mai. Her face went pale, and her body trembled with fear. When she turned her head, she saw the beast's horrifying maw, lunging at her. In an instant, its razor-sharp teeth sank into her arm. Xiao Mai screamed in agony, her small frame unable to resist as the rat began to drag her away. In that moment, happy memories with her brothers flooded her mind. She remembered her second brother, holding a bag of mushrooms, excitedly showing them off. "Xiao Mai, look, I found so many mushrooms." Xiao Mai was skeptical. "Brother, are you sure these aren't poisonous?" Her eldest brother, standing nearby, snapped angrily, "Why would I let Xiao Mai eat something dangerous?" Without waiting for a response, he snatched the bag, shoved a handful in his mouth, and mumbled, "I'll test them first. If I don't die, then Xiao Mai can eat." The 2 siblings watched in horror as their brother started foaming at the mouth, rambling, "There are so many red umbrellas in the sky." They thought the mushrooms were poison, screaming for him to spit them out. Then, the memory shifted to her brothers, leaving for their mission. "Xiao Mai, wait for us. Once we complete the mission, we'll have contribution points." Her second brother added, "That's right. I won't let you go hungry anymore. Be good, don't run off. We'll bring back delicious food." Back in the present, her 2 brothers hung from a crossbar, watching in pure terror as the rat attacked their sister. Though they were tied up, they screamed, "Xiao Mai, run away. Don't worry about us. You have to live." Annoyed by the noise, Captain Guo ordered his men, "So noisy. Shut those 2 up." The wooden blocks under the brothers' feet were kicked away, leaving them hanging. The ropes tightened around their necks. Without immediate help, they would suffocate. Seeing her brothers in peril, Xiao Mai ignored the searing pain in her arm. She screamed, "Big brother, second brother." She realized the only way to save them was to defeat the mutated rat. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed a wooden stick and with all her might, plunged it into the creature's blood-red eye. The rat shrieked in pain, releasing Xiao Mai. The little girl scrambled over to her brothers, sobbing, "Big brother, second brother, I'm coming to save you." Tears streamed down her face. They were the only family she had left. She couldn't lose them. But the rat, though blinded in one eye, had already recovered. It charged forward in a frenzy, catching up to Xiao Mai and slamming its front paw into her back. She collapsed, crying out in pain. Captain Guo witnessed this, laughing maniacally. "That little brat thinks she can save someone? What a joke. You worthless insects don't deserve to live." Xiao Mai's face was covered in dirt and tears as she kept calling for her brothers. But the rat had her pinned, ready to tear her apart. She looked at her brothers, dangling near death, the ropes choking the life out of them. All Xiao Mai could do was scream, in utter despair. "Why? Why is this happening? We just wanted to live. Help. Somebody, please, save us." Just as Xiao Mai believed all three of them were about to die, Su Chen appeared in a flash. With a single, almost casual motion, he swung his open hand. The slap looked simple, but it struck with the force of a warhammer. The mutated rat's head flew clean off its body as blood erupted from its neck. It was an instant kill. Xiao Mai, lost in despair just a moment ago, could only stare with wide eyes, her mouth agape, silenced by pure shock. Tian Yue's group, standing nearby, was completely stunned. Tian Yue muttered to himself, "This kid is way too impulsive. I just praised him for being calm. And now this happens." Captain Guo, who had been laughing moments before, was now frozen in place. Cold sweat poured down his face. Staring at the rat killed by a single slap, Su Chen just frowned with a look of disappointment. Is this all the strength it had? Looks like this elder rat was just a little bigger than the others, and that's it. But even so, what bothered Su Chen most was that this rat had no crystal core, and something about it seemed different from the other mutated creatures he had encountered. Captain Guo forced a twisted, malicious smile onto his face. He stared at Su Chen and growled, "Well, kid, if you're that eager to die." Before he could finish, the sound of another cage gate echoed through the arena, and a new horde of mutated rats was released. Each one was even larger than the last, their crimson eyes glowing with bloodlust. But even as he recognized the new threat, Su Chen remained perfectly calm. He didn't even flinch. Guo, on the other hand, regained his confidence and finished his threat. "Then I will gladly grant your wish." Meanwhile, Su Chen's group had finally rescued Xiao Mai's brothers. Dian Wei and Yuan supported the two men, who were barely breathing, and guided them to a safer area. Dian Wei urged them, "Rest for now. You can figure things out later." Though exhausted, the older brother managed a weak smile for Xiao Mai. "Xiao Mai?" With worry clouding her eyes, she asked, "Big brother, second brother, are you two all right?" The second brother's voice was faint but full of love. "It's all thanks to you, Xiao Mai. You're the one who saved us." But Xiao Mai just hugged Duanya tightly, shaking her head. "No, it was brother Su Chen who saved everyone, not me." Even at her young age, she understood perfectly who had truly rescued the three of them. Just then, a squelching footstep echoed nearby, leaving a trail of dripping water on the floor. It was none other than the bald girl Su Chen had thrown into the water. Bizarrely, aside from being soaking wet, she seemed completely unharmed. Beside her stood a young man wearing thick glasses. He had the air of a cold academic. Holding a wine glass, his icy gaze fell upon Su Chen's group. The man spoke to the bald girl, his voice sharp. "Is the man below the special research material you mentioned?" She answered slowly. "Yes, sir. If we can harness his genes, we can solve the future instability problem in our subjects." Hearing this, the man with glasses showed a flicker of surprise. "Is that so? These rats were created with our latest technology. They're far larger and more aggressive than before. But if he dies here, then he's not worthy of being my special test subject." The moment he finished speaking, the horde of mutated rats lunged forward. But in a flash, Su Chen had already made his move. Moving like lightning, he summoned his dagger from his dimensional space, leaving clean, deep gashes across the rats' bodies. Dian Wei and Xiao Mai's brothers could only stare in utter shock. In a single instant, he had wiped out the entire pack of mutated rats. Was this even the same Su Chen that Dian Wei knew? Captain Guo, though a little fearful, wasn't as stunned as the others. He roared, "You damn brat!" But Su Chen didn't even bother to look at him, disappointed that these rats also lacked crystal cores. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Attention! This man is the test material I require. Old Guo, Dian Wei, capture him for me." Hearing this, Guo burst into triumphant laughter. "Haha, the boss has spoken. You're finished this time." In contrast, Dian Wei swore under his breath. He turned to Su Chen, his expression complicated. The man in glasses gave the order, "Seize Su Chen, alive or dead, it doesn't matter." It was clear the test subject didn't need to be breathing. Hearing this, Su Chen remained unfazed, not a trace of anger on his face. But Wang Yu was panicking, urging Duan Ya, "Senior, we have to get out of here. This situation is a death trap." But Duan Ya stood her ground, her voice firm. "I'm not going. As long as Su Chen is here, I'm staying by his side." Her absolute faith in Su Chen was almost tangible, moving everyone who saw it. Meanwhile, a man named Guo shot Tian Yue a mocking, ecstatic grin. "Tian Yue, I hear you two are sworn brothers, aren't you? But remember, our very existence depends on the boss. So, what's it going to be?" Su Chen looked at Tian Yue, confused. "Brother Tian, what is all this?" Tian Yue let out a heavy sigh. He explained, "The man upstairs is Liu Xiaoyun. Since the day the world ended, he's been developing a kind of power-enhancing drug, one that let him take control of this entire school. But the drug drains your life force, making you completely dependent. Without our dose, we become weaker than anyone." After hearing the explanation, Su Chen simply nodded. He looked Tian Yue in the eye. "If I told you I have a way out of this, would you stand with me?" A look of despair crossed Tian Yue's face. "I'm sorry, Su Chen. I have no choice." Guo burst into a manic laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. How delightful." A classic tale of brotherly betrayal. He swung his twin meteor hammers right at Su Chen. A powerful aura erupted from his body, sending a fierce gust of wind that whipped through Su Chen's hair. But in that exact moment, Tian Yue roared, "Today, I choose neither side." He lunged forward, slamming a powerful kick straight into Guo's face. Caught completely off guard, the big man slid across the floor, staring at Tian Yue in stunned disbelief. "Tian Yue, you dare defy me?" After a moment of shock, he screamed, "You dare betray the boss?" Tian Yue sneered back, his voice dripping with contempt. "Boss? He just wants to keep us on a leash with his drugs. So what if I die? It's a risk I'll take. But anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother will have to go through me first." A smile spread across Su Chen's face. He thought to himself, "Brother Tian, you haven't changed a bit." The words barely left his lips before Tian Yue charged at Guo, moving like a whirlwind. But Guo just smirked, completely unafraid. The first hit was a cheap shot. But now, he was ready. There was no way he'd let Tian Yue land another blow. He roared, his voice filled with fury. "You're really asking for a death wish. Today, I'm going to crush every last one of you." He taunted Tian Yue. "You think you can stop me? In your dreams." Tian Yue leaped forward, his hands clenched into tight fists. He poured every ounce of his strength into the attack. In a single moment, he unleashed a flurry of dozens of punches, a lightning-fast barrage aimed straight for Guo's torso. But the big man's thick layer of fat acted like a steel wall. Tian Yue's powerful strikes vanished without a trace, like pebbles sinking into the ocean. Even as the blows landed, Guo just laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, the boss knew you'd turn traitor. That's why he only gave you the level 1 drug. But me? I'm on level 2. The moment he heard level 2, all the color drained from Tian Yue's face. He knew all too well the terrifying gap in power between the two versions. Guo's smirk widened as he continued his mind games. "This blubber of mine is the ultimate armor. No one can touch me." As the words left his mouth, he swung his meteor hammers at Tian Yue with shocking speed. Tian Yue realized he'd been caught in the psychological trap. He hastily threw up his arms to block, but the force of the impact was overwhelming. It was far beyond anything he could withstand. A spray of blood erupted from his lips as Tian Yue staggered back, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing Tian Yue's pathetic state, Guo let out a gleeful laugh. But a second later, his expression turned ice cold. The look one gives to a dead man walking. He snarled, "Now, you die." With that, he pressed a button on the handle of his meteor hammer, and a powerful electric current crackled to life. It flared brightly right next to Tian Yue's head. His face twisted in horror as he realized the danger, but it was too late to get away. In that critical instant, Su Chen appeared beside him like a phantom. He leaped into the air, slamming his foot down hard on Guo's meteor hammer. The electricity was still arcing violently, but Su Chen didn't even flinch. The sheer force of his kick shattered Guo's grip, sending the weapon flying from his hand. Su Chen's voice dripped with sarcasm as he repeated Guo's earlier boast. "What was that you said? About no one being able to touch you?" Tian Yue, Duan Ya, and Wang Yu watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Duan Ya, who thought she knew Su Chen's strength, was utterly speechless. Wang Yu's reaction was even more extreme, his jaw practically on the floor. High above them, Xia Yun had been watching the entire exchange, a hint of concern in his eyes. He tried to maintain his composure, but but it was clear he had gravely misjudged Su Chen's power. Just then, the twin meteor hammers spun back through the air and slammed directly into Guo's body. One embedded itself in his left eye, the other pierced straight through his chest. The electricity from the weapons surged through his system, causing him to collapse in a heap, all fight gone from him. Yet, watching from above, Xiaoyun showed no fear. In fact, he let out a faint smile, as if this development only made things more interesting. To him, Su Chen was the perfect specimen for his research, a crucial step toward his ambition of creating the perfect human being. His voice echoed from above. Su Chen, I am giving you an opportunity. Join my experiment, and I will help you evolve into the ultimate life form. Su Chen looked up, his eyes filled with utter contempt. The perfect human that you're talking about. Isn't that just a lab rat? Xiaoyun adjusted his glasses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Oh? So you've already figured out my research focus, have you? That's correct. Rodent genetics are the closest to human. I will use them to create an army of super soldiers. We will conquer this broken world and build a new paradise. Isn't it exciting? Su Chen couldn't stand the delusional rant anymore. He nonchalantly cleaned his ear and scoffed. Yeah, I'm getting that idiotic feeling from you. Humiliated, Xiaoyun's face contorted with rage he could barely contain. He gave his next command. The girl with the shaved head fired. From the window, she took aim, but her gun didn't shoot a bullet. It was a syringe. Its target? The dying Guo. As the serum took effect, his body twisted horrifically, with razor-sharp fangs bursting from his gums. His meteor hammers fused into his very flesh, and the eye he'd lost gruesomely reformed on his chest. He was no longer human, he was a monster. Tianyue, the Xiaomai siblings, Duanya, and the nursery could only stare in pure terror. Duanya whispered, "What kind of research are they doing? How could they turn a man into such a disgusting creature?" From above, Xiaoyun explained, with a smug grin, Guo the Fat was a former wrestler. His blubber is the perfect defense, and that level 3 serum just gave him a massive boost in power and regeneration. You are no match for him now. He looked down at Su Chen, his voice dripping with arrogance. Have you finally witnessed the glorious power of evolution? Su Chen simply flipped him the bird. Glorious? All you did was turn a man into a freak. Enraged by the insult, Xiaoyun seethed with fury. Guo, kill him. Then we'll extract the genes from his corpse. The monster roared and charged forward like a giant cannonball of flesh, moving at terrifying speed. Tianyue and Duanya watched in panic, for no one knew Su Chen's true strength. But Su Chen remained perfectly calm, simply raising his hands to stop the spinning monstrosity in its tracks. A current of electricity from the meteor hammers surged through his body. While it didn't hurt him, it felt like 1,000 annoying ant bites. Su Chen's brow furrowed, a dangerous glint in his eye. And when an ant bites you, he muttered, you crush it. He was ready to strike back, with a sarcastic look. At Guo the Fat, he sneered. You think sticking a couple of batteries in your toy is enough to electrocute someone? With those words, he stopped the monster's frenzied spinning completely. In a flash, his hand plunged into the meteor hammer, crushing the metal and pulling out a battery. Here, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. And Su Chen shoved it right into Guo's mouth. Guo the Fat couldn't stop himself. His powerful jaws clamped down, shattering the battery. The sound of cracking plastic mixed with arcing electricity. Boom! Just seconds later, the monster's head exploded. Sparks flew everywhere like a firework display. Su Chen casually turned his back, looking impossibly cool. Watching from afar, Tianyue and Duanya's eyes went wide. Could it be? Had he actually defeated the mutated Guo the Fat? Even Xiaoyun, watching from above, was stunned. Su Chen used the battery explosion to deal damage, a completely unexpected tactic. But his surprise quickly turned into a cold sneer. Is that all you've got? The level 3 serum provides incredible regeneration, and sure enough, Guo rapidly regenerated. His mouth, eyes, and nose grew back, though they were mangled and twisted. Xiaoyun laughed mockingly. Now you must feel helpless in the face of true evolution, right? But when Su Chen saw how fast Guo was healing, he didn't flinch. Instead, a look of excitement crossed his face. He turned and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Before Guo could even react, a fist slammed into his face. It was followed by dozens, then hundreds of sharp, relentless blows raining down all over the monster's body. The thud of fists hitting thick blubber echoed, like a war drum, sending shivers down everyone's spines. To conceal his true abilities, Su Chen moved so fast that he kicked up a cloud of dust, completely obscuring the view. Not even Tian Yue and Duan Ya could see what was happening. From his perch, Xia Yun frowned, in suspicion. What is he plotting now? Inside the smokescreen, Su Chen thought, this thing just keeps healing. Xia Yun's research is actually quite valuable. I can't allow that. He opened his ability space, summoning countless shards of concrete, steel, and massive stones, hurling them all at Guo. A deafening roar erupted as a storm of debris crashed into the monster's blubbery hide. The group outside was completely bewildered. What is that noise? Xiaoyun broke into a sweat, clueless about Su Chen's plan. Then, as the dust finally settled, a figure came into view. Tianyue and Duan Ya stared, their eyes wide. Su Chen was sitting calmly atop a small mountain of cement, steel, and building fragments. And buried beneath it all was the motionless body of Guo the Fat. Xiaoyun couldn't help but scream, "Damn! You! I don't care who you are or how you summoned that pile of trash. You dare defy me? I'll make sure there's nothing left of you to bury. Take a look around you. You're all about to die." Su Chen glanced around and saw countless pairs of glowing red eyes. Mutated rats were completely surrounding them. He just smirked. Good. I wasn't planning on letting any of you leave alive anyway. He cracked his knuckles, a clear challenge. Whatever you've got, bring it on. I'll handle all of you at once. Duan Ya's group gasped. They were trapped by a horde of mutated rats, and the former test subjects, now grotesque, humanoid monsters. Su Chen turned to Tian Yue and Duan Ya. His objective was clear. Xia Yun, up there. If he isn't dealt with, this nightmare will never end. I'm leaving this area to you. Duan Ya recalled Su Chen's earlier words. If you can't prove your worth, then you have no right to stand by my side. Her resolve hardened. She accepted the mission. Don't worry. I'll help everyone hold the line here. Su Chen turned to leave, his silhouette confident, but not before adding, if you can't hold them, just scream. I'll come back. As he walked away, Duan Ya's expression turned serious. She gave her orders to Tian Yue's group. Everyone, you heard him. We're taking care of this horde. Despite being outnumbered, she unleashed her ability. Her eyes began to glow fiercely as she commanded, focus on killing them. I'll handle crowd control. From the observation room, Xia Yun sneered. Humph, a bunch of traitors, putting on a show. I'll turn every last one of you into rat food. Just then, a staff member reported in a panic. Sir, Su Chen has destroyed. Warning, he is about to enter Miss Yun's area. Xia Yun's face twisted in fury. What? He dares go in there? He commanded. Inject the apocalypse gene into test agent number 5. A researcher protested nervously. The gene isn't stable. The risk is too high. But Xia Yun was resolute. Do it now. The researchers had no choice but to check the subject's vitals, preparing to inject him with the latest gene serum. Xia Yun's eyes burned with a ruthless fire as he prepared the newest gene therapy. Meanwhile, Su Chen was completely unaware of the plan. Entering a room filled with test subjects, they were being cultivated in pods, filled with a nutrient solution, their forms grotesque. Some had multiple eyes, others looked like aquatic monsters. Su Chen stopped before a specific pod. Inside was Yun Yun, an old acquaintance. She was trapped, dressed only in scraps of cloth, and hooked up to a breathing tube. Su Chen was stunned, remembering the last time he saw her at a bar. Fate is a strange thing, he thought, then raised his fist and shattered the glass, carefully lifting her out as if carrying a princess. Yun Yun slowly woke up, and seeing Su Chen, her voice trembled. Are you Su Chen? He replied. It's me. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. She was still dazed, whispering, I'm hungry. Before she could say more, a voice boomed from behind. Release her. Su Chen turned to see 2 blasts of blue energy, hurtling toward him. Moving with impossible speed, he released one arm, still holding Yun Yun with the other, and caught the attacks in his palm. Xia Yun pointed at Su Chen, his voice a low growl. Get your filthy hands off Yun Yun. She is the woman I have chosen. Su Chen realized the attack was an ice-based ability. He scoffed. The woman you've chosen? You think this is a supermarket, or something? Xia Yun sneered. After the apocalypse, ordinary people are nothing but maggots. I hold the power of evolution, and I will become the lord of this new world. Being my woman is her greatest honor. Su Chen just shook his head. You're just as crazy as they say. Yun Yun, still in a daze, clung tightly to Su Chen, whispering, Don't go. Don't leave me. I'm so scared. Su Chen comforted her. It's okay. I won't leave you. Seeing this, Xia Yun's jealousy exploded. "Let her go!" he roared. "She's mine!" He charged forward at maximum speed. Su Chen, without hesitation, kicked a bulky object towards Xia Yun. He easily shattered the projectile, but when he looked back, he saw Yun holding and kissing Su Chen, and his teeth ground together, his eyes burning with feral rage. At that moment, Su Chen and Yun were locked in a passionate kiss. After a moment, as their lips parted, Yun lowered her head, her eyes sparkling with shyness, her voice still trembling with emotion. She looked at Su Chen and whispered, "Who told you to leave me last time? You owed me this." After saying that, Yun gave a weak smile before her strength gave out. She fell into a deep sleep, unresponsive no matter how many times Su Chen called her name. Witnessing this dramatic and intimate scene, Xia Yun, the outsider, felt a surge of volcanic rage. Rage blazed in him like a wildfire. He ground his teeth, his eyes like cold steel, spitting out each word with venom. You dare do this to me? If that's how it is, then we'll all die together." With that, Havan ripped the shirt from his body, revealing a form of sinew and muscle, as if carved from stone. But then, his body began to twist grotesquely. His teeth grew long and sharp as daggers. His flesh shriveled, exposing a jagged ribcage. His fingers stretched into razor-sharp claws that gleamed with a chilling light. In a flash, Havan had transformed into a monstrous, rat-human hybrid, a horrifying sight for anyone to behold. He snarled at Su Chen, his eyes filled with raw malice, as if declaring, "Now I will show you the power of a god." But faced with this terrifying threat, Su Chen didn't even flinch. One arm held the sleeping beauty, the other rested casually in his pocket as he smirked, and replied with chilling calm, "Bring it." The words were short but cut like a knife, a pure challenge. Moments later, after successfully enraging Havan, Su Chen gently placed the exhausted girl in a safe corner. He even thoughtfully handed her a chocolate bar to fend off her hunger. Suddenly, Su Chen's sharp eyes caught an anomaly behind him. The rat man appeared, covered in thick, matted fur, with long claws and a twisted, ancient face, torn from a nightmare. It snarled, its voice dripping with contempt. "Still distracted at a time like this? You have a death wish." With that, it lunged like a wild animal, its jaws open wide to tear Su Chen apart. Yet Su Chen remained impossibly calm. With a single, casual flick of his hand, he sliced the creature's ferocious body in two. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the space crimson. Su Chen simply frowned, wondering to himself, what was that? Meanwhile, Yun sat in a corner, slowly chewing the chocolate bar, her face a mask of exhaustion and despair. She mumbled through her bites, asking Su Chen, "Are the people below all friends of yours?" Su Chen turned back, his gaze as cold as ice, and answered bluntly, "They are." Hearing this, Yun shot to her feet, grabbing a nearby chair. She spoke with fierce resolve. "I won't accept your charity for nothing." She was determined to repay him for saving her life, and for the chocolate. Without hesitating, she hurled the chair straight through a window, shattering the glass. With a look of pure confidence, Yun declared, "Leave the ones below to me." Before leaping into danger's embrace, she leaned against the window frame. Her body, wrapped only in makeshift bandages, was a vision of seductive strength. She glanced back, her sharp gaze a clear warning to Su Chen. This Xia Yun wouldn't go down so easily, so he'd better be careful. Without a hint of fear or hesitation, she dove straight out of the building. With her limbs spread wide, she plummeted like a powerful bird of prey. As she neared the ground, Xia Yun's body suddenly expanded, growing to a colossal size. Her physical power skyrocketed. She finally landed with a devastating impact, using her own giant posterior to create a terrifying shockwave. It shook the very heavens and earth, pulverizing the wooden fence and everything nearby. A beautiful woman, clad only in bandages, had just appeared from the sky in a giant form, leaving everyone utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at the bizarre spectacle. Xia Yun let out a small cry. "Ow, my butt hurts." The fall from such a height had left her a little dizzy. The onlookers were still in shock, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Yeah? One witness wondered aloud if they were hallucinating. It took a few moments for Xia Yun to compose herself after the landing. Despite the minor pain, she was completely unharmed, having crushed a few rats and obliterated everything around her. With an adorably clumsy air, she introduced herself. "I'm Xia Yun, Su Chen's friend. I'm here to help." Ya, still unable to believe her eyes, questioned it. "Reinforcements?" Suddenly, Tian Yue shouted, I saw it. His words made Xia Yun jump. Realizing what he meant, she shrieked, crossing her hands to cover her lower body. You pervert, she yelled. But the story wasn't over. The bloodthirsty swarm of rats resumed their frenzied attack. Xia Yun shot to her feet, stepping right over Tian Yue's head. Leave this to me, she declared. She was here to repay her life debt to Su Chen. To her, this horde of rats was nothing more than ants. They could be crushed with a simple flick of her finger. From below, Tian Yue yelled, Don't step over my head, it's bad luck. One of Xia Yun's colossal feet gently stomped on a rat, squashing it before it could even squeak. But when she saw the mess stuck to her soul, she realized the rats were an endless tide, ferociously scrambling over the fence. They were ready to tear apart any living thing. They charged forward, seeing the humans as a grand feast. Xia Yun cried out in panic. Why are there so many rats? Fear made her lose control, and she began stomping wildly. Get away from me, she screamed. This is so gross. Not only were the rats being flattened, but the surrounding people also fled in a panic. Run, she's lost her mind, you'll get squashed, they yelled. Tian Yue was still complaining about being stepped over, muttering, I told you it was bad luck. From above, Su Chen watched the entire scene unfold. His expression was cold, but couldn't hide his utter shock. He marveled to himself. Who knew Xia Yun possessed such a powerful ability? Lost in observation, he didn't notice the rats had already reached him. Thousands of filthy, grotesque rats swarmed over Su Chen's body, covering him from head to toe, threatening to bury him alive. And yet, Su Chen remained perfectly calm. So, being sliced in half wasn't enough to kill you, huh? He stated coolly. Su Chen was completely submerged in the vicious tide of rats. Not even the top of his head was visible anymore. From within that chaotic mass, a furry hand with claws as sharp as blades suddenly burst forth. The Rat King revealed itself. Its body was far larger than any of the others, radiating a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. It flashed a contemptuous smirk, as if mocking the entire world. Its body was immortal. It couldn't be killed so easily. It seemed the smaller rats had fueled the man-rat's miraculous rebirth. Down below, the situation was just as dire. Suddenly, the entire swarm of rats froze and rose up in unison on their hind legs. It was as if they were being controlled by an unseen force. The group, including Ya, stared in horror at the grotesque sight. Why did the rats suddenly stop moving? Ya exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. The entire horde tilted their heads back as one, their chilling gazes fixed on the spot where the Rat King stood proudly atop the building. Now, only its colossal silhouette remained. It was as if Su Chen had been completely swallowed by the Rat King's body. It looked down on the humans below with arrogant satisfaction, like a sovereign on the pinnacle of power. It was now the Rat King, the ruler that all rat spawn revered, a monster whose very presence made anyone who witnessed it tremble and flee. Even the admin watching this would have to plug their nose and run for the hills. Tian Yue's group still hadn't realized. The Rat King was the same mutated rat from before. They only vaguely guessed that this monster was the one controlling the entire swarm. The tens of thousands of rats looked like a mighty army, lined up in perfect formation, kneeling at the feet of their king. It was a sight that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Suddenly, a giant hand gripped the wooden fence. It was Xia Yun, also known as Yun Yun. She had completely lost control now. Her face was dark with rage, her eyes burning like crimson flames. She swung the fence wildly, smashing it down towards the rats. Get out of my sight, she roared in disgust. Now level with the building where the Rat King stood, Yun Yun radiated killing intent. She turned to face him, roaring, Hey, you filthy rat, where is Su Chen? Ha Van, in his Rat King form, replied calmly, Su Chen is no more. He then announced he would deal with Yun Yun for her insolence, claiming she was seeking her own death. But Yun Yun ignored his threats. The murderous aura around her intensified, her cold eyes watching the rats swarm her arms, biting and tearing, as if to devour her whole. Damn you all, she screamed, as the horde began its frenzied attack on Tian Yue and Ya. After seeing their king, they grew even more savage, their bites more vicious. The swarm was so dense that even maybe T, a powerhouse like Yun Yun, began to falter. She fell to the ground, her resistance growing weaker. The Rat King, Lu Havan, roared with triumphant laughter, declaring that with his rat army, he would conquer humanity and turn the world into his own personal kingdom of rats. Suddenly, a hand exploded through Lu Havan's chest, followed by a steady voice. Sorry, it took a little while to find the core. Another hand appeared, violently tearing open the Rat King's chest from the inside. The sight sent Havan into a spiral of panic, his eyes wide with absolute terror. He thought to himself, what is happening? Didn't I completely devour the main character? It turned out the scene of Su Chen being swallowed was nothing more than a delusion created by Havan's own arrogance. In seconds, Su Chen calmly stepped out of the Rat King's body, ripping it clean in two. In that moment, he looked like a reincarnated god of war, an unstoppable and overwhelming force. Havan, in his Rat King form, trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Su Chen coldly stared at the glowing purple stone in his hand and declared, "Now, your core belongs to me." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, ready to destroy any enemy who dared to stand in his way. The rats, as if agitated, began their insane assault. They tried every method to bite and tear, even shoving their heads through iron grates, their sharp teeth like tiger claws, a truly horrifying sight. They didn't just come through the grates, they poured up from the sewers, from darkened alleys. Any opening became a gateway for the horde. Looking at the mutated rats, it was clear they were hunting for something. After a moment, their focus shifted to Tian Yue's group, the closest available prey. Some of the rats carried human skulls, while others clutched severed arms in their teeth. The brutal, horrific spectacle drained all the color from Tian Yue's face. His earlier confidence was gone, replaced by pure panic. He ran for his life while screaming a warning to his team. "These things are crawling through the cracks. Watch the sewer pipes, below. They could pop up from anywhere." Just as Tian Yue finished his warning, right near where Little Mai's older brother was standing, from the darkness of a sewer, a rat's head suddenly appeared. The oldest brother, with his thick beard, sensed the danger and tried to run, but a hairy hand with razor-sharp claws clamped down on his ankle. In an instant, it dragged him toward the sewer's depths. The oldest brother barely managed to curse before a swarm of rats descended, tearing him apart. In his final, desperate moments, he used every ounce of his strength to claw at the ground, but it was useless. His 10 fingertips scraped across the dirt, unable to find any grip on life. His younger brother and Little Mai could only watch as the rats pulled their brother away, screaming in helpless horror. Mai's face went pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. They too were surrounded by another pack of rats, unable to move, to save their big brother. In that life-or-death moment, he tried to give them one last warning: take care of each other, just leave me. But before he could finish his final words, the mutant rats dragged him completely into the sewer, and he vanished. The ground grew silent, as if nothing had ever happened. The second brother held Mai tightly on his back, calling out, "Big brother!" Little Mai wailed, her face soaked with tears, but she was powerless against these monsters. Tian Yue was drenched in sweat, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion and defeat. He thought to himself, "There are too many, with just a few of us. How long can we last?" Even so, he fought on, mustering his final reserves of strength and screaming, "Come on!" From all sides, the rats charged like arrows. Tian Yue was drained, gasping for air, his body covered in scratches. He could barely move his arms. On Yunyun's side, the situation was just as dire. The rats clung to her, biting and tearing at her body. At that critical moment, a wave of hunger hit her, and her colossal form began to shrink back down. Seeing this, Tian Yue knew that stopping these monsters was impossible. He was nearly out of strength, panting heavily, his heart filled with despair. He thought, it's only a matter of time before these soulless rats devour us. Only a miracle could save us now. Suddenly, a massive silhouette appeared on a rooftop. Tian Yue's expression changed, his pupils constricted, and a cold sweat ran down his spine. The figure leaped into the air, then slammed down, creating a shockwave of dark purple energy. Its body was twisted and shapeless, like a demon king rising from the depths of hell. Tian Yue stammered, unable to form words, trembling at the horrifying sight. It seemed Su Chen had finally realized the terrifying nature of the creature before him. It was the Rat King, but not the same one they had faced before. It was now a corrupted being, twisted into a nightmarish shadow. Its body swirled like a storm of pure darkness, radiating a bone-chilling evil. Its power was so absolute that even the ferocious mutant rats fell silent, trembling and bowing their heads in submission. The monster's footsteps echoed as if from hell itself. Each heavy tread seemed to make the very world tremble. The other rats, no matter how savage, were paralyzed by fear. They could only watch from a distance, their eyes wide with absolute dread. Watching this unfold, Ya's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Had Su Chen really been devoured by this thing? It wasn't fear that gripped her, but the crushing weight of loss, believing the monster had killed Su Chen. The monster, or what was left of Su Chen, raised a colossal hand, gazing at its own new, horrific form. But this transformation wasn't his own doing. He was a puppet, controlled by the lingering consciousness of the star core. The darkness covering his face began to recede, revealing a sliver of his true self beneath. Chen never imagined the star core's will was so strong, fighting to completely consume his very soul. Slowly, the corruption on his face faded further, retreating down his neck and shoulders. Like light banishing shadows, half his body returned to normal. Confidence surged within him. The star core could try to devour him, but it could never break his iron will. Chen! It's really him! Tianyue cried out, his face a mask of pure astonishment. He couldn't help but shout, his eyes lit with hope. By now, Chen's face was completely back to normal. He turned to Tianyue, his expression as cold as ice. Brother Tian, you've been through a lot. But the moment he finished speaking, the rats seized their chance. They rose as one, lunging towards Chen like a wave of arrows. Tianyue screamed with everything he had, "Look out!" But Chen remained perfectly calm, his eyes glowing like crimson embers. He uttered a single, chilling word. "Begone." The rats froze as if cursed, their eyes bulging and jaws hanging open in sheer terror. Instantly, they turned and fled in a mad scramble, as if a single moment's delay meant annihilation. They trampled over each other in their desperation, squeezing through iron grates, diving into sewers, and scrambling into vents. It was a scene of pure chaos, an apocalypse for the rat horde. The onlookers could only stare in shock, unable to comprehend their sudden, absolute fear. Tianyue could only mutter in a daze. Did he really just say one word? And that was enough to make them all run for their lives? Just moments ago, the yard swarmed with frenzied mutants. Now, it was completely empty. Not a single rat, large or small, remained. Watching the rats flee from his presence, Chen mused. So, even if I'm not the Rat King, the suppressive aura from the star core is more than enough to strike primal fear into them. Suddenly, Tianyue collapsed into a violent coughing fit, hacking as if he were trying to tear his own lungs out. Chen rushed to his side, but Tianyue was too weak to even speak. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. The drug injected into Tianyue, it's actually a poison. The speaker was Yunyun. She explained that while the drug grants incredible power at first, it comes at a terrible price. The more you use that power, the faster the poison spreads, eating away at your body from the inside. Chen looked up at Yunyun, his voice low and firm. Then tell me, how do I save him? Without a moment's hesitation, Yunyun replied. In Liu Xiaoyun's laboratory, there is a corpse. You need to use its blood to create a serum. It's the only way to save Tianyue. Following Yunyun's directions, Chen immediately set out to find Liu Xiaoyun's lab. As he stood before the lab door, he frowned. He could feel a powerful, oppressive energy radiating from within, like a storm brewing just beyond the threshold. He wondered if this was truly the place Yunyun spoke of. Wasting no time, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark and cold, like some deep, mysterious cavern. As he stepped forward, a translucent screen of white light materialized before him. Chen passed through it, a strange sensation prickling his mind. A quick check of his body revealed nothing wrong, leading him to conclude the barrier was made of pure psychic energy. Lifting his gaze, Chen was stunned. He thought to himself, wait, wasn't there supposed to be just a corpse in here? But there, before him, sat the slender figure of a young woman, her back to him as she faced a computer monitor. Even without turning around, she seemed to sense his presence instantly. A calm voice echoed in the room. So, you've arrived. The girl slowly turned, her delicate features illuminated by the monitor's faint glow. Before Chen could even react, she asked another question. Is that you? Student Liu? The question left Chen baffled. Student Liu? He thought. But as his eyes drifted to a glass cabinet nearby, he froze. Reflected in the glass was the face of Liu Xiaoyun. But it was his own reflection. He was seeing Liu's face where his own should be. Chen suddenly understood. Somehow, he had taken on the appearance of Liu Xiaoyun. The girl wasn't mistaken. He had become the very person she was expecting. Is this some kind of illusion? He wondered. Shaking his head, he focused. He couldn't get trapped here. He had to find that corpse and snap out of this. But just then, the girl who he now heard called Miss Xiao softly beckoned him closer. Before Chen could even think to refuse, his own body responded for him, agreeing. He began walking toward her, realizing with a chill that he was no longer in control. This was an illusion, a recreation of Liu Xiaoyun's memory, and he was just a character in this story, unable to act on his own. Suddenly, Teacher Xiao removed her coat, revealing a seductive nightgown that clung to her body. Her full chest left Chen, in Liu Xiaoyun's body, completely stunned. He asked, "Teacher, what are you doing?" "Teacher." Xiao just smiled and replied, "I just feel a little warm. I wanted to be more comfortable." Chen nodded. "Ah, I see." He changed the subject, his gaze shifting to a crab lying on a tray. "So, what about this crab?" Teacher Xiao looked at him and asked, "Have you heard of a sakulina?" Liu Xiaoyun thought for a moment, then answered, "Isn't that a type of common parasite that lives on crabs?" Teacher Xiao nodded with a slight smile. "That's right. It's a wonderful creature. It knows how to use its host to protect itself and survive." Her words carried a hidden meaning, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with suggestion. All at once, Teacher Xiao moved behind Liu Xiaoyun, draping her soft arms around his neck. She gently pressed her chest into his back, her face flushed, and her eyes sparkling with intent. She whispered, "Don't you think that's interesting?" Her soft voice was filled with an irresistible charm. Liu Xiaoyun was taken aback, replying, "It is a little." Before he could figure out how to react, Teacher Xiao's hand slid down to his abs, making the air even thicker with tension. She pressed her chest firmly against him, purposefully rubbing against his back. Her eyes were teasing as she purred. "I never knew my student Liu Xiaoyun not only had excellent grades, but also kept his body in such good shape." Liu Xiaoyun's lips curved into a confident smirk. He turned back and asked, "Is that so?" He spun around, pulling Teacher Xiao into his embrace, teasing back, "If you keep this up, this experiment won't be very interesting anymore." Teacher Xiao didn't flinch, replying, "I've always preferred practical application over theoretical experiments." They locked eyes, a spark passing between them. Liu Xiaoyun smiled. "Then I guess I'll have to study hard today." In that passionate moment, Teacher Xiao pressed herself against the glass window, her breathing heavy as she glanced outside. She realized the moon was different tonight. It was larger than usual, glowing with a fiery red light like a burning sun. But even so, they remained lost in each other by the window. Suddenly, Teacher Xiao screamed, "It's too hot. Close the curtains, hurry." This was the moment the world's climate shifted. The nights became unnaturally scorching. Time passed. Teacher Xiao and Liu Xiaoyun were now in separate corners of the room, exhausted, the passion between them gone. The burning heat from outside seeped through the walls, making the air inside feel suffocating and heavy. A warning of the terrifying silence that was falling over the world. Liu Xiaoyun finally spoke, his sharp gaze fixed on Teacher Xiao. "Teacher, we don't have much food left. I'll be in charge of what's remaining." His voice was soft, but his intentions were crystal clear. He was taking control of what little they had left to survive. Teacher Xiao started to protest, but the words died in her throat. She realized Liu Haoyun was scheming to hoard all the food for himself. As time dragged on, the scorching apocalypse continued to rage, threatening to incinerate all life. But today, Liu Haoyun's fury finally exploded, all because Teacher Xiao had eaten the very last of their food. In this desolate world, that small portion was more precious than gold. He roared like a madman, beating her without mercy, as if that food was worth more than her very life. Teacher Xiao collapsed, shielding her face and trembling as she apologized. "The hunger. I couldn't control myself." But her weak pleas did nothing to calm the beast. Liu Haoyun grabbed a cold, sharp knife, his eyes like ice as he growled, "You ate it that fast. Which means there's still time. It probably hasn't even digested yet." Hearing these words, pure terror seized Teacher Xiao, like a lamb before the butcher's blade. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, followed by the sickening sound of a blade slicing through flesh. In the end, he sliced her stomach open. She fell to the floor, the whites of her eyes showing as if she were already dead. Liu Haoyun let out a triumphant laugh. "Perfect! It's still in here. Looks like I have food again." In his hand was a black, viscous substance he had just pulled from Teacher Xiao's abdomen. After his gruesome act, Liu Haoyun noticed something strange. The rats that fed on Teacher Xiao's remains began to mutate, evolving violently and uncontrollably. Though the process was flawed, he began experimenting with her blood, and after some research, discovered it could be used to create an antidote. But what shocked him most was that Teacher Xiao was still alive, even as her body twisted and mutated beyond recognition. Once a beautiful woman, she was now a half-human, half-monster hybrid. Spikes grew from her head, and her abdomen was hollowed out, with only a spine connecting to her lower body. Covered in blood and gore, she was bound in chains and suspended in the air. Looking at the research results from her body, Liu Haoyun couldn't help but feel impressed. He called her his perfect research specimen. Gazing at the data, he marveled. Calling it the apocalypse gene was no exaggeration. Thanks to her, he had discovered a perfect genetic sequence capable of evolution in this chaotic new world. But Liu Haoyun's ambition knew no bounds. A daring idea sparked in his mind. He would dissect her brain to uncover its hidden secrets. She remained silent, offering no resistance, but her passivity did nothing to calm his fanatical obsession. A demonic smile twisted his lips. He looked at her, his voice unnervingly calm. "Don't worry. You won't be dying just yet." With a maniacal laugh, he revved the chainsaw, ready to take her head. But in that exact moment, a mysterious voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. It was Teacher Xiao, using her psychic power to puppeteer the illusion of Liu Xiaoyun. "Hurry," the vision whispered. "Eat the shimmering purple stone in your hand." But despite her hypnotic enchantments, Su Chen, wearing the face of Liu Xiaoyun, refused to yield. She snapped impatiently. "Why won't you eat it?" Su Chen's true voice cut through, cold as ice. "Because it's nothing more than a piece of rotting flesh." Without a second thought, he crushed the purple stone, shattering Teacher Xiao's illusion. Her eyes widened, a mixture of pure shock and disbelief. "Oh? And how did you figure that out?" Su Chen's reply was like frost. "It was simple. If your true core was actually in my hands," he said, "you would already be dead." Instantly, the illusion shattered like glass. Su Chen's real form emerged as the image of Liu Xiaoyun faded away. Teacher Xiao stared in absolute horror, crying out, You actually broke through my mental landscape. Damn it all. It was so hard to lure a suitable human here." Her words trailed off, her sentence left hanging in the air. The lab swam into focus around them. Teacher Xiao's true form was revealed to be a monster, suspended within a grotesque experimental machine. Only her upper torso remained. Her lower half had already been disposed of by Liu Xiaoyun. Looking at the creature that was once a beautiful girl, Su Chen felt not a shred of pity. He had only one goal in his mind: to crack her skull open with his own two hands. He slowly raised his right arm, his fingers uncurling one by one, aiming straight for her head. Sensing the impending doom, the girl-turned-monster began to scream in terror. Her voice trembled. "I'm just a victim here. I was forced into this. You want my power, right? I'll give it to you. Just please, spare me." But Su Chen's gaze remained as cold as a winter storm, completely unmoved by her desperate pleas. He began to speak slowly. When a crab-slave parasite invades a host's body, it seizes complete control of their consciousness. Before he could finish his thought, Su Chen placed his ice-cold hand on the creature's head. Without a flicker of hesitation, he prepared to rip her skull apart. The monster continued to beg, her voice growing more frantic, a fragile thread of hope against the coming darkness. "I'm just a poor soul who was forced into this. You want my power, don't you? Take it. It's yours. Just let me live. I'm begging you." Su Chen ignored her completely, finishing his earlier sentence as if she hadn't spoken. "Did you really think I'd give you a second chance?" The moment the words left his lips, blood erupted like a geyser as Su Chen's hand brutally tore the monster's skull wide open. After he retrieved the crystal core from within, her body began to disintegrate, turning to dust on the wind and vanishing completely. Su Chen watched the spectacle, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he muttered, "So, without the core, the body just dissolves into nothing?" Clutching the gleaming crystal core, he thought to himself, "This one seems to be clean." But then a sudden, heavy realization crashed down on him. If she turned to dust, then where am I supposed to find the antidote for Tianyue? Without wasting a second, Su Chen began to tear the lab apart, convinced that the vial containing the antidote had to be somewhere in that room. As for the crab-slave parasite, once it bonds with a host, its root-like tendrils creep through the body, connecting to every part and manipulating its behavior. This parasite turns its host into a mindless slave, erasing their free will and turning them into a puppet controlled by the tiny but powerful organism. The floodwaters had receded, leaving the city parched, but the air remained heavy, thick with a lingering sense of dread. Amidst the desolate, post-apocalyptic landscape, a group of survivors gathered, whispering about the strange occurrences since the waters withdrew. "Has anyone else seen anything weird?" one of them asked. After the flood receded, the corpses at the bottom of the water, they started to mutate. Now, the heavy shuffle of their footsteps was a constant, unending rhythm echoing across the dead streets. Suddenly, an urgent voice cut in. "Stop staring and get a move on. That's Su Chen's group over there." Just then, a worried-looking Yun Yun hurried over, softly calling out, "Duanya." Duanya turned, her eyes landing on Yun Yun's bewildered face. As the newest member of the team, Yun Yun asked, her voice full of curiosity, "Where is Su Chen taking all of these medical students?" Duanya sighed in response. "Because the rats are trying to escape, and they're hiding out near the University of Science and Technology. That entire area is no longer suitable for human survival, and the medical students who made it out alive are too valuable for the future to lose." so Su Chen is personally escorting them to a safer settlement. Hearing this, Yun felt a strange impatience bubble up inside her. She blurted out, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean we still have a long way to go? But I'm already starting to get hungry, which isn't good at all." With that thought, she decided she would run off and find Su Chen immediately. But Duan Ya's voice was firm. "You are not allowed to go." At the same time, she reached out and gripped Yun's wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Yun was stunned, her eyes fixed on the hand holding her back. "Huh? But why not?" she asked, completely confused. A faint blush touched Duan Ya's cheeks as her gaze softened. "Because you're with us now," she replied, "which means you need to follow my lead." Though her voice sounded strict, deep down, all Duan Ya wanted was to protect Yun. Remembering what had happened just a few moments earlier, Duan Ya's mind reeled with confusion as Su Chen backed her into a corner. She couldn't understand his actions, her eyes wide with shock and worry. A dark, predatory charm radiated from Su Chen, something she'd never seen before. He gripped her face, his gaze cryptic, his voice a soft, dangerous whisper. "Don't be afraid. I'm just feeling a little hot." Then, without warning, he kissed her forcefully. A look of pure astonishment crossed Duan Ya's face. They had shared countless nights of burning passion before, but this time, Su Chen's raw aggression left her completely stunned, foreshadowing a wild and stormy night ahead. Thinking back, Duan Ya still felt a sense of unease. Could Su Chen's sudden ferocity be a side effect of the essence core? Meanwhile, Su Chen was busy calculating his next move. After the floodwaters receded, bacteria, viruses, and even plants had undergone massive mutations. Many resettlement zones had already collapsed due to a severe lack of doctors. Now the scarcest resource in the world, if he played his cards right, he could establish his very own settlement. Su Chen carefully laid out his plans, mapping every advance and every retreat. He was confident that no matter what new powers emerged, he would be strong enough to face them. This last mission had been a great success. He had discovered how to create serums and recovery medicine for Tian Yue and the others. All the equipment and research materials from the lab were now safely stored in his personal space. Better yet, the Rat King's essence core not only amplified his berserker ability, but also massively boosted his physical strength, even awakening a frost-type power. Though it was just a faint trace for now, he knew he could cultivate it. The core from the mutated female corpse also granted him a new mental ability. Unfortunately, he didn't inherit its illusionary powers. Suddenly, Tian Yue's voice broke through Su Chen's thoughts. "Hey, what's that sound over there?" Su Chen immediately activated his newly acquired mental ability. It was a power that could sense the heat from the blood of living creatures within a 30-meter radius, like a biological thermal scanner. With it, he detected a group of Thao people lying in ambush all around them. All at once, a scream erupted from the nursery. "Quick, look up there!" The sight that greeted them was horrifying. A person was suspended unnaturally in the air. "Who is that?" they wondered, their hearts filled with dread. In an instant, a short-haired girl recognized the victim and screamed in terror. "That's Rui, my roommate. We have to save her. Now," she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Another survivor stepped forward, volunteering, "I'll go right now." But Su Chen cut him off with a cold command. "Don't get involved. We're moving on." His words were met with an immediate wave of outrage from the group. They called him ruthless and cold-blooded, unable to believe he would just abandon someone to die. The short-haired girl shrieked, her eyes blazing with fire. "Damn it! Are none of you men? You want me to stand by and watch her die? I refuse." She shot a glare at the male students, her voice urgent. "Hurry up and get her down from there." Shamed by her words, two of the male students immediately stepped forward, determined to untie the ropes holding Rui. They tried to comfort her, their voices soft but firm. "Don't worry. We're definitely going to save you." But just as they scrambled to undo the knots, two spears suddenly shot forward like lightning bolts, tearing through the air. With no time to react, both were impaled straight through the chest, a fatal blow, beyond any hope of survival. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. The naive students realized in horror that they had walked straight into a deadly trap, but it was already too late. From the second floor of the building, two orc-like creatures armed with axes and hammers leaped down like predators, ready to slaughter the confused crowd. A male and female student were cornered by the two massive, ferocious beasts. Both were frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. One of the orcs flashed a sinister grin. It slowly extended its tongue, licking the girl's face with a wicked look in its eyes. "Such a cute little thing. Using you as bait will surely attract more humans." He brazenly groped her all over, showing no restraint. Acting as if no one else was there, the creature seemed quite pleased with the short-haired girl, glancing over at the one called Brother Shun. Its voice dripped with greed. This alluring scent. Brother Shun, can I have a taste first? Hearing those vile words, the girl's face grew even paler. She begged with a trembling voice, please, please spare me. But the creature just smirked. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed out. You bastard! Let her go! The remaining male student charged forward without hesitation to save her. But the orc opposite him simply curled its lip, swinging its gleaming axe through the air. It sliced right into him. Fresh blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground red. The student's body collapsed, a tragic end for his bravery. The orc glanced at the corpse and sneered. Food should know its place. It continued to hold the girl, refusing to let go. It even made a cruel suggestion. Perhaps they should keep her alive to breed. The girl's clothes were already torn to shreds from the brutal assault. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group was already long gone, but the desperate screams of the short-haired girl, Xin Rui, still echoed through the air along with the name Duan Ya. She turned to Su Chen, worry etched on her face. What happened to them? Su Chen's voice was pure ice. Those who play saint only bring disaster upon themselves. Duan Ya looked at him, her eyes filled with dread. That woman, hanging from the rope, was she bait? Su Chen nodded, his gaze hardening. She pressed on. So, are we safe now? His voice was grim. It's just the opposite. We've been completely surrounded by the Thao clan. Su Chen could feel their presence, lurking everywhere like phantoms, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hearing this, panic erupted. A tidal wave of fear washed over the entire group. They couldn't believe they had walked into such a deadly trap. But Su Chen's voice cut through the chaos, calm, yet firm. It's true. He took a deep breath, deciding to unleash his newly acquired second mental ability, corpse control. This power allowed him to manipulate and command the undead hordes. This time, he would use them against the Thao clan. He would make them taste what it's like to be surrounded, and to be hunted like prey, at the edge of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The Thao clan found themselves tightly encircled by the mutated corpses under Su Chen's command. Staring at the horrifying scene, they were stunned. Where in the world did all these monsters come from? But their shock quickly twisted into pure rage. They charged forward, ready for a bloodbath without a second thought. One of the clan warriors grabbed a zombie and hurled it into the oncoming horde, sending them tumbling to the ground like dominoes. But when another clan member glanced down from the building, he realized Su Chen's group had vanished into thin air. Discovering their prey had escaped, the clan leaped from the high-rise windows. But the moment their feet hit the ground, Su Chen blocked their path. He stood before them, his eyes as sharp as blades. His voice was a low growl. And where do you all think you're going? Instead of fear, the Thao clan sneered with arrogance. One of them yelled, Look, there's one left with a death wish. Let's kill him first. What a fearless fool. As the clan prepared to strike, Su Chen remained utterly calm, standing casually with his hands in his pockets as he spoke slowly. It's a shame the Thao clan doesn't have crystal cores. In that case, I'll just let these corpses have some fun with you. Instantly, hundreds of zombies rose from the shadows, swarming the Thao clan like specters from the depths of hell. Their jaws gaped wide, hungry for flesh, filling the air with the suffocating stench of death. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group reached the safe zone known as Hacheng. The moment they stepped inside, a threatening roar echoed out. Who dares trespass in Hacheng? Duan Ya stepped forward to answer the challenger. We are from the University of Science and Technology, here to seek refuge. As the words left her mouth, a dark figure leaped down from a nearby building. Duan Ya and Yunyun's group flinched in shock. The shadow materialized into a towering man with bulging muscles, wielding a massive, gleaming battle axe. His presence was as imposing as a mountain. With a ferocious expression, he bellowed, We don't take in useless trash. All of you, get lost. Facing the threat, Duan Ya didn't waver. She activated her hypnosis ability, her eyes glowing with a mystical pink light. Her voice became as enchanting as a siren's song. Isn't this a shelter? By what right do you deny us entry? For a split second, the man's eyes also turned pink, as if he were caught in Duan Ya's hypnotic trance. But he quickly snapped out of it, slapping his head a few times and sneering, Oh, just cheap tricks, nothing but parlor games, just as I thought, you're useless. With that, he leaped into the air, swinging his giant axe at Duan Ya without mercy. But just then, a voice shouted, Stop! The person who appeared before Duan Ya was Xiao Feng, a young soldier. He held up a hand to halt the attack, then turned to the axe wielder. Captain Sun, they aren't here asking for protection. There's no need to attack. The man, shouldering his axe, scoffed dismissively. Ordinary people, who managed to cross the Thao clan's territory? Unlikely. At that moment, Su Chen returned from his encounter with the clan. His razor-sharp gaze locked onto the captain. If that's the case, then I suppose we'll have to take our dozens of medical students and find shelter elsewhere. Hearing this, the man called Captain Sun, and his men were stunned. What? Did he just say, dozens of medical students? They were in disbelief. In an age like this, surviving medical students were priceless treasures, and Su Chen had an entire group of them. Xiao Feng stared at Su Chen, surprise written all over his face. Su Chen? I can't believe you're still alive. He then turned back to Captain Sun, his voice pleading, Captain Sun, these people are my friends. I will stake my life on it. They are not spies for the Thao clan. Besides, if Su Chen says they're medical students, it must be true. The men behind the captain also stepped forward to persuade him. Captain, if Xiao Feng vouches for them, let them in. That's right. With medical students, we won't have to bury the sick alive anymore. What if one of us gets sick someday? At this, Captain Sun finally relented. He turned to walk away, but shot a final warning over his shoulder. Whatever. Xiao Feng. If they can't heal our patients, you'll be the one to answer for it. Immediately, the other men approached. Xiao Feng looked at Su Chen, his voice hesitant. Sorry about that, Su Chen. Don't take it personally. That's just how our captain is. Su Chen replied, his voice as calm as a placid lake. It's fine. You'll find people like that everywhere. Xiao Feng glanced at him before changing the subject. Anyway, you guys came at the right time. We have a few people with a strange illness who really need a doctor's help. Xiao Feng led Su Chen's group to an unconscious female patient. Her body was covered in clusters of mushrooms. Strange white fungi grew densely all over her, like poisonous clouds clinging to her skin. Seeing the bizarre sight, Yunyun couldn't help but exclaim, Are those mushrooms? Xiao Feng replied with a weary expression. I don't know. We tried to clean them off, for her. But sadly, these grotesque things grow back even faster, making her weaker every day. Su Chen spoke up, his tone serious. She's been infected by a mutated bacterium. Now, even the plants are evolving. We need to warn everyone to be careful around these saplings and avoid getting cut. Duan Ya's curious gaze was fixed on the strange fungal growths. She asked, Are these mushrooms turning people into food? Su Chen gave a short and sharp reply. Basically, yes. At the same time, Yunyun quickly ran off to find a medic, hoping they could prepare the necessary medicine. Looking at the girl before him, Su Chen suddenly recalled the mutated plants he had witnessed in his past life. This was only the beginning. If they weren't eradicated now, they would spread like wildfire and attack humanity. Then, the orcs would seize the opportunity to invade the refugee camp, turning humans into livestock, forced to live like animals. The growth of the brood, orcs was a major threat to Su Chen, unless he could turn this shelter into a base and prepare in advance. Thinking of this, he decided he needed to understand the situation here clearly. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The son of the city lord, Zhang He, was recklessly driving his car like a madman, plowing through everything. With a gun in hand, he fired wildly at the civilians. His arrogant voice boomed, You commoners, get out of my way! Su Chen noticed, and a glint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Someone's firing a gun in the shelter? He turned to Xiao Feng and asked, The Tiger Squad. You guys don't handle this? Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. The Tiger Squad has been disbanded. Su Chen wasn't too surprised and continued to ask, Was that one of the conditions for refugees to enter the city? Xiao Feng nodded. That's right. He's the city lord's son, and he thinks the elderly and children are worthless, so he often sends them to their deaths. Zhang, he glanced over at the newcomers. Annoyance was written all over his face. Humph, more stragglers? Suddenly, he ordered his driver to speed directly towards where Yunyun was sitting, showing off with confidence. Hey girl, want a ride? I'll take you out for some amazing food. All right then. Vivian rose to her feet, her body swaying with exhaustion as she approached him. I'm so hungry. I don't have any strength left. Could you possibly carry me? Hearing the beauty's request, Zhang He couldn't hide his glee. Well, I was hoping you'd ask. Seeing this, Xiao Feng exploded with rage. Damn it, Zhang He, you dare! He lunged forward to throw a punch, but Su Chen held him back, speaking calmly. It's fine. As long as he can carry her, it doesn't matter how. Zhang He urged her on. Come on, I'm ready for you. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Vivian's beautiful face. You're so nice. With that, she leaped onto the truck bed, coiling her muscles for a second jump, her movements powerful and deliberate. like a sumo wrestler preparing to strike. Zhang He grinned from ear to ear, but just as Vivian's body was about to reach him, she suddenly activated her ability. Her body swelled to the size of a small mountain, ready to crush everything in her path. Seeing Vivian transform into a giant and hurtle towards him, he panicked, twisting his body and leaping back, narrowly escaping the danger. But his truck wasn't so lucky. It was flattened by her incredible weight, instantly becoming a twisted heap of scrap metal. Vivian stood up, slowly shrinking back to her normal size, as if nothing had happened. The horrifying crash grabbed Captain Sun's attention. He turned his head, completely bewildered. Huh? What just happened? It wasn't just Captain Sun. Bai Chang's entire group was stunned, their eyes locked on Vivian, wondering what could have caused that earth-shattering sound. Meanwhile, Zhang He, who had taken the brunt of the impact, trembled in terror, clutching his mangled legs and screaming in agony. My legs! My legs! Hearing his cries, Vivian stepped forward, her voice dripping with mockery. Young lord, I gave you a chance, but you just didn't know how to take it. As she spoke, she deliberately pressed her foot onto his wound, turning the intense pain into pure, agonizing torture. A few men rushed over, asking frantically, Young lord, are you all right? Zhang He, his face a mask of terror, pointed a trembling finger at Vivian and shrieked, She's a monster! He screamed that she had turned into a giant and broken his legs. In his panic, he ordered his men, Get her, take her away now. Two of his subordinates turned back immediately, their eyes filled with doubt, searching for any sign of the giant monster he described. Just then, from a distance, Duanya activated her power. He activated his mind control ability, targeting the two goons directly. In an instant, they fell into a deep trance. Their eyes began to glow with an eerie pink light. Then, they turned to Zhang He and declared, Young lord, you clearly fell off the vehicle on your own. That's how you ended up with a broken leg. The other lackey quickly chimed in, That's right, we saw the whole thing. Hearing this, Zhang He's face flushed crimson with rage and humiliation. With no one on his side, he roared, Shut your mouths! Blinded by fury, he accused them all of conspiring against him. He snarled, I'm telling my father. He'll deal with every single one of you. With that, he let out a piercing scream that echoed across the safe zone. Father, help me. Captain Sun just stood aside, smirking. Looks like the real show is about to begin. Moments later, a luxury black car rolled up, stopping right beside Zhang He. It was followed by a large, fully armed security detail, looking incredibly professional. The man in that car could only be his father, the lord of the entire safe zone. The guards, clad in tactical vests and wielding rifles, radiated power. Xiao Feng stood next to Su Chen, whispering nervously, This is bad. That spoiled brat actually called his father here. Yun Yun, with her hands on her hips, scoffed. Look at this grand entrance. From inside the vehicle, a pair of polished shoes stepped onto the pavement, calm and full of authority. A middle-aged man in a fine suit emerged, his very presence screaming nobility. This was the city lord. He was flanked by two towering men who looked more like street thugs. The city lord stood tall, his ice-cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. He finally spoke. Can someone tell me exactly what happened here? Xiao Feng quickly stepped forward, his voice laced with worry. He tried to explain. City lord, my brother came here seeking refuge with dozens of doctors, but your son, But before he could finish, Zhang He charged forward, cutting him off. Father, kill them all, he screamed. They broke my leg. He didn't even get the words out before a sharp slap from his father cracked across his face. The city lord's face was a mask of fury as he roared, How many times have I told you? Treat everyone who comes to our city with respect. Don't you dare tarnish your title and make me a laughingstock. Then, he instantly transformed his image into that of a model father, lecturing his son for all to hear. Remember, our ideal is to make this place a beacon of hope in the apocalypse, a place where everyone can feel warmth and safety. The crowd watched as the city lord disciplined his own son, and murmurs immediately rippled through the onlookers. He even punishes his own son for doing wrong? This city lord seems like a truly righteous man. I can't believe someone like him exists in this wasteland. To think someone so noble still exists. After scolding his son, the city lord turned back to the crowd. He gave a deep bow, one hand placed over his heart. He sincerely invited everyone to stay and help build this dream together. He promised all the newcomers the finest food and the best living conditions that his city had to offer. His words were like fuel to a fire, igniting the crowd. An explosion of excited cheers erupted. Is this for real? This is amazing. We're staying. Long live the city lord. In that moment, Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Su Chen to smooth things over. Well, I guess we can relax and stay here after all, he said. But as the words left his mouth, Xiaofeng froze. Realizing he was talking to thin air, Su Chen and his group had vanished without a trace, and he hadn't even noticed. Night had fallen, and a campfire crackled brightly. Its light danced in the cold, dark night, a fragile defense against the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a voice broke the quiet, and the one with the question was, "Of course, Yun Yun. Why aren't we staying inside the city walls?" To answer her question, Duan Ya spoke up gently, her voice as calm as water flowing over stones. "Did you forget that you broke that man's son's leg? Do you really think the city lord's soldiers with those guns in their hands are just standing there for decoration?" Hearing this, Yun Yun's face fell, her expression as crestfallen as a moon hidden by clouds. "So, are the three of us really sleeping in the woods tonight?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Duan Ya. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Okay, but this is my first time. So, could you give me some advice?" Duan Ya froze, looking utterly confused, as if she'd just been asked to solve a riddle. "Yun Yun, what on earth are you thinking about?" Before Yun Yun could answer, Duan Ya's voice turned grim. Her tone foretold a night of unease. "I'm not sure we'll be getting any sleep at all tonight." Yun Yun was still lost, her mind racing with confusion. She completely misunderstood what Duan Ya was implying. "Wow," she gasped. "Is your stamina really that good?" Just then, Su Chen, his face an icy mask, abruptly cut off their conversation. His voice was as sharp as a blade. "Quiet! We have company!" Then, he called out into the darkness. "You can all come out now." The hidden figures were startled, caught like animals in a spotlight. They never expected to be discovered so easily. Now that they were exposed, they dropped all pretense. Stepping out of the shadows, they revealed their true purpose. "You're the ones who broke the young lord's leg. Did you really think you could just get away with that?" Su Chen's expression remained perfectly cold. His eyes were as cold as ice as he answered slowly. "Run? I just didn't want to start a massacre inside the city walls. I might have accidentally injured members of the Kang Hu team." Hearing Su Chen's words, the leader let out a contemptuous laugh, his tone mocking the arrogance of someone so weak. "A massacre? A little brat with no weapon wants to kill people?" The man beside him, holding a rifle, sneered and chimed in. "Don't waste time. Let me just put a bullet in him and be done with it." Su Chen didn't bother to argue. He simply acted. A single punch, as powerful as a thunderbolt, landed, and the man's entire upper body was instantly blown away. The leader stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face like rain, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. With just one fist, his subordinate had vanished as if he never existed. Panicked, he frantically ordered his men, "Open fire! Now!" The underlings, though terrified, managed to pull their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets at Su Chen. As fast as a flash of lightning, Su Chen drew two short swords and charged into the crowd. Every slash didn't just cut through the air, it reaped the life of an enemy, each blade as sharp as the Grim Reaper's scythe. When he reached the leader, Su Chen suddenly stopped, his sword held right before the man's face. The man was so scared his clothes were soaked in sweat, and he screamed in desperation, "If you spare my life, I'll tell you an important secret about the city lord." "Oh, tell me." Su Chen's voice was laced with killing intent, his gaze, as cold and sharp as a razor's edge, piercing into the leader. Under Su Chen's terrifying pressure and aura, the man had no choice but to tremble and confess everything. "The lord of this safe zone has a close relationship with the Tao clan. Recently, they've been making secret deals with the Tao clan here every single week." Hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed, his voice dropping low. "Secret deals? What kind?" The leader trembled as he answered, "The city lord trades refugees for the Tao clan's food supplies." Standing nearby, Vivian and Duan Ya listened, and rage erupted within them like a wildfire. Vivian, furious, slammed her fist onto the leader's head, demanding, "You actually dare to trade human lives with the Tao clan?" The leader winced in pain and stammered, "These were all the city lord's orders." The scene shifts to another location where a booming voice rings out like thunder in a clear sky. "Wait a minute, what do you think you're doing? Isn't this supposed to be food?" There, a member of the Tao clan had a human by the throat, his face twisted with a ferocious, bestial snarl, like a predator growling at its prey. "This rotting pile of food?" he sneered, his smile as venomous as a striking viper. "I'll dump it at the gates of the Anji settlement before dawn." The Tao clan member roared, his grip tightening on the human's neck. His face went pale, his voice trembling with pure terror. "What do you mean?" The Tao clansman didn't bother to answer, his voice dripping with ice. "As for you, we'll stick to the old rules." With that, he opened a maw filled with teeth like daggers and sank them into the human's neck. A sickening crack echoed through the air. In a single, horrifying moment, the Tao clansman ripped the victim's head clean off, dragging the spinal column out, with it like a rotted piece of wood. The so-called protectors, who were really just temporary sacrifices, were never given a chance to survive by the city lord. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Yun and Duanya's faces drained of all color. They were used to bloodshed, but this level of savage brutality sent shivers down their spines. After spilling every secret, the bald man trembled, his voice cracking with fear. "You people, Su Chen, can you let me go now?" Hearing this, the corner of Su Chen's mouth curled into a chilling smirk. "Not so fast. There's one more thing I need your help with." After exposing the city lord's entire conspiracy, the bald man was bound tightly by Su Chen, left dangling from a rope in a dark alley like a puppet caught in a spider's web. He struggled violently, trying to break free, but every effort was utterly hopeless. Just then, a few Thao clansmen happened to wander by. One of them grunted in confusion, "Why is someone hanging up there?" But his companion couldn't care less, snarling coldly, "Who cares? Just kill it and drag it back for food." The lead Thao tightened his fists, his eyes burning with a hellish killing intent as he charged the hanging man. He roared, his voice a savage growl. "You're going to be my next meal." The man, his face ashen like a corpse, was horrified. He stammered out, "Wait, I'm—" But before he could explain who he was, the Thao warrior slammed a powerful fist into his gut, sending blood erupting from his mouth. A tidal wave of pain washed over him, and he went limp instantly. Suddenly, from the shadows behind them, a colossal figure emerged, its voice booming like thunder. "Huh? Did you just break my new toy?" The Thao clansman froze, terrified by the massive silhouette. It was none other than Yun. Now in her giant transformed state, she held the rope with the bald man on the end, as if it were a mere plaything. The Thao warriors realized what they were facing. The leader quickly warned his men, "Careful, it's a superhuman." Yun. He raised a colossal hand, pointing at the Beast Clan member who just struck the man down. His voice dripped with playful menace. "Will you become my new plaything?" But just then, another Beast Clan member spotted something high up in a nearby building. A sniper, hidden and ready to strike. It was Duanya, her eyes as cold as the steel of her rifle. Su Chen's warning echoed in her mind. These Beast Clan members are more mutated. Their skulls might even be too thick for bullets to pierce. Peering through her scope at the monsters below, Duanya thought to herself, "Let's put that theory to the test." Without another thought, she pulled the trigger. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, each bullet a bolt of destiny, striking 3 of the beasts squarely in the head. They never had a chance to react. The Beast Clan member caught in Yun's grip saw it all happen. His face twisted in horror, as if he'd just seen death itself. 3 shots, 3 headshots. While he was still reeling from the shock, another bullet came flying his way. With lightning reflexes, he dodged the shot. A smug look spread across his face as he roared, struggling against Yun's hold. "You think you can hold me?" But in that exact moment, Su Chen had silently moved in behind him. Su Chen reached out, gripping the beast's head in his hand. The creature's eyes filled with confusion as it glanced back, but it was too slow to see who its attacker was. A devastating punch from Su Chen connected. Its head exploded like a watermelon, sending blood and brain matter flying everywhere. The scene shifts to a cozy home, bathed in soft, dim light. Inside, a conversation was underway. "Su Chen, how did you find out about the secret deal between the City Lord and the Beast Clan?" Su Chen answered calmly. "I've heard rumors about shelters making deals like this before. Today was just supposed to be a simple scouting mission. I just didn't expect the rumors to be true." Just then, the scene inside the house came into focus. A large, comfortable bed, summoned from Su Chen's personal space, felt like an oasis in the middle of a desolate world. He also produced a table laden with a magnificent feast, a picture-perfect meal under the soft lights. Duanya was on the bed, dressed in an alluring gown. Her face was flushed, her expression so suggestive that anyone could guess what was on her mind. Duanya spoke, her voice calm and steady. "You know, if we really want to build a proper shelter, we could just find another location. We don't have to get involved in all this trouble." Su Chen replied, his voice equally calm. "Building a base from scratch takes time and effort. That's not my area of expertise. It's better to find someone trustworthy and experienced to partner with." and that person is right here in Hao City. Hearing his answer, Duan Ya had no more questions. Besides, they were both quickly distracted by something else. They had no desire to continue the conversation. But suddenly, Yun Yun walked in, also wearing a stunning dress. Her eyes sparkled like fire in the dark, absolutely captivating. She pouted, her voice laced with playful jealousy. "Sister Duan Ya, how could you two start without me?" Duan Ya laughed, her reply coming instantly. All right, come on and join us." Hearing the exchange between the two women, Chen was momentarily stunned. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Did they really want to, all together, right now? Duan Ya and Yun Yun moved closer to him, their eyes locked on Chen as they gave him a radiant smile. "Because of you, we can actually live like human beings in this apocalypse. So, tonight, please let the two of us take good care of you." The next morning, City Lord Zhang discovered that his bald subordinate had been brutally beaten by the Beast Clan. His mind was in turmoil. Assuming the deal had gone sour, he immediately headed for the Beast Clan's territory to sort things out. Inside a derelict warehouse, the Beast Clan's base, City Lord Zhang confronted the creatures. Their leader sat on a makeshift throne, his face as dark as a storm cloud as he questioned the Lord. "City Lord Zhang, your man was severely injured, and I lost 3 of my best warriors. From now on, you will provide double the number of humans. Otherwise, the deal is off." Hearing this, the City Lord's massive bodyguard couldn't hide his shock. "What? Double?" But before he could say another word, City Lord Zhang raised a hand, silencing him. He turned to the Beast Clan leader, his voice eerily calm. "Very well. We have a deal." But before the agreement was sealed, Chen emerged from the shadows. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. As expected of the City Lord, trading human lives without even blinking. His words struck City Lord Zhang and the beasts like a bolt of lightning. The City Lord's face flushed with anger. "Chen, what are you doing here?" But Chen's expression remained as cold as ice. His eyes flashed with utter contempt. "I heard City Lord Zhang and the Beast Clan were unusually close. I just came to see for myself." The Beast Clan immediately closed in, their faces twisted into feral snarls. They formed a tight circle around Chen, their voices dripping with scorn. "To trespass here. You've got some nerve." The Thou leader, his face as cold and vicious as a starving wolf, glared at Chen, his voice rumbling from deep within his chest. "Kid, I don't know how you killed 3 of my subordinates, but today, you walked into my territory. Don't even dream of leaving alive." Meanwhile, City Lord Zhang and his bodyguard had already fled the scene. Before leaving, he glanced back with a look of pure contempt, muttering, "This kid is as good as dead, but his followers who entered the base can't be allowed to escape. I have to clean them up before they cause any more trouble." The scene shifts to the Hao Cheng shelter, where City Lord Zhang returned to his hideout, his expression as dark as a gathering storm. He immediately summoned everyone in the shelter, his tone grave, as if announcing an impending catastrophe. "Everyone, we have discovered a traitor in our midst." His words sent a shockwave of whispers through the crowd. He pointed a finger towards the group that had arrived with Chen, declaring, "These are the people who have betrayed us all." City Lord Zhang began to weave a web of lies, his voice filled with the convincing sincerity of a master deceiver. "They faked being doctors to infiltrate our base, then secretly kidnapped our refugees to trade with the Thou tribe for food." A wicked thought flashed through his mind like a sharpened blade. "You ruined my plans, so don't blame me for being ruthless." His words were like gasoline on a fire, igniting the fury of the crowd. A wave of intense emotion swept over them, and they couldn't hold back their enraged screams. "Those animals! Kill them!" Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a powerful voice cut through the noise. "Wait." From the crowd, a man with a full beard stepped forward, his appearance radiating the wisdom of age. He spoke up to defend Chen's group. "From what I know, Chen is an extremely trustworthy person. He brought these people here, so there shouldn't be any problem." As soon as he spoke, all eyes immediately turned to him. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. That's General Gao. Who is this Chen, that even the general would speak up for him?" At this, City Lord Zhang couldn't contain his anger. He shot back. "Gao Yue, are you trying to protect them? But with just your empty words and no proof, how can you possibly prove they aren't traitors?" The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp voice echoed from the rooftop above. "I can prove it." City Lord Zhang heard it and snapped his head up. A flash of surprise crossed his face, which quickly twisted into pure panic. He stammered, "It's him. How? How is he still alive?" Hearing Chen's name, General Gao allowed a faint, knowing smile to touch his lips. It was none other than Chen. He strode forward, dragging a Thao tribe member, their leader, to be exact. Chen lifted the Thao leader effortlessly. With a cold smile, he looked at City Lord Zhang and said, "City Lord, why don't we let him explain what's really going on?" The Thao's face was swollen and bruised, with several teeth missing. He desperately begged for his life. Chen, please spare me." Witnessing this scene, both City Lord Zhang and General Cao were in utter disbelief. That someone like Chen could single-handedly subdue the Tao leader was beyond their wildest imagination. With a single, quiet command, Chen ordered, "Speak up. I want everyone to hear you clearly." The leader trembled in absolute terror under Chen's overwhelming pressure. Crushed by his aura, he had no choice but to scream. He revealed the devastating truth. City Lord Zhang had betrayed them all. The Thao leader's confession was like gasoline poured on a fire, igniting a firestorm of fury among the shelter's residents. But City Lord Zhang remained defiant, loudly denying the accusations. He claimed the Thao's words were nothing but baseless lies. He even had the audacity to shift the blame back to Chen, accusing him of being the one who colluded with the Thao. But General Cao was no longer fooled. With eyes as cold as ice, he sent a powerful fist flying into City Lord Zhang, sending him staggering. At that moment, the City Lord's true colors were finally exposed. A sinister smile spread across his face as he calmly declared, "Yes, that's right. I arranged it all. But this is the apocalypse. The places with supplies have all been taken by the Thao. They're just waiting for us to walk right into their traps." He stared directly at General Cao, his voice dripping with confidence. "If sacrificing a few lowlifes can save so many others, then I'm obviously doing the right thing. You all should be grateful to me." He didn't stop there, continuing to mock him. "Cao Yue, you're so noble and righteous. But you still ate the food I traded for. What right do you have to judge me?" Someone in the crowd couldn't contain their rage, pointing directly at Zhang's face and snarling, "Because you're a coward." The words had barely left his mouth when a fist slammed into the City Lord's face, sending him reeling. The one who struck was none other than Chen. He looked down on City Lord Zhang, his eyes filled with cold contempt. "You sold out humanity for a little bit of food, buying your own life with the sacrifice of others. In an age where the strong rule, perhaps that's the right thing to do. A logical choice, perhaps. But it's the choice of cowards, no different from beasts. We are not like you. We refuse to live so spinelessly." Chen turned to General Cao, his eyes blazing with determination. "We cannot continue to live in this corrupted society. Join me, and let's build a new base. A place that belongs to true human civilization." He extended a hand to General Cao, his offer filled with heroic spirit. Chen remembered his past life, wandering through ruins, searching for a safe haven. It was a sanctuary, like a utopia, with no class shackles, no cries of hunger or misery. Everyone had enough to eat, and their souls had a place to rest. It was all thanks to its founder, Cao Weiyi. But right now, he was only the vice lord here, yet to establish his own base. Chen was just making things happen a little sooner. Bai Chong spoke up. "But establishing a base is too difficult." The man beside him added, "To do what we must, we can't keep living under someone else's roof. Building a new base truly is the best way." Suddenly, the City Lord Zhang burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha, do you people think you're some kind of saviors? You actually want to establish a new base? Vicious beasts roam the outskirts. Zombies are everywhere. Without even basic food or safety, you're just asking people to go die." Zhang He, sitting in his wheelchair, echoed his father. "Dad, if they want to leave, just let them. Once they've suffered enough, they'll come crawling back to us." Old Zhang nodded with a sneer. "Oh, my son, you are so right." Some of the citizens began to voice their fears. "It's too dangerous outside. I don't want to throw my life away. I'd rather be a coward and at least stay alive." Hearing this, Old Zhang gloated, his voice booming. "Ha ha, listen up. If any of you believe their foolish dreams, I will generously let you go. But let me be clear. Once you leave, I won't care if you starve to death." Chen sat confidently to the side, speaking calmly. "Is it just about food? You call that a difficult problem?" Hearing this, a few people in the crowd began to whisper, "What did he say? It's easy for you to talk." Another person interjected, "No, wait. He's the one who captured the Thao tribe's leader and turned him into a chair. He must be able to get us food." Another voice added, "I heard he's an awakened one, and an incredibly powerful one at that." Zhang He roared in fury. Chen, who do you think you are, a savior? Stop deceiving everyone here. Do you have any idea how many supplies a base needs?" Chen replied casually, "My supplies aren't that plentiful. Just enough to sustain about 2,000 people for a month, that's all. Hearing this, old Zhang was secretly stunned. Isn't that almost as much as what's in my own warehouse? Damn it, where did that kid get so many resources? Elsewhere, a group of guards stood at the gate when suddenly, Yun rushed in and trapped one in a headlock. She asked, "In your opinion, why is Su Chen suddenly being so generous?" The guard stared blankly, completely mesmerized by Yun's chest, forgetting to answer. Annoyed, she squeezed until he coughed up blood. Before passing out, he gasped, "Oh, I see why." Yun immediately ran to hug Duanya, whining playfully. "Oh, Sister Duanya, I'm so hungry. Do you have anything for me to eat?" Duanya shook her head. "Who told you to use your powers so recklessly?" Then she turned to report. "We've secured the sniper positions." Su Chen's voice was deep and steady. "General Cao, the time has come to make your decision." Cao Weiyi stepped forward, his voice ringing out. "Without enough food to eat or clothes to wear, we are bullied by others. I thought these people had already given up enough just to survive. But in the end, they were still treated like livestock and sold to the Thao tribe. I don't want to stay in this place any longer." He turned to Su Chen with determination. "I've decided. I will establish a new base with you." He shouted to his men, "My brothers in arms, all of you who are willing to leave with me, Cao Weiyi, please, stand with me now. Let's build a base where people can live with dignity, instead of staying here and living like dogs." Two captains shouted, "Tiger Lance Squad, White Tiger Squad, assemble." At the command, soldiers from Old Zhang's side immediately ran towards General Cao. Old Zhang roared in fury, "Damn you, what do you think you're doing? You are the City Lord's army. I am your City Lord. You are sworn to be loyal to me." A voice called out, reporting, "General, all members are present." Old Zhang screamed, "Old Cao, who do you think you are? Without my permission, no one is leaving this place." At that moment, the two factions faced off, aiming their guns at each other. The air was thick with tension, ready to snap at any moment. A single gunshot would plunge them all into battle. Suddenly, the worthless Zhang He fired from his wheelchair. He screamed, "You son of a bitch, Su Chen, you piece of trash. If you hadn't brought your people here, my legs wouldn't be crippled. Today, I'm going to kill you." The bullet grazed past Su Chen, and his expression instantly turned furious. "Are you asking to die?" Su Chen teleported in a flash, snatching Zhang He by the throat and lifting him into the air, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. "Zhang Jianshu, tell the City Lord's army to put their guns down, or I will snap your son's neck." Old Zhang's face twisted with rage as he roared through gritted teeth. "All of you, put your weapons down." Su Chen turned to General Cao. "Now, it's time. Have your men lead the survivors away. Leave this place to me." The general replied, "All right, Su Chen. We'll wait for you at Kangyun University." The old fox, Zhang, immediately gave a signal with his eyes and spoke up. "Su Chen, they've withdrawn. You can release my son now, can't you? I'll let you leave. We'll each take a step back. How about it?" But far in the distance, a sniper was taking aim at Su Chen. But Su Chen gave a chillingly calm command, "Duanya. Rooftop, 12 o'clock, my dear." Duanya replied, "Understood. Yun, stay still, don't hug me." She took her stance, squeezed the trigger, and a single shot sent the sniper to the afterlife. Old Zhang was horrified. You arranged a sniper too?" Su Chen calmly replied, "Right back at you. Isn't that right, City Lord Zhang? I agree to your earlier offer. Here, you can have your son back." With that, he tossed Zhang He towards Old Zhang, his face a mask of compassion. "But I still have one question. Does human flesh taste good?" Old Zhang was stunned. "What is it? Why are you asking?" But then he saw Zhang He, his mouth clamped tightly around a durian. He was whimpering like a dog. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the smoke. City Lord Zhang had suddenly mutated. His son, however, was blown to pieces. The old man roared in fury, "Su Chen, I'll kill you, you filthy mutt." Su Chen stood proudly with his team, an imposing and majestic figure. Duanya's voice rang out, "Brother Su Chen, we're here." Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "It seems the rumors from my past life were true. Zhang Jianshu is a Thao hiding among humans. I never expected him to be a level 2 Thao. But next time we meet, your luck will have run out." The scene shifts to another location. A squad leader shouted, "All right, team, listen up. Ahead of us is the supermarket with the supplies Su Chen told us about. Our mission is to clear out any Thao inside and bring the supplies to the new base." The soldiers charged in, their spirits high. But once inside, they were all stunned. It looked like the Thou had already been completely wiped out. Not a single one was left. The captain checked the supplies in the truck. More than half a tank of gas, enough to get back to the new base. Turns out Chen didn't lie to us. There really is a whole truck of supplies here. Old Sun snorted. I thought we were in for a brutal fight. Who knew the mission would be this easy? What a waste of time. A young man beside him spoke up. Captain, I heard the general gave an important mission to Chen. Before this, he used to give all missions like this to you. Old Sun grew angry. That pretty boy dares to steal my credit? The scene cuts to a radio station. Yun grumbled. Sister Duan Ya, why isn't that idiot captain back yet? Duan Ya replied, what's there to worry about? Chen dealt with the Tao in that supermarket a long time ago. All they have to do is drive the truck back. Even an idiot could handle that. Yun pouted. Who said I was worried about him? Chen put us in charge of treating the survivors. But I'm afraid they'll starve to death first. Anya added. They're finally here, we can head back now. But hiding your massive form with psychic powers until they get close, that's going to be tough. Just then, Old Sun reported in. General, the supplies have been delivered. He actually found them. Chen wasn't lying. It seems he really can solve our food crisis. General Tao nodded in agreement. Chen is truly our savior. But Old Sun grumbled under his breath, not convinced. That pretty boy. I don't know about his other skills, but he's a master of brainwashing. Suddenly, another soldier chimed in. General! At the Southern Hospital, not far from here, we've found signs of Thou activity. It looks like a tribe of a few dozen. General Tao was stunned. A Thou tribe, you say? Old Sun thought to himself with a smirk. Chen, I'll show you who the real protector of these people is. Bai Shang's voice cut through the air. What? You want to raid the armory? There's a military base nearby, but its entrance is completely submerged. That place is a death trap, teeming with hordes of the dead. Feng added. Besides, even if the three of us make it inside, how much could we possibly carry out? Chen simply replied, you two don't need to worry about that. Just get me to the armory. Bai Shang nodded. Fine. I've been there before, so I'll go with you, but we'll need 2 vehicles. The armory is a long way off. Chen cut her off. Vehicles are the easy part, and from a dimensional space, he summoned a pickup truck. The two stared in shock. Is this magic? So this is your special ability? Chen hopped in, his tone blunt. Enough talk. Get in if you're coming. And with that, the 3 of them sped off toward the military zone. Meanwhile, another group was cursing their luck. Damn it, why won't this water drain? I can't believe this. Go grab a few useless ones. Throw them in as bait for those water ghouls. The supplies in the city vanished without a trace. If we go back empty-handed, it's our heads on the line, so don't you dare blame me for this. And with that, a few unlucky souls were tossed into the water as bait. The leader shouted, the ghouls are distracted by the bait. Now, whoever goes down and pries that door open, I'll have the city lord reward them with a real beauty. One man stepped forward. Before the apocalypse, I had no money and no women. Now that the world's ended, I'll bet it all on this one chance. Back with Chen's group, Feng recognized the men. It's the city lord's forces. Looks like they've set their sights on this place too. Bai Shang answered. I know a back route. We can avoid them, but we'll have to dive to get in. Chen nodded. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's go. The 3 dive deep into the murky water. Suddenly, Bai Shang spots dozens of glowing eyes below, and a cold dread washes over her. Water ghouls. We're finished. Just then, Chen appears, calming her fears. Don't be afraid. Bai Shang is stunned. How can he talk underwater? He quickly presses his lips to hers, skillfully transferring oxygen. Bai Shang realizes, he's giving me air. But, we're completely surrounded by water ghouls. Ghoulish arms reach out from the darkness, ready to drag Bai Shang down. Terrified, she clings to Chen, thinking if this is the end, at least she's with him. But moments pass, and nothing happens. She wonders, did the water ghouls just stop? She looks at Chen and sees his eyes glowing a deep crimson, like some hidden switch has been flipped. Bai Shang is shocked. Could he be controlling these ghouls? Chen just smiles, holding her with one arm. His voice echoes in her mind. Right now, we're going on a hunt. But suddenly, a few of the ghouls break free from Chen's mental grip and lunge forward. They attack as a swarm. But Chen isn't fazed by these minions. You guys go on ahead, he commands. I'll take care of this mess. And just like that, one by one, the ghouls fall before him. He clears a path for Xiaofeng and Bai Shang to escape. Breaking the surface, they gasp for air. saved from the suffocating depths below. Behind them, the bodies of the ghouls float lifelessly. Xiaofeng is stunned. Su Chen can. Control water ghouls? Is he even human anymore? Baishang chimes in. Just how many more secrets? Is he hiding from us? Just then, Su Chen surfaces, holding a gleaming crystal core. He sounds a bit disappointed. All those ghouls. And I only got one white core. The drop rate is way too low. The other two just stare at each other in disbelief. Baishang exclaims, "You got a white core just like that, and you're complaining. It's not enough." Xiaofeng adds, "Even though white cores don't grant new abilities, they can still amplify existing ones, but from the shadows." A pair of golden eyes, bright as headlights, are locked onto the core in Su Chen's hand. Suddenly, a cat darts out and snatches the crystal core. Su Chen is frozen in shock, unable to react in time. Xiaofeng is baffled. "How? Is there a kitten here?" Baishang explains, "The base used to keep cats to control the rat population. Looks like this one got locked inside and survived the apocalypse. But still, that cat's got guts, stealing a core right from Su Chen's hand." Su Chen's face twists in annoyance. He's never backed down from a fight in his life, and now he just got robbed by a cat. He pulls out a bag of food, trying to coax it. "Hey, little guy. You can't eat that thing. How about we trade for this, huh?" But in a flash, the cat lunges again, snatching the food right out of his hand before bolting. Su Chen is furious, his fists clenched tight. His voice trembles with frustration. "I just got robbed by the same cat. Twice? I guess anything that survived the apocalypse is no ordinary creature." A short while later, Su Chen's team finds the main breaker, and light floods the entire base once more. Baishang breathes a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, the power grid is still operational. Let's move. The armory is just ahead." Baishang leads the way, explaining, "Before the floods came, the survivors evacuated in a hurry. I'm certain the supplies here were left behind. We're here. This is it. Enough weapons and ammo to arm a 500-person crew. Before them lies a massive military armory, stocked with guns and supplies." Xiaofeng's eyes go wide. "If we could find a tank, we could probably equip 1,000 people." Baishang warns him, "Hey, be careful." Su Chen replies, "Don't worry, Captain Bai." But Baishang is concerned. "The problem is, how do we get all of this back? The City Lord's forces could show up any minute, and we'd be in for a fight. There's no time to go back for reinforcements." Suddenly, a massive crash shakes the entire facility. The two are stunned. Before they can react, Xiaofeng comes barreling out in a tank, screaming, "Su Chen, Captain Bai, I found the tank, but there's a monster right behind me." Xiaofeng's face is drained of all color as he screams, "Somebody, help me!" Baishang freezes at the horrifying sight. A mutated beast unleashes a barrage of attacks, but its aim is off, allowing Xiaofeng to escape by a hair's breadth. He shouts, "We have to do something. If it blows up the armory, we're all gonna get logged out." Su Chen gives a command, "Expanding my subdimension, collecting all supplies now." Baishang is amazed. "You can store all of this in your space?" Even the mysterious cat looks on, bewildered. Xiaofeng yells, "Su Chen, your ability is insane, but can you suck that monster back there into it too?" Su Chen replies, "Mutated life forms can't be stored if they're still alive." Baishang cuts in, "This isn't the time to chat. I'll draw the monster's attention. Su Chen, you retreat first. Xiaofeng, find an opening." But before she can even move, Su Chen swoops in and lifts her off her feet. She stammers, Hey, what are you doing?" Su Chen replies calmly, "All the supplies are in my subdimension. I have to make sure you get back to the base safely." Xiaofeng screams, "Look out!" The mutated beast seizes the opening, launching an attack that sends the tank flying. Su Chen commands, "Stop dithering. I'll handle the beast. You go check on Xiaofeng." Baishang rushes over to check on him, but it's no use. "Oh, and one more thing," she added. "Try not to die." Su Chen now stood before a monstrous beast, his aura flaring powerfully. "How strange," he muttered. "In my past life, I never heard of a mutated beast like you in this area. But it doesn't matter. Your core will be mine." Just then, the entrance to the military base began to shake violently. The City Lord's men were caught off guard, completely baffled. One of them shouted, "The explosion." It sounded like it came from inside the base. "Boss, the water level. It's dropping fast. The blast must have cracked the bedrock below," Fatty roared in frustration. "Damn it, it looks like someone beat us to it. Trying to pull a fast one right under my nose? I'll sniff them out." And when I do, I want them all dead. When his men didn't respond, he bellowed, "Hey, are you all deaf? Are you ignoring me?" But his goons were staring at something else, muttering, "Boss, look, a rabbit. It's been so long since I had rabbit meat. I'm starving. How about we eat the rabbit first, then head in?" But something about this rabbit was off. Seeing its demonic eyes and twisted grin, the men began to panic. Their feet were frozen to the spot. Moku stared in confusion. Why? Why is that rabbit smiling like that? It's not cute at all. As if angered by the insult, the rabbit unleashed a terrifying shriek. Horrific tentacles erupted from its back. The city lord's men stared at its wicked face, their jaws dropping and eyes widening in pure terror. The tentacles shot out, piercing their bodies in an instant. The chubby Moku's face twisted into a grotesque mask, mirroring the monstrous rabbit itself. The scene cuts back to Su Chen, locked in battle with a pink monstrosity. Every one of his powerful punches was effortlessly blocked by the beast. It didn't just parry his attacks, it overwhelmed him with powerful laser blasts. A beam of energy shot forth, forcing Su Chen into a desperate dodge. A direct hit, he thought, would be disastrous. As expected, he said aloud, "A rank 2 creature's body is as tough as solid steel. Unbelievably tough." His knuckles were raw and red from the repeated blows, but the beast seemed completely unfazed. It's just like Zhang Jianshu's rank 2 Thao warriors, completely immune to explosions. My physical power is still leagues below theirs, Su Chen thought grimly. The pink beast seized the opening, lunging to attack. Su Chen dodged just in time, shouting, "It may be tough, but it's not invincible. I just need to destroy the parasitic vine rooted in its brain." With a roar, power erupted from within him, but the monster's reflexes were lightning fast. It shot out root-like tentacles, ensnaring him completely. With its target locked down, it unleashed its ultimate attack, a devastating pink energy beam that threatened to vaporize Su Chen into ash. Su Chen used a spatial jump to escape just in time. "Well," he sighed, "this isn't as easy as I thought." Suddenly, he heard a familiar meow. Su Chen turned in surprise. "Oh, it's you, kitty? Hey, it's dangerous here, stay back." But this cat, it moved with a commanding presence. A powerful aura radiated from it, followed by a low, menacing growl. Su Chen watched, his mind racing. No way. Could it be? Are you a mutated beast too? Meanwhile, from the rubble left by the monster's laser blast, Bai Shang called out in a panic. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Can you hear me?" From beneath the stones, Xiaofeng replied, "Captain Bai, I'm all right. That was a close call. I almost became a rock pancake." Bai Shang rushed over to the debris. "Thank goodness you're okay. I'll get you out right now, just hang in there." Suddenly, a vile laugh echoed from a distance. Bai Shang flinched and shouted, "Who's there? Stop hiding in the shadows." The city lord's guards appeared, strolling in like they were attending a festival. Bai Shang was stunned. "It's you guys? You managed to open the main gate? But what the hell is wrong with all of them? They always looked sleazy, but now, they looked downright sinister." She yelled, "Something's not right. Damn it, there's a serious problem with these guys." Their faces were twisted in demonic grins, especially a pig-faced one who stared at Bai Shang as if ready to pounce. Back with Su Chen, Xiao Miao let out a mighty roar as it began to transform. Its claws emerged, and a single strike shook the very ground. Its eyes flared with immense power. "Which one of you punks just called me Xiao Miao? Step forward." Su Chen was a little shaken. Whoa. Xiao Miao got big, huh? But its target wasn't Su Chen. It was the pink powder monster. Su Chen mused, "They say cats and dogs don't get along. It seems they're mortal enemies." He stepped forward and asked, "You used the crystal core to lure us here, didn't you? You damn cat." He spoke with conviction. "If I prove I'm strong enough, will you join forces with me?" The cat heard the power in his voice and hesitated, sweating nervously. Seizing the moment of confusion, Su Chen leaped onto its back. Then it settled. "We're partners now." Just like that, he had a new mount to ride. Xiao Miao was furious, but helpless. Together, Su Chen and Xiao Miao radiated an intense aura, ready for a great battle. "All right, let's go. Let's show them what we've got." Fatty Xiao Hei Miao. But Su Chen's teasing went too far, causing the black cat to bristle with annoyance. The pink powder monster lunged forward to attack, and Xiao Hei met it with a set of razor-sharp fangs. Su Chen observed the attack, noticing the claws only left minor scratches. He muttered, "At this rate, we'll never deal any real damage. We need to coordinate." He patted Xiao Hei's head. You use your speed to circle around and draw the vine's attention. Leave the rest to me. Though reluctant, Xiao He followed his orders. As the pink beast attacked, they both leaped to dodge the shockwave, carving out a corner of the battlefield. The walls breached, and water began to flood in. But with blinding speed and agility, Xiao He easily shredded the attacking vines. Su Chen nodded, pleased. He vaulted off the cat's back, pouring all his strength into one devastating punch that slammed right into the monster's jaw. The impact sent it reeling, and seeing his chance, he yelled out, "That's how it's done. We'll press the attack together and grind this thing into dust." Enraged, the beast unleashed a chaotic barrage from its cannons. But Xiao He was a blur of motion. In mere seconds, the monster's body was riddled with wounds, from minor cuts to gaping holes. Before long, it was torn to ribbons, and a gleaming crystal core clattered to the ground. Xiao He's eyes lit up with glee as it lunged for the prize. But Su Chen was faster, snatching it away. "This crystal core belongs to me. Don't even think about it." And with that, he swallowed it whole. Xiao He let out an indignant howl, ready to claw Su Chen to pieces. But its protests were lost on him. Meanwhile, the floodwaters were rising fast. Su Chen spoke up. "Looks like the armory is flooded too. The wall is gone. This whole area is about to be underwater." Suddenly, he saw Xiao He crying for help, thrashing helplessly in the water. The once mighty creature now looked utterly pathetic. Su Chen plucked it from the water, a smirk on his face. "Aha. So you're scared of water, are you? Why don't you stick with me, and I'll get you out of here." Xiao He struggled violently, refusing the offer. Su Chen grabbed it by the scruff and tossed it back. "Fine then, have it your way, sink or swim." Terrified, Xiao He scrambled back, clinging to Su Chen and meowing desperately. He chuckled. "Oh? Having second thoughts already?" The little cat nodded furiously. "Hey, this was your choice," Su Chen said. "I didn't force you." Cutting back to Bai Shang. She was panicking, cursing under her breath. "Damn it all, these guys are supposed to be dead, so why are they still moving?" She retreated step by step, completely surrounded by the undead soldiers. From behind a pile of rubble, Xiao Feng shouted, "Captain Bai, the tank won't start. Forget about me, just run," she yelled back. But where could she possibly go? First, she had to find a way to deal with this horde. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, is that a rabbit?" But this was no ordinary rabbit. It transformed, using massive roots to ensnare its victims. It drained the life force from the undead soldiers, bending them to its will. Is it absorbing the corpses? Bai Shang wondered in horror. Before she could escape, thick roots shot out from behind, binding her tight. They ripped and tore at her clothes, leaving her barely covered. The rabbit revealed its grotesque face, its jaws gaping wide to take a bite. Bai Shang struggled, cursing herself. "Damn it! I let my guard down." Just as she thought it was over, Xiao Feng's tank roared to life, ramming straight into the rabbit and freeing her. Xiao Feng was seething with rage. "You damn monster! I'll send you to hell!" he screamed. "You think you can touch Captain Bai?" The tank's main cannon erupted in a storm of fire. He aimed straight down the rabbit's throat, unleashing a relentless barrage. In an instant, the mutated beast was blown to smithereens. Bai Shang stared, unable to believe what she was seeing. Xiao Feng panted, catching his breath. Finally. It's over. But in the chaos, he didn't notice a crystal core fall right into his mouth. The crystal core slid right down his throat. His eyes widened in shock. This was the legendary crystal core everyone was searching for. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he absorbed the core's immense power. Bai Shang rushed to his side, worried. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Clutching his stomach, Xiao Feng replied, "I'm okay. I just accidentally swallowed that crystal core. My whole body feels strange." The sound of a cat's meow echoed from nearby. Su Chen strolled over, casually asking, "So, you ate the crystal core?" Bai Shang was taken aback. Xiao Feng asked desperately, "Why can't I feel any powers? Is there some kind of trick to it?" Su Chen simply replied, "If you want to master your new abilities quickly, the best way is through a real fight. But first, let's get you out of here." His eyes scanned Bai Shang from head to toe, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Bai Shang, about your clothes." She cut him off immediately. "That mutant beast tore them, okay? It's nothing. But you, raising a cat in the middle of the apocalypse?" Su Chen chuckled. "That's right. He's sticking with me from now on." The scene shifted outside, where black crows circled a desolate sky. A grimy, tattered girl was hanging limply from a lamppost, a truly pathetic sight. Not far from there, A member of the Tao clan was cornering a young woman. The girl pleaded, her voice trembling. Please, just let me go. He just grinned maliciously. Yeah? The more you beg, the more excited I get. It wasn't just one of them. Others emerged from the shadows, laughing cruelly. That's a sweet sound, isn't it? One sneered. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's make her scream a little louder, a little more desperately. They dragged the girl into a dark alley. She sobbed, pleading for her life. Ah, don't kill me. Please, just let me go. The leader closed in, a twisted smile on his face. Heh, you serve me well, and I just might keep you around, as my personal slave. But, if you fail to please me, he gestured to the lamppost, I'll hang you up there with her, and let you dry out like smoked meat. The girl was terrified. She had no choice but to obey, lying down and clenching her teeth. I don't want to become smoked meat. I'll do my best. To serve you. The Tao clan brute laughed, getting into position. Ha ha. Good. That's very good. Her terrified screams echoed through the ruined city. Just then, Su Chen's vehicle rolled into the area, annoying the Tao clan members in the middle of their fun. Oh? We have visitors? One said. Let's finish the important business first. We can play with them later. But Xiao Feng was already out of the vehicle and walking toward them. The Tao clan members shouted in fury. The hell? Where did this punk come from? He's ruining the mood. Let's make him tonight's dinner. Bai Shang watched with concern. Su Chen, are you sure about this? Sending Xiao Feng to deal with 3 Tao clan members by himself? Su Chen calmly pet his fat cat. Relax. Think of me as his insurance policy. Besides, if he really is destined to be a top-tier god, in my past life, they called me the human nuclear bomb. There's no reason I can't handle this, he continued. Besides, to truly master an ability, real combat is the best teacher. Seeing Xiao Feng standing motionless, the Tao clansmen felt disrespected and swarmed him. One of them yelled, You dare stand there so defiantly? You're asking to die. Today marks your death anniversary. Eat my fist. They unleashed a barrage of attacks on Xiao Feng, from head to toe, leaving no spot untouched. Bai Shang panicked. This is bad. At this rate, they're going to beat him to death. But Su Chen calmly replied, No, he's figured out how to use his ability. A Tao clansman growled in frustration. The Tao clan's strength is many times greater than a human's, so why isn't this kid even scratched? A brilliant aura erupted around Xiao Feng. He spoke, Because I've absorbed most of the energy from your punches. They didn't believe him and continued their assault. What kind of joke is this? Finish him, they roared. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It's not absorption. A better word would be plundering. Xiao Feng roared, activating his ability, which flared like a brilliant green energy source. He began to drain the energy from everything around him. The Tao clansmen panicked. Ah, let me go. Why do I feel the strength being ripped from my body? Su Chen was impressed. This ability is insanely powerful. Xiao Feng was now like a black hole, furiously plundering all nearby energy. Truly god tier. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something else. Oh? A flying disc shot in from the distance. With a few swift whooshes, it sliced off the heads of 3 Tao clansmen. Xiao Feng was stunned as Captain Sun arrived with 500 men, their presence overwhelming. He declared, Humph. You're lucky I showed up. Otherwise, you'd all be food for the Tao clan by now. If you want to repay me, hand over all your food. Xiao Feng was confused. Huh? Captain, Sunday. You. Su Chen cut him off. Xiao Feng, get in the car first. I'll get the food for Captain Sunday. But, as you know, this is all I have on me right now. It's not much, but it's the thought that counts. Please, our heroes, accept this small token. Captain Sun took the items, and his face contorted with rage. This is enhanced dog food, he screamed. Su Chen, you get back here. But Su Chen was already pedaling away, shouting back, You guys just wait there, we're heading out first. A subordinate asked, Captain Sun, why didn't you take the chance to kill Xiao Feng just now? Why did you help him escape? Sun replied, You think I didn't want to? If my disc hadn't inexplicably gone off course, that kid with the last name Liu would be meeting his maker right now. A sinister subordinate added, The general would rather trust an outsider like him than old veterans like us who've been through life and death. Now that Xiao Feng has an ability, we'll definitely be pushed out of the inner circle of power. Captain Sun let out a cold snort. If Gao Wei no longer trusts me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. It's about time we had a new leader for this base. In the car, Su Chen asked, Does that guy, Sun, have a grudge against you? Xiao Feng replied, No, he doesn't. He's always been like that. Don't pay him any mind. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Xiaofeng had no defense against his own men. If I hadn't stepped in, he would be a corpse right now. This wasn't just a personal grudge, which means someone is plotting something big. If they have a plan, they've surely built a faction inside our new base. In that case, I'll crush them before they can act. The scene shifts to the base's perimeter wall, where Yun was receiving high praise from the construction crew. Yun, you're incredible. With your help, this wall is going up twice as fast. It's like we're just assembling a toy model. Yun replied, sure, but my power makes me eat a massive amount. Are you all sure you can afford to keep me fed? One worker teared up. As long as this wall keeps everyone safe, it's worth it. His words made Yun pause, just as she spotted Su Chen's vehicle returning in the distance. Su Chen's car rolled into the base, passing through streets bustling with workers making repairs. The moment the car stopped, the black kitten leaped out. Su Chen called after it. Hey, no causing trouble now. And don't go scaring people. The kitten let out an obedient meow, as if it understood completely. Bai Shang commented, it seems so happy. It probably hasn't been outside in ages. Xiaofeng asked Su Chen, aren't you worried it'll run off? As he absorbed the vehicle into his spatial dimension, Su Chen replied, after all the food and bandages I used on it, where else is it going to find treatment this good? It's living like a king with its own personal servant. Why would it run away? A short while later, at the main supply warehouse, General Gao called out, brother, here's that empty warehouse you asked for. I hope it's large enough. Su Chen nodded. Yes, this will do just fine. A blinding flash of light erupted from Su Chen. General Gao stared in utter shock. You have a spatial ability? And, did you just move the entire military base's arsenal here? Before him now stood a mountain of supplies. Su Chen stated calmly, with this arsenal, the new base's security is no longer an issue. General Gao turned to him, his expression serious. Brother, why wouldn't you hide a power like this from us? Su Chen let out a short laugh. We're all in the same boat now. If I can't trust all of you, who can I trust? The general nodded slowly. You're right. Without you, this new base wouldn't exist. We swear, your secret is safe with us. Bai Shang then made a suggestion. General, the base still needs a name, to honor Su Chen's contributions. Why not call it the Su Guang base? The general considered it. Su Guang, meaning morning light. It signifies hope and rebirth. An excellent name. It's settled. Su Chen was stunned. Wait, just like that? What should he name it? In his past life, the base founded by Gao Weiyi was the last sanctuary in the apocalypse. For it to now bear his name was a tremendous honor. Meanwhile, Xiaohe wandered off and found himself lost in an operating room. A voice echoed, Sister Duanya, you're a miracle worker. You dismantled that mutated plant with such ease. Without senior sister Duanya, this procedure would have been impossible. Duanya replied grimly, unfortunately, the conditions here are terrible. There are many critical patients we simply can't save. It'd be perfect if Songqi could gain control of the hospital staff. A base like that is guaranteed to have a wealth of medical supplies. Seeing Duanya hold up a scalpel, a terrifying memory flashed through Xiaohe's mind, the horror of watching his friend get neutered. He let out a startled cry, trembling uncontrollably. Duanya turned at the sound. Seeing the tiny cat, her voice softened. Where did you come from, little one? She gently stroked its fur while looking for some food. You must be starving, aren't you? Why don't you come home with me? She led Xiaohe back to her room, speaking to him gently along the way. Xiaohe, I'll have to ask Su Chen if we can keep you when he returns. In a world like this, it's hard enough just to feed ourselves. Little did she know, this was Su Chen's cat. As Duanya reached for her door, a shadow lunged from behind, wrapping her in a tight embrace. He roared, Hey beautiful, come have some fun with your man. Startled, she snapped back. Who are you? The man pushed her down onto the bed. His overwhelming presence terrified Xiaohe, freezing him in place. But when Duanya's eyes focused, she realized it was Su Chen. She asked, Su Chen? When did you get back? Su Chen, who had planned on teasing her, was caught off guard. He chuckled. How did you know it was me? She replied, Who else is immune to my psychic abilities besides you? After they caught up for a bit, Duanya took Xiaohe for a bath. Oh, so you're the one Su Chen brought back, she realized. You don't have a name yet, do you? Your markings look like shimmering gold, so I'll call you Huang Jin. Huang Jin purred with delight as she scrubbed him clean. Su Chen walked in, a smirk on his face. Huang Jin, huh? That's a great name, but weren't you supposed to be helping me get clean? Duanya replied, That's right. So how did the armory raid go? Did you find anything useful? Su Chen revealed a shimmering essence core. Of course, he said. With this, I can evolve to a second-tier human. Huang Jin's eyes locked onto the core. The cat tilted his head in confusion, thinking, didn't Su Chen already swallow that? Su Chen just laughed. My apologies. Things got a little chaotic back there. The truth is, I stored the core in my subspace, he explained. This particular one emits an overwhelming desire, which is precisely why I brought it back here. He tossed the essence core into his mouth. Duanya gasped. You're consuming it now? But it was too late. Su Chen's body was already starting to transform. His skin darkened, crisscrossed by blazing red veins. An immense power radiated from him. As Su Chen grabbed her, Duanya gasped. This is the power of a second-tier human? A powerful energy pulsed through the room. She cried out, overwhelmed. Su Chen, please, I can't take any more. But Su Chen had no intention of stopping. Outside, Yun was reinforcing a wall. Hearing the strange sounds from within, she couldn't help but frown. Huang Jin simply sat beside her, unconcerned. Yun muttered in frustration. Su Chen, you're finally back, so why didn't you come looking for me? Are you trying to make me angry? Her expression returned to normal as she stepped inside. Seeing her, Duanya cried out as if to a savior. Yun, quick, help me with Su Chen. He's… Yun's face flushed in confusion. Su Chen was unleashing the full power of a second-tier evolver. She had arrived at the perfect moment. At that moment, Duanya and Yun were caught in the storm of Su Chen's new power. Both of them could only cry out his name again and again. The power of a second-tier human was truly on another level, absolutely overwhelming. After the intense struggle, both women were left completely drained. They could barely even move. Duanya gasped for breath. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Yun added, these side effects are just too intense. Su Chen, the culprit himself, just grinned. Sorry about that. I guess I might have absorbed too much of the core's energy. Yun pouted. Sister Duanya and I need to level up, and fast. Otherwise, you'll just be able to push us around whenever you want. She turned to Su Chen. Now that you're second tier, have your powers changed significantly? A curious glint appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Let's find out. First up, my physical ability, Body of Steel. It's a fusion of the Gangbao and Ming, Shi powers. After it turns black, my body becomes harder than steel itself, and the surface radiates a constant flow of energy. I wonder if I can project that power outward. He aimed his hand toward the two of them and tested his theory. A blast of force sent the blankets flying, knocking both women right off the bed. Su Chen burst out laughing. Haha, looks like my attack power got a major boost, he continued. Next up, the spatial ability. Before, I could only open a portal where I made physical contact, but now, I can create multiple smaller portals anywhere within a 20-meter radius. Yun complained. Su Chen, you jerk. You totally ambushed us. Su Chen just chuckled. My ice ability has also leveled up. Besides creating ice shards, I can now condense a layer of ice over my own body. It might seem a little useless, but it's still an improvement. Suddenly, an idea sparked as he looked at them. If I focus my energy flow onto the surface of the ice and combine that with my spatial portals, I could launch attacks from multiple directions. He immediately created a new technique, firing ice shards through the portals. They shot out with the force of bullets, striking from every possible angle. Not bad for a surprise attack, he thought. The two women were completely stunned. Yun exclaimed, You can actually do that with an ability? Duanya added. If you evolve a few more times, does that mean you could create actual missiles? Su Chen continued. And finally, my sensory perception ability. His eyes glowed red as he explained. The effective range hasn't increased by much, but now I can perceive every single cell in my own body, like the internal sight described in old cultivation stories. But then, Su Chen, a sudden realization hit him. Hold on, the world twisted, pulling him into a different dimension. Where am I? A girl's voice echoed around him. This is the space of consciousness. But, inside your mind. It's been a while, Su Chen. We meet again. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. The grimy girl before him was the woman from the mutant rat laboratory. You? Weren't you completely destroyed? Why are you here? Her hair shot out like living tendrils, binding him tightly. Because you absorbed my nucleus, she hissed. I've been a parasite in your body ever since. My very being has now fused with yours. Su Chen grit his teeth. So careless. I walked right into your trap. He tried to activate his abilities, but his steel domain and spatial powers were useless here. She seized the moment. leaning in to kiss him. But Su Chen was no easy prey. He summoned a chain of pure spirit, wrapping it around her neck and yelling, "Don't you dare try to control me." He held the chain like a leash. She yelped. "All you want is to steal my body, isn't that right? You're too powerful," she admitted. "I could never take over your body." Su Chen's voice was ice. "Sorry, I don't believe a word you say." He tightened the spiritual chains, binding her from head to toe, leaving no room to move. The girl winced. "Su Chen, I may not match your power, but in this mental space I am not the weaker one." Suddenly, her hair erupted from the ground, wrapping around Su Chen and encasing him like a mummy. She laughed with glee. "Now neither of us is going anywhere. Why don't we stay here and chat, forever?" In the real world, Su Chen stood frozen like a statue. Yun Yun and Duan Ya cried out in alarm. "Su Chen, what's happening to you?" Back in the mental space, they were at a stalemate, each one trapped by the other's power, completely immobilized. The girl broke the silence. "Well, looks like we're both stuck," he frowned. She was right. This cocoon was unbreakable. Wasting time like this was pointless. He asked, "All right then. What is it you want to talk about?" "Honestly," she began, "I only need to absorb a tiny bit of your power to survive. It won't affect you at all. I'm not strong enough to possess you anyway." Su Chen was skeptical. "And why should I believe you? How exactly would you leave my body?" "I need power to sustain my form," she explained. "If I leave now, I'll die, unless you help me find a new host. A female ability user, not too weak, with a good figure, and a pretty face." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, you're certainly picky, but how am I supposed to know who's a good match? When we find the right one, I'll know," she said. "And don't worry, I won't let you help me for nothing. I might even have a nice reward for you." Su Chen's tone turned cold. "I don't need your rewards, but if you cause me any trouble, I'll find a way to erase you for good," she whined playfully. All right. You're scary. Now hurry and undo these chains. I can barely breathe." They both released their bindings simultaneously, a first sign of trust in their new partnership. Su Chen's consciousness snapped back to reality, finding Duan Ya and Yun Yun looking faint with worry. "What was that just now? We called out to you, but you didn't respond at all." Yun Yun chimed in. "Yeah, for a second there, we thought your soul had left your body to wander the lands," Su Chen replied. "My soul leaving my body? A risk like that has to be kept to an absolute minimum for safety." Inside his mindscape, the girl watched in shock as everything froze over. "Su Chen," she screamed, "you dare freeze this entire space? You bastard, let me out of here now." Su Chen was stunned. His ice ability had a powerful effect even in his mindscape. He realized he needed to find her a new body, and fast. An idea suddenly struck him. "Wait, there are other women at the base, right?" He turned to Duan Ya. "Duan Ya, take me to the other women. Hurry." The two girls stared back, completely stunned. "Huh? Looking for women?" Yun Yun demanded. "Are you saying you're still not satisfied? Are the two of us not enough for you?" Seeing the look on their faces, Su Chen let out a dry cough and an awkward laugh. No, I just meant, I want to see how the other survivors are doing. Why else would I be looking for women?" Ha ha. A little while later, Duan Ya delivered her report. "General Tao is finishing the census. We have over 1,300 people now. More than 400 are on security, and they've already repelled several attacks from the Tao clan and mutated. The rest of the men are building a temporary defensive wall. With Yun Yun's help, it's almost complete. The women, children, and elderly are clearing out the mutated plants that have sprouted inside the base, while also managing logistics. Oh, and many people were injured dealing with those plants. Luckily, you had the medical students set up an operating room. The lightly wounded are already back on their feet and working." Duan Ya added, "Everyone is working tirelessly. They'll only be able to rest once the wall is done." Su Chen simply replied, "Oh, is that right? I'm afraid this peace won't last very long." The scene shifts to another part of the base. General Tao and Bai Chang were discussing their next move. "Supplies and security are stable for now, but we desperately need to reclaim the medical supplies at the hospital and deal with the Tao clan. Does anyone have a plan?" A young man spoke up. "There are less than 100 Tao clan members at the hospital. Team Leader Sun is our strongest fighter, and his unit has the best teamwork. I propose that we send." "Hold on." Old Sun cut in, his gaze turning sharp as ice. "Why isn't Su Chen here? He was the one who pushed for this new base, and now he's not even bothering to show up. Is he just avoiding his responsibilities?" General Sao's voice became stern. "Captain Sun, watch your tongue. Without Su Chen, this Su Guang base wouldn't even exist." and you wouldn't have the luxury of sitting here complaining. Old Sun just scoffed. General Cao's mind drifted back to his conversation with Su Chen. You want me to take complete control of the base? Why? Su Chen shot back. I have no interest in being a leader. You're the only one I trust with this. But in the coming days, disaster will be relentless, even with this base for shelter. If we don't prepare now, the apocalypse will swallow us whole. Old Cao's face was grim. I understand. He knew that a powerhouse like Su Chen would never stop moving forward, always chasing after greater strength. He declared, all anyone needs to know is this. When we face a powerful enemy, Su Chen will strike without a moment's hesitation. Old Sun scoffed. The hospital is crawling with dozens of those abominations. If our losses are too great, who will take responsibility? General Cao replied, given the stakes, Xiaofeng will provide support. I'm ordering Su Chen to join the fight, to guarantee our success. Old Sun slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. If that's your order, General, I'll take the mission. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving to prepare. Outside, his subordinate whispered, Captain, I thought we were about to seize power. Why are we attacking the hospital now? Old Sun grunted. I'm wary of Su Chen and Xiaofeng. Both of them have powers. They're not easy to handle. If I can eliminate them during this mission, the base will be mine for the taking. From a high vantage point, two figures watched Old Sun's every move. The young man spoke. General Cao. Su Chen was right. He really is plotting something. The general sighed. I can only hope he doesn't choose the wrong path. By the way, have we sent anyone to investigate Hao City? The young man replied. The field team should be on site by now. If Su Chen's intel is correct, that raid is going to be a major incident. The scene then shifts to the Hao City safe zone. Xiao Mo complained. Brother Tianyue, if Su Chen is so powerful, why can't we just ask him to get our 2 crystal cores back? Tianyue shot back. You have to rely on your own strength to survive. How will you ever grow if you're always depending on him? He already saved our lives once. Why should we ask him to do it again? Xiao Mo muttered. But I fought tooth and nail against those zombies and mutants, and in the end, I was left with nothing. I can't accept it. Tianyue cut him off. Quiet! Someone's coming! They ducked into hiding, spotting a menacing group armed with crude spears. The men were escorting several beautiful women. From a distance, a guard shouted, Who goes there? A young man called back. Brother, we're here with a delivery. And as you can see, it's all top-shelf merchandise. The guards began a thorough inspection from every angle. And indeed, every single one was a premium, top-quality product. Even the deadly assassin, San Mao, was among them. A young guard took the lead. Follow me. I'll take you all to the city lord. The leader's eyes glinted with greed. He said excitedly, All right, boys. Looks like we've hit another jackpot. Heh. The scene cuts to inside the city, where words of praise echoed endlessly. Excellent. Truly excellent. This shipment is extremely satisfactory. The speaker was a member of the Iron Tribe, his face as savage as a wild beast. He glared at the terrified women and snarled, Whichever one of you bears me a son will be allowed to live. That is your one and only chance. Trembling like leaves in a storm, the young women began to sob and plead for their lives. Please, sir, have mercy on us. But the Iron Tribe brute was unmoved, violently grabbing the woman who had cried out the loudest. He roared like thunder. You are nothing but breeding stock. You have no right to beg for anything here. Do you understand? Without another word, he drew a gleaming sword and cruelly gave the woman a taste of its ice-cold steel. The woman shrieked in agony. Arr. Just then, a young man rushed in, his voice filled with panic as he reported. City Lord, Su Chen, and his people. They're attacking the hospital. The City Lord's eyes burned with rage as he gave the order. Gather everyone. We counterattack immediately. This time, I will personally grind that Su Chen into dust. The subordinate's voice trembled as he spoke again. But sir, we've been starving for too long. Our forces have no strength left to fight, unless we forcibly convert them into members of the Iron. But that evolution process takes time. He agonized, trying to find a solution. Just then, the city lord heard the assassin, San Mao, speak up. Her voice was laced with hidden meaning. Or perhaps, I could be of some assistance. He whipped his head around, stunned. What did you say? You'll help us? The scene changes again, showing the smugglers who brought the women. They thought they were about to get a huge reward, but were cornered by the Iron Tribe instead. They were about to become raw material for a twisted plan. Panic erupted as they screamed, Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. One of them pleaded, his voice trembling. City Lord, we're your business partners. Why are you doing this to us? but their eyes widened in absolute terror as the cold, metallic scraping of weapons drew closer. The Iron Tribe's leader announced, his voice as cold as ice, "That woman has offered to help me build an army for the tribe. The only catch is that she needs to use all of you as the catalyst." The two smugglers shrieked in terror. "It's a trap! She's getting her revenge! She's obviously trying to get revenge!" Another yelled, "He's right, City Lord. That witch is deceiving you." The City Lord's eyes were as venomous as a snake's. He hefted a massive iron mace and snarled, "Trick or not, there's only one way to find out." The mace swung down with the force of a thunderclap, sending the two men flying through the air like discarded dolls. And below them, the Iron Tribe waited. The clan was brutally tossing people into a glowing red pool of blood, as if brewing some kind of hellish stew. Desperate screams and pleas for help echoed through the air, turning the scene into a living nightmare, a hell on earth. Amidst the chaos, San Mao, like some wicked sorceress, poured a vial of green liquid into the blood pool. She muttered to herself, using the second-generation enhancer to force the clan's evolution. "It's been tested before. Just pour the drug into the blood pool. It might be a little unstable, but it will accelerate the process." More captives were grabbed by the neck and hurled into the pit. One young man struggled fiercely, screaming, "Let me go, Chumina," but he too was thrown in, his screams drowned in agony. San Mao's voice was as cold as ice as she declared, "All of you should be grateful. Only the chosen are worthy of entering the blood pool, and only the strongest warriors can serve our lord." She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred. "Su Chen, if you hadn't destroyed the evolution base, I would never have become a slave, never have been tortured like this. This time, I will make you pay." From the depths of the blood pool, a hand emerged. A young man was slowly transforming from human into a twisted member of the Tai clan. He slowly crawled out onto the bank. Not far away, Tian Yue and Zhao Miao watched the scene unfold, whispering in horror, "My God, they're turning all these people into those Tao Ti monsters." Xiao Miao added, his voice filled with dread, "If this keeps up, all 2,000 people in this city will become puppets for their damn lord." Without a second thought, the two leaped down from the wall, but they accidentally made a slight noise on landing. Tian Yue whispered urgently, "We have to get this intel back to the base, or else a complete catastrophe is coming." But a beastly growl cut them off as a Tai clan member blocked their path. "Too bad. Neither of you are getting out of here alive." The two scouts panicked as they saw a whole squad of Tai clan members waiting for them with firearms raised. Xiao Miao cursed under his breath. "Damn it, they found us." Tian Yue roared, "I'll hold them back. You find a chance and run." The Tai clan member let out a sinister laugh. "I think you'd both make a much better dinner." The scene shifts to the early morning light at Shenguang Base. A little girl ran up cheerfully, calling out, "Big brother Su Chen." He smiled warmly in return. "Xiao Mai, how are you liking the new base? Has anyone been bothering you?" He patted her head as she replied proudly, "Who would dare bully me? I'm your girl, Big brother Su Chen." From a distance, Old Cao called out, "Brother Su Chen, Team Leader Sun has his men assembled, but they're hesitating to move out. They're facing dozens of Tai clan members at the hospital. I need to ask for your help." Su Chen answered without a moment's hesitation, "No problem." Just then, Yun Yun and Duan Ya walked over to join them. Old Cao's expression turned serious as he added, "Also, Su Chen, I have another favor to ask. That hospital is too close to our base. It's a threat that will only grow worse. Besides that, the medical supplies inside are an invaluable asset for our future. That's why. I hope you'll leave those supplies behind for the people of the Shenguang base." Su Chen nodded, his voice firm. "Don't worry. I'll only take what's necessary. The rest I'll leave for your people." Old Cao turned to introduce the team behind him. "By the way, I brought every single awakened user from the base with me this time." A silver-haired young man spoke with absolute resolve. "For this mission, sir, we will follow your every command without question." Su Chen sized up the squad. Their fighting spirit was high. They were all towering, powerful men, except for one petite girl with razor-sharp eyes. He spoke up. "If you're truly under my command, then focus 100% of your power. Prepare for the hospital raid." His voice dropped, laced with caution. "The rest of you will remain at the base, stay on high alert, and keep a close watch on any movements from He City." Hearing this, the entire group stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did you say?" Knowing he intended to raid the hospital alone, without the help of the awakened squad, Su Chen thought to himself grimly, "My actions might trigger some unpredictable changes within He City." The scene shifts to the Tao Ti's territory. Tian Yue and Xiao Miao were completely surrounded. Xiao Miao cursed under his breath. Damn it. Are these Tao Ti monsters just toying with us? They aren't giving us a single moment to breathe, Tian Yue added, his voice strained. We can't keep this up. We'll burn out soon. We have to end this fast. He turned to Xiao Miao, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you remember all those times we faced death back on the field team? Xiao Miao shot back, his voice brimming with confidence. Of course I do. I'm the most seasoned member we have. Just then, a Tao Ti erupted in laughter, a sound that boomed like thunder. Ha ha ha. How long are you two going to reminisce? I don't care what pathetic tricks you're planning. You're both dying here today. The horde of Tao Ti raised their weapons, ready to charge in and tear Tian Yue to shreds. Though unarmed, Tian Yue unleashed a verbal assault to build his fighting spirit. He roared, as if to drown out his own fear. Go to hell, you damned monsters. But instead of charging in, he smartly hurled a handful of lime powder right into their eyes. The Tao Ti cried out in panic, scrambling to cover their faces. One of them roared in absolute fury. Damn you both. I'm going to slaughter you myself. Xiao Miao seized the opening, roaring like an unyielding warrior. This is our chance. Now run, you bastards. Come and get me, you brainless freaks. But just as he shouted, he turned his head, and his face went pale with absolute horror. A razor-sharp spear had just burst through Xiao Miao's chest. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, stunned for a heartbeat. Witnessing the horror, Tian Yue let out a gut-wrenching scream. Xiao Miao! The Tao Ti commander's eyes gleamed with victory. He raised the spear, showing off his prize. Well, looks like breakfast has served itself. This one's a bit scrawny, though. Probably a junkie. So why was he running his mouth so much earlier? Barely enough for a toothpick. He tossed the spear aside, commanding his horde. He's a treat for the rest of you. Dig in. Xiao Miao was now trapped prey, amidst a pack of wolves, completely surrounded by the Tao Ti clan. He whispered, his voice fading. Brother. Tian Yue. Tian Yue's eyes burned red with fury. He charged forward, ready to take on all 500 of them alone. Xiao Miao, hang on, I'm coming for you. But before he could reach him, a Tao Ti struck from behind. A dirty slash from a blade tore into his back, making Tian Yue roar in agony. With his last ounce of strength, Xiao Miao screamed, Get out of here! Run! The Tao Ti horde swarmed him like angry wasps, tearing him apart. In a horrifying instant, his body was ripped in two. Tian Yue collapsed to his knees, reaching out a helpless hand as he screamed in pure despair. No, Xiao Miao. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with resolve. Xiao Miao, just you wait. I swear I'll avenge you. Summoning every last bit of strength, Tian Yue bolted, running for his life until his lungs burned. He couldn't afford to hesitate for even a second. He knew that any delay meant his body would be riddled with spears. Through a rain of whistling spears, he took a desperate leap, plunging into the raging river below, twisting with the grace of a professional diver. By the time the Tao Ti horde reached the riverbank, Tian Yue had vanished. One of them cursed, spitting with rage, son of a bitch. He let the little bastard get away. What a shame. I'm starving. I want to eat flesh. The commander roared with the authority of a warlord. You want to eat flesh? Then go wipe out everyone at the Divine Light base. There, you can feast until you burst. A savage fire ignited in the eyes of the Tao Ti, and they roared as one. Yeah, haha, I don't care. We have to go. I'm going too. I'll do anything for a taste of meat. Another one added with a lecherous tone. I want a taste of their women. The commander's eyes blazed with pure hatred as he let out a roar. Su Chen. This was Zhang Jianshu, the father of that worthless punk, Zhang He. You just wait. I will have revenge for my son's death. With a terrifying and overwhelming aura, he led San Mao and his 500 followers straight towards the Divine Light base, ready to slaughter everything in their path. The scene shifts to a hospital, where a young woman's desperate sobs echo through the halls, her face a mess of tears and mucus. The sharp cries of a newborn baby cut through the air. The young woman, utterly exhausted after giving birth to a Tao Ti child, lies drained of all strength. A Tao Ti member bellowed in triumph. My son? This was Feng Banzi, leader of the Tao Ti tribe occupying the hospital. He was once a mental patient, consumed by the delusion that he could impregnate any woman he saw. After the apocalypse, he became the alpha of the hospital's Tao Ti clan. The girl, using what little strength she had left, tried to crawl away. She couldn't live in this hellhole any longer. She had to escape, but before she could move, the Tao Ti grabbed her by the leg. He pinned her down, snarling, You're a breeding machine. You don't get to rest. I'm going to make you pregnant again, right now. The girl was terrified, pleading, Wait, I just gave birth. How can I? But he ignored her pleas, dragging the poor woman into a fresh nightmare. The scene cuts to the front of the city hospital. A squad led by Captain Sun launched their assault to reclaim the hospital and its supplies. The Taoti, caught completely off guard, couldn't fight back. Captain Sun's troops stormed in, guns blazing, sweeping through the halls like a hurricane of lead. Captain Sun, axe in hand, cut down one Taoti after another. He then yelled, "All right, you guys are up next. Clear a path for my squad." A stunned Lu Xiaofeng shot back. "Captain Sun, what are you talking about? You want us to lead the charge unarmed? That's a suicide mission." Behind them, Su Chen and Duan Ya looked on with clear disgust. Captain Sun just smirked. "Don't mind the 100+ armed men behind me. They're just ordinary people." Su Chen stepped forward, his voice like ice. "Is that a threat?" Captain Sun laughed as if it were all a big joke. "Isn't it only natural for those with special abilities to take the lead?" Su Chen didn't bother arguing, cutting straight to the threat. "Oh, is that right? Let me give you a warning then. Anyone who points a gun at us will not live to regret it." With that, Su Chen took the lead, carving a bloody path forward. Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng stuck close behind him. They remained vigilant, knowing an enemy could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Captain Sun whispered to one of his men, "Let them deal with the Taoti clan first. Then, we'll take them out. Even a superpowered user can't stand against 100 guns." One of his men chuckled sleazily. "Captain, why don't we keep that hot little thing, Duan Ya, for the boys?" The other soldiers behind him snickered in agreement. "Yeah, Captain, let us have some fun." The men's eyes began to crawl all over Duan Ya's body, but none of them noticed that her eyes were beginning to glow with a smoldering, crimson light. A voice cut in. "That woman over there? What a shame, to have to kill such a pretty thing." Captain Sun chuckled. "Then let's keep her alive for the men." But before he could finish his sentence, his entire group looked around in confusion. Captain Sun roared, "Damn it! Where did Su Chen and his people go? Why can't I see them anymore? Son of a bitch, find them now. Don't let them escape." Meanwhile, Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng were hidden in a corner. Xiaofeng whispered, They can't see us?" Duan Ya replied, "My ability can control the minds of ordinary people. But that Captain Sun is an awakened too. He might sense that something's off." Su Chen's voice came from behind them. "Don't worry, he won't detect us." Then, he activated his spatial ability. Spatial gates materialized above the enemy soldiers' heads. A relentless barrage of ice bullets rained down upon them. They scattered in terror, screaming in agony. "Damn it, we're being ambushed from the rear," Captain Sun bellowed. "Everyone, watch out! Take cover now! The slow ones get picked off." A smirk played on Su Chen's lips. "You lot are much better suited as cannon fodder on the front lines." He used his powers to shatter their formation, sending them scrambling for their lives, like human minesweepers for the Taoti horde. Captain Sun screamed in frustration. "Son of a bitch! Can anyone see where the enemy is?" The scene cuts away. The poor girl's eyes were stark white, her expression frozen, as if her very soul was being torn from her body. Fatty Feng snorted in disgust. She died from just that? Pathetic. But then, his eyes widened in surprise as he spotted another girl. She was also being tormented by the Taoti. The helpless young women were pinned to the ground, like prey before a monster, before the beast's gaping maw. Fatty Feng roared, his voice thick with rage. "What do you think you're doing?" His underlings quickly scrambled to answer. "Boss, we want them to bear our children too." Another one eagerly chimed in. "Yeah, that's right. We just want to be like you, boss." The girl's eyes widened in terror as she screamed, "No, please, spare me." Seeing his underlings act on their own, disrespecting his authority, Fatty Feng exploded with rage. "How dare you touch what's mine?" He swung his arm, delivering a devastating punch that instantly killed 2 of his own men. The shockwave shattered the wall behind them, sending several others flying. From the settling dust and rubble, a colossal figure slowly emerged. It was Fatty Feng. He spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. "So, a few cowardly rats managed to sneak in here?" Captain Sun, stunned by the Taoti leader's immense size, whispered to his men. A soldier cried out, his face pale with panic. "Captain Sun, look up there. Weren't there supposed to be only a few dozen of them? There are too many of them." From the 4th floor, the Iron Clan swarmed down, a tide of savage beasts cornering Captain Sun's squad. Captain Sun's voice thundered, echoing through the chaos. "Open fire. Fire at will. Light them up now." Gunfire roared through the air, but in moments, the soldiers' faces filled with horror. What was wrong with their weapons? Their bullets were doing absolutely nothing. They were all blanks. Someone must have sabotaged their ammunition. Feng Banzi roared with fury. Tear them limb from limb, turn these intruders into smoked meat. At his command, the Tao Te warriors charged. They swung their brutal weapons without mercy. A young soldier was instantly sliced in two. Old Sun found himself surrounded by three massive Tao Te beasts, but he was no ordinary fighter. With a mighty swing of his axe, he responded, cleaving all three monsters apart in a single, devastating blow. Old Sun's authority as leader blazed forth. He bellowed, "Everyone, on your feet. Even without guns, we fight these monsters to the death." He cursed with bitter rage. Chen, that damn bastard dared to trick us. After I slaughter these Tao Te, you're next. But the tide of battle was turning against them. A few dozen soldiers against hundreds of Tao Te. Captain Sun's team was completely surrounded. There was no escape. Old Sun roared, "Everyone, rally to me and fight as one. We carve a path out of here with their blood." His men, armed with everything from knives to axes, felt their spirits surge. In perfect unison, they roared, "Kill! Kill! We'll stake our lives on this fight. All brothers, charge!" The Tao Te screamed back with equal fury. "Slaughter every last one of them. Leave none alive. Rip them to shreds." The two forces clashed in a bloody maelstrom, neither side giving an inch of ground. Suddenly, one of Captain Sun's men was brutally struck down. Another young man, drenched in a cold sweat of fear, dropped his weapon and looked for a way to run. He thought to himself, "These Tao Te are monsters. I have to get out of here. Staying means certain death." He turned his back on his comrades, but he froze in his tracks when he heard the sound of a crying baby. Curious, he scanned the area and was shocked to discover a newborn little Tao Te demon. Seeing him approach, the creature stopped crying and broke into a delighted grin. As the soldier gasped in disbelief, the little Tao Te demon used an earth-burrowing skill. It sank straight into the ground. The man was baffled. Where did it go? But he failed to notice the demon silently rising from the earth behind him. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the flesh of his calf. In an instant, it began to ravenously tear at his leg, biting and chewing wildly. The man shrieked in agony. "Ah, it hurts! Somebody save me!" After devouring most of his leg, the little demon looked at its own body with glee. It spoke, "So tasty. It turns out eating flesh helps you grow this fast." Back in the main battle, Old Sun was fighting like a cornered beast. He had already cut down dozens of Tao Te. His squadmates watched in awe. "Captain Sun is incredible. By himself, he's taken down more than 10 of them alone." Just then, Feng Banzi appeared. "Killing a few of my grunts seems to have made you quite proud, hasn't it?" Fueled by his men's praise, Old Sun's battle spirit soared. He swung his axe and roared, "Good, you're just in time to be split in two by this old man." But before his axe could even connect, Feng Banzi effortlessly stopped the powerful blow with a single hand. Old Sun's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The same axe swing that had cleaved two monsters in half was completely useless against this man. Before he could process it, a wicked laugh echoed from behind him. The little Tao Te demon's hand had transformed into a razor-sharp blade. It swung down, slicing off both of Old Sun's arms in a flash. The old soldier let out a horrifying scream of agony. The screams only fueled the little demon's excitement as it stomped on Old Sun in a cruel game. It shrieked, "Just die already!" But before it could land the final blow, a powerful kick flew out of nowhere, smashing the little demon right in the face and sending it flying 10 meters away. The creature exploded with rage, screaming, "Damn it, who dares kick me in the face?" Just then, Chen, Duan Ya, and Lu Xiaofeng stepped forward, their presence overwhelming. Chen's voice was ice. "You don't get to be the one to kill him, kid." Old Sun, in agony, tried to shuffle away on his feet to escape. Feng Banzi suddenly let out a gasp, his head snapping towards Duan Ya. His lecherous eyes devoured her from head to toe. Well, I didn't expect to find such a beauty out here," he sneered. Staring at his disgusting face, Duan Ya felt her skin crawl. He laughed boisterously. "Haha, my luck is pretty good today. You're perfect wife material, to bear this old man a few strong sons." He then turned to Chen, his voice dripping with scorn. "Brat, since you so kindly delivered this beauty to my doorstep, I'll give you the honor of choosing your own death." Hearing those vile words, Chen's face went dark. A murderous aura exploded from him as he instantly flashed forward. His voice was ice. "You talk way too much." He unleashed a punch of immense power. The shockwave shattered the ground beneath them, sending Feng Banzi flying backward. Chen's expression was glacial, radiating an oppressive aura. He declared, "I choose to send you to your death." A gaping hole was torn through Feng Banzi's chest, but his cells began to regenerate instantly. He grinned maliciously. So, you're a powered one too, huh? In that case, your flesh must be absolutely delicious. The little Tauti demon, standing off to the side, then asked Feng Banzi, Father, do you like this woman that much? You seem quite taken with her. It turned its grotesque face toward Duan Ya. Well, if father likes you, then you can stay and be my mommy. Hearing such repulsive words, Duan Ya was stunned into silence. Seeing her silent, the little demon crept closer. Don't worry, it cooed. My body is still growing, so I won't eat you. Yet, besides, I just ate someone else. It adjusted its diaper with a pleased look. So now that I've eaten, I'm feeling a little thirsty for some milk. A surprisingly mature-sounding mommy escaped its lips. Done with the disgusting Tauti's games, Duan Ya finally unleashed a powerful kick. Bam! The little devil took a kick straight to the face, planting him in the dirt. His eyes went crossed, yet he grinned with twisted delight. Ha ha. So this is what mommy's power feels like? I like it. Give me some more. Another foot slammed down, leaving him paralyzed before he could even react. Duan Ya showed no mercy. She unleashed a relentless flurry of kicks, pivoting to slam her heel into the little devil's snout. As he staggered, she leaped into the air. Twisting mid-flight, she delivered a finishing blow like a true warrior. The little devil, battered and bruised, cried out in fear, but his face still held that infuriating, taunting expression. Despite Duan Ya's continuous assault, the little devil no longer felt the pain from the first few hits. He was adapting, letting out an excited laugh. Mommy is pretty amazing. Well then, now it's my turn. Duan Ya pulled her leg back, stunned as his body suddenly vanished. She thought to herself, don't tell me, he has a special ability? Suddenly, the little devil erupted from the ground beneath her. I can hide in the shadows and strike, he declared. You'll never know where I'm coming from, Mommy. But just as he was about to touch her, something slammed into his face, sending him flying. Out of nowhere, the black cat pounced. It meowed beside Duan Ya. She asked in surprise, Golden cat? What are you doing here? The cat just rubbed against her leg, meowing insistently. Duan Ya drew the pistol from her thigh holster. It's dangerous here, she warned. Quick, get behind me. Using her spiritual perception, she locked onto the little devil's presence. The moment he appeared, she'd fire a perfect shot. The enraged little devil dove from above, cursing the wretched cat. You dare kick me? I'll turn you into kitty soup. But before he could strike, the golden cat unleashed a devastating slap, making him scream in agony. Duan Ya, about to open fire, froze in disbelief. Huh? What just happened? Behind her, the golden cat's 3 massive claw marks were gouged into the earth. The little devil hid in a corner, panting heavily. That thing is terrifying. I almost died, he wheezed. Gotta hide for now. Back at the center of the battle, the Tauti horde was closing in. Having lost a hand, Captain Sun screamed in terror, ordering his subordinates to protect him. Lu Xiaofeng spoke up. This area is too dangerous. Everyone, stay as close to me as you possibly can. One of the Tauti monsters sneered. Ha ha. You think you alone can stop us? You really don't know your own limits. Looking at that scrawny, weak body of yours, it's just pathetic. Captain Sun gritted his teeth, thinking, Lu Xiaofeng is a good person. I can use him to escape. He barked an order. Lu Xiaofeng, I'm the captain. I order you to protect me and get me out of this hellhole. Looking at the captain's pathetic state, Lu Xiaofeng replied, Protect you? Of course, that's no problem. But first, you need to do something for me. Captain Sun's eyes widened as he screamed in horror. What are you trying to do? Lu Xiaofeng grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up as his plunder ability began siphoning Captain Sun's power. He spoke coldly. Without your hands, you're just useless. So why not lend me your power? I'll kill this entire Iron Clan to avenge you. Drained completely, blood streaming down his face, Captain Sun whispered, But, we're teammates. Why would you? Lu Xiaofeng's face darkened. The moment you pointed your guns at us, we became enemies, and all enemies must die. He activated his plunder ability at full power, causing Captain Sun's men to scream in agony. They collapsed into withered husks, utterly powerless. Back at the Divine Light Base, thanks to Su Chen's warning, everyone spotted the approaching Iron Clan army. On the fortress wall, Bai Sheng announced, For now, we stick to the plan. Ma Yunyun, why are you still here? With a weary expression, Yunyun replied, Before Su Chen left, he told me to build a barrier wall. I really don't want to watch the Iron Clan tear this place apart. Bai Sheng blushed and stammered, Oh, right. I've always wanted to ask you something. When you and Duan Ya are with Su Chen, does it ever feel strange? Yunyun was calm. Honestly, it was a little awkward at first. But this is the apocalypse. Who cares about old world rules? Besides, how could one woman possibly handle a man like Su Chen alone? She smiled teasingly. Speaking of which, Captain Bai, do you have a crush on Su Chen? You always act so strange whenever his name comes up. Bai Shang shyly turned away. Don't be ridiculous. How could I? Yun Yun chuckled. For a man as strong and handsome as Su Chen, it's only natural for your heart to be moved. Bai Shang covered her face, muttering. So, this is a normal feeling? Suddenly, a young man shouted, Captain Bai, look over there. A massive army of Tao Ti is approaching. Despite being prepared, they both shuddered at the sight. Bai Shang ordered, report to the general immediately. Begin civilian evacuation now. Yun Yun pulled some food from her bag and began chewing fiercely. Bai Shang was surprised. Are we preparing to abandon the base? Of course not, she replied. But we have to ensure everyone's safety first. Bai Shang pressed on. So what are you going to do? Yun Yun took a huge bite of a chicken leg. The barrier wall we built will definitely be destroyed. If Su Chen comes back and finds the base in ruins, he won't be happy. Remembering how he tortures me at night, I can't bear the wrath of that madman. Her mind made up, she pulled a strengthening vial from her backpack, injecting the serum without hesitation. I'll charge in first, she declared. She quickly began organizing fighters. They would absolutely not abandon their base. With her words spoken, Yun Yun leaped from the top of the wall. Bai Chang watched this act of courage, gasping in disbelief. She was completely ignoring her own safety. The moment she hit the ground, her body expanded. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth. She eyed a cluster of trees, then ripped one out of the ground to use as a weapon. All right, she roared. Come and get me. Not a single one of you is getting past me. Looking at her own form, Yun Yun was shocked by the enhancement drug's effect. Her body was still growing larger. She braced for battle, thinking to herself. She had to use this chance to wipe out all this trash. When Zhang Jianshu saw Yun Yun facing them alone, he bellowed in rage. You think one woman is enough to stop us? You're underestimating my Tao Ti army. All of you, charge. The horde of beasts instantly swarmed towards the base, like a flood of ants breaking their dam. Yun Yun was momentarily stunned by their sheer numbers, but she quickly recovered her resolve, raising the massive tree. None of you will pass, she screamed. She slammed the tree down, shattering the ground beneath. The charging monsters were sent flying in an instant. Another group leaped up, trying an aerial attack. They latched onto her arm, but with a single, casual swat. Yun Yun sent them tumbling to the ground, crushed like insects. Bai Chang watched the battle from the sidelines, thinking in awe. Damn it, why is everyone on Su Chen's team so powerful? But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. She couldn't last long. The base's defenses are in chaos, she realized. I have to do something to stabilize the situation. She immediately left the wall and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Yun Yun unleashed her powerful skills. Swinging the tree like an unstoppable warrior, she yelled, Come on, you flies. Get a taste of what this lady can do. The Tao Ti monsters saw their comrades get obliterated and panicked. God, that woman is terrifying. She's more than we can chew. Suddenly, the woman named San Mao spurred them on. Who among you is willing to die to kill that woman? Or are you all just cowards who cling to life? The Tao Ti's eyes glowed red as they turned to look at her, muttering. Wait, isn't that another woman? She looks pretty tasty, too. Like Sav? Meaty all over? Heh heh. Let's just eat her first. The whole group rushed forward, ready to swarm San Mao. She unleashed a flurry of slaps across their snouts, shouting, If you're so brave, then go deal with that other woman. But 3 of the Tao Ti suddenly froze, confused. They realized their heads were covered in strange plants. It was strange, like a chronic fungal infection. One of them panicked. Huh? What the hell is this? Are they blooming? It's not even spring. He desperately tried to remember. Back when she was taken to He Cheng, she'd accidentally discovered a mutated plant. When it came into contact with her blood, it would grant a person temporary strength, but the price was their life. She had tested it on someone once, and the result horrified her. At that moment, one of the Tao Ti began to transform. His body twisted into a grotesque shape as he let out a blood-curdling scream. 3 other Tao Ti also began to warp, their bodies swelling up. They snarled like feral beasts, completely out of control. Yun Yun watched the scene unfold, stunned and uneasy, but Zhang Jianshu just laughed maniacally. Haha, beautiful, excellent. I love this transformation. He pointed forward and gave the order. The rest of you, attack. As for the people in the Divine Light Base, feast as you please. The Tao Ti horde charged forward gleefully. Devour the men, but keep the women. But in the next instant, One of them watched in horror as his comrade was blown to bits by a cannon shell. Arr! What just happened? A line of tanks appeared on the front line, aiming directly at the Tao Ti horde and opening fire. The swarm of monsters stumbled back in panic. One of them screamed, "Damn it! Where did they get so many tanks? Run!" With reinforcements here, Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at the steel convoy, she thought, finally, they've arrived. But a mutated Tao Ti, covered in vines and flowers, launched a surprise attack. Vines coiled tightly around her arm as another one lunged in for a sneak bite. Yun reacted instantly, blocking its jaws. But the other mutant swung a blade from behind her. Her eyes widened in terror. With both her hands restrained, it was impossible to escape the danger. Just then, a drone swooped in, creating a massive explosion that struck the Tao Ti at her back. Flames engulfed the creature instantly. Yun was stunned. Huh? A drone? On a nearby rooftop, Bai Chang, controlling the drone, let out a breath. Good thing Chen brought these back from the military base. It's just a shame there aren't many of them. Back at the hospital, the sounds of a brutal fight echoed. Chen landed a flurry of punches, tearing holes in Feng Banzi's body. But with his super regeneration, the man just laughed, smugly. For a weak-looking brat to possess this kind of power, I guess you're not as useless as the other trash. Chen's killing intent flared, so intense it felt like he could shred his enemy to pieces. Feng, Banzi continued. But unfortunately for you, you're still too weak to beat me. He threw a powerful counterpunch. Meanwhile, in the spiritual space, Xiaominaire looked around, confused. What in the world is happening out there? Everything around her was frozen solid. She searched for a way out, but every path was covered in ice. She grumbled in frustration. That Chen sealed this place off. Now I can't sense the outside world at all. I really want to see what's going on. Driven by a fierce desire for freedom, she transformed her hair into a special technique, determined that she wouldn't be trapped forever. I have to drill through this wall of ice. The hair drill began to grind powerfully against the thick ice. Outside, Chen was still locked in a fierce battle with Feng Banzi. Facing such a tough opponent, he thought, this fatty is a real handful. I need to end this fast. Back in the spiritual space, Xiaominaire's hair drill finally broke through the ice wall. Chen froze, a sudden sense of dread washing over him. Feng Banzi grinned maliciously and threw a punch. Ha! Your end is here, punk. Eat this. Let's see you dodge this. Chen was hit by a barrage of blows. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body went limp. His soul was suddenly pulled into Xiaominaire's consciousness. He was shocked. Am I in her spiritual space? Xiao Minaire appeared out of nowhere, looking ecstatic. Chen, I've been waiting for you for so long. She leaped forward and hugged him tightly, but then she noticed something was off. The space around them was completely sealed. Chen was bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Her flowing hair began to wrap tightly around him, forming a cocoon that floated in the middle of the void. He was completely confused. Hey, what do you want? Xiaominaire replied. This way. You can't use your ice ability anymore. Go ahead, try it. We'll both get frozen solid. It's your fault for locking me up. In this ice cave. This is your punishment. But then she felt something strange and glanced down shyly. Wait a minute. Her body felt hot. Her heart was pounding. Looking at Chen's, Excalibur, she demanded. Are you a pervert or something? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Chen deadpanned. And whose fault is that? You're the one who dragged me in here. Xiaominaire blushed, flustered. I didn't mean to. I was just a little curious. Looking down at his sword again, she panicked. Wait a second. What is that thing? No way. This would be my first time. Chen heard this and exclaimed in surprise. What? Weren't you already with Liu Xia? Xiaominaire quickly cut him off to explain. Those illusions back then were all fake. I was just trying to lure him into a trap. She looked at him, her voice urgent. Anyway, you need to control your instincts better. Chen, equally panicked, replied. Could you please stop moving around? With all this, up and down, it's hard for me to stay calm. We need to get out of here, now. Outside, Feng Banzi roared. You little punk, did you think playing dead would make me spare you? Not a chance. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, causing the very ground to crack and shatter into pieces. Inside the spiritual world, the cocoon shook violently. Xiaominaire screamed, what's happening now? I can't move. Is it coming from outside? Her face contorted as if she were the one being beaten to a pulp, crying out, the impacts. The cocoon was slammed into the ground with incredible force, only to bounce back up. She screamed, "Someone think of something! Ah! I can't take this anymore." Her cries grew more and more intense. Outside, Su Chen's body was being beaten mercilessly, like a fish on a chopping block. Inside the cocoon, Xiao Minair kept screaming, "What is happening again? Ah! It's just up and down. It never ends." Her eyes glazed over with despair. She couldn't understand why everything was in such chaos. Feng Pengzi's face was a mask of pure murder as he grabbed Su Chen, ready to eat him alive. He laughed maniacally. "Haha, in the end, you're just food on my plate." Just then, a series of gunshots echoed from behind him. He spun around, furious, and snarled, "You again? You dare interrupt me, you bitch?" Duanya aimed her gun and shouted, "You bastard! Let him go!" Feng Pengzi's eyes narrowed with irritation. "You're the woman I've had my eye on, and you dare point a gun at me?" Duanya's face was cold as ice. "Cut the crap. Let my man go, now, or you'll regret it." Feng Pengzi's voice turned chillingly cold. "So, you've already been defiled." He remembered the time before the mutation, when he was a man completely devoted to love. She had promised that if he gave her 100 gifts, she would marry him. But when he arrived with the 100th gift, the girl's reply was ice cold. "That's right. We shouldn't see each other anymore." He was crushed. "But you promised. You accepted my final gift." She sneered. "Humph. Did you really think a toad like you could ever have a swan? Why don't you take a look at how ugly you are? I only took your things because I felt sorry for you." His face darkened in utter disbelief. "Didn't you say looks aren't everything? Marry me. I'm the one who will truly cherish you," she cursed. "I worked my ass off to land a rich heir. Marry you? Are you insane?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "Are you having someone else's child?" She was defiant. "Yes, I am. Now will you finally get lost, you pathetic simp?" After being kicked to the curb, the devoted lover turned into a killer. His voice grew cold, his eyes filled with disgust. He declared, "So she was already tainted. It's fine. I'll just lick her clean." He opened his mouth wide, his long tongue about to lash out at Duanya, but she quickly shouted, "Huang Jin, we have to pull him away from Su Chen." After using his plunder ability to drain Lao Sun's underlings dry, Lu Xiaofeng was surging with power, facing the Taoti horde all by himself. His face was burning with intensity as he declared, "Good. The traitors are dead. Next up is you trash from the Tai clan." He was about to charge into battle. Quote, when a loud explosion tore through the wall. Right before Lu Xiaofeng's eyes, Feng Pengzi was about to devour Duanya and Huang Jin, his long, saliva-covered tongue looking absolutely repulsive. Duanya was thrown into the air, unable to dodge, her face filled with terror as she thought, "Is this it? Am I going to be eaten alive?" But just in the nick of time, Huang Jin transformed into a giant cat, catching her in his soft fur. Duanya suddenly realized it. Huang Jin. Of course. I should have known. That cat Su Chen brought back is no ordinary feline. From the side, Lu Xiaofeng activated his plunder ability, but before he could absorb a thing, Fatty Feng's grotesque tongue lashed out and struck his arm. He recoiled in shock. "Damn it, that hurts. The power gap is insane. I can't plunder anything from him." The two immediately fell back, just as planned. Duanya yelled, "Forget about him. We need to get out of here, now." From below, Lu Xiaofeng cried out in terror, "God, that tongue is disgusting." Right on their heels, Fatty Feng moved like a human bulldozer. His tongue wiped the path clean behind them. He bellowed, "You're not getting away." The scene then shifts to Su Chen, who remained motionless in a corner, lost in his spiritual world. Inside that mental space, Xiao Minair sighed. "Finally, you've stopped." After dozens of mental spars with her inside the cocoon, Su Chen spoke with an icy tone. "I have to go out and handle something. You'd best behave until I return. As for what just happened between us, we'll discuss it when I get back." Seeing his cold demeanor, Xiao Minair's eyes softened. "Fine. To make sure you return quickly, I'll lend you a hand. But you better take responsibility for what you did, you jerk. Don't think you can just get what you want and walk away." Back at the Shengguang base, cannons roared to life as a convoy of human-piloted tanks charged into the fray. A commander's voice crackled over the comms. "All units, coordinate infantry and armor. Push the attack on these Iron Clan scum." The gifted warriors led the charge, their speed astonishing the Tao Ti beasts. Elsewhere, Bai Kang was piloting a fleet of drones, providing air support for Yun Yun. The drones dove straight into the enemy hordes, detonating and sending the twisted Tao Ti screeching in agony. Suddenly, Yun Yun ripped a massive utility pole from the ground. using it to skewer any Tao tea that stood in her way, turning them into shish kebabs without a second thought. Duan Ya gave a thumbs up and yelled, "Yun Yun, nice one." And for everyone watching, don't forget to hit that like button. But lost in the moment, she failed to notice the tank hurtling right for her. A massive explosion ripped through the air as the tank slammed down. Bai Chang was buried beneath the wreckage, her fate unknown. Seeing this, Yun Yun let out a horrified scream. "Bai Kang!" A voice echoed across the battlefield. "It's no use. We can't hold them back." The Iron Clan's assault was too fierce. Countless soldiers fell before them. The barricade was smashed. The defensive wall crumbled. Panic spread as everyone fell back. Seeing the tide turn against them, Yun Yun's eyes burned with determination. She cursed aloud, "These damn beasts from the Iron Clan." Zhang Jianshu gloated and gave his order. "The moment we break through, I'm finding a girl first. Everyone, charge!" The bestial horde roared in excitement. They prepared to feast, their eyes set on the human women. But without warning, a colossal foot slammed down from the sky. Yun Yun's stomp instantly turned the horde into a red paste. Zhang Jianshu stared in shock and bellowed, "You bitch!" He lunged like a wild animal, scrambling, up her massive arm and screaming, "You've ruined my plans again and again. I'll teach you a lesson." He leaped to a higher point, facing Yun Yun's fury. She swiped her hand to crush him, her sharp nails slamming down, cracking the very ground below. But Zhang Jianshu dodged just in time, using the momentum to crawl up her arm before launching a powerful punch straight at Yun Yun's face. A thunderous crack echoed, and she collapsed to the ground. Bai Chang struggled out from the rubble, ignoring the blood on his head as he screamed, "Yun Yun!" Zhang Jianshu landed with a flourish, declaring triumphantly, "Now no one can stop me. I am invincible." But a terrifying wave of power and bloodlust suddenly erupted. Yun Yun rose to her feet, her eyes glowing as her body began to morph, growing, so massive she seemed to touch the sky. She roared, "This is the base Su Chen fought so hard to build. I have to protect this place. Until he gets back, anyone who tries to destroy it will die." Zhang Jianshu froze, his face pale with terror. "What is this?" From her towering perspective, Yun Yun delivered her threat. "You pathetic insects, you're all going to die." Yun Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring down at the ant-like Zhang Jianshu below. Her body was now so large it broke through the clouds. She clenched her fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Down below, Zhang Jianshu's face was a mask of panic. It's not clear if he even saw what was coming, as he screamed, "Wait! What are you trying to do?" Yun Yun didn't answer. She swung her fist downward, a strike carrying unimaginable power. Zhang Jianshu braced himself, but in mere seconds, the immense pressure slammed him flat against the ground. The earth itself fractured beneath him. He gasped in horror. "What? I can't even move." From just the pressure of her fist, he activated his inner power, screaming like a man who'd lost his mind. He thought the scream would give him momentum, give him courage. But reality was cruel. Yun Yun's fist descended, completely flattening him, nearly making him bite his own tongue off. The force of the punch was so strong that a nearby building crumbled floor by floor. The shockwave created a fierce wind, forcing everyone at the sunlight base to shield themselves to avoid being blown hundreds of meters away. They were all stunned, their faces etched with utter disbelief. One of them stammered, "General, is that really the Yun Yun I know?" Another added, "She's so strong. With her here, the base is saved." Old Sao watched from a distance with a grim expression. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." At that moment, Yun Yun was like a primal beast, letting out a sky-shaking roar, showcasing her terrifying power. The roar made the very earth tremble. The other generals quickly covered their ears, afraid the deafening sound would burst their eardrums. One shouted, "Cover your ears, or you'll be," watching this whole thing on mute. But as they looked at Yun Yun, they realized something was terribly wrong. A crimson aura of pure bloodlust was radiating from her. Old Sao gasped in horror. "What's happening to her? I think she's lost control." He issued an order, "Ability Squad, find Su Chen immediately. He's the only one who can save Yun Yun." A beautiful woman spoke up. "Leave it to me. I'm the only speed type, ability user." She instantly shot off like a gale of wind, determined to find Su Chen before both their allies and enemies were wiped out. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Su Chen walks slowly down a ruined path, stretching his arms and legs. The Iron Clan, monsters around here had been all but eliminated. Suddenly, he realized Xiao Minair had followed him into the real world, letting out a surprised "Oh?" He was confused. How did you get out here? She moved in close and answered immediately. It was probably because of that accident. I discovered that I can freely enter and leave your body now. She pointed ahead. Hey, if we follow these tracks, we should be able to catch up to that fat guy, right? Chen answered coolly. I know what I'm doing. Just don't get in my way. Feeling snubbed, Xiao frowned. Hey, I came here to help you. Don't be so ungrateful. Chen just waved his hand dismissively. The best help you can be is not causing trouble. Go back and wait for me quietly. But Xiao wasn't one to listen. She playfully slung an arm around his shoulder as a lock of her hair shot out 10 meters and latched onto a wall. She declared, in that case, I'll just have to show you how useful I can be. He felt a sense of dread. What are you trying to do? Xiao pulled, launching them into the air with a wild laugh. I wrapped my hair around the rooftop. We can swing through the city like Spider-Man. The situation changed in a flash. Chen was stunned. What? Stop messing around. But she only flew faster, thoroughly, enjoying herself. Ha ha. Chen could only yell helplessly. Whoa, you crazy woman. She grinned. See, isn't this much faster? Chen was astonished. This actually works? Your imagination is really something else. But then, Xiao expression froze. She pointed. Hey, look over there. What is that? Chen followed her gaze, his own eyes widening, in shock. It was a colossal figure. It could only be Yun. Xiao recognized her. Turns out it's her. But what is she doing? Tank? Chen finished the thought. It looks like there's trouble. Otherwise, Yun's power wouldn't be spiraling out of control. If this keeps up, she'll self-destruct, Xiao said with concern. This isn't good. The situation was growing dire. Down below, Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng faced off against Fatty Feng. It was 3 against 1, with Lu Xiaofeng channeling Huang Jin's power. He roared, "This is all the power I've plundered. Now, I'll end you." But Xiao observed coolly. A young man, who hasn't even mastered his own ability, plus a mere level 1 mutated cat. They're no match for that level 2 iron human. Though their attack landed, it only enraged Fatty Feng. He swung his tongue, overwhelming both Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Jin in an instant. He snarled, his eyes filled with a terrifying hunger. Women, such a pain. I'm starving. I'm going to purify you. Karina, return you to your original state. His tongue lashed out, shredding Duan Ya's clothes. Against the might of a level 2 iron clan, even Chen couldn't guarantee a swift victory. Chen now faced an impossible choice. Save Yun, who was on the verge of self-destruction, or save Duan Ya from Fatty Feng's killing blow. Just as the grotesque tongue was about to strike, Duan Ya, a lock of Xiao hair shot out, ensnaring the filthy appendage. She gasped in astonishment. What? You can actually control my power? Chen's battle aura flared to life as he shot forward, ready to pulverize Fatty Feng. With a face like hardened steel and a voice both deep and proud, he declared, "Only children have to choose. I'm taking them all." Hearing the sheer arrogance in his voice, Xiao couldn't help but feel a thrill. She replied, "Then it's all on you. However, remember, I only exist within your consciousness. No one else will be able to see me. From here on out, it all depends on your own strength." Chen, cloaked in an aura like a blazing inferno, landed with the presence of a god, an undefeated god of war. Seeing Chen arrive, Duan Ya breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes lit up as she cried out in joy, Chen, this is great. I knew you'd be okay." But Chen's expression was grim, his gaze as cold and sharp as a razor's edge, fixed solely on Fatty Feng. The monster approached slowly, his arrogant posture suggesting he could devour the world. Fatty Feng roared, his voice dripping with arrogance. "And what sewer did you crawl out of? You dare interrupt my fun? Get out of my way, or I'll splatter you too." But Chen paid the taunt no mind. His gaze looked right through him, focused instead on the new power coiling within his body. He thought to himself, "It seems I've truly." He could finally harness this power. With a dangerous smile, sharp as a blade, he declared, "Then I'll use you, as my first test subject." Instantly, a sinister energy erupted, coiling around Chen like shadowy serpents. Dark tendrils shot towards Fatty Feng, ensnaring his entire body, from his powerful arms to the filthy tongue that once spewed. Arrogant trash, now pierced like a kebab. These shadowy threads clung to him, stretching, behind him like a pitch-black spiderweb, slowly hoisting him into the air. But Fatty Feng, ever defiant, roared, "Ha ha, even your fists couldn't scratch me, let alone these cheap parlor tricks." But his bravado was short-lived. The dark threads began to tighten, like cold steel wires constricting their prey. Fatty Feng panicked, screaming, "Ah, wait a second, you son of a, let me go. What the hell are you trying to do?" From a distance, he looked just like a slab of pork belly hanging on a rack, ready for the boiling pot. His initial arrogance vanished, replaced by horrific screams. Su Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, a general on the battlefield, and replied coldly, "I'm about to shred you into pieces. They sell shredded chicken on the street, but I'm about to make shredded pork tongue. Let's see if you can regenerate from that." He clenched his fist. The dark threads instantly crushed Fatty Feng, who writhed and shrieked in agony. In just a few seconds, a world-shaking explosion erupted, and the entire building imploded. Fatty Feng was now nothing more than rotting chunks of meat, officially, removed from the stage. Beside them, Duan Ya's jaw dropped in utter disbelief, thinking, Su Chen's gotten stronger again. I have to work harder to keep up with his growth. Su Chen turned, his voice firm. I have to return to the Divine Light Base immediately. I'm leaving Huang Jin and Xiao Feng with you. Duan Ya nodded obediently. Understood. Looking back, she saw Huang Jin and Lu Xiaofeng were badly injured. Xiaofeng spoke, his voice weak but resolute. Su Chen, don't worry about us, we'll be fine. In another corner, the young girl Shi Fu was sprinting wildly, searching every nook and cranny for Su Chen. Gasping for breath, she fell to her knees, muttering, I'm exhausted. At this rate, I won't make it in time. Suddenly, she froze, sensing a powerful aura rushing toward her. She turned just in time to see Su Chen flying like an arrow straight at her. A loud crash echoed as she was sent spinning through the air, yelping in surprise. What's his hurry? Watching Su Chen disappear into the distance, she screamed, Su Chen, wait up! You can't just speed like that. Who's that? Su Chen heard the call, but didn't stop. His mind was focused solely on the Divine Light Base. Xiao Minair voiced her concern. Are you really going back there? One wrong move and we're all dead. Su Chen's voice was filled with resolve. If they are my people, I can't just abandon them. Besides, I worked too damn hard to build that base. Xiao Minair watched him, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his loyalty, a faint blush on her cheeks. She added, I'm afraid your Yun can't hold out for that long. In that case, it's time to use that move. Spatial leap. Activate. Thanks to his spatial ability, Su Chen's speed skyrocketed. He phased through buildings like a phantom. Xiao Minair was stunned. Huh? What just happened? Her younger companion's eyes went wide. Did Su Chen just teleport? Or am I seeing things? Is something like this even possible? Su Chen calculated inwardly. Before, his spatial leap only covered 3 meters. Using it 3 times in a row would feel like his body was being torn apart. But now, at level 2, that last jump was 8 meters. With that thought, he reinforced his body until it was as hard as steel, launching forward like a burning meteor. Xiao Minair screamed in alarm. Wait, wait. I have a bad feeling about this. What are you planning to do? As if strapped to a rocket, Su Chen accelerated, cutting down the time to reach the Divine Light Base. He replied, I want to test my limits. By using spatial leap continuously, in a flash, he vanished. The girl next to him could only stare, mouth agape. What? Su Chen is gone? Back at the Divine Light Base, screams filled the air. Run! The giant has gone crazy. Yun's body kept expanding, crushing every structure in her path. A Taoti fiend with glowing eyes stared at her colossal form and laughed. Haha, this towering woman looks fascinating. I've got to climb up and get a better look, another fiend shouted in a panic. Shut up. What the hell is that guy doing? Does he want to die? Are you insane? We should be running. But the first fiend was even more excited. Haha, to die for a woman is a worthy death. Don't you want to see the view from up there? Another one glanced toward the darkness between Yun's giant legs and mumbled, That place. Come to think of it, I've never seen it before. And so, the whole group began scrambling up her stockings, cheering. Haha, these are perfect for climbing. I feel like I can reach the summit right now, another one yelled. Damn it, how dare you try to get the first prize? I also want to see what a real-life giant pearl looks like. The horde roared as they raced up the pristine white peaks of Yun, growing more and more ecstatic. Haha, I can't wait any longer. Let's go together. But just as the Taoti fiends were about to reach Yun's summit, she, with terrifying strength, uprooted an entire skyscraper. The Taoti fiends were still shouting. Awesome, hurry up. It'll be easier if we attack from the inside. Below, Old Sao ordered covering fire to lure the damned fiends, but she hurled the entire building down. not only sending the Taoti flying, but also severely injuring countless people. The scene was truly horrifying. Yun had lost all control, unable to distinguish friend from foe. If this continued, everyone would be in grave danger. Bai Kang was stunned. Wait a minute, I think something's coming. A streak of green light flashed from the sky. It was Su Chen, arriving on the battlefield. Yun was amazed. That was fast. I think it's Su Chen, Old Cao added. He's finally back. Xiao Minair was worried. Yun is still getting bigger. If this keeps up, I'm afraid she's going to explode. Su Chen's voice was laced with concern. We have to wake her up before things get completely out of hand. At that moment, 4 eyes met in the tense atmosphere. Yun noticed the stranger's presence and immediately turned, her eyes burning with the flames of hatred. With a move as powerful as a thunderclap, she swatted down a nearby satellite dish. Su Chen dodged the blow with lightning speed, but even he couldn't help but be shocked. She's completely lost her consciousness. Su Chen immediately leaped, clinging to Yun's enormous arm. He moved as nimbly as a hunting panther, but Yun, with her monstrous strength, nearly crushed him with a single clap, as if swatting a mosquito. Su Chen tumbled down, accidentally landing on her mesmerizing, pillowy hills, only to be launched away by their incredible elasticity. He sighed and muttered, "Looks like I have to deal with these stubborn fiends first." Su Chen went into a freefall. He was now facing the swarm of Taoti fiends, thick as ants on honey. Xiao Minair suddenly blurted out, her voice filled with disbelief. Where did Yun buy those fishnets? The quality is insane. How can they stretch that much? Su Chen replied, his voice calm but sharp as ice. It must be the effect of Yun's ability. Without hesitating, he activated his new power. Tendrils of black energy erupted, shooting out like dark arrows aimed straight for the Taoti fiends. One of the fiends, ignorant of his impending doom, laughed with glee. "Ha. Now no one can stop me from entering that sacred zone." Just as he was about to lunge for his prize, a tendril of black energy wrapped tightly around his neck, constricting like a noose. Su Chen appeared with an overwhelming presence, his eyes as cold as a frozen abyss. "There are some places that only I am allowed to touch. Any of you who dare will die." Damn it all. This was the end of the line for him. The chained Taoti roared, "You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Let me go." But Su Chen just smirked, lifting the creature by its neck and dangling it in midair. It slowly choked, its eyes bulging as life faded. And he wasn't the only one. Any Taoti that dared to climb onto Yun was hanged by Su Chen, left to die a slow, desperate death. On another front, a storm of curses erupted from the horde. One of the creatures snarled at San Mao. "You witch. You're the most vicious woman I've ever seen. We were all human once. You're the one who forced us to become this." He lunged forward, ripping the cloak from her shoulders. A flash of surprise crossed San Mao's face, quickly replaced by pure fury. Her hands tightened around her scepter as she roared, "You filthy bastards! You dare?" In one decisive motion, she thrust the scepter forward. It plunged directly into the creature's eye, blinding it. It shrieked in agony, "Argh! Go to hell, all of you! That rotten witch dares to attack us." But San Mao was completely unfazed. She scoffed, "Go on and celebrate. It won't last long." She then took a step back and leaped freely, down into the horde below, screaming, "This is my gift to you." Her scepter slammed into the earth, plunging deep like a colossal root. The terrified Taotis tried to flee, but it was too late. A new, mutated horror erupted from the ground. A ferocious beast dragged straight from hell. It appeared in a flash, crushing every enemy in sight, leaving no one alive. The creature then charged straight for Yun, intending to attack. A lone Taoti that had luckily survived cackled. "Haha, I'm the first to make it this far. Not quite the bullseye, but close enough." Just then, Yun lifted her massive leg. Agonized screams filled the air as the Taotis clinging to her were sent flying. Those with a strong grip held on for dear life, but the rest plummeted to their doom, splattering like crushed insects. One of them shrieked, "Watch out! That giant woman is raising her foot." With terrifying strength, Yun brought her heel down, crushing the mutated beast's snout. Her face was flushed with a wild excitement. She stomped again and again with growing frenzy, as if trying to pulverize everything beneath her. A few of the Taoti still clung on desperately, dreaming of reaching their prize. One laughed, "Ha. Lucky for me I was smart enough to survive that." But his laughter died in his throat when he saw Su Chen descend like a hurricane, tearing through the remaining Taoti. Each one was ripped to shreds with ruthless efficiency. After clearing the horde, Su Chen launched himself high into the air. Yun looked up at him, her gaze vacant, as if staring at some strange, unknown creature. Old Cao cheered from below. Incredible! The Tao Ti clan is completely wiped out. But this isn't over yet, Baishang added anxiously. But Su Chen. How is he possibly going to wake Yun up? At that moment, Su Chen hovered in the air before her, his eyes locked on hers, hoping to reach the consciousness still trapped inside her. He had to help her regain control of her body. But Yun seemed to be driven by a feral instinct, interlocking her massive hands. For a moment, it looked like a dangerous embrace. But that was just a guess. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flashed with alarm. He felt a wave of pure killing intent wash over him. Yun's face was a mask of terrifying ecstasy, her hands locked together. She raised them high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to his head. Old Cao and Baishang screamed in terror. Su Chen, look out! Danger! Yun's colossal attack descended, missing him by mere inches. In that split second between life and death, Su Chen activated his spatial jump, dodging the blow successfully. Yun, not recognizing her beloved, followed through with a wind-tearing punch, a blow so powerful it wiped out half a city block. After the strike, she looked around blankly. It was as if she had just punched thin air, her target completely gone. Old Cao's eyes went wide. Did he really just dodge that fatal blow? Baishang continued. But where did Su Chen disappear to? At that moment, in a soft, white, and very confined space, Su Chen found himself blushing furiously, never expecting to end up in this situation. Xiao Miner's voice spoke, laced with suspicion. Oh, a head-on fight clearly wasn't the right move. But, Su Chen, where exactly are you hiding? A voice boomed from the canyon on Yun's giant body. Su Chen's thunderous voice roared back. Just be quiet, will you? Yun heard the sound coming from somewhere on her own body, but she couldn't see a soul. Her confused gaze swept back and forth, searching. Suddenly, a crack appeared on her skin, startling Xiao Miner, who cried out in alarm. Su Chen, look quickly. What's happening here? It seemed Yun's body had reached its limit and couldn't expand any further. Su Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him. He immediately activated another spatial jump, escaping in the blink of an eye. The sight that met his eyes was staggering. Yun had reached her absolute breaking point. Her eyes blazed like searchlights as her roars shook the heavens. Countless cracks spread across her body like parched earth splitting apart, revealing the horrifying power that was leaking out from within. Old Cao and Baishang gasped in unison. What is going on? It can't be. Su Chen realized Yun's body couldn't withstand the strain any longer. Her eyes blazed, her usual gentle nature now replaced by the roar of a wild beast. She was like a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball, about to self-destruct. But if she transformed in this state, she would likely be erased from existence. Deep within her soul, Yun was sinking into a frigid memory, so cold. Every time she opened her eyes, all she could see were shadows, endless darkness. How many times had I woken up in despair, lying on that cold operating table, needles pierced deep into my flesh, an agony beyond words. In this apocalyptic world, I was just a lab rat, in someone else's experiment. If there is a God, please help me. I'll give anything for a chance at freedom. Just as she closed her eyes, ready to surrender to her fate, a familiar voice rang out, making her eyes snap open. She wondered in shock. Is there really a God? It was Su Chen. After countless failed attempts, he resorted to his final move, jumping down onto her massive rear end and yelling, "Have you forgotten already? I don't need useless people around me." Su Chen spread his 5 fingers, activating his power and roaring, "Wake up for me now." With a thunderous crack, Su Chen landed a powerful slap right across Yun's peachy bottom. She screamed in pain, as if crying out, "Mommy, save me." The cry was so real, it shocked her back to her senses. Witnessing the somewhat suggestive scene, Baishang blushed and muttered to herself. In that moment, Yun was filled with both pain and overwhelming excitement, as familiar memories flooded her mind. She remembered, meeting Su Chen for the first time, how he was a ray of light that banished the darkness in her heart. His kindness at the bar, then their fateful reunion in the apocalypse. He had saved her from despair. Every moment with him, even the painful ones, was etched into her soul. The simple happiness she found by his side, even in the end of the world, was something she could never forget. But the situation grew dire. Su Chen realized things were almost beyond saving. A blinding light radiated across the area, signaling that Yun was about to self-destruct. Her roar reached a crescendo. Then, a cataclysmic explosion. Golden sparks of light filled the entire sky. Lao Gao struggled to speak. Is it over? But as the dust settled, Su Chen and Yun Yun were gone. Staring at the brilliant golden sky, everyone was stunned. No one was left at the scene but them. Bai Shang collapsed, tears streaming down her face. Could Su Chen be? She saved me, and I never even got to thank her. Suddenly, Lao Gao shouted, "Look, up in the sky!" Su Chen is alive, holding Yun Yun tightly. Traces of her power still clung to him, but Yun Yun's body was covered in cracks. Lao Gao worried. Yun Yun is seriously hurt. We need to get her to a hospital now. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky. It was Duan Ya and Huang Jin. Duan Ya spoke up. "Let me handle this. I'll take her back to the base." Lao Gao exclaimed in shock. "That cat is huge," Su Chen yelled. Duan Ya, trusting she had a way to save Yun Yun, he handed her over. Back at the base, Su Chen carried Yun Yun into a bathtub, following Duan Ya's instructions. He felt something was strange and asked, "Hey, is there something in the water?" Duan Ya, changing her clothes, explained, "Conventional surgery won't work on this kind of wound. I've already added an evolution-based recovery serum to the water." Su Chen examined her but saw no change, asking, "Healed?" "I don't see anything." Duan Ya was stunned. "Impossible. I've refined this formula countless times." Su Chen grew thoughtful. "Could it be? This wound requires an ability to heal?" Duan Ya nodded. "That makes sense, but how?" Suddenly, she gasped as Su Chen leaned down and kissed the crack on Yun Yun's forehead. In just a few seconds, the wound vanished. Su Chen was dumbfounded. "It worked!" Duan Ya blushed and quickly turned away. "Well, that's great then. I'll leave the rest of the wounds to you." Su Chen held Yun Yun, staring blankly at the network of cracks all over her body, thinking that kissing all of these was going to be a lot. From outside, a voice called out, "Su Chen, come see what I brought back." Duan Ya stepped out to answer. "Not now. Su Chen is busy healing Yun Yun." Bai Shang was amazed. "He knows how to heal too?" Xiao Feng smiled. "Great. Maybe he can fix me up a little later." Duan Ya forced a laugh. His method might not be for you." She changed the subject. "Let's talk about this stone. What do we do with it?" Xiao Feng explained. "Remember the loudmouth leader of the Iron Clan? This is the essence core I found in his remains. It's giving off a strange light, so it's definitely a core." Duan Ya was shocked. "What? An essence core?" Xiao Feng nodded. "That's right. And for a core this massive, only Su Chen could possibly handle the ability within it." Duan Ya blushed, staring at the huge core with a heart full of worry. She knew all too well how savage Su Chen became under the influence of a core. With Yun Yun around, it was barely manageable. But now, she was alone. Bai Shang asked gently, "Is there anything I can do?" Duan Ya hesitated, her eyes studying Bai Shang's shy expression. She thought, could she possibly? Seeing Bai Shang's bashful look and stunning figure, Duan Ya turned to Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, Bai Shang and I need to talk. You should head home." She quickly pushed the bewildered young man out the door, his mind still hoping to get healed by Su Chen. The door slammed shut. Duan Ya leaned against it, thinking, Su Chen is only going to get stronger. I can't let him face that power all alone. Bai Shang was still in the room, confused by Duan Ya's actions. She asked, "Duan Ya, what's wrong?" Duan Ya moved closer, her gaze sharp enough to pierce the soul, and whispered, "I have a proposition. I need you to confirm something for me. Are you in love with Su Chen?" The question struck Bai Shang like a dagger to the heart. Her face flushed with confusion, her eyes widening in shock. Inside the private room, where Yun Yun was still recovering, Duan Ya gently massaged the girl's leg while speaking to Su Chen. "Thanks to you, Yun Yun's wound has almost completely healed. You can leave the rest to me." She paused, then added, "Oh, that's right." Xiao Feng brought back an essence crystal. Su Chen's brow furrowed in surprise. "An essence crystal?" Duan Ya, still focused on her task, simply nodded. "Yes, it's in the living room. You should go take a look." Su Chen didn't notice the strange expression that flickered across Duan Ya's face as he nodded. "All right, I'll leave Yun Yun in your care then." He pushed the door open, stepped out, and then froze, stunned by the object before him. Looking closer, he murmured to himself, "This is a black stone. Could they have mistaken it for an essence crystal?" The massive black stone pulsed with a strange light, shimmering like a mysterious dark star. Su Chen touched it lightly, feeling its unusual hardness. He thought to himself that he couldn't blame them. Even in his past life, he'd only ever heard legends of the Black Stone, never seeing one with his own eyes. After the apocalypse began, countless strange things emerged from the shadows, and the Black Stone was one of them. Su Chen threw a powerful punch at the stone, A thunderous boom echoed through the room, but the black stone didn't even tremble. He nodded slowly. So, this is the legendary black stone, as hard as diamond, a rare material born only in the age of apocalypse. He remembered from his past life that the black stone was tied to Wang Kong, a legendary figure, a man who carved his way through the world using a black blade forged from this very material. Su Chen rubbed his chin and smirked. Looks like my luck in this life isn't half bad. The destiny that once belonged to Wang Kong is now mine. He opened his dimensional space and absorbed the black stone. I'll forge my own black blade as soon as I find a master blacksmith, he vowed. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Duan Ya and Bai Shang were alone in the room. After the blunt question about her feelings for Su Chen, Bai Shang shyly asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Duan Ya didn't beat around the bush. After Su Chen absorbs an essence crystal, he will fall under a powerful curse. If it isn't broken, Bai Shang cut in, her voice filled with worry. If it isn't broken, what happens? Duan Ya hesitated, her eyes filled with conflict. I don't know for sure. I just know we absolutely cannot let that happen. Besides, Yun Yun needs me to take care of her right now. Before she could explain further, Bai Shang stepped closer, her expression dead serious. Leave this curse to me. Duan Ya quickly warned her. It's not as simple as you think. Calm down and listen to me. But Bai Shang, filled with determination for Su Chen's sake, stood her ground. It's fine. I'll do whatever it takes. Just leave it to me. Duan Ya sighed and explained everything from beginning to end. Because of her haste, Bai Shang was handed a very strange cosplay outfit. She stepped out, pulling down the hem of her skirt, already regretting her choice. Why did I agree to this so quickly? Why do I have to wear this ridiculous thing? And I have to say those weird lines too. Thinking about breaking Su Chen's curse, she worried, is Duan Ya tricking me? When Bai Shang walked out, she saw the black stone was gone, which made her even more nervous. But for Su Chen, and the safety of the entire base, first, I have to find out about this curse. Has he already absorbed the crystal? I'll just have to play it by ear. She carried a tray of wine and hesitantly approached Su Chen. Su Chen, lost in thought, was startled and turned around. His eyes swept over Bai Shang's maid outfit, and he instantly froze. She tried again. But the words wouldn't come out. Dressed as a maid, Bai Shang trembled, trying to hide her face as she mumbled, "Master." Su Chen was completely petrified, his mind reeling with questions. "Master," he mumbled back. Yeah?" In the other room, Duan Ya tended to Yun Yun, but her mind was elsewhere. I hope Bai Shang is okay. The curse was the most believable excuse I could think of. I prepared her for this, but how long can she keep it up? Just thinking about helping Su Chen break the curse made Duan Ya's legs tremble. I'll go help her, she thought, once Yun Yun is more stable. Outside the base, soldiers began cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. A few of the younger men grumbled. We barely survived driving off the Iron Clan. And now we have to clean up these rotten corpses? Can't we get a break? Captain Bai Hu barked. Stop your whining. If we leave these bodies here and a plague breaks out, do you have any idea what will happen? But one of the young soldiers cried out in panic. Captain, look! The captain turned, annoyed. Look at what? The soldier stammered. The bodies of the Iron Clan. They're gone. The whole squad froze. The captain couldn't believe it. What? Did the corpses just get up and walk away? Soon, other teams began reporting the same thing. Fear crept onto everyone's faces as they faced this unprecedented phenomenon. Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's spiritual space, the female corpse's eyes snapped open. Huh? She turned her head, sensing a familiar energy. This feeling, she whispered. It's what I've been waiting for. A wave of joy washed over her. This is perfect. I've been waiting for it this whole time, and now it's finally appeared. But as she tried to focus on the sensation, she clicked her tongue. It's too far away. I can't pinpoint the location. I'll have to ask Su Chen for help. At that moment, Bai Shang was playing the part of a dutiful maid. She gently poured wine for Su Chen. He watched her, thinking, is this another one of Duan Ya's schemes? Just what is that woman planning now? But this embarrassed look of hers is pretty amusing. Bai Shang shyly recited her lines. Master, you can. Do whatever you want with me next. The words almost made Su Chen spit out his wine. Bai Shang panicked. Ah, are you okay? Su Chen coughed violently, quickly explaining, I'm fine, it's the wine. Before he could finish, Bai Shang swirled the glass. Is there something wrong with the wine? Let me try. She downed the whole thing, stunning Su Chen. He glanced at the bottle, noticing the words, 64% alcohol. Bai Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson as she smacked her lips. So strong. Come to think of it, this is my first time drinking. After that one glass, Bai Xiang was filled with a new confidence, slamming her hand on the table and scattering everything like a drunken war goddess. She squeezed her eyes shut and let out an ecstatic shout. Su Chen sighed. Already drunk? That was fast. Bai Xiang's eyes turned bewitching as she propped her heel on the chair in front of Su Chen, shocking him. She smiled, her voice a seductive purr. How could I be drunk? I still have to help you break that curse, after all. She moved closer, caressing Su Chen's face, but he just gave a cold laugh and pushed her hand away. Oh, is that so? He mused. While I have no reason to refuse a meal delivered to my door, I absolutely hate the feeling of having the tables turned on me. He stared her down, his gaze razor sharp. In that case, I'll have to make you understand our relationship clearly. Bai Xiang froze, completely bewildered. Our relationship? Su Chen activated his powers, unleashing a terrifying pressure that made her soul tremble. He growled. That's right. It seems you've forgotten who the real master is. The immense pressure slammed into Bai Xiang's consciousness, nearly knocking her over. The realization hit her instantly. She obediently knelt, her eyes filled with fear. Master, I was wrong. Su Chen grinned, satisfied. Much better. Just as he was about to continue, a familiar pressure in his mindscape brought him to a halt. He muttered, Huh? This feeling. Is this my spatial consciousness? Before he could finish the thought, Su Chen was yanked into his own subconscious. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sighed, looking utterly defeated. Seriously? We were just getting to the good part. Why'd you pull me in here? As usual, Nu Shi leaped out of nowhere, arms and legs spread wide as she tackled Su Chen. Su Chen, it appeared. It's finally appeared. Su Chen was completely lost. Huh? What are you talking about? Before he could react, Nu Shi pinned him to the ground. She crashed into him like a tidal wave, crying and laughing at the same time, her eyes pleading. Su Chen, you absolutely have to help me this time. Su Chen winced in confusion. Help you with what? Can you please be more specific? Nu Shi got excited, screaming right next to his ear. The body that's perfect for me. It has appeared. She started bouncing, as if trying to get Su Chen to vibe with her and enhance their sensory connection. He reluctantly bounced along with her, asking, Is this the body you asked me to find before? So what if it appeared? Why drag me in here? Nu Shi's eyes blazed as she roared. I can't sense its exact location. That's why I need to borrow your power. In an instant, she created a cocoon, enveloping them both in a tight space. Su Chen felt like a fish caught in a net, completely exasperated. What do you mean? Are you using me as some kind of signal amplifier? Nu Shi gave a devilish smile. Something like that. She nimbly climbed on top of Su Chen as strands of silk shot out, binding him like a puppet in her bizarre dance. Su Chen yelped. You can't be serious. Wait, is this the method you mentioned before? Nu Shi's eyes glinted slyly as she nodded. That's right. With that, the cocoon shot into the sky before plummeting back down, smashing violently into the ground. Su Chen was dizzy, but Nu Shi was in ecstasy. She had a look of pure satisfaction, as if she'd just completed a masterpiece. I can feel it. Now, let's project our spirits there. Following Nu Shi's spiritual energy, Su Chen looked toward a strange blue light. There stood a mysterious woman, her hair flowing like clouds. An eerie green aura radiated from her body as she commanded a massive horde of zombies. Su Chen murmured, Is this a zombie tide? Nu Shi nodded. That's the place. She's summoning a zombie tide right now. Su Chen was stunned. I thought only a zombie king could summon a tide. Does that mean she's the female zombie king's vessel? Is it even safe to be this close? Nu Shi smiled. Don't worry. In this spiritual state, we're fine as long as there are no strong fluctuations. But before she could finish, a spiritual shockwave jolted them both. Nu Shi panicked. What was that? Su Chen suddenly remembered Bai Xiang in the real world. By now, the alcohol had fully taken over. Bai Xiang swayed, saw Su Chen's motionless body, and mumbled, The curse must be acting up. Master, let me help you break it. Without another word, she leaped onto Su Chen, riding him like a drunken knight on a stallion. This vigorous action sent a shockwave through Su Chen's brain, causing his and Nu Shi's spiritual energy to erupt outwards. The female zombie king sensed it immediately. Her eyes narrowed as she roared, Who's there? Show yourselves. Su Chen and Nu Shi froze. Nu Shi was frantic. We've been discovered. What is that woman doing? Bai Xiang continued playing with him like a doll, completely oblivious. The female zombie king exploded with energy, hurtling towards them at terrifying speed. Both of them screamed in unison, "She's coming! Run, damn it!" But looking at the situation, they both realized, it's too late. At that exact moment, the female zombie king lunged, a sadistic smile on her face. Her demonic face was the last thing he saw. Chen jolted awake, gasping for air, his heart pounding in his chest. His head felt like it was splitting open. He rubbed his temples. What just happened? Why does my head hurt so much? Then, Nushi's voice echoed, pointing. It was just a small drain on my spirit energy. With your power, you'll recover in no time. Chen was stunned. You weren't affected? The zombie queen turned, showing off her tattered clothes. Who says I wasn't? That thing nearly took a chunk out of me. Chen sighed heavily. You saw it yourself. The zombie queen isn't an easy opponent. What's more, she controls a horde of 10,000. The larger her army, the stronger she gets. I can't just provoke a monster like that to help you. Not unless you offer me something worth the incredible risk. The zombie queen gritted her teeth, finally surrendering. If you help me succeed, I will become your servant. I will repay you with my absolute obedience. She dropped to one knee, pledging herself to Chen. But he wasn't so easily persuaded, offering only a cold smirk. Are you kidding me? How can I risk my life on empty words? Panic flashed in her eyes. Then what must I do for you to believe me? Chen held out his hand, his voice like ice. You'll have to give me your core. The zombie queen froze in shock. What? Give you my core? You might as well ask for my life. Chen turned his back to her. The choice is yours. The zombie queen clenched her jaw, her eyes a storm of conflict, but she finally made her decision. She opened her palm, presenting the core. I understand. I just hope you keep your word. Chen took the core, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Don't worry. From now on, you belong to me, and I will help you achieve your goal. The zombie queen bowed her head, swallowing her pride. I certainly hope so. If there's nothing else, I will return now. Chen frowned. Hey, is that any way for a servant to act? You're leaving without even calling me master once? But in a flash, she vanished, leaving Chen completely stunned. He scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Ah, whatever. As long as I have the core, I won't sweat the details. He recalled his past life, when this same zombie queen led her horde to decimate Shangdu City. She had plunged the entire world into darkness. If he wanted to prevent a future filled with the dead, he had to deal with her. Looks like it's time for me to leave. Chen held up the core, a devilish grin spreading across his face. 2 days later, Chen left the Shenguang base. Bai Shang watched the car disappear into the distance, her heart filled with a touch of regret. Xiao Feng was surprised. Bai Shang, you're not going with Chen? She closed her eyes and shook her head. Why should I? The base has too many problems that need my attention. But in her heart, she vowed, right now, I'm too weak to help him. But one day, I swear I will catch up to him. At the same time, outside the Shenguang base, a torrential rain poured down. Duan Ya and Yun Yun took shelter in an abandoned gas station after a mission. They lit a fire for warmth. Yun Yun watched the rain nervously, asking, Sister Duan Ya, I know it's the end of the world, but aren't we forbidden from using fire at a gas station? Is this really okay? Duan Ya, her eyes filled with sorrow, answered bluntly, if you're so worried, go stand out in the rain. Yun Yun forced a laugh. My body's just recovered, I wouldn't dare. She hesitated. Sister Duan Ya, where did Brother Chen go? I'm a little scared in this weather. Duan Ya could only repeat what Chen had told her. Because we couldn't get enough fuel, we couldn't stockpile our supplies. That's why Chen is out there now, desperately searching for any remaining gasoline. Hearing this, Yun Yun was startled. What? Then when is he coming back? I'm starving to death over here. As the two girls were talking, the quiet footsteps of an uninvited guest echoed from outside. The approaching figure immediately put both Yun Yun and Duan Ya on high alert. Hey, who's there? A small man appeared, shivering violently from the cold. His body was covered in patches of ice, and he trembled as he walked. He mumbled to himself, Cold. So cold. I'm so cold. Yun Yun asked in bewilderment. Mister, why are you covered in ice? Without a moment's hesitation, the man suddenly lunged directly into the roaring flames, a crazed look on his face. I'm so cold. Duan Ya and Yun Yun were stunned by the bizarre scene, exclaiming in horror, Is this man insane? Why did he jump right into the fire? There's so much smoke, but it seemed the ice on his body reacted with the flames, creating a thick, poisonous smog. The two girls were forced to cover their noses, coughing violently. Something's wrong with this smoke. Quick, cover your nose. A moment later, several figures emerged from the shadows, wearing sinister smiles and chuckling darkly. Heh heh heh. The boss's trick works every time. To think it would be two cute girls. If we'd known, we wouldn't have used the old man to release the poison. A group of strangers suddenly appeared before Duan Ya and Yun Yun. By then, both had inhaled a large amount of the toxic smoke. Their bodies went limp, completely drained of strength. The men closed in, looking down at the two girls, helpless on the ground. They're still quite attractive. One of them licked his lips. You girls have great figures. Just wait until your big brother here is done playing. Then, I'll sell you to the New World base. I guarantee you'll have a very enjoyable time there. At that moment, though her legs had lost all strength to run, Duan Ya managed to raise her gun, desperately warning the men before her. Don't come any closer. The leader, who seemed to be an ability user himself, didn't even show a hint of fear at the sight of the gun. He just sneered. A gun? In the face of my power, what good is a toy like that? Without hesitation, Duan Ya pulled the trigger, but to her horror, she realized the gun wouldn't fire a single bullet. She gasped in absolute panic. The gun's frozen solid? Yun Yun pressed close to Duan Ya, her voice sharp with defiance as she faced down the thugs. I'm warning you, get out of here now. When my Chen returns, you'll face the consequences. But the leader just threw his head back and laughed. You mean that man who just left? He's already a marked man. What's worse, a DCOS has set her sights on him. He might not even survive the night. The one hunting Chen is a deranged woman with a unique ability. Clutching an iron chain, she stalked her prey. My little darling, I've come for you. Before this, she had already cast a massive sealing spell across the area. After saying his goodbyes at the base, Chen strode directly into the sealed zone, ready to confront this new enemy. The madwoman had no idea where Chen was hiding, but in her mind, she was the hunter. Dragging her chain, she called out, her voice echoing through the space. Ara, did my sweet little pet wander into my domain all by himself? I should warn you, darling, that was an extremely dangerous thing to do. But for me, it's absolutely perfect. The woman puffed her cheeks, exhaling a hazy, poisonous mist. It blanketed the area ahead, creating a thick fog that swallowed the room. Then, she stepped gracefully into it. A wicked smile spread across her face as she called out in a sickly sweet tone. My handsome little prize, where are you? Come on out, now. This whole place is filled with my toxic gas. Just one breath is enough to set your body ablaze with desire. You won't be able to resist. As she passed through a hallway, the madwoman suddenly spotted a tall, dark figure in a hidden corner. Her eyes widened with glee as she cheered. Oh, so there you are. Come here to me, now. Let me help you with your little problem. As she spoke, she struck a provocative pose, showing off her absolutely flawless physique. She slowly advanced on the dark figure, reaching out her hand. But as she drew near, she realized she'd been played for a fool. The figure was just a dummy Chen had set up, cleverly positioned in the corner to lure her into a trap. Staring at the grotesque mannequin before her, the madwoman gasped in shock. What in the world is this? While she was still confused, Chen appeared silently from behind. His cold voice made her eyes fly open in shock. Who are you? The madwoman, a powerful user of corpse summoning abilities who feared neither heaven nor hell, was now being toyed with by someone else. Her face twisted with fury as she whipped the iron chain towards Chen. You bastard, you dare to mock me? But her power was like a child's toy to Chen. With a single hand, he caught the chain and effortlessly pulled her closer. No matter how hard she fought back, she couldn't break free. After inspecting the chain, Chen asked calmly, was this weapon forged by a blacksmith? With a powerful jerk on the chain, Chen yanked the madwoman toward him, then grabbed her face in an iron grip. Her shock instantly morphed into pure panic. With just one hand, Chen lifted her off the ground, bringing her face to face with him. He demanded coldly, tell me, where is this blacksmith? The madwoman was completely lost, with no idea what Chen was talking about. She stammered in fear. I don't know what you mean. Suddenly, the corpse queen appeared from within Chen's consciousness, turning to him to ask, is that blacksmith really so important? Chen clicked his tongue and replied, the zombie king's power is too great. If we can find that blacksmith, our chances of victory will rise significantly. Hearing that, the corpse queen took action immediately. If that's the case, let me invade her consciousness and find the answer. The corpse queen's finger shot out like a bolt of lightning. It pierced straight through the madwoman's forehead, causing her face to pale. What are you doing? After rooting herself in the madwoman's consciousness, the corpse queen spoke. I have it. The blacksmith is in a base called the New World. The specifics are still fuzzy, but this is what's in her mind. All at once, the madwoman collapsed to her knees, screaming desperately, please, don't kill me. I know you did something inside my brain. From now on, with a single thought, you could slice my mind into a million pieces. Confused, Chen turned to the Corpse Queen. The Corpse Queen looked just as baffled, replying, "Huh? I didn't do anything." But the mad woman was already bowing with her head to the floor, begging for mercy. "I can feel it. My brain is bound by something. Please, master, spare my life. I swear to be your most loyal dog." Chen finally understood, and a cold smile touched his lips. "Oh, this is interesting. In that case, let's see just how loyal a dog you can be." Meanwhile, back at the old gas station, Duan Ya and Yun Yun were facing a desperate crisis. Suddenly, as if hit by some kind of aphrodisiac, their bodies began to burn with a strange heat. Yun Yun asked frantically, "Sister Duan Ya, what's happening? Why do I feel so hot?" Duan Ya felt the same strange heat and nodded. "Me too." Could there have been something else in that smoke? The young man leading the group of three overheard and roared with laughter. "Ha ha. Of course there was. Something to make things more fun for us." He turned back to his lackeys, a wicked smirk on his face. "Heh heh. Brothers, wait until I've had my fun. Then it's your turn." The dog perked up, excited to see its master, but in that instant, Duan Ya and Yun Yun dropped the act. They both stood up, clicking their tongues with boredom. Well, looks like Sister Duan Ya was right. They actually brought that thing. Duan Ya waved a hand dismissively. It wasn't that hard to figure out. This sudden shift sent a jolt of fear through the leader. "Wait, weren't you two poisoned?" Yun Yun's face turned serious. "Sorry, but your little poison has no effect on ability users." Hearing Yun Yun confirm they were ability users, the men's faces turned pale as they scrambled to pull out their gear. "What? Damned ability users! Get your weapons out now!" Two henchmen immediately drew a pair of guns that looked like water pistols. They quickly spread out, forming a tactical triangle to trap the two women. Position 1, set. Position 2, set. Yun Yun glanced at the toys in their hands with a flicker of recognition and chirped, "Oh, are those hydro guns?" The leader's face lit up with a malicious grin. "These are high-pressure water cannons. With these, plus my ability, we can attack you from all three directions." As he spoke, he channeled a cold aura around his body and roared, spitting as he yelled, "Fire, you morons." Following his command, the two henchmen immediately pulled the triggers. Infused with the leader's ability, the streams of water instantly froze into razor-sharp ice arrows, flying forward at blinding speed. But as fast as they were, they didn't hit Duan Ya or Yun Yun. Instead, they slammed directly into the leader's own chest, making him scream in shock. Ugh, the leader's ability could turn water into ice, but he couldn't turn the ice back into water. He could only stare at the two ice arrows lodged in his chest before yelling at his men, "What the hell are you two doing?" But when he looked forward, he was horrified to realize his henchmen were completely under Duan Ya's control, used as shields to redirect the attack. Damn it, that witch already controlled these two useless fools. The leader clutched his chest and staggered back, cursing bitterly. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Recognizing his ally, he called out with desperate relief, "Lord Poison! You're back! This is perfect!" He pointed triumphantly at Duan Ya and Yun Yun. "Ha ha, looks like your man is already dead." But his joy was short-lived. The tables were about to truly turn. Lord Poison strode forward, grinding his teeth, and delivered a thunderous slap that nearly dislocated his subordinate's jaw. Stunned and confused, the man turned back. "Lord Poison, what are you doing?" Viper stalked forward, her eyes drilling into the subordinate, with an icy glare as she snarled, "Shut your filthy mouth, now." He immediately clamped his jaw shut, nursing his face in bitter resentment. Without a second glance, Viper left him sprawling on the ground and strode towards Chen. She bowed low. "Master, this man has just offended your companion. What is your command?" The henchman watched his leader's complete 180, as cold sweat dripped down his back, her every word chilling him to the bone. He stared at Chen, the man currently patting his leader, Du Ji, on the head. Chen stepped closer, gently stroking Du Ji's hair with a cold smile. "Such a good girl. I'll leave him to you." In a flash, 3 of Du Ji's subordinates scrambled to haul out several gas cans at her command. Du Ji shot her men a cold glare, warning them, "Get all of these gas cans out here, now. I want to present them as a gift to the master." The 3 men fell silent, working quickly without a word of complaint. But from a hidden corner, a bald man grimaced and whispered, "Boss, Du Ji is acting like someone's dog now, but we don't have to follow her down that path." Veins bulged on the boss's face as he wiped away sweat, nodding in agreement. "You're right." Mustering all his courage, he stepped forward and roared at Du Ji, Duji, we worked our asses off to find this gasoline. How can you just give it all to him? Duji glanced nervously at Chen before whirling around, cracking her iron whip at the subordinate. Are you looking to die? She screamed. The whip struck true. All three men cried out, the pain so sharp they almost blacked out. Duanya and Yunyun watched, a bit intimidated. Chen slowly walked up behind Duji, reminding her, don't kill them. Yet, hearing Chen's order, the three henchmen grit their teeth and yelled, damn it, you pretty-faced bastard. Whatever you did to Duji, we are men of the new world. If you let us go, we'll forget this ever happened. But his words fell on deaf ears. Chen raised a hand to unleash Teacher Zhao's ability, saying coldly, sorry fellas, I don't like leaving loose ends. From Chen's hand, tendrils of power shot out like roots, splitting in 3 directions and piercing straight into their foreheads. Bloody veins bulged across their faces as their eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, the leader's head exploded before everyone's shocked eyes, and the other two quickly met the same fate. Duji, their former leader, turned pale and stammered. Their brains just exploded? Chen pondered for a moment. He didn't expect them to detonate so directly. He recalled Teacher Xiao's words. Duji also had a parasitic monster in her head called a brainworm, but it had died. Thanks to her poison-type ability, Duji was immune. He had just killed the 3 brainworms inside those men, causing their deaths. Someone was trying to control the entire new world with these creatures. He knew he had to find a way to help you. Duanya was immune to the brainworms. Chen turned to the other women, seeing the fear and anxiety on their faces. He called out to one of them, Duji. She immediately dropped to her knees, bowing low. Your command is my will, master. Chen opened his dimensional storage. Can you drive? He asked. Duji hesitated for a moment. Yes, I can. Chen then pulled a massive truck from thin air. Excellent. You're driving. The trick left Duji completely stunned. Where did that truck even come from? But she quickly obeyed, driving the modified vehicle straight toward the Suguang base. I was a faction leader in the new world, Duji thought bitterly. And now, fate has made me someone else's puppet. But, as long as I can survive, I'll do anything. Even if it means eating tree bark or mutated flesh. Still, a wave of resentment washed over her as she glanced at Chen. In the truck bed, Yunyun and Duanya were enjoying a full-on hot pot feast, even raising their glasses for a toast. Duji gritted her teeth, saliva filling her mouth at the delicious aroma. But how could they have hot pot? The ingredients should have spoiled long ago. Oh, that incredible smell is drifting this way. She glanced behind her, tempted to act, but shook her head, forcing the thought away. Calm down. You can't risk your life for a bite of food. It's just a worthless scrap. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a soda can opening echoed. Duji's ears felt like they'd grown 100 times larger as a blush crept up her face. Coca-Cola? They even have Coca-Cola? She stole a glance, her jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. Yunyun walked over, offering the can. Here, it's been a while since you've had one of these, right? Duji was hesitant. For me? Really? She wondered to herself. Why is she suddenly being nice to me? What does she want? Yunyun offered a polite smile. Don't worry. Chen really enjoys being called master by women. Go ahead and drink it. Duji was completely stunned. Huh? Is that really true? Chen shot a look at Yunyun, momentarily flustered and at a total loss for words. This little troublemaker, Yunyun, actually dared to tease him like that. Hearing the exchange, Duanya subtly covered her mouth, hiding a discreet smile. Her lips were pressed tightly, as if trying to suppress her amusement. Yunyun, however, remained perfectly composed. Oh, that's right. My name is Yunyun. From now on, I guess we can consider ourselves teammates. Hearing this, Duji felt a bit awkward as she quietly replied, hello. The word teammates made her pause, her mind filled with suspicion. Teammates? Could she be hinting that she was also forced into this? Just like me? It would make sense, she thought. In this apocalyptic age, it's only natural for women to rely on men to survive, isn't it? Besides, what woman could possibly resist the allure of a steaming hot pot or a few sugar-coated words? Duji mused to herself, then immediately corrected the thought. Too bad for them. Those sweet little traps won't work on me. Sooner or later, I'll find my chance. As she was lost in thought, fiddling with the soda can, Yunyun suddenly held out a fragrant piece of meat. She presented it right in front of Duji with a bright smile. Here comes the lamb, open wide. In that instant, Duji forgot all of her schemes. A piece of meat, dipped in hot pot broth. It was a taste she hadn't experienced in so long, She found it impossible to resist. Her face lit up with pure satisfaction. She opened her mouth slightly, letting out a faint ah. But unexpectedly, a puff of green, toxic smoke escaped with her breath. If this weren't the end of the world, people would probably just say she had seriously bad breath, right? Yunyun wrinkled her nose, exclaiming in surprise. You even breathe poison gas? Is this your special ability? Duji's cheeks puffed out as she chewed greedily, savoring the rich flavor of the meat before replying with excitement. My poison gas can make men pass out or even die. As for women, it ignites a burning flame of desire inside their bodies. But against people with abilities, the effect is a little weaker. Hearing this, an idea suddenly sparked in Su Chen's mind. That's it. If I can properly use Duji's ability, maybe I can grant Duanya and Yunyun immunity to the brainworms. As he was deep in thought, Yunyun suddenly approached him, her eyes hazy as if influenced by the toxic gas. She swayed gently as she gazed at Su Chen. With a mesmerizing look, she whispered, Su Chen, I'm so hot. Can you help me? Those words made Duji jump in shock. Ah, wait a second. I didn't do that on purpose, she cried out in a panic. Su Chen simply stepped closer, pulling Yunyun tightly against his body. He shot a piercing glare toward Duji. Focus on driving, he warned sternly. Duji was left completely stunned by the scene. She stammered out a confirmation, not knowing how to react. Just then, Duanya stepped out and propped her feet up on the dashboard. She leaned back in her seat with a long sigh of resignation. It looks like I should probably give you two some space. Duji was startled by her words. Huh? Duanya turned with a smile and asked, Oh, right. Can you tell me about the new world? After tasting that delicious piece of hot pot, Duji's expression had softened, her eyes now showing a mix of bitterness and self-pity. She spoke in a slightly choked voice. If I tell you everything, will I get something to eat? I'm starving. Duanya smiled gently. Of course. Duji lightly pressed the accelerator, asking while she drove, All right, what do you want to know? Duanya stared forward, her gaze lost in the distance. She asked slowly, How did you join the new world? A faint, bitter smile appeared on Duji's lips as she answered. I entered a beauty pageant. Looking up at the desolate skyscraper looming before them, Duji nodded toward her passengers. That's it. The new world isn't large, but in the apocalypse, it's a gold mine. It has slave auctions, black markets, and beauty pageants. There's an arena and countless other things too. Yunyun gasped in awe, her eyes sparkling as she stared up at the towering structure. It's so tall! She then tilted her head, asking curiously, Why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? What are they all doing? Duji explained in a monotone voice. They are the nameless survivors of this apocalypse. To them, the new world is like a shining beacon in the middle of a storm. Everyone yearns to join, but the harsh conditions keep most of them standing, outside, looking in with regret. After hearing the introduction, Su Chen felt he'd heard enough and spoke decisively. Let's go check it out. Just then, a hand held up a gleaming identification card as a short old man's shrill voice rang out. To join the new world, there is only one way. Possessing this card means escaping all danger and hunger. But to get it, you must participate in a trial and prove you are worthy. The old man pointed to a trial registration table on the other side, and the crowd began to murmur. A trial? Of course. No sanctuary. Accepts the useless, not even the new world. The old man shouted, his voice hard as steel. Spots are limited. First come, first served. Hearing this, the crowd instantly descended into chaos. What? It's limited too? I want to register. Don't you dare. Get in my way. Damn it, I want in too. Wait, why can't women participate? Duji spoke up. Her voice was respectful. Master, these identification cards are managed by the city lord's personal guard. This is beyond my authority. I'm afraid you'll have to take the trial first. Yunyun pouted, annoyed. This is such a hassle. Why don't we just storm in and find the blacksmith ourselves? Duji shook her head, answering seriously. That would be too dangerous. The city lord's personal guard are all powerful ability users. Duanya chimed in thoughtfully. According to Duji, this blacksmith must be a very discreet and cautious person. If he finds out we're planning an attack, they might kill him immediately. Su Chen nodded and began to walk. Which is why we need to be low-key for now, he said calmly. I'll go see what this trial is about. Duji, you're responsible for getting these two inside through another route. Duji immediately responded with determination. Yes, master. Suddenly, a man pointed at Su Chen, his voice eager. Hey, newbie, With you, we have just enough for the last team. The trial is about to start. Lately, mutated spiders have been gathering in the mountains behind us. This trial requires you to hunt them, but I'd advise you to stick to the outer zones. Don't be foolish enough to go deep into the mountains. Whoever brings back 5 spider carcasses or 1 spider egg before nightfall will pass the trial. A loudmouth in the crowd yelled, "What? Wait a minute. 5 mutated spiders? 1 is hard enough, let alone 5. Besides, the eggs are in the nest. Are you asking us to walk into our own coffins?" The commander sneered. "If you can't get an egg, then bring back the carcasses. If you don't want to, you can try walking through that iron fence. Model, out there. But I'm warning you. Going alone just makes you easy prey for the mutated spiders. Good luck with that." The loud-mouthed brute, brandishing his machete, shouted, after Chen. "Hey, punk, the other squads have already moved out. Are you coming with us or not?" Chen's reply was, "Ice. To be your pack mule? No thanks. I'm perfectly safe on my own. I heard there's a spider's nest up on the mountain, so I think I'll go check it out." The group sneered in contempt as one of them spat on the ground. "The guy doesn't know his place." Their leader just chuckled darkly. "Let him go. His kind always ends up dead out there sooner or later. All we have to do is wait right here for the other teams to bring the prey to us, and then we'll just take it." A short while later, deep within the forest, Chen called out softly, his voice gentle as if coaxing a child. "Little spiders, where are you? Come on out now." The words barely left his lips when a horde of mutated spiders swarmed in from all sides, like a plague unleashed. Chen muttered to himself, "That's quite a few of you. I wonder if any of you have mutation cores. But seeing how grotesque you all look, I highly doubt it. Oh well, I'm actually looking for the white bone spirit." He cracked his knuckles, warming up. "Let's see just how many cores I can get from this." In the blink of an eye, Chen vanished like a phantom. In a single move, he crushed a mutated spider's head, its severed skull landing perfectly in his palm. He moved like a whirlwind of death, carving a path of destruction straight into the spider's nest. Teesk. Not a single mutation core. What a disappointment. But from the shadows behind him, a colossal spider demon with 8 glowing eyes watched him like a set of security cameras, its gaze burning with menace. Elsewhere, the women were occupied with something else entirely. A booming voice echoed through the area. "Come one, come all. Join the Roses of the Apocalypse Beauty Contest. The top 3 winners will receive free permanent resident cards." Yun's curiosity was piqued. A beauty pageant? Not far off. A vendor was auctioning someone off. "This is beauty number 7, last week's runner-up. The bidding starts at just 3 packs of instant noodles. Tonight, she belongs to the highest bidder." The crowd erupted. "4 packs. I'll give 5. Duji sighed, then explained. "If you don't make it into the top 3, the only way to stay in this new world is to become a man's plaything. But for 2 beauties like yourselves, that shouldn't be a problem." As the 3 of them entered the contest area, Yun shook her head in dismay. "That poor girl. How tragic." Duan Ya asked curiously, "They hold a beauty contest here every week?" Duji's voice was flat, but held a grim undertone. "That's right. The weekly winners then compete for the monthly champion title. But not every woman chooses this path. Some head to the fighting arena to survive. So in the end, the new world offers such few choices, a world where you're only worth what you can offer. For most women, getting food and safety without risking their own life is a prize more precious than gold." She paused, giving the 2 a quick glance before speaking. "Get changed. I'll be waiting for you outside." The moment the door closed, Venom let out a heavy sigh. "This paradise you're living in," she whispered, "only exists because you're following him." Suddenly, a crude voice cut through the air. "Venom, looks like you brought me 2 fresh pieces of meat today. I saw those girls outside. Bring them to my room. Now." Hearing that disgusting, lecherous tone, Venom answered coldly. "Captain of the city guard. Sir One-Eye." The old man just chuckled, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I think I'll have a little taste of them myself. If they perform well, I'll grant them 2 identification cards." Venom hesitated, a slight tremor in her voice. "But sir," he cut her off instantly, clasping his hands behind his back like a king. "There are no buts here. My word is law." A twisted smirk spread across his face. "Oh, and that's right. Poison them first. That'll make things more exciting." Venom cursed under her breath. "Damn it. If I defy him, we'll never see those ID cards." With no other choice, she quietly opened the door and stepped inside. A faint, toxic mist escaped from her lips, instantly making the air feel thick and heavy. Vivian and Diana felt a searing heat spread through their bodies. It felt like an invisible fire was burning them from the inside out. The two clutched each other, their voices trembling as they asked, "Why? Why would you do this to us?" Their bodies began to convulse violently, shaking so hard they could no longer stand. Leaning on each other for support, they could only let out weak cries. "Sister Diana, Vivian, please, don't." Outside, the clinking of wine glasses echoed, followed by the foul laughter of two men. The lackey's voice rang out, "As expected of you, boss. Always quick on the draw. My only complaint is you never share these beauties with your dear little brother." The one-eyed captain just laughed that filthy laugh of his. "And who said we were actual brothers? Besides, a top-shelf prize like this is as rare as a diamond in this wasteland of an apocalypse. She's 1 in a million." The lackey chimed in, his voice thick with excitement. "Just talking about it is getting my own little buddy riled up. So, what's taking those two so long? Patience. Venom still has to administer the poison." Just then, the door swung open, revealing two enchanting silhouettes. They were like radiant flowers blooming in a desolate wasteland. Seeing the prize he'd selected, the one-eyed captain roared with pleasure. His voice was pure filth. "Ah, look at that expression. The poison's clearly kicking in. I can't wait to see what happens next." His lackey drooled, his eyes gleaming. "They're both absolute knockouts. Look at those perfect curves. I can barely contain myself." "You go first, boss. Respect for your elders, right?" The captain's gaze swept over them, landing on Diana. "In that case, I'll take the lovely one with the long hair." He raised his iron hook to her chin. "Exactly the type of girl I like." Meanwhile, the lackey watched as Vivian seemed to stumble right into his arms. He was overjoyed. "Boss, this is my first time with a top-shelf beauty who's so eager." The one-eyed captain let out a hearty laugh. "It's all thanks to Venom, of course. We'll have to give her a nice reward when we're finished." The two men exchanged a look, their eyes shining like high beams. They roared in unison. "And now, it's time for the two of us to feast." They excitedly embraced, planting sloppy kisses on each other, as if this was the most precious night of their lives. But something was terribly wrong, because standing behind them were Diana, Vivian, and Venom, completely unharmed. The scene playing out was the exact opposite of reality. The two brothers were passionately going at it, lost in a powerful illusion. Diana smiled, her voice ice-cold. These two animals were even easier to control than I imagined. Venom watched in awe. "Your power is absolutely vicious. You've got them polishing each other's swords." Vivian, still feeling the effects of the poison, asked with a shaky voice, "Did you really poison us? Just for these two pigs? You made us endure this horrible feeling all this time." Venom explained with a wronged expression. "Of course not. The master told me my poison can grant resistance to brainworms. I was afraid you'd be infected if you got too close to the city lord's guards." Diana subconsciously touched her own skin and nodded. "You did the right thing. To keep the brainworms from taking hold, we have to maintain this state. The entire time we're in this so-called new world. But while I can handle it, Vivian looks like she's about to lose control." Vivian groaned. "But this is just too much to bear." "Then we need to get those ID cards and get out of here. Fast," Venom urged. "And what about them?" Diana replied without a hint of warmth. "They'll take care of each other. Feel free to stay and watch the show if you want." Venom glanced at the two men, hearing their disgusting moans of pleasure. "Oh, my treasure. You're so strong." She couldn't take it anymore and ran out after them. "Hey, wait for me." She left the two brothers to their private duel. The scene then shifts to a dense forest. A man muttered to himself, "The Apocalypse Lighthouse. What a joke. We came all this way for the Spider King's crystal core, but where in the hell is its nest?" His men whispered amongst themselves behind him. "You think the boss is lost again?" He snapped back at them. "North is up, south is down. Now, what were the other two again?" Suddenly, the entire group froze in their tracks. "Whoa, why are there so many dead spiders? And look, every single one of them is missing its head." One of his men exclaimed, all the color draining from his face. "Boss, it looks like someone else got here first." Elsewhere, the sounds of a fierce battle raged. Chen moved like a phantom, a one-man army, dodging every attack from the mutated spiders with the grace of a dancer. But then, a single strand of silk, a web shot out from the shadows, ensnaring his arm. Chen narrowed his eyes, a careless mistake. With a sharp tug, he ripped the silk apart. From the darkness above, a colossal spider emerged. As large as a car, its 8 eyes glowing like hellish headlights. He mused, so they were hiding a beast. Of this size, it had to be close to level 2, but level 2 or 3, It was all just content for Su Chen's highlight reel. Meanwhile, a group of thugs watched from the shadows. "Who is that guy? He really walked into a spider's nest all by himself?" One of them whispered. Another murmured, "Boss, he doesn't look weak. What should we do?" The leader smirked wickedly. "Do? We're going to enjoy the show. Guys like him who overestimate their strength. I can't wait to see his corpse dangling from a web." But a murderous aura now surrounded Su Chen. He effortlessly tore the sticky webbing from his hand, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The sheer force of his pull sent a wave of terror through the Spider Queen. Su Chen then launched himself into the air, unleashing a heaven-sent punch that obliterated the creature's head in an instant. Witnessing this horrifying power, the thugs' faces went pale. One of them stammered, "Is he Saitama's successor?" He killed the Spider Queen in a single punch. The boss's underlings immediately drew their weapons, a greedy glint in their eyes, ready to steal the crystal core. But, just as the order was given, the tables were suddenly turned. The boss found his own trusted men holding blades to his throat, their eyes filled with malice. "We're ready, boss," they said in unison. The boss, however, showed no fear. Instead, he burst out, laughing. "Ha ha, very good, very good. Your blades are sharp. You haven't wasted your time with me. Your skills have become quite polished." Two of his men sneered. "Boss, how many times have we used this trick? Of course we're good at it. 100 out of 100 tries." One of them glanced at Su Chen, growling, "You little punk, just you wait. We'll show you what we're 10 really made of." On the other side, Su Chen was busy admiring the shimmering crystal core, completely oblivious to the dirty plot brewing behind him. "Oh, there it is. The crystal core," he muttered, his voice full of satisfaction. Just then, the boss roared the name of his ability, spatial transposition. In a matter of seconds, Su Chen felt a jolt as the very space around him began to warp. Two cold blades pressed against his neck, while iron chains coiled tightly around his waist. The gang leader, now holding the crystal core, cackled with glee. "Heh, the core is finally mine. What a sweet deal." Su Chen remained calm, his gaze like ice. "Position swapping? That's a rare ability. You even had iron chains prepared. It seems you've used this little trick to trap people more than a few times." "Huh?" The leader laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with scorn. "Haha, you're quite talkative for a worthless piece of trash. Do you even know how to spell the word death?" Su Chen's lips curved into a smirk, his tone dangerously low. "Worthless? Does that make you some kind of master hunter?" But even the most experienced hunters can be taken down by their prey. A chilling aura emanated from his words, making the leader shiver. He screamed, "Oh yeah? Let's see how you're going to take me down with all that big talk. Kill him." His underlings immediately swung their blades, yelling, "You think you can kill us? Die." But as their sharp blades came down, they suddenly shattered upon contact with Su Chen's skin, as if they'd hit a wall of steel. The entire group stared, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. All our blades broke." They looked at the shattered metal in their hands, unable to believe their own eyes. What in the hell is this guy? The leader, so arrogant just moments ago, was now drenched in a cold sweat. He stammered, skin as hard as steel. Could he be a level 2 ability user? Hearing this, his men cried out in fear. "What? He's level 2? The leader nodded, his voice trembling. "There's no mistake. He has an ironclad body, just like a level 2 beast." At that exact moment, with a loud snap, the iron chains around Su Chen burst into pieces. The leader screamed, in terror, "This is bad. The chains broke. Split up and run." The group scattered in a panic, scrambling for their lives and muttering, "Damn it, how could someone level up so fast?" Su Chen flashed a wicked grin, ripping off the last of the chains. The hunt had begun. A look of pure terror flashed in the men's eyes, like prey targeted by a ferocious predator. Trying to run? It's not. A murderous aura exploded from him, so dense it threatened to devour the entire forest. The gang leader ran for his life, yet he was still running his mouth. "So what if you're level 2? Just wait till I get a few more cores. I'll hit level 2 soon enough." But his face was a mask of terror, as he felt that chilling presence right behind him. Su Chen appeared like the god of death himself, roaring, "Give me back my core." His fist shot forward, stopping just inches from the leader's face. The man knew that one hit would be the end of him. In a flash of genius, he screamed, "Spatial transposition." Instantly, one of his fleeing underlings appeared in his place, looking utterly confused about what was happening. The leader, having escaped death, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. That was too close. Luckily I have a life-saving ability. I'll remember this. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. On the other side, the unlucky subordinate's eyes went wide. His face a mask of agony as a massive hole appeared in his chest, blood pouring out. Chen withdrew his hand and said coldly, "Using your own men as scapegoats, huh?" He let out a sinister laugh. "In that case, I just have to find you when you're all alone." His eyes glowed, like searchlights. He activated his mental perception, sweeping across the forest like a radar. 4 fleeing figures appeared clearly in his mind, through his eyes. The gang leader gasped for air, running on fumes but daring not to stop. Damn it. How did he find me? Panic set in, his eyes darting wildly for any escape route. He just picked a direction and bolted. But Chen was like a predator closing in, lunging forward in a blur. "As long as I follow you, I'll catch your entire crew." The man's eyes widened in terror as Chen kept gaining. He screamed, "This can't be happening." His eyes nearly popped from their sockets as Chen's dagger-like gaze pierced through him. Crap, how is he this fast? He found me. Again. He desperately chanted a spell, some kind of body-swapping incantation. Instantly, another one of his lackeys was summoned, appearing right in the line of fire. The leader had escaped death once more, but he was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for every breath. Damn it, how does he keep finding me? I have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Chen casually patted down the henchman. A tragic end for the poor scapegoat. The second human shield, huh? Chen scoffed, activating his night vision. He murmured, "It won't do to let him get away." Suddenly, he turned around. His eyes gleamed as a familiar figure sprinted right towards him. Well. Running right into the spider's web, the gang leader cursed as he ran. "Damn it. Son of a... Every single time I get ambushed from behind. This time, I'll watch my back. Let's see you try your sneak attacks now." But before he could even finish his boast, he felt a chill run down his spine. He looked ahead, and his eyes bulged with absolute horror. "You! How did you find me?" Chen just smirked, his voice dripping with killing intent. "You might not believe it. But this time, you're the one who ran straight to me." Facing Chen, the leader's face went completely pale, as he stammered in disbelief. "I ran right into a trap?" Refusing to accept it, he roared, "Damn you to hell, you still think you can kill me, body swa." But before he could finish the incantation, Chen launched a single, effortless punch, instantly erasing him from existence. Chen brushed the dust from his hands, stating coldly, "Too slow." The scene shifts. Huang Jin pokes its head out of a backpack, letting out a few soft meows. A voice suddenly announced, "This is the backstage area of the beauty pageant." "This is the backstage area of the beauty pageant." Duji took the lead, pulling back a curtain to gesture them inside. But all 3 of them stopped dead in their tracks, shocked into silence. Huh? Before them stood dozens of other girls, their hostile glares looking sharp enough to tear them apart. Duji blurted out, "Compared to this homely bunch, you 2 could win with your eyes closed." Yunyun whispered, "Why do I get the feeling they don't like us very much?" Duanya warned in a low, steady voice, "Either way, it's best to be on guard." Just then, a girl stepped forward, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Stop right there," Duji glared back. "What do you people want?" From the other side of the room, the click-clack of high heels echoed, followed by a chillingly sharp voice. A woman emerged, with an enchanting face and a sizzling figure. Her powerful aura could rival any top beauty in the nation. She announced, "I just wanted to see who dares to cause a scene in my territory." Yunyun gasped in recognition. It was the superstar actress, Lin Miney. Lin Miney paid them no mind, continuing with unmatched arrogance. "No one here is even qualified to be my rival in this contest, so get the hell out of my sight. Or else." Duan Ya cut her off, her voice laced with venom. And here I was, wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the famous actress who got her big break by sleeping with the director. Hearing the direct attack, Lin Maney looked surprised for a moment, before her voice turned acidic. "Well, if it isn't my dearest best friend." In a flash, she blurred past Duji and Yunyun, moving with blinding speed. Her long, slender leg swung high, launching a vicious kick aimed straight for Duan Ya's head. But Chen's wife was no ordinary woman. Even while dazed from the effects of the poison, Duan Ya simply leaned back, effortlessly dodging the blow. Lin Maney refused to back down, spinning around to launch another kick. Duan Ya met the attack head-on, the impact echoing through the room. The 2 former best friends held nothing back, clashing like 2 wild animals in a fight for dominance. Lin Miney snarled, "I can't believe you're still alive." Duan Ya's expression turned grim, her reply like ice. My apologies for disappointing you. Yunyun chimed in curiously. Sister Duanya, you two know each other? Duji added innocently. Weren't they best friends? Duanya finally snapped, her voice filled with repressed anger. Have you ever heard of a best friend who puts hair removal cream in your shampoo, laxatives in your drink, or a dead rat in your closet? Lin Maney shot back, her voice dripping with venom. You were the one who always acted so pure and innocent, all while trying to steal the spotlight for yourself. You knew my dream was to become an actress, and you still tried to steal the leading role right out from under me. Duanya replied calmly. I only went to the audition to support a friend. I never had any intention of becoming an actress. Lin Maney screamed in a rage. And besides, didn't you end up sleeping with that director anyway? Shut your mouth. This is all your fault, you damn homewrecker. If it weren't for you, I never would have had to sleep with that old creep. Duanya just laughed, poking the bear. Haha. So I guess being beautiful is my fault now too, Yunyun whispered to the side. I've never seen Sister Duanya act like this before. Lin Maney's voice was low and dangerous, her gaze like daggers. And you still think you're in the right? I'm a household name now, a famous star. Is there a single man alive who isn't captivated by me? Duanya shot back with a smirk. With the way your face looks now, I doubt anyone would recognize you at all. It seems my dear friend here likes to stir up trouble. Fine. Let's see who's really more captivating. Duanya didn't back down an inch, ready for the challenge. Anyone with eyes can see who the real winner will be. Just then, the host's excited voice boomed over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over. The New World Beauty Pageant officially begins now. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar of applause. Whoa, it's starting. In this wasteland, this is the life we dream of. Isn't this why we risk everything for the city lord? I've been saving up for a whole month, just so I can take one of these beauties home tonight. The host's voice boomed once more. And what's more, tonight's winner, who will be granted a personal audience with the city lord himself. Gasps filled the air as all eyes turned to a single crimson window high above. What? The city lord is actually here? Across the room, Duanya whispered. So that's how you get to meet him. No wonder every woman is fighting to win this. Yunyun nodded in agreement. If we ask him to help us find a blacksmith, it'll be a piece of cake. Duanya's eyes hardened with resolve. Which is why we absolutely cannot let her take the crown. Yunyun winced, the poison still coursing through her, and groaned. And we need to get Chen to cure this poison. Fast. This feeling is unbearable. Across the stage, Lin Mir sneered with contempt. Humph. This whole contest is a sham. From the host to the judges, I own them all. You honestly think you can compete with me? But just in case you try to run, I've promised my lackeys a very generous reward for dealing with you. Next, the panel of judges took their seats. The one in the center looked at his colleagues. Gentlemen, why aren't you sitting? Two young men with bizarrely pointed hair spoke in unison. We're not sure why, but ever since we woke up, our rears have been in so much pain we can't possibly sit down. That's right. If Mu Engxiao hadn't woken us, we would have missed the whole thing. The man in question, Mu Engxiao, just gave an awkward laugh. He replied, it was nothing, really, but inwardly, he was sweating. I always knew these two were perverts, but when I found them, they were butt naked and sword fighting. No wonder their backsides are sore. I think I just stumbled upon a world-shattering secret. Am I going to be silenced for this? The host's voice cut through his panic. Let's find out who will claim the crown and ascend to the upper echelon of our new world. Let's bring them out. The crowd roared with anticipation. With victory burning in their eyes, the three warriors from Chen's house stepped onto the stage. Let's do this. Of course, we're not here for some worthless title. Suddenly, Lin Meyer's thugs drew their weapons and lunged forward. You idiots. Did you really think this was a fair fight? First, we'll kill these three witches, Duanya murmured. Right on schedule. The thugs cackled with glee. Ha ha. This is the apocalypse, baby. The one with the biggest fist makes the rules. Yunyun scoffed. This trash? Leave them to me. Provoked, the thugs charged. You're asking to die. A dangerous smile played on Yunyun's lips. Her eyes blazed crimson as her body began to expand, growing to a gigantic size, with a single, earth-shattering uppercut. And she sent a large woman flying straight into the air, splattering her against the ceiling. The others screamed in pure terror. What the hell? She can grow? Yunyun loomed over them, her eyes like ice. Now, it's your turn to fly. Meanwhile, outside, the arena was in an uproar. Lin Mier graced the stage, her every move whipping the audience into a frenzy. It's the superstar, Lin Mier. Just from her walk, The judges awarded her 3 nines. I haven't seen a star with this much presence since the fall. Champion! Champion! The crowd chanted. Lin Mir smirked to herself. Duan Ya, did you really think I'd underestimate you? This is how the real world works. But then, the announcer's voice echoed. And now, for our next contestant. The smug look on Lin Mir's face vanished, replaced by shock. What? What's going on? From the back of the stage, a figure slowly emerged. The sky above exploded in a bizarre, firework-like display. My God! What are those explosions? Down on the stage, Duan Ya appeared, dressed in a magnificent gown with white wings, like an angel descending from heaven. The audience gasped. She's even more beautiful. But Lin Mir stared in horror, her jaw hanging open, as she realized what was falling from the sky wasn't confetti. It was blood, and the severed limbs of her own thugs. They rained down around her, landing at her feet, creating a scene of pure horror. Her face went deathly pale as she began to tremble. Are those their body parts? What in the world happened back there? One of the judges spoke up. Well, the backstage competition seems to have been quite fierce. A shame all the other contestants were eliminated. So, who should we declare the winner? Yun Yun whispered. Is it safe to come out now? Her sister replied. Those thugs have already been launched into orbit. You know, you were a little too brutal back there. Meanwhile, Lin Mir shrieked at the top of her lungs. Duan Ya, you forced my hand. She reached into her dress and tore it clean off, revealing her naked body to the entire stunned crowd. The men in the audience erupted, blood spraying from their noses. They screamed, 3 10s, full marks. I'm the one who wins, she declared. Duan Ya just laughed with utter contempt. Forget it, she muttered, turning away. This woman is completely insane. From the highest floor, the old city lord's deep voice commanded, bring down the identification cards. A girl in a bunny outfit bowed respectfully. Right away, sir, she said, carrying 3 cards down. Mu Engzhao looked surprised. Huh? The city lord is already sending down the ID cards? The bunny girl explained. These are identity cards from the lord himself. There are 3 of them, 1 for each of the remaining contestants. Lin Mir's eyes lit up. Does this mean I get to meet the city lord? Yun Yun quickly rushed over, shouting, Hey, don't forget about us. There's exactly enough for 1 each. High above, the old lord simply pointed. Mu Engzhao understood his silent command and announced, The city lord has made his decision. The winner is Lin Mir. Congratulations. You will not only join the elite of the new world, but you have also been chosen to reside on the top floor. Lin Mir cried out in disbelief and joy. I finally get to meet the city lord, ready to ascend to the top and become one of the elites? The bunny girl leading them suddenly asked, By the way, does she like fish? Lin Mei stared blankly, the question making no sense. Yun Yun's face fell as she looked at Duan Ya in disbelief. What? Don't tell me you lost, Sister Duan Ya, so we don't get to meet the city lord? Duan Ya's reply was chillingly cold. We got the ID cards. That's all that matters. We'll handle the rest later. Moments later, inside the inner sanctum, the bunny girl bowed with deep reverence. My lord, Miss Lin has been prepared. The city lord, Kang Ming, possessed a youthfulness that defied his age. He sighed deeply. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. A pity I'm so old. Such passions have long since withered away. For an old man like me, it's all so dreadfully dull. His gaze shifted to Lin Mei, who was now a horrifying sight. Twisted into a grotesque mermaid, a freakish water monster. A cruel smirk played on his lips. I see now why you were a famous celebrity, absolutely stunning. But you would do well to lose that look in your eyes. In fact, you should be grateful for your new form. A handmaiden stepped forward and bowed. My lord, the child has been brought. The boy was examined and declared perfectly healthy. The old lord's smile turned utterly evil. Splendid. Turning his chilling gaze upon the boy, he asked, Tell me, little one, are you afraid? The boy's voice quivered, but he answered bravely. No, sir. If the great city lord hadn't taken us in, we would have starved to death long ago. Kang Ming let disgusting centipedes crawl over his hand, his eyes flashing with a venomous light. There's no need to be so polite. After all, children like you are our very future. The lord's power flared to life, slowly devouring the boy's life force. Trapped and horrified, Lin Mei could only let out endless, desperate screams. Kang Ming savored the moment, whispering in ecstasy. Ah, this essence of immortality. It can only be found in the young. A pity each absorption fades so quickly. The handmaiden spoke with reverence. My lord, you hold dominion over all the women here. You can command them to birth as many children as you wish. He nodded slowly. It's still not enough. I must gather more essence cores to evolve my power. Only a truly rotten soul like myself can become the eternal master of this place. This is merely the beginning of my immortal reign. Now, dispose of the women below. Downstairs, Duan Ya cried out in agony. Ugh, this poison from Du Ji. The pain is excruciating. The two sisters clung to each other as Yun Yun groaned. I can't take it. Du Ji's voice was steady and reassuring. To resist the brain parasites, you must endure this pain. Your ID cards are secure. I will get you both inside the city. But suddenly, two shadowy figures lunged toward them. Duan Ya's eyes narrowed. What do you want? The two spiky-haired brothers grinned lewdly. Well, it's a rare sight to find such beauties here. We've decided to sell our blood one more time, just to purchase you two. Mu Engjiao, standing nearby, whistled in admiration. Now that's generous. Duan Ya scowled in disgust. What is he talking about? Du Ji grimly explained. Remember what I told you? In this place, women are merely items for trade. An ID card doesn't change that. Each of you is valued at one essence core. Everyone knows how precious cores are, so no one dares to buy them. The spiky-haired goons interrupted with a vile laugh. But we two brothers are plenty strong. More importantly, the taste of women like you is truly addictive. Yun Yun snorted coldly. But is it possible that this lust of yours isn't actually directed at us? Allow me to help you recall a certain memory. Duan Ya activated her mental powers. The two thugs froze in their tracks. A painful memory of the two of them getting intimately acquainted flashed before their eyes. Elsewhere, a young man stood over a mutated spider's carcass, sighing, a step too slow. The queen is dead, and its essence core is gone. Yet, he smiled to himself. Fortunately, the core wasn't what I came for. With a few clean swings of his sword, he hacked off several spider legs. Hoisting them onto his shoulder, he thought, these will be more than enough. His guard shot up as Chen appeared in a flash, throwing a powerful punch. The young man met the attack with his own fist, but the force of the blow staggered him. This guy. He's terrifyingly strong. He quickly raised his hands. Wait, hold on. I'm not here for the essence core, and I don't want to fight with you. Chen frowned. And why should I believe you? The young man replied calmly. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But it's the truth. I know you're incredibly strong, he continued. But if you push me to go all out, you won't necessarily have the upper hand. My only goal was to get these spider legs. So why don't we stop this and become allies instead? He grinned. The name's Wang Tong, and I'd be eternally grateful. Chen's eyes widened in shock. Wang Tong, the legendary Black Blade user from his past life. Why was he here? Could he also be searching for the blacksmith? Chen nodded slowly. If that's the case, let's be friends. The spider legs are yours. Wang Tong thanked him, then asked, Are you also here to join the New World? What's your name? Chen replied, I'm Chen. I heard the New World wasn't half bad, so I came to see for myself. What do you need those spider legs for? Wang Tong smiled. A friend of mine asked me to retrieve them. I have other business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me. Oh, one more thing, Chen, he added, turning back. Take my advice. Whatever you do, do not touch the ID cards from the New World. Chen was puzzled. And why is that? Wang Tong's expression was dead serious. Just trust me. Stay away from them. Watching Wang Tong depart, Chen murmured to himself. What secret could be hidden in those ID cards? He decided to put it aside. First, I'll follow him. He might lead me to the blacksmith. On another path, a thug wielding a blade blocked Wang Tong's way. Hey, kid, hand over the mutated spider parts you caught right now. Another lackey chimed in. The boss was right. Someone did bring back spider parts. He squinted. But look closer. He's only carrying the legs. It was over in an instant. With a few flashes of his blade, Wang Tong diced the thugs into pieces. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance. Chen observed from a distance, impressed. No wonder he was a legendary expert who reached the peak of the second rank in my past life. His strength is on par with my own, but after I absorb this essence core, I'll reach rank 3. A short time later, at the city gate, Chen handed over the ID card. The guard stared, bewildered. This is a first. I've never seen anyone discard one of these before. Placing the ID card into the box, another guard whispered, a true monster. Their eyes went wide. Huh? The Spider Queen was defeated that fast? Good thing the captain left an ID card before he left. Congratulations. You are now a member of the New World. Chen took the card, sensing something strange about it. Why was Wang Tongbao forbidden from touching it? Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the card. What is this dark smoke? A pinkish aura filled the air around him. Xiao Min'er, looking like she'd just weathered an emotional storm, rushed over to confront him. What did you do to cause a sudden brainworm invasion? I was lucky to react fast enough to kill them all. Su Chen was stunned. A brainworm invasion? I just touched the ID card, and black smoke came out. Xiao Min'er nodded grimly. So, the ID card is how the brainworms spread. Does that mean Duan Ya and the others are in danger if they have these cards? Over at the main building, Kung Ming suddenly cried out in shock. The maid asked, Lord of the city, what has happened? He replied, his voice chillingly cold. Someone is trying to infiltrate the inner city. Those 3 women must be their accomplices. At that moment, Yunyun began to tremble uncontrollably. Trying to calm herself, she cried out, Why is this feeling suddenly so intense? I don't think I can take it anymore. Duji tried to encourage her. Stay strong. It might be the poison killing off the brainworms inside you. Look at how calm Duan Ya is. Have you remembered yet? Suddenly, the 2 buzz-cut goons shrieked as if possessed. Ag! This can't be. It's not real. You bitch. You can't do this to us. But the aching pain in their rears felt all too real. Whether it's real or not, you know the truth in your hearts. Provoked, the 2 thugs shot forward like a pair of sharp arrows. They aimed straight for Yunyun, but she dodged nimbly, causing their attack to miss its mark. A thunderous explosion rocked the area, shattering the wall behind her into countless pieces. The crowd of spectators cheered with excitement. They were watching as if it were a top-tier performance, but their cheers quickly turned to screams of panic as they realized the danger was real. They shoved each other, screaming, Get out of the way! Move! Duji, shocked by the chaos, exclaimed, Is this the Shaolin Temple? The legendary invincible Iron Head technique? The building is collapsing. The 2 buzz-cut thugs boasted, their voices dripping with arrogance. Our skulls are now sharper and harder than steel. All those who once mocked us have been crushed by our heads. Now, nothing can withstand a single blow from us. We're stronger than iron. They laughed maniacally, but Yunyun remained unfazed. She replied coldly, Enough useless talk. All you can do is ram things with your head, right? Just then, the 2 charged again with lightning speed. Yunyun shouted, They're coming! Dodge! But with a dangerous smile, Mu Yingxiao suddenly made his move. An invisible force shot from Duan Ya's hand, clamping down on her opponent. Yunyun was completely immobilized, crying out, Ah! Someone's holding me tight. But why can't I see anyone? It's even suppressing my abilities. Duan Ya's gaze sharpened as she spotted the mastermind behind the curtain. From above, the lead goon sneered, So you found me. A little too late, though. He lunged, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. In that critical moment, Duan Ya unleashed her full power, but a massive, invisible hand suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Freed from the restraint, Yunyun transformed and let out a ferocious roar. Got you now. Where do you think you're going? Mu Yingxiao gasped in disbelief. What? Duan Ya, her eyes like daggers, replied. Thankfully, I took control of these small fry to use as human shields ahead of time. 3 controlled audience members were forced to hide beneath the stage, held like puppets in her grasp. The older brother ground his teeth, cursing, You bitch! Let my brother go. He shot forward like a rocket. Yunyun smirked devilishly. Let's see whose head is harder. The man screamed in terror. What are you trying to do? You bitch! Stop! Don't! In a split second, Yunyun slammed the older brother's head into his younger brother's backside, creating a catastrophic collision that would go down as the most brutal pummeling in history. The older brother became the ultimate cure for his siblings' constipation, his face contorting in pure agony. After dealing with the 2 brothers, Yunyun tossed them aside like trash and said coldly, Hey, you, it's your turn to get on the board. Mu Yingxiao replied with sheer arrogance, You are not worthy of my attention. He prepared to strike, but an invisible force suddenly clamped onto his leg. It held Yunyun fast, preventing her from moving even after she'd reverted to her normal form. She gasped, My powers have been forcibly sealed? Duji rushed to her side. Let me help you. But a series of invisible blows rained down upon them. The attacks locked the 2 sisters in place. They screamed, Ah! Stop it, you bastard. I bet plenty of you guys watching wish you had this power. Mu Yingxiao's ability is quite something. We'd all have fun with it, heh. Duan Ya shouted in alarm, seeing Yunyun was at a disadvantage. Yunyun! But she instantly sensed a new threat approaching. Using her powers, she forced her controlled pawns to act as shields. A hail of bullets sent the pawns logging out of life in a horrifying spray. Mu Yingxiao let out a dark, dangerous chuckle. You sensed the danger and sacrificed your shields without a moment's hesitation? Truly, a woman's heart should never be underestimated. At that moment, Yunyun and Duji were bound from head to toe. The more they struggled, the tighter the invisible restraints became. Yun Yun screamed, "Let us go, model." "Sister Duan Ya, you caught me off guard again," Mu Yin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you seriously planning to use those wings as weapons?" Duan Ya detached the wings, now wielding two razor-sharp blades. With a cold stare, she said, "To deal with the likes of you, this is more than enough." Provoked, a wicked grin spread across his face. "Heh. How interesting. You talk a big game. In that case, I'll be happy to play along." The scene shifts. At the entrance to the new world, Wang Xi steps into a desolate wasteland, where the very air feels as heavy as a living graveyard. Xiao Min'er asked with a puzzled look, "This is supposed to be the inner city? The environment is barely livable, and the people? They look like walking ghosts." She continued, "Hey, you're walking so fast. Wait for me." Meanwhile, Wang Tong cautiously entered a dilapidated area. He called out, "Fu Su Su, I've brought back the item you wanted." A beautiful woman with a captivating figure, busy forging a weapon, replied, "Excellent. With this Spider King's leg, we can finally go rescue my grandfather." Wang Tong added, "Once we save Master Fu, we're leaving this place immediately." Looking at the spider legs, she reassured him, "All right, don't worry. As long as you help me save my grandfather, I promise to forge the most powerful weapon for you." She glanced up at the towering skyscraper, her eyes filled with determination. A moment later, they both began their ascent using climbing gear. Wang Tong asked, "Is this the equipment you made?" Su Su nodded. "That's right. The Spider King's claws provide enough grip to ensure we can climb to the roof safely. The city lord is holding my grandfather at the very top." He wondered, "Then why don't we just go up from inside the building?" She immediately shot back, "That's impossible. We absolutely cannot enter the building." From below, Su Chen watched the two, wondering, "So that person must be the blacksmith. Let's head up too." But instead of climbing the exterior, he went straight inside. "It seems to be empty." Xiao Min'er was suspicious. Getting in was way too easy. So why did they have to scale the walls? But as they moved down the hallway, a bizarre shadow appeared. A gigantic insect suddenly lunged at them from behind. Su Chen dodged in a flash. Both of them were stunned by the scene before them. Xiao Min'er screamed, "Su Chen, look ahead." Now I understand why they didn't come in through the front. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from below. Wang Tong asked, bewildered, "Su Chen, you're here too?" Su Chen replied with deadly seriousness, "You're the blacksmith, aren't you? I've finally found you." But before any introductions could be made, their faces went pale. Behind Su Chen was a nest of mutated maggots. They screamed, Hey, don't you dare come over here." The swarm of maggots charged like a tidal wave, sending Wang Tong sprinting for his life as if the devil himself was on his heels. He shouted, "This is disgusting. If there's one thing I hate in this world, it's bugs." Left behind, Fu Su Su cried out in a panic, "Hey, why are you running so fast?" She tried to catch up, but a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her waist. Su Chen appeared in an instant, pulling her out of harm's way. With incredible speed, he caught up to Wang Tong, kicked off his friend's shoulder, and launched himself into the air. Su Chen shouted, "Brother Wang Tong, I'll leave these few bugs down here for you to handle." Wang Tong roared back in frustration, "Hey, on what grounds?" But he had no time to argue. The maggots closed in, their killing intent surging. He unleashed a storm of hundreds of punches, like a pirate king, obliterating the mutated insects. Fu Su Su, still in shock, demanded, "Hey, who in the world are you, and what do you want with me?" Su Chen calmly replied, "My name is Su Chen. I need your help to forge a blade for me." Su Su was taken aback. "Forge a blade? Why should I help you?" He smiled. "Because I can grant you one request in return." Su Chen carried her to the rooftop. Su Su reluctantly nodded in agreement. Just then, an old voice called out. Su Su, an old man, holding a photograph, said with sorrow, "As long as you're safe, your grandpa can endure any hardship." A sudden, massive explosion made the old man jump, nearly giving him a heart attack. Through the dust and smoke, Su Chen burst through the wall, carrying Su Su. She cried out, "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." The old man trembled. Is it really you?" Su Su replied, Hey, okay, you can put me down now." The old man quickly stopped her. "Wait a moment, child. Didn't I tell you this place is extremely dangerous? I told you not to come." She dusted herself off, stubbornly replying, "Aya, Grandpa, isn't it obvious I found myself some powerful backup? All of my forging skills were taught by you. So, this stubborn old man is the true blacksmith you're looking for. If you want to create an unrivaled, #1, top-tier weapon, you have to save him first." Su Chen stepped forward. "If that's the case, Then, Elder, let me take a look at this leg shackle first. The old man replied politely. You can just call me Elder Fu. Chen tried to shatter the shackle but failed. He was amazed. Oh, it won't break? The old man laughed with pride. It's useless. Young man, this shackle may look ordinary and harmless, but it's forged from mutated materials from after the apocalypse, he continued. Furthermore, I crafted it myself, so it's incredibly durable. No one can possibly open it. Susu bonked him on the head, scolding, You stubborn old fool. What's there to be proud of about being imprisoned by your own creation? The old man cried out. Ah, what was I supposed to do when the city lord threatened me with your life? Chen fell into thought. So that's how it is. What would happen if I used a material even harder than this to forge something harder? Of course, that's no problem. But this is the toughest material in the new world. So where could I possibly find anything more durable? Chen just smiled and pulled out a massive energy core. It pulsed with a mysterious power. Susu was stunned. Is this a rock? Where did you even get this? Old Fu was speechless. This stone holds a power unlike anything I've ever seen. Where did you find it? Chen asked. Can a blade forged from this cut through the ankle shackle? The old man's eyes lit up. Without a single doubt. However, refining an ore of this caliber is extremely difficult. Young man, that part will be up to you. Chen was surprised. Oh, really? The old man continued. The city lord imprisoned me on this rooftop, forcing me to create mutated materials. The tools I use are special as well. Susu pushed against a massive wooden beam, exclaiming, Is this supposed to be the bellows? This thing is impossible to move, the old man explained. This behemoth usually requires 10 strong men to operate, but they all ran off to watch some beauty contest. Today, I can only rely on you. Chen smirked confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. A little job like this is a piece of cake. Seeing his muscles bulge with power, Susu exclaimed, Whoa! Now that's what I call impressive. The old man watched, thinking, I hope those muscles aren't just for show. The energy core began to radiate an insane amount of heat. Even in her light clothing, Susu cried out, It's so hot. The old man grumbled, Girl, stop dawdling and help push the stone. The two of them worked together, pushing the massive core into the forge. Susu screamed, It's burning, so incredibly hot. We're not done yet, Old Fu said. Now, we wait. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was the city lord, with his female secretary by his side. His voice dripped with menace. Who dares trespass in my tower? Old Fu's face went pale. Oh no, it's the city lord. Susu charged forward. Blade in hand. You're the one who locked my grandpa up here. She swung hard, but the secretary's counter was swift as lightning, sending Susu flying. She braced herself, deflecting a barrage of critical strikes. Her grandfather cried out in worry. Susu! The secretary pressed her blade to Susu's throat, snarling, How dare you disrespect the city lord? Now, you will pay with your life. She raised her sword, her eyes glowing red, preparing a decisive final blow. The two were horrified. The old man begged, Please, don't. Overcome with terror, Susu squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. In that hair-raising moment, a powerful fist smashed directly into the secretary's face. The impact completely distorted her features. Wang Tong had appeared like a hero saving the damsel, beating the woman into submission, but she was far from defeated. With a furious expression, the secretary leaped up, launching into an elegant 360-degree spin kick. She aimed straight for Wang Tong. However, he dodged every single one of her attacks with ease, moving like wind through the leaves. Wang Tong decided to end her rampage. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, locking her in an unbreakable grip. He roared as veins bulged on his arms. His overwhelming power made her tremble in agony. With a sickening crack, Wang Tong's monstrous strength tore her in two, as if she were made of paper. Witnessing this terrifying power, Old Fu and Chen were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Susu stared at the secretary's upper torso, wondering, Is she really dead? Wang Tong stood majestically before her. In a deep voice, he asked, Are you all right? In that instant, Susu's heart fluttered. Her heart felt like it would leap from her chest. She whispered, He's so handsome. He turned back, a bit surprised. Huh? What did you say? But suddenly, something moving on his shoulder made his face darken with terror. The hero's cool demeanor didn't even last 3 seconds. He panicked over a small centipede, screaming, Ah, a bug. Instantly, a sharp blade flashed, slicing the bug away. Sue said shyly. I took care of the bug, and thank you for saving me just now. Wang Tong was taken aback. It was the first time a girl had thanked him, and he answered awkwardly, Ahem. You were very brave, too. Susu was ecstatic, beaming with joy. Her crush had just praised her. But their moment was cut short by the city lord's thunderous roar. You brat! You dare to butcher my subordinate? Do you have any idea what the consequences are? Unafraid, Wang Tong stepped forward, mocking the old man in the wheelchair. So you're the city lord? You look pretty frail to me. The city lord let out a cold laugh, and his body began to tremble violently. From his very flesh, hundreds of horrifying centipede legs erupted. His body warped into a giant, monstrous centipede, a creature straight out of a nightmare. He bellowed, How about now? Since I've revealed my true form, I'll just have to slaughter every last one of you here. Come on out. Suddenly, tens of thousands of centipedes hiding throughout the building swarmed, flooding the rooftop like a tidal wave of insects. Down below, Mu Yingxiao chuckled with glee. Looks like it's our time to shine, boys. He. Since the city lord has given the order, I guess there's no more time to dance with you. Just die. His opponent was Duan Ya. Hearing his arrogant words, she clenched her fists, her expression hardening, ready for a life-or-death battle against the wicked man. Mu Yingxiao was ecstatic, screaming, Get her! Tear that girl apart! Duan Ya was suddenly struck by an invisible force. Blows rained down on her from all sides, powerful enough to shatter steel. Bound and helpless, Du Ji and Yun Yun could only curse under their breath. Damn it. Their leader, Duan Ya, was completely surrounded. The sick crowd below, enjoying the spectacle, started to shout, Hey, you bastard! Don't damage the goods. We're still waiting for our turn with her. After taking a brutal beating, exhaustion was setting in for Duan Ya. A trickle of blood, bright red like syrup, escaped her lips. Mu Yingxiao sneered mockingly. You can't even see your attackers. How do you expect to dodge what's invisible? Even a powerful psychic would be completely blind to their movements, unable to sense which direction the blows came from. Feeling helpless, are we? Go on then. If you're so tough, try and finish me in a single strike. Suddenly, an unseen force charged Duan Ya with terrifying speed. Yun Yun screamed in panic. Duan Ya, watch out! But every single invisible attack missed its mark. It was as if a sixth sense was guiding her, allowing her to evade each blow with fluid grace. Her body moved like a phantom, a dancer in the chaos, effortlessly slipping through the grasp of the three shadows. Mu Yingxiao was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. You dodged them? He roared in disbelief. How did you do it? You shouldn't be able to sense them at all. But his shock turned to horror as he looked past Duan Ya's legs and saw red stains splattered on his three invisible assassins. He stammered, That blood. You used the blood on the ground to reveal them. But his realization came far too late. Duan Ya launched a vicious kick straight at his face, snarling, Shut your filthy mouth. His foul breath made her skin crawl. The force of the impact sent Mu Yingxiao reeling, spitting out blood and broken teeth. Du Ji and Yun Yun erupted in cheers. Duan Ya, you're amazing. Yeah, kick his ass, finish that bastard for us. But suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the building, startling all three of them. Duan Ya's eyes darted towards the sound. What was that? Then, a tidal wave of giant centipedes swarmed down, and the color drained from Yun Yun and Du Ji's faces. Bugs! Where did all these damn bugs come from? The once jeering crowd was now a stampede of screaming bodies, running for their lives. Ah, help me, they're biting me, it hurts. Run! Amidst the chaos, Mu Yingxiao laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, the insect tide has been unleashed. Everyone here is now food for my swarm, and you three are next. But Duan Ya had no time for his insane ranting. She slammed her foot down on his throat, choking him into silence. He tried to scream for help, but his three invisible puppets lunged forward to attack. Duan Ya asked coldly, Looking for a death wish? She drew her heel back and unleashed a kick with the force of a pro's penalty shot. The blow sent Mu Yingxiao flying like a cannonball. As he crashed, his three assassins collapsed, completely inert. Du Ji stared in shock. Wait, the invisible attackers were just stuffed animals? A game controller fell from Mu Yingxiao's pocket. Curious, Duan Ya picked it up, fiddling with the buttons, a nostalgic flash of old gaming sessions hitting her. It really is a game controller. As she channeled her psychic energy into it, the mutated stuffed animals rose to their feet, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. It all clicked in an instant. Duan Ya gripped the controller, taking command of the puppets. But instead of making them attack, she turned them into her personal butlers. One of the dolls became her chair, while the others began giving her a surprisingly professional massage. She couldn't help but laugh. Hey, not bad at all. These puppets are actually pretty useful. The pressure is just right, and they're easier to control than I expected. But her moment of relief was shattered by Yunyun's panicked scream. Help! A storm of mutated centipedes was charging right for them. Duanya's heart lurched. Her friends were still in danger. On her command, the stuffed puppets instantly formed a defensive line in front of Duji and Yunyun, while the others began hurling huge chunks of rubble into the approaching tide of insects. Their barrage created a makeshift wall, shielding the three of them from the swarm. They let out a breath of relief, safe for the moment. Yunyun, still in shock, asked, "The entire area is swarming with those things. What are we going to do?" Duanya's voice was calm. "Stay still. I'm coming to untie you. These ropes are on way too tight.